Grasping Evil Chapter 166 to Chapter 198. Immemorial Divine Veins, Lightning Vein. Fiend God Star. In the past, Xianxia misunderstood Ning Fan's identity because of this star. Today, there were 6 to 7 nascent soul realm cultivators who misunderstood Ning Fan's identity because of this star. The other nascent soul realm cultivators were slightly surprised when they recognized Ning Fan's immemorial divine veins. However, people like Xianxia were not simply surprised. Instead, they were shocked. Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou. It was not strange for there to be immemorial divine veins and devil veins in the 800 cultivation countries of the Rain World. Moreover, in a place like the Rain World, the attribute of the immortal veins was the first factor to evaluate a cultivator's aptitude. Heavenly Spirit Realm and Dual Spirit Realm cultivators were considered as geniuses. As for those with immemorial divine devil veins, their aptitude was even higher. The Rain Palace itself had inherited the Rain divine veins. However, there were only 10 people who could activate the divine veins from the vein opening realm to the void fragmentation realm. Yun Kuang, Xianxia, and Revered Snow could not do it. Moreover, Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou was the only one who had the lightning divine veins in the history of the Rain World in the past 100,000 years. Moreover, Zhou Ming's surname was Zhou. Could it be that this Zhou Ming is the successor of Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou? The astonishment made the hearts of the cultivators tremble. Even Revered Snow's eyes turned cold. If the successor of the Thunder Sovereign really appeared in this world, this matter would be troublesome. Revered Snow peeked a few more times and confirmed that Ning Fan was the disciple of the old devil and had nothing to do with the Thunder Sovereign. Moreover, even though Ning Fan had condensed a lightning star, the lightning power in his body was not much. He could only use the lightning star to display his lightning abilities. It was still far from the true lightning divine veins. It was said that when Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou was still at the nascent soul realm, he could already turn his body into lightning with his lightning veins. The magic spells and magical treasures of cultivators at the same level as him could not touch his body at all. Even early spirit-severing realm cultivators could not do anything to him. Unless one's cultivation level was much higher than him or possessed a lightning-suppressing treasure, or had divine devil veins or an immemorial divine weapon, it would be extremely difficult to hurt him. Turning one's body into lightning, invincible to all enemies, resisting devil divine lightning and suppressing 3 sovereigns. After confirming that Ning Fan did not have the lightning vein, Revered Snow heaved a sigh of relief. He sat on the cloud throne and pointed a finger at the cloud palace. Immediately, the cloud palace shook and dispersed into clouds. In the blink of an eye, the clouds and mist gathered again, turning into a cloud platform that stretched 1,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang. At the center of the cloud platform stood Ning Fan and Yun Kuang. Revered Snow and the other nascent soul realm cultivators were watching the battle from another platform surrounded by clouds and mist. The position of the 7th commander will be decided in a single move. No matter who wins or loses, no one is allowed to regret it. Just as Revered Snow's voice trailed off, Yun Kuang's sword moved. He did not think that he would lose in a single strike. He was rather fearful of Ning Fan's lightning star and divine veins. However, he had never heard of Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou before. Given his status, he was not qualified to know about that kind of taboo. Thus, he was not fearful of him. Even if he knew, with his arrogant personality, he wouldn't be intimidated by the name. With a flick of his finger, the black sleeve sword suddenly disappeared without a trace. It wasn't teleportation, but melting. Zhou Ming. Since you don't know what's good for you, bear the consequences yourself. This sword is called Shadow Bearing, and it's more than enough to kill you. The moment the hidden blades melted, countless black leaves appeared around Ning Fan's body. The leaves scattered and turned into black mist, causing the entire cloud platform to be shrouded in darkness like the middle of the night. Not only could it block the vision, but it could also block the senses of spirit sense. Nascent soul augmentation divine ability, blinding. A single leaf obscures one's sight, and one cannot see Mount Tai. In the darkness, it was impossible to tell where the attack came from. As soon as the darkness appeared, Ning Fan was immediately alerted. In the darkness, an ink-like sleeve sword that blended into the night was thrusting towards his back. He couldn't see it clearly. All he could hear was the sound of breathing. It was the breathing of the sword. It was a supreme-grade sword that was imbued with a nascent soul realm sword technique. It was unavoidable. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's sword sense, he definitely wouldn't be able to sense the chi of the hidden blade. If it's a sneak attack, even an early nascent soul realm cultivator would only be able to pinpoint the location of the sword light through the pain after being pierced by the sword. It would be too late for him to block the attack and he would only be injured. Yun Kuang didn't think that Ning Fan could identify the shadow of the sword. So what if it's lightning star and divine veins? Ning Fan's spirit sense was just at the early nascent soul realm. By the time he noticed the shadow of the sword, he would have already been injured. Besides, the true power of this sword was far from its ability to conceal itself. His lips curled into a sneer, but his smile suddenly froze. Countless ink-colored sword scents rose from the black mist on the cloud platform. The nascent soul realm black mist was immediately shredded by the sword scents. Yun Kuang and Ning Fan's figures reappeared on the cloud platform. The ink-colored hidden blade was pinched by Ning Fan's 2 silver fingers, unable to break free. Silver Bone Realm. Using the sword sense to detect the hidden blade's sneak attack and using the silver bone to easily catch it, Ning Fan revealed a mocking expression and sneered. Yi Jian Yun Kuang is only SOSO, the audience exclaimed in surprise. They were shocked that Yun Kuang's best assassination technique was broken just like that. Those who knew Yun Kuang's technique understood that the sword wasn't finished. Yun Kuang's expression was as gloomy as iron. He suddenly formed a hand seal. You are too careless. Sword technique, Shadow Devil. As soon as his voice fell, Ning Fan's hidden blade immediately exploded into a shadow. The shadow went through Ning Fan's arm and went into his body. The true assassination technique of Yun Kuang's sword wasn't a sneak attack. It was a moment of carelessness when the hidden blade was caught by the enemy. The sword would then turn into a shadow and enter the body, killing the enemy from the inside out. In this way, even a silver bone body refinement cultivator would be killed from the inside out, leaving behind only an empty corpse. Ning Fan wasn't surprised when the sword shadow entered his body. It was as if he had already expected it. This flying sword was actually a sword shadow that had been refined. The shadow was an intangible object. It was extremely difficult to refine a sword body with an intangible object. However, Yun Kuang managed to find a Grand Master of Rain Palace to refine this sword. The sword shadow was so weak that it couldn't withstand the sword chi to release a sword technique. However, if it was used for a sneak attack, it would be impossible to defend against the sword shadow. With the shadow-bearing sword, Yun Kuang had killed 13 early nascent soul realm and mid-nascent soul realm cultivators. There was even a late nascent soul realm cultivator who was severely injured by Yun Kuang's technique. His arrogance was a disguise to make his enemies let their guard down. No one would have thought that the seemingly arrogant and superficial Yun Kuang was actually a cunning and sneaky assassin. Yun Kuang's expression turned gloomier when he saw the secret of his shadow-bearing sword being exposed in front of everyone. However, when he thought that the sword shadow had already entered Ning Fan's body, he would definitely be able to kill him. However, something unexpected happened. Ning Fan's long hair danced in the air as the sword shadow entered his body. His eyes were cold and demonic black marks gradually appeared on the left side of his face. His chi changed drastically and became as cold as a stone. It was as if he had become another person in an instant. As for his body, it broke into pieces just like how the shadow-bearing sword had broken into a shadow. The broken pieces turned into black sword scents and moved half a zhang horizontally before condensing into a body again. The sword shadow that was supposed to enter his body was forced out just like that. Shadow-bearing sword. It's a good flying sword. I want this sword. He did not evade the sharp sword light but grabbed the shadow-bearing sword. At this moment, Ning Fan was like the master of 10,000 swords, causing the shadow-bearing sword to tremble slightly. This trembling made it fall into Ning Fan's hand again. This time, Ning Fan's sword sense went into the shadow-bearing sword and wiped away Yun Kuang's spirit sense imprint. Then, he replanted the imprint. This sword had changed its owner. Of course, Ning Fan was the winner of this battle. Puff. Yun Kuang felt a sharp pain in his heart when his spirit sense imprint was erased. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and was slightly injured. However, his eyes were filled with shock for the first time in his life. It was already rare for the shadow-bearing sword to be able to break a sword into a shadow. He had never thought that Ning Fan's body could also be reformed. This was the power of the Black Tempest spirit-splitting technique. Yun Kuang had never thought that Ning Fan would dare to snatch his flying sword in front of everyone. Defeating Yun Kuang was still acceptable, but this person actually dared to snatch the treasure in front of everyone. This was simply slapping the Rain Palace's face. Who gave him the courage to do so? Before Yin Kuang was enraged, several nascent soul realm cultivators of the Rain Palace stepped forward and said in a deep voice. Zhou Ming. Since you defeated Yin Kuang, you can become one of the 7 commanders of the Jin Imperial Guard. You're not putting my rain temple in your eyes. Those who would scold Ning Fan were the minority who did not know about Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou. Yun Lai didn't move. Yun Ruowei didn't move. Revered Snow didn't move. Song Yi and the others who knew Thunder Monarch Bu Zhou also didn't move. After all, the shadow-bearing sword was a supreme-grade magical treasure. It had the ability to shatter swords and turn them into shadows. It was extremely powerful in assassination and sneak attacks. Such a supreme treasure originally belonged to the Rain Palace. How could Ning Fan own it? But they didn't say anything. Some were fearful, while others were complicated, like Yun Ruowei. In the face of the rebuke from the Rain Palace's cultivators, Ning Fan just smiled faintly and pretended to be surprised. Did I steal the sword? Humph. Publicly wiping away Wild Cloud's flying sword imprint isn't considered stealing the sword. One of the old monsters said angrily. No, you're wrong. This sword was given to me by Yin Kuang. He said, take my sword. Now, I've accepted it. That's all. Sophistry. This connection is not that connection. How can they be lumped together? So you can't? I don't know. How about this, Divine Emissary Yin Kuang, if you dare to receive a strike from me, I will return this sword to you. However, Yin Kuang, do you dare? How dare you? At this moment, Ning Fan's expression turned cold. He patted his storage pouch and took out an exquisite scabbard. Among them, there was Dugu's nascent soul sword Qi. The heart-drawing sword. Ning Fan had yet to comprehend this sword Qi. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to use it. At this moment, Ning Fan held the scabbard in his hand. His cold eyes made Yin Kuang shudder. Did he dare? This question was the one he had asked Ning Fan before. At this moment, Ning Fan did not have the ability to harmonize his voice with the heaven and earth divine sense. However, just the question alone had made Yin Kuang hesitate, the shadow-bearing sword. He knew that even if he could withstand it, he would definitely be injured by the sword's shadow. The more he relied on this sword to kill his enemies, the more he knew that it was difficult to defend against it. When the sword's shadow entered his body, he did not have Ning Fan's strange explosive divine ability. When Ning Fan took out the exquisite scabbard, Yin Kuang's heart pounded violently for the first time. He felt as if his Dao heart had been ruthlessly slashed by that sword Qi. It hurts. It hurts so much. There was a trace of sword Qi hidden in the scabbard. It was extremely powerful. He could not withstand it. He stared at Ning Fan with resentment, but he did not dare to accept the challenge like what Ning Fan did before. Yin Kuang's gloomy expression was no longer visible. He cupped his fists at Ning Fan and left with a cold snort. He did not dare to receive Ning Fan's sword. Yin Kuang, who was known for his boundless arrogance, retreated for the first time. However, the hostility in his heart towards Ning Fan had already risen to an extreme level. You wait. These were his last words. Yin Kuang did not know that even if Ning Fan obtained the shadow-bearing sword, he could not use it to form a shadow because his magical power was only at the half-step gold core realm. It was impossible for him to completely control supreme-grade magical treasures. Otherwise, why would he not use the 5 elements flying swords and the Eastern Ocean Bell? Yin Kuang also did not know that the heart-drawing sword was indeed powerful, but Ning Fan could not use it at all unless Ning Fan formed his nascent soul. It was really helpless to scare Yin Kuang away. He could not kill Yin Kuang. Even if he could, he would not do it in front of the crowd. Being able to snatch a treasure from Yin Kuang was also an advantage. Yin Kuang's cowardice before the battle had even begun was Ning Fan's helpless action. However, it deeply shocked the hearts of the surrounding cultivators. As for the old monsters of the Rain Palace who stood up for Yin Kuang, they had no excuse to make things difficult for Ning Fan when they saw Yin Kuang running away. I didn't expect Yin Kuang to avoid the battle. Each of the old monsters of the Rain Palace sighed. As for those who were guessing Ning Fan's identity, they became even more uncertain. Body-breaking shadow. What exactly was that ability? No one had ever seen it before. Even revered Snow, who had cultivated for 3,000 years, had never seen it before. Ning Fan's figure was even more deeply rooted in a woman's heart. He actually won. How could this be? Yun Ruowei was filled with bitterness. She was worried that Ning Fan would die under Yin Kuang's sword. However, when Ning Fan won, his heroic image was buried even deeper in her heart. It would be fine if Yun Ruowei liked Ning Fan. What was buried deep in her heart was affection. Unfortunately, Yun Ruowei did not like Ning Fan. Thus, Ning Fan's figure was buried deep in her heart and immediately turned into layers of inner demons. Unless Yun Ruowei could forget about Ning Fan and treat him as a passerby, it would be difficult for her to destroy this inner demon. However, Ning Fan snatched the sword and shocked the enemy. Such a person would be considered as a peerless genius no matter where he is. Yun Ruowei could not ignore him at all. Inner demon. Inner demon. Stinky man. It's fine that you won, but how should I deal with my inner demon? She bit her lips and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What a troublesome inner demon. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Ning Fan's shameless means on that day. There was no longer any dispute over the position of the 7th commander. Many old monsters wanted to find out more about Ning Fan's background and abilities. However, they could only wait for the meeting to end. Next, the most important thing for the nascent Soul Realm cultivators was to treat revered Snow's injuries. The cloud platform was broken and the cloud palace was reformed. The battle just now did not disturb any of the cultivators in Jushanguan, as all of them were suppressed by revered Snow. If there's someone who can treat my injuries, I will certainly thank you generously. As soon as revered Snow finished speaking, he closed his eyes and sat down. The nascent Soul Realm cultivators were discussing among themselves. However, the discussion ended without any results. Among these old monsters, there were some who knew how to concoct pills, but the strongest among them was only at the 3rd revolution. None of them could identify the source of revered Snow's injuries. This time, Ning Fan took the initiative to volunteer himself, which he rarely did. It was not in line with his usual style. However, in order to resolve the hostility of revered Snow, he thought that treating his injuries and asking for rewards was undoubtedly the best way to solve the problem of the cold pine marrow. I, Zhou, can cure revered Snow. Ning Fan's expression was solemn. He emphasized the word cure very clearly. The speaker had the intention, but the listener had the intention. Each of the nascent Soul Realm cultivators of the Rain Palace's expression changed after hearing Ning Fan's words. What? Revered Snow isn't injured? He's poisoned. Zhou Ming, don't talk nonsense. They did not believe that revered Snow would be poisoned. Only revered Snow's eyes flashed when he heard the word poison. That's right. He was indeed poisoned. However, with his 3,000 years of experience, he couldn't even tell how he was poisoned. Could it be that Zhou Ming can cure him? I'm a 4th revolution pill master. Ning Fan's indifferent words made the entire place fall into silence. This scene was even more unbelievable than him forcing Yin Kuang to retreat. As for Yun Ruowei, she was almost driven mad. She wanted to expose Ning Fan's identity immediately. Impossible. He has only cultivated for a few years. How could he be a 4th revolution pill master? Don't show off anymore. I can't get rid of the devil in my heart. Damn it. There are no good people in the Black Devil sect. None. The entire place was in an uproar. Yunlai's laughter was followed by silence. This man is indeed a 4th revolution pill master. I can vouch for him. What? Divine Messenger Yunlai, could it be that you've seen this man concoct pills before? No, no, no. My intuition. My intuition tells me that he is a 4th revolution pill master. The ugly man, Yunlai, acted as he pleased. His words rendered the old monster speechless, unable to follow up with a reply. There were also some old monsters who mocked and ridiculed Ning Fan, saying that he was playing to the gallery. There were also some old monsters who ordered Ning Fan to concoct pills in front of everyone to prove his identity. Ning Fan did not care about these noises at all. His eyes met revered Snow's indifferent gaze. The people around him were not important. Can you really cure me? Revered Snow asked solemnly. I have already cured this poison once. If I'm any slower, I'm afraid that Senior's cultivation will fall. What's the condition? The cold pine marrow belongs to me. Moreover, Senior needs to make a heart devil oath and owe me a favor. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. From his point of view, even revered Snow would hesitate for a moment before agreeing to the cold pine marrow and a favor. However, revered Snow did not hesitate at all after Ning Fan spoke. Sure. What a joke. How could he, revered Snow, seize the cold pine marrow after knowing that Ning Fan was the disciple of the old devil? With the old devil's personality and the tradition of the Black Devil sect, it would be good enough if he did not seize revered Snow's belongings. How could he, revered Snow, dare to seize Ning Fan? Yes, the old devil had lost his power and was injured. Many of the higher-ups of the Rain Palace knew that the Deacon of the Four Seas was recuperating in the Rain World. They also knew that the Deacon's enemies also had a powerful background. But at the same time, the people of the Rain World did not dare to offend the old devil. The Rain Palace had no right to interfere in the enmity between true immortals. The old devil had a lot of enemies. It was possible that he did not have any true immortal friends. To revered Snow, he had already made up his mind not to fight for the cold pine marrow. As for owing Ning Fan a favor, of course, he would owe him a favor. Any pill master who helped him cure the poison would owe him a favor. Apart from the favor, he would also have to give him a gift. Ning Fan did not even ask for extra compensation. It was already very cheap. Did revered Snow suffer a loss? No, he did. He did not have to pay any price to get Ning Fan to cure his poison. Wasn't this a huge profit? The only thing that worried revered Snow was whether Ning Fan was really a fourth revolution pill master. Yun Lai's intuition was like a fart. This person helped Ning Fan purely out of goodwill. His words were not trustworthy. With revered Snow's spirit-severing realm cultivation base, he could tell that Ning Fan's cultivation base was only at the half-step gold core realm. He was lucky to be able to defeat Yun Kuang. It was purely a bluff to scare Yun Kuang away. If Yun Kuang was courageous enough to take on Ning Fan's sword, he might be able to take back the shadow-bearing realm. Half of it was strength, the other half was intelligence and courage. A half-step gold core realm cultivator had extremely strong combat power, many trump cards, extraordinary intelligence, and a profound background. However, the art of pill refinement was not child's play. According to revered Snow's knowledge, the Deacon of the Four Seas Han Yuanji was a true immortal with superb techniques. However, he was impetuous and could not calm down to concoct pills or forge weapons. His pill refinement technique seemed to be at the third revolution and not even the fourth revolution. Ning Fan's bone age was less than 20 years old. Was he really a fourth revolution pill master? The people of the Black Evil sect were all people who talked nonsense. It was hard to distinguish the truth from the lies. I hope this kid can cure me. Revered Snow's expression was calm, but he sighed continuously in his heart. He was resigned to his fate. At least Ning Fan was better than other nascent soul realm cultivators. He could tell that I was poisoned, right? In front of him, Ning Fan was sitting cross-legged, drawing the earth fire to concoct pills. There was no need for the other nascent soul realm cultivators to treat revered Snow's injuries. All the nascent soul realm cultivators would either defend the city or eliminate the demons. All the decisive battles would have to wait for revered Snow to recover. Jushan Pass would then be considered less dangerous. When Ning Fan took out the Dan fragmentation cauldron, the corners of revered Snow's eyes shrank. When Ning Fan used his finger to draw 4 fire rings in front of the pill cauldron, the corner of revered Snow's eyes shrunk again. This cauldron was only an elementary high-grade artifact, but it was forged from the rotten divine metal of the demon world. Furthermore, it was imbued with the divine ability of the transformation realm, Body Lock. This was a magic treasure tailor-made by the old devil after he was injured. With his late harmonious spirit magical power, he could barely wield a high-grade magical treasure. Even so, the defense of this cauldron had reached an unimaginable level because of the rotten divine metal. Regardless of the grade, the material alone was already comparable to the 10 cauldrons of the Rain World. He is indeed the disciple of Deacon Han. Deacon Han went to the Sword World and left this cauldron to his disciple. And there should be no mistake. When revered Snow saw Ning Fan drawing the flame ring, his heart was first filled with shock and then he was overjoyed. He didn't know the 9 revolutions of the river cart. but he could tell that this was an ancient alchemy technique. Moreover, Ning Fan had drawn 4 rings. The effect of the rings was enough to suppress the medicinal power of a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and fuse it into a pill. See you on. Is this kid really a 4th Revolution Dan Master? Revered Snow made up his mind and stood in silence, not daring to disturb him. There were only a few hundred 4th Revolution pill refinement masters in the Rain world. Even if Ning Fan's identity was excluded, Revered Snow would still pay more attention to 4th Revolution pill refinement masters compared to nascent Soul Realm cultivators, a 4th Revolution pill master who was not even 20 years old. With such potential, it was worth it to befriend him. Ning Fan, who was in the midst of concocting pills, did not know that Revered Snow did not harbor any hostility towards him at all. Instead, he felt wary, trusted and wanted to befriend him. He explained to Venerable Snow as he refined the elixir pills, afraid that Venerable Snow would be restless while waiting. Senior, you don't have to worry. This poison is called Absolutine. I have cured a person before with a low-grade 4th Revolution pill, the profound 7 Yin Yang pill. Revered Snow did not expect that Ning Fan would still have the energy to concoct a 4th Revolution pill. Thus, he could not help but regard Ning Fan's pill refinement technique in a higher light. Only mid-grade 4th Revolution pill refinement masters could concoct low-grade 4th Revolution pills with ease. This kid is actually an intermediate 4th Revolution pill refinement master. Revered Snow's expression changed drastically when he heard about the Absolutine poison. It's actually this poison. Has Senior heard of this poison? Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. The name of this poison only existed in the ancient times. Even the old devil did not know about it. How could a mere spirit severing snow know about it? Sigh. If it's this poison, then that's right. This lord went to the Dragon Dream Swamp to rescue that reckless Xianxia. However, I encountered a sneak attack from the Demon General. That Demon General was at the early Divine Transformation realm just like this lord. After a round of battle, he was on par with this lord. However, in the end, he transformed into a 1,000-feet-long blood carp and spat out a mouthful of blood mist which contained a trace of black blood. That black blood easily penetrated the spirit armor and entered my body. If I hadn't immediately returned to Jushan Pass, my cultivation would have been greatly damaged. Little friend Zhou might not know this, but this poison is unique to the demon spirit land. It was refined by the Void Refinement Demon Commander-in-Chief's Coldine poison. It's really inconceivable that this demon general was able to obtain a sliver of Absolutine poison. Revered Snow's words were filled with mixed emotions. He felt lucky that he did not have the immemorial divine veins. Otherwise, this Absolutine poison would have already wreaked havoc in his body and he would not be able to suppress it. As for the information he mentioned, it made Ning Fan ponder for a while. While he was thinking, his fingers were still controlling the fire to concoct the pill. So, Absolutine poison is a demon poison. Ancient Chaos did not mention anything about the demon poison. It should be because his memory was incomplete. As for the demon spirit land, Ancient Chaos did not know about it. It should be something that belonged to the later generations. Absolutine, demon poison. The old devil's enemies include the White Devil sect, the traitor of Moksha Emperor and the demon spirit land? Where is the demon spirit land? His eyes flashed and asked. Heh. Since little friend Zhou wants to know, I can tell you about it. It's not a secret. The demon spirit land is the ruins of the ancient demon world. Just like the ancient heavenly court, it exists in the broken realm. The path to the void realm has been cut off. You can't go there directly. You can only reach it by using special methods and at a specific time. In the ancient heavenly court, there is the immortal ascension pool that people yearn for. Every time the ancient heavenly court reappears, it is the most exciting moment for the cultivators of the 9 worlds. If one is lucky enough to find this pool in the ancient heavenly court, he or she might be able to become an immortal in a single step. As for the demon spirit land, it is the exact opposite. Most of the cultivators of the 9 worlds are unwilling to enter it no matter what. Once they enter it, they will die. Because there are countless powerful ancient demon clans that are sleeping in it. Occasionally, some powerful demons will awaken and break their realms and descend upon the place, causing great trouble. Of course, the people of the demon world might be willing to find the entrance to the demon spirit land. As for the demon spirit land, only the 10 sovereigns of the demon world know when and where to enter the demon spirit land. When the 10 sovereigns of the demon world was mentioned, Revered Snow's eyelids twitched. When the demon tide rose, the 10 sovereigns of the demon world ordered the rain world not to send any void realm experts to deal with the demon generals. Even if the demon tide was quelled, the demons could be killed, but the demon generals must be handed over to the demon world. The rain world is much weaker than the demon world. If it wasn't for the promise of the 9 worlds, the demon world could easily trample the rain world to the ground. The best outcome of this mission is to capture the demon generals and eliminate all the lesser demons. At the end of the day, the demon generals cannot be killed. Revered Snow did not like this kind of feeling. As for this matter, it was a secret of the Rain Palace. He could not tell Ning Fan about it to avoid damaging the reputation of the Rain Palace. Revered Snow remained silent. Ning Fan was also deep in thought. Only the pill flame in the cauldron was still boiling with medicinal power. With a flick of his finger, the pill flame appeared clearly in Ning Fan's eyes. 6 days passed and a strange phenomenon appeared. The pill was completed. In just 6 days, he managed to concoct a low-grade 4th revolution pill. To Ning Fan, who had already reached the 5th revolution, it was nothing. However, this matter surprised Revered Snow. Could it be that Ning Fan's pill concoction technique has already reached the peak of the 4th revolution or even the 5th revolution? Impossible. A 20-year-old 4th revolution pill master is already considered a monster. If it's a 5th revolution pill master. In the Rain world, there are only 27 5th revolution pill masters, and there is only one person who can break through to the 5th revolution within 1,000 years. That person is the only 6th revolution pill master in the Rain Palace. Even the Rain Sovereign has to treat him politely. If this young man is really a 5th revolution pill master. No, even if he is just a peak 4th revolution pill master, he will have the chance to become the first 7th revolution pill master in the Rain world in this lifetime. At this moment, Revered Snow's intention to befriend Ning Fan was deeply buried in his heart. Even if Ning Fan fails to become a 7th revolution pill master, with Ning Fan's aptitude, he would at least become a 6th revolution pill master in this lifetime. Such aptitude was enough for him to befriend him. Without waiting for Ning Fan's order, he used an escape technique and dashed out of the waterfall. Then, he easily erased the 4th revolution heavenly tribulation. When the 4th revolution pill was formed, not only the nascent soul realm cultivators who went out to kill the demons, but all the cultivators who stayed in Jushan Mountain Pass noticed the strange phenomenon. Strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. A 4th revolution pill. That Zhou Ming is really a 4th revolution pill master. As for Yun Ruoe, she was caressing the incense burner lazily in her room. Her hands were moving the ashes of the incense. When she smelled the strange phenomenon, her beautiful face was filled with shock. 4th revolution. 4th revolution. He's a 4th revolution pill master. Yun Ruoe let out a sigh and closed her eyes. I can't get rid of this heart devil. I can't get rid of it. In a huge residence in Jushan Mountain Pass, Yun Kuang was treating the injuries he sustained when Ning Fan snatched his sword from him. Even though he had left in advance, someone had already informed him about Ning Fan curing Revered Snow's poison. 4th revolution pill master. How can you possibly be a 4th revolution pill master? He sneered. However, his sneer seemed extremely ridiculous under the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth 6 days later. He's really a 4th revolution pill master. How can this be? Yun Kuang's heart thumped. Originally, he was hoping that Ning Fan would not be able to cure Revered Snow and end up angering him and causing him to lose the cold pine marrow. Then, he would be able to beat Ning Fan when he's down. Not only would he take back the shadow-bearing sword, but he could also humiliate Ning Fan or even take his life if he has the chance. Today, however, the 4th revolution pill was completed. It meant that what Ning Fan said was true. He probably could cure Revered Snow. Once he cured Revered Snow, he would gain Revered Snow's favor and protection. Even if Yun Kuang also gained the favor of a revered elder of the Rain Palace, he would not dare to go against Ning Fan in public. Why? Because he was afraid of offending Revered Snow. I can only endure this hatred. He clenched his teeth unwillingly. he spat out a mouthful of blood that tasted sweet. Since the pill was completed in 6 days, there were naturally many speculations about Ning Fan's pill refinement technique. So what if they were just speculations? It would only make Ning Fan more mysterious. After that, Ning Fan just needed to make up a story about how special the pill he concocted was, and it would not take him much time to dispel everyone's doubts. In the depths of the waterfall, Revered Snow consumed the 7 yin yang profound pill. The poison gradually melted and his chi recovered. Ning Fan did not leave. His gaze fell on the waterfall. When he saw the spiritual chi in this place, his heart skipped a beat. Little Dugu had once given him a secret technique of the sword finger technique. This body refinement technique was extremely powerful. However, it had a strict requirement to cultivate it. It required one to devour the 5 elemental spirit veins, and the grade of the devoured spirit veins would increase gradually. The first sword finger technique would at least devour the spirit veins of nascent soul realm sections. Low-grade cultivation countries did not have that kind of spirit veins. However, a mid-grade cultivation country like Great Jin had it. Moreover, Jushan Pass was originally the place with the best spirit veins in Great Jin. Even the branch of the Rain Palace was built here. This spirit vein was perfect for cultivating the sword finger technique. However, if Ning Fan cultivates the sword finger technique, the spirit vein within 1,000 li radius of Jushan Pass would definitely be destroyed. If Ning Fan does such a thing, Great Jin would certainly be furious. If Revered Snow is here to cover for me, this matter will be easier to handle. However, will Revered Snow help me? Or, I might as well pour the dirty water on Revered Snow. I can just say that I accidentally destroyed the spirit vein in Jushan Pass because I concocted a pill for Revered Snow. Ning Fan remained calm and collected. Once again, he proposed to concoct a few types of pills to recover vitality for Revered Snow. Naturally, Revered Snow agreed to his request. The pill that he was going to concoct this time was a type of 4th Revolution essence nurturing pill. However, Ning Fan deliberately slowed down his steps. While concocting the pill with his left hand, his right hand gently touched the ground and circulated the secret technique of the sword finger technique. Traces of the spirit vein gradually flowed into Ning Fan's fingertip, turning into a heart-wrenching pain. However, this pain was not as bearable as the 3rd Jade Royal pill. As the spiritual chi of the earth vein flowed into his fingertip, his index finger gradually changed. That finger seemed to have turned into a sword. The body of the sword was forged with the power of mountains and rivers, while the traces of spiritual chi of the earth vein turned into a sword light that penetrated through the finger. In Ning Fan's mind, the beautiful figure of the female sword ancestor seemed to appear. She was like a graceful butterfly that shuttled through a group of devils. With a flick of her finger, the sword light took their lives. Not enough. Not enough. 3 days later, the absorption force of Ning Fan's finger became even more rapid, causing the entire Heaven Ruler waterfall to tremble. This kind of trembling was understood by the cultivators outside as the trembling of pill concoction. As for Revered Snow, he opened his eyes and was inwardly shocked. He was shocked that Ning Fan was actually absorbing the spiritual chi of the earth vein. This young man is absorbing the spiritual chi of the earth vein in the name of pill concoction. Good plan. Revered Snow smiled disapprovingly. From his point of view, Ning Fan was probably using a secret technique to forcefully absorb the spiritual chi of the earth vein to increase his cultivation base. This kind of secret technique existed. However, the increase in cultivation base was extremely limited. Moreover, Ning Fan was already at the half-step gold core realm. The increase in his cultivation base was very little and he could not absorb much spiritual chi of the earth vein. However, 7 days later, Revered Snow could only smile bitterly. 2/3 of the spiritual chi of the earth vein of the Heaven Ruler waterfall had been absorbed by Ning Fan and it did not seem to stop. This young man is trying to destroy the earth vein. What kind of cultivation method is he cultivating? Why is it so overbearing that it even destroys the earth vein? However, Revered Snow did not stop him. Putting aside the fact that he still owed Ning Fan a favor, he would also pretend to be unaware of Ning Fan's identity. On the 10th day, the fragrance of pills spread out from the pill cauldron. At the same time, the sound of something breaking resounded within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, of Jushanguan. A sword light flashed. The earth vein was broken, sword finger, completed, Ning Fan patted the lid of the cauldron. He did not look at the pills in the cauldron but at the finger of his right hand, sword finger, the first finger. The first finger, Mountain Crusher, the power that destroyed the earth vein within 1,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, was the power of this finger. What a terrifying body refining technique. This finger almost exhausted all of my strength. However, the power of this finger is enough to destroy a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. He muttered to himself without showing any expression on his face. At the moment when he stood up, Revered Snow also stood up. In a flash, he went out to eliminate the heavenly tribulation. When he returned, he pretended to frown. Sigh. This earth vein is actually destroyed. Please forgive me, Senior. When I was concocting pills, I did not have enough magic power. Thus, I tried to absorb some spiritual chi of the earth vein. Unexpectedly, I was careless and destroyed the earth vein. I wonder if Senior can help me to settle this trouble for the sake of my favor. Fine. I promise to help you once. Of course, I can settle this trouble for you. However, this matter was caused by little friend who was concocting pills for me. I can't blame little friend for this. It's my fault. This favor can be saved for the next time. Ning Fan tried to use this favor to get rid of the trouble. However, it seemed like even without this favor, Revered Snow was also very willing to be the scapegoat. Even though it was hard to accept the fact that he destroyed the earth vein by concocting fourth revolution pills twice, it seemed to be reasonable. Moreover, this matter was related to Revered Snow. Even King Jin did not dare to pursue the matter further. The branch of the Rain Palace might have to move. After all, this Jushan Pass was probably going to be abandoned because of the demon tide. What surprised Ning Fan was that Revered Snow took the initiative to show goodwill to him. Originally, he thought that even if Revered Snow agreed to turn a blind eye to this matter, he would probably be dissatisfied. However, to his surprise, Revered Snow seemed to want to befriend him. Why is he so attentive to me? Is it because of my pill refinement potential? Ning Fan was puzzled but he did not ask. In short, Revered Snow should not be hostile. His goodwill was not a pretense. That was enough for him. The sword finger had been formed and he had one more trump card. It was enough to be a happy occasion. Next, it was time for the final battle. Quelling the demon tide, accumulating battle merits and leaving. The bad news was that the spiritual veins within 1,000 miles of Jushan Pass had been destroyed. However, this matter was shouldered by Revered Snow alone. He claimed that he had used the power of the earth veins to heal himself. As such, no one dared to pursue the matter further. Unfortunately, even if the demon tide passed, the Jushan Pass would lose its spiritual vein and become a useless pass. The good news was the recovery of Venerable Snow and the antidote. It had already been 1.5 months since Ning Fan entered the territory of Great Jin. There was only 1.5 months left before the teleportation formation would be activated. He had no time to waste. He had to obtain battle merits. As the day of the decisive battle drew near, Revered Snow gave the order. 19 nascent soul realm cultivators of the Rain Palace and 14 nascent soul realm cultivators of the Jin army, a total of 33 people were to form a team of 3 and each of them would lead a combat division to annihilate the demon tide stronghold. The reason why there was no end to the demon tide was that there were nascent soul realm old demons who set up demon and lightning cities in the fallen lands. They used the demon and lightning techniques to enlighten the little demons. This kind of enlightenment technique could forcibly turn an ordinary domestic animal into a demon. It could also forcefully increase the demonic power of a vein opening, harmonious spirit and gold core demonic beast by 1-fold. However, the price to pay was that the demonic beast would die within a few months. Moreover, the demonic beast would lose its mind and become crazy. The demon tide was only delaying the demon general's transformation into a dragon. However, if they ignored it, it would be troublesome to annihilate the demons in one go. Ning Fan was responsible for eliminating Lingju Ding of the northwest region. There was a demon city located at the peak of the mountains. It specialized in transforming flying demons, and it was rumored that there were several nascent soul-old demons guarding it. Outside of Jushan Pass, a group of 21 Gold Core Realm cultivators and 257 Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators of Jin Country boarded the Jin shuttle and followed Ning Fan and the others towards Mount Lingju, The Gene Shuttle was a shuttle-shaped flying boat. Its speed was extremely fast, incomparable to a ship. However, its shortcoming was that this boat was too small, making it difficult to form a defensive formation. Moreover, its speed was so fast that it created wind, which was not something that a vein-opening junior could withstand. Only harmonious spirit experts and above could ride on it. One of them was Xianxia and the other was Yunruowei. The teams were decided based on who would go to Jushan Pass. Yunruowei was the last to arrive, while Ningfan and Xianxia were the last to arrive. There was a subtle awkwardness between Ningfan and Yunruowei. To Ningfan, taking liberties with Yunruowei that day was really an act of helplessness. However, towards Yunruowei, the deep-rooted heart devil was not something that could be appeased by a mere apology. "I'm sorry about what happened that day. I've already forgotten about what happened at Lanrua Temple. You don't have to worry about it. As for you, I know all about your background. It's best if you don't try to be brave. If there are any mid-stage nascent soul monsters in the city, I'll deal with them." Yunruowei was a mid-nascent soul realm expert. Even though he had a lot of trump cards, he was still just a half-step gold core realm cultivator. Even if he had a trump card that could block Yunquang's sword, even if he could kill gold core realm demons like ants, even if he had a fourth revolution pill refinement technique, it would still be very dangerous for him to fight a mid-nascent soul realm demon to the death. Yunruowei's words did not contain any contempt. For example, killing a nascent soul realm demon would cause the demon's nascent soul to flee. It was not easy to kill a demon's nascent soul. From her point of view, Ningfan was not a nascent soul realm cultivator after all. He could not teleport. It would be difficult for him to eliminate the old demon's nascent soul. Ningfan did not refute or explain. The battle plan was made by Xianxia and Yunruowei. He stood at the bow of the shuttle with his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes closed. Beneath his feet were ruins, old mountains, and rivers. It was a desolate sight. There were also groups of reckless demons that were scattered in groups of 3 to 5 to stop the shuttle. Most of them were harmonious spirit realm demons. Occasionally, there were gold core realm demons. Every time they encountered a peak gold core realm demon, the cultivators on the shuttle would feel nervous. However, what made them nervous was that before the fierce demons could even get close to the Jin Shua, there would be an ink-colored sword sense in the sky, like a thick ink, and the demons below the early stage of Jindan realm would die in batches almost immediately. The demons that came after them were crushed into powder by Ningfan's fist, the burning blood pill was being refined in his body, his killing intent was being released, the colossal bone secret art was advancing to the third realm, his battle merits were increasing rapidly like raindrops. The 21 gold core realm cultivators were at least late gold core realm. Many of them had followed other nascent soul realm cultivators to hunt down demon waves. However, none of them could kill a small demon with just a sword sense like Ningfan. Sword sense. What a powerful ability! It was a pity that old ancestor Zhou Ming was born in the rain world. If he was in the sword world, he would surely be valued by those void fragmentation realm cultivators and be accepted as a disciple. After 10,000 years, he would surely become another void fragmentation realm sword emperor. With Ningfan taking care of everything, these gold core realm cultivators were more than happy to not risk their lives. They only attacked occasionally to kill the small demons that slipped through the net. Safety was their top priority. His sword sense had a great effect on the consumption of his spirit power. However, Ningfan had a lot of recovery pills. Once his spirit power was depleted, it would be replenished immediately. In 3 days, he traveled a total of 100,000 li. He had killed more than 1,000 demons and gained 250,000 battle merits. When he was killing the demons, a peak gold core realm old demon condensed a Dao fruit and was kept by him. In this way, there were 2 Dao fruits in his storage pouch. This would be the method to rapidly increase his cultivation after breaking through to the gold core realm. Yunruowei and Xianxia were in charge of arranging the formations of the harmonious spirit realm cultivators and assigning tasks to the gold core realm cultivators. Ningfan was only responsible for eliminating the demons that blocked his way. 3 days later, he was already close to the peak. 1,000 miles away, there was a mountain that was tens of thousands of zhong tall. It was like a blade that pierced the heavens, extremely steep and extraordinary. At the top of it, there was an enormous demon city that was covered in black energy. the entire sky was covered by haze. When the Gene shuttle approached, a black wave of demons immediately rushed out from the city. There were tens of thousands of them, a murderous and bloody Yao energy spread. Even the Jindan of the battalion changed expression. Who would have thought? Jianyao City actually enlightened so many monsters. Fortunately, these tens of thousands of demons were mostly vein-opening realm birds. There were less than 1,000 harmonious spirit demons and less than 100 gold core demons. Even so, the number of demons here far exceeded the cultivators on the shuttle. 4 streaks of light flew out from the demon city and stood in the air. All 4 of them were nascent soul realm old demons. The 3 early-stage nascent soul cultivators had yet to stabilize their realms, as if they had been forcibly raised to the nascent soul realm. As for the middle-stage core formation cultivator, he was a lion-haired old man. His appearance was ordinary. However, his eyes were filled with bloodlust. Furthermore, there was a crimson symbol on his forehead. Haha! Arrogant humans! How dare you invade the hinterland of my demon race with such a small number of people? Kill! As soon as he gave the order, tens of thousands of demons immediately stood on top of the demonic clouds and swept towards them from 1,000 li away. The demonic clouds were too fast. In less than 10 breaths, they would collide with the shuttle. On the Gene shuttle, Jiexiao and Yunruo's expressions were solemn. I didn't expect them to have 4 nascent soul realm cultivators. However, from what I can see, 3 of them were awakened by a secret technique. Their strength should be weaker than me. However, the middle stage core formation cultivator is a genuine old demon. He might even be the companion of the demon general, there's no other way. Leave the lion-haired old demon to me. As for the other 3, you and fellow Daoist Zhou Ming will deal with them. Abandon the shuttle and attack. Under Yunruo's command, 21 late gold core formation cultivators and 257 harmonious spirit realm cultivators flew up from the shuttle and formed a formation to face the demon tide. As for Yunruo, she took the lead and teleported towards the lion-haired old demon. The lion-haired old demon seemed to have realized that Yunruo was the leader of the human cultivators. He immediately soared into the sky and prepared to fight. Ning Fan's eyes were indifferent. There was no fear, only disappointment. This lion-haired old demon was undoubtedly the companion of the demon general. However, he wasn't a female demon. As such, he couldn't keep him as a cauldron. Not all of the 12 demon companions were female. The plan to keep all 12 demons was cancelled. As such, the only way was to kill. Wind and lightning moved around Ning Fan. 3 zhang silver wings grew on his back. With a flap of the wings, Ning Fan turned into a ray of silver light and dashed towards the demonic clouds. His speed was only at the early nascent soul realm. However, his momentum made the lion-haired old demon's heart tremble. Exterminate! At this moment, Ning Fan was like a fiend god. With a flap of his wings, he entered an unstoppable realm. With a sweep of his sword sense, a black light shredded the demonic clouds into countless pieces. Immediately, hundreds of vein-opening and harmonious spirit realm demons were minced into pieces, wailing as they died. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. The burning blood pills were being refined one by one. The pain of blood burning spread throughout his body. His killing intent was rising. After dozens of breaths, the 2 armies finally flew 1,000 li away and engaged each other in close combat. However, the tens of thousands of demon soldiers were killed by Ning Fan with dozens of sweeps of his sword sense. Each and every demon that met Ning Fan's gaze was filled with fear. Under the effect of the burning blood pills, his colossal bone secret art had broken through to the 4th realm of the 3rd level. Yunruo was in a stalemate with the lion-haired old demon. She was secretly shocked by Ning Fan's powerful sword sense. Meanwhile, the lion-haired old demon's expression was as gloomy as water. Python King. Martin King. The 2 of you stop this man. Don't let him kill more small demons. Elephant King, go and eliminate that blind human. As soon as the lion-haired old demon gave the order, a 20 zhang tall fat man blocked Jiexiao's path. A white-robed scholar and a yellow-robed skinny man attacked Ning Fan together. As the demon tide clashed with the human army, countless demons and cultivators fell from the sky and died. All of these turned into indifference in Ning Fan's eyes. His blood was burning under the medicinal power. His eyes were like sharp swords, sweeping across the white-robed scholar and the yellow-robed skinny man. The two demons' expressions changed drastically. His eyes were so sharp. "Brother Huang, let's attack quickly. Don't show any mercy. This man is powerful." "Got it." Demonic art, yellow wind. Demonic art, scaled snake. The two demons formed hand seals and turned into demons. They didn't have long to live. No matter how terrifying Ning Fan was, the two demons swore to fight to the death. These two demonic arts had just reached the nascent realm. However, the two demons' hand seals were obviously stiff and far from being proficient. "Humph. This demonic art is not enough. Break." Ning Fan's sword scent swept across. Whether it was the yellow wind or the thousands of silver snakes formed by the demonic art, they were all crushed by the black sword sense. As for Ning Fan, he patted his storage pouch and took out the black corpse. "Black armor, kill by E. I, kill the yellow-robed skinny man." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the ground and flapped his wings. Like a sword light, he shot towards the yellow-robed skinny man. Initially, the white-robed and yellow-robed demons worked together to deal with Ning Fan. They thought that they had the advantage in numbers, so they weren't afraid of Ning Fan. However, they never expected that Ning Fan had a nascent soul realm black-armored refined corpse. The refined corpse threw out punches without defending itself against the white-robed scholar's demonic art. It allowed the demonic art to land on its body. Each punch carried endless corpse chi. Even if the white-robed man tried his best to evade, he was still affected by the corpse chi. His demonic force became more and more sluggish. As for the yellow-robed skinny man, he was even more horrified. Under his disbelieving gaze, Ning Fan shouted coldly and turned into a 36 zhang tall giant, the third level of the colossal bone secret art. Without a small realm, the giant's body grew to 12 zhang tall. In front of the 36 zhang tall giant, the yellow-robed skinny man was only the size of the giant's thumb. The moment Ning Fan's body turned into a giant, the yellow-robed skinny man felt a sense of impending death. Ice break. As the fist was thrown, the ice broke and thousands of zhang froze. The heaven and earth around the yellow-robed skinny man shook violently. His treasure armor was shattered by the punch and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was already severely injured. He knew that he would die if he tried to escape, but he would still die if he didn't. The yellow-robed skinny man made up his mind. The yellow wind demonic art swirled around his body and turned into 3 demonic shadows. Each of them held a yellow sand spear and rushed towards the giant's eye, trying to blind it. 2 of the 3 demonic shadows were illusory and 1 real. This technique was the most common minor demonic technique among the demonic arts, the shadow-splitting technique. The purpose of separating the shadows was to confuse the enemy. However, this confusion turned into a trace of mockery in the eyes of the giant. With a sweep of his sword sense, the 2 illusory shadows could not withstand the sword sense and exploded into nothingness. As for the yellow-robed skinny man, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spurted out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Before the yellow-robed skinny man could finish his last sentence, the giant slammed his palm and crushed the yellow-robed nascent soul to death like a bird. Then, it swallowed the flesh and blood of the yellow-robed skinny man in one gulp. When the yellow-robed skinny man died, a small yellow sable's nascent soul immediately stirred up a gust of demonic wind and escaped with a speed comparable to a mid-nascent soul cultivator. When a cultivator died, their soul could enter the nascent soul as long as their nascent soul was not destroyed. They could then use the nascent soul as their body to escape. Moreover, the teleportation speed of the nascent soul was usually faster than the cultivator's true body by a small realm. Unfortunately, the nascent soul and demon nascent soul were extremely fragile. Unless they could find another body to reincarnate, even ordinary core realm magical techniques would be able to injure these nascent souls. Seeing the nascent soul escaping, Ning Fan did not chase after it. He couldn't catch up to it, but there was no need to chase after it. A lightning star flashed on the glabella of the giant. Immediately, thunder rumbled continuously within 100 li radius. The nascent soul escaped 100 li in an instant. Before it could relax, it suddenly felt like it was being locked by lightning. A bolt of lightning struck down from above its head. The lightning struck fear into the nascent soul's face. It teleported again and escaped 100 li away. However, its teleportation seemed to have teleported along with the lightning. No matter how far it escaped, the lightning would always hover above its head. This scene was similar to the lightning tribulation of a gold core realm demon. It was locked and unable to escape. After teleporting for a few thousand li, the nascent soul's magical power finally became unstable. It couldn't escape anymore and was struck down by a bolt of lightning. It died instantly. In less than 10 breaths, Ning Fan had already killed a nascent soul. The giant let out a loud roar. His voice was mixed with thunder. The lightning that struck 100 li radius made the demons tremble in fear. The demon race feared the lightning tribulation. This was the reason why King Jin was willing to keep Ning Fan in Jin country because of the divine star of lightning. The lion-haired man, the dark-skinned man and the white-robed man were shocked. Especially the white-robed man. After the death of the yellow-robed skinny man, he naturally became the giant's second target. No, not good. The thought of him, a dignified nascent soul realm demon king, being pinched to death by the giant like a sparrow made his heart tremble. Even if he escaped, he would still die. However, it was better than being pinched to death and eaten by the giant. I don't want to die in the giant's mouth and be chewed to pieces. I don't want to. He used a demonic technique to shake off the black corpse and teleported away. However, the primordial force of heaven and earth was dispersed by the giant's palm, causing his teleportation to fail. Ice shatter. White-robed snake bones were shattered. The giant's punch had shattered his nascent soul. 90% of his demonic power was dispersed and he couldn't even teleport anymore. His white snake body fled in a hurry. However, the giant took a step forward and caught up to him, slamming his palm down. Puff. The white snake spurted out blood. Its white scales peeled off in the air. It was pinched by the giant like an earthworm. The giant sneered and chewed the snake's corpse, causing blood to drip down. Die. Next. The giant's gaze fell upon the dark man who was fighting with Xianxia. The dark man's face was filled with fear. Like the white snake and the yellow sable, he was a nascent soul realm cultivator. Although he had the magical power of a nascent soul realm cultivator, his combat strength was still slightly lower than a real nascent soul realm cultivator. He was already riddled with scars from Xiaxia's attack. How could he withstand the combined attacks of the giant, the black corpse and Xiaxia? Escape. I must escape. Even if I have to fight again, I must escape to another demon city and plan again. He fled in fear. Due to his carelessness, Xiaxia's killing intent moved and hit his head with a 3-chi jade ruler. His brain splattered and he died. His nascent soul wanted to escape, but Xiaxia crushed it with another ruler. The situation was reversed. The last nascent soul realm cultivator was the lion hair who was fighting with Yunruowei. His face was filled with shock. He didn't know that he had misjudged them. The strongest among them wasn't Yunruowei but Ning Fan. Damn it. I spent a lot of effort to enlighten 3 nascent soul realm demon kings, but they were all killed by you. All of you must die. I'll let you have a taste of the power of a demon general. The lion hair pushed Yunruowei away with a palm strike. His face revealed a crazy smile and his finger touched the blood-red rune on his glabella. A blood-colored tyrannical aura immediately spread out, causing Yunruowei and Xiaxia to be shocked. Not good. This is the attack of a demon general. Quickly teleport away. Just as the two of them were about to use their own techniques to block this attack, they did not expect that Ning Fan would step on the sky with his giant body. With rumbling footsteps, he fearlessly walked towards the lion-haired man. Facing the blood-red light, he waved his hand and took out a blood-red jade slip. At the same time, the shadows of 2 bloody giant carps collided in the sky. The demonic force shook the thousands of demons and tens of harmonious spirit cultivators to death. Ning Fan also had the attack of a demon general. The 2 bloody lights gradually melted after a loud bang. There was no trace left in the sky except for a faint blood mist. The smile on the lion hair's face froze and turned into a look of shock. No. Impossible. This is the trump card that the demon general gave to his companion. How did you get it? I know it now. You killed the demon general's companion and took it. You're dead. Human, you're dead. I don't know whether I'll die or not. But you will die today and the items in your storage pouch will belong to me. Sword finger, mountain shattering. The giant sneered and pointed his right finger downwards. That finger was even larger than the lion-haired demonic body. Instantly, all of the mountains in the 500-kilometer area began to tremble and collapse. Every time a mountain was destroyed, the sword light on the finger became sharper. The power of the finger was comparable to a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator's ultimate attack. The giant's finger pressed down fiercely in the midst of the mountain collapsing and the earth cracking. It was a finger that was as heavy as the earth and as sharp as the sword Qi. If it was in the past, the lion hair would have been able to withstand the finger. But after fighting with Yunruowei for a long time and activating the demon general's attack, his demonic strength had been greatly reduced. It was extremely difficult for him to withstand the attack. Moreover, the finger gave the lion hair an oppressive feeling of 1,000 mountains, making him unable to teleport or evade. The only thing he could do was to withstand the attack. "I'll fight you to the death." He gathered the remaining demonic strength in his palm and turned it into a 10 zhang tall golden ball. He then blasted it towards the giant's finger. Every time the golden ball exploded, the sky would tremble violently. The giant felt a great pain in his chest, but he did not retreat. Die. The giant wanted to kill the lion hair with his finger even if he was injured. The golden ball was shattered. The 1,000 mountains shook and the lion hair spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. The giant grabbed the lion hair with a ruthless expression and threw him into his mouth while the lion hair was still terrified. Then, Ning Fan retreated from the giant's avatar and kept it in his cauldron ring without looking at the lion hair storage pouch. He then consumed a pill to suppress his injuries and began to chase after the small demons. Fellow Daoist Yun, fellow Daoist Jia, quickly help the juniors eliminate the demons and reduce the casualties. Alright. Jia Xiu's admiration for Ning Fan had reached its peak. The timing of the spirit-severing realm attack and the terrifying sharpness of the giant's finger had shocked him greatly. This young man could kill a mid-nascent soul realm expert. He was more than qualified to be the 7th commander. As for Yunruowei, her heart trembled again and again, even though she knew that he was a half-step gold core realm expert who was comparable to a nascent soul realm expert and a 4th revolution pill refinement realm expert. She still couldn't believe that the 4 nascent soul realm experts were all killed by him alone. This kind of crazy massacre made Yunruowei feel a trace of fear. As for the devil in her heart, it was even deeper. It was so deep that she had no choice but to have a long talk with Ning Fan. However, what she couldn't understand was why Ning Fan would sacrifice his spirit-severing realm attack to kill the lion hair with his instantaneous movement to avoid the spirit-severing realm attack. She couldn't understand why Ning Fan would sacrifice his spirit-severing realm attack to kill the lion hair without saying anything. He might be able to retreat by combining the strength of the other 2 nascent soul realm experts and block the spirit-severing realm attack together. However, if he did that, he would probably let the lion hair escape. Even if he had to use up one of his trump cards, he had to keep the lion hair's life. The reason was naturally the storage pouch. He did not see what was inside the pouch, but there was a trace of immemorial star's Qi in the pouch which caused the yin-yang locket and the separation slayer sword to tremble. There's no mistaking it, the immemorial star. Moreover, there seemed to be quite a number of them. This item was far more precious than a spirit-severing realm attack. It was not worth it to let the lion hair escape and miss this item. After obtaining the storage pouch, even though he did not look at the items inside, he could vaguely feel that there was something inside that made his demon blood boil. It seemed to be a supreme treasure that could increase his demon power. He did not tell anyone that these were his spoils of war. Not even the Rain Palace could take them away. As for the remaining small demons, they would all turn into battle merits and be stored in his merit jade. A few hours later, the battle ended. Other than the ruins that were destroyed by Ning Fan's mountain-shattering finger, there were only countless demon corpses and occasionally human corpses. The battle merits in the merit jade had already exceeded 700,000. 70% of the battle merits of the small demons and 3 nascent soul realm experts were taken by Ning Fan alone. Each of the gold core realm and harmonious spirit realm experts who survived were filled with joy. Even Jia Xiu felt happy for the victory. However, Yunruowei had mixed feelings. As a demon, she had to slay demons. Although she did not say it out loud, her heart was filled with helplessness. As for Ning Fan, he stood among the countless corpses in silence. Have a safe journey. As soon as he finished speaking, he got on the Jean shuttle. His words made Yunruowei's eyes flash. She thought to herself, Ning Fan, who is the most ruthless when he kills, would also feel sentimental after killing. There was enmity between them when they were alive. But after death, this enmity would be resolved once and for all. What an open-minded person. 3 days came and 4 days passed. Today was the 7th day. On the 7th day, Jusam Pass was bustling with activity. The golden shuttles returned one after another. The cultivators guarding the pass were busy recording the battle merits of the cultivators of the War Division. Inside the pass, many of the cultivators of the War Division who returned were exchanging their battle merits for immortal jade, pills, and magical treasures to improve their strength. On the city gate tower, a lady in plain clothes looked at the sky with slight worry. The wind carried the smell of blood that could not be erased. That person's golden shuttles had yet to return. Don't worry, Suqiu Xianxia. With Ning. Fellow Daoist Zhou Ming's means, he will definitely be fine. Xianxia comforted her. I know he's strong. However, he's just. I heard that among the golden shuttles that returned to Jusam Pass, 7 of them won the battle. 3 of them did not complete the mission of destroying the demon city. Not only that, 3 nascent soul realm cultivators even lost their physical bodies due to severe injuries. Only their nascent soul realm cultivators managed to escape. Will he be safe? The lady in plain clothes bit her lips and sighed. Why does he like to show off so much? Why, he asked me to defend the city but he chose to go to a dangerous place instead. The worry in her eyes could not be dispelled no matter how Xianxia comforted her. She heaved a sigh of relief only when a row of golden shuttles returned from the sky. At the bow of the shuttle, a young man in white robes and black cloak stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even though his face was pale, he wore his usual smile. He's back. With his personality, he must have obtained countless battle merits just like what he did in the Sinister Sparrow sect in the past. Suqiu's eyes flashed. She descended the city gate tower and walked towards the pass. She wanted to welcome Ning Fan's triumphant return. He won the battle. His battle merits were enough to leave. After destroying the demon city, Revered Snow would probably lead the group of nascent soul realm cultivators into the Dragon Dream Swamp for the final battle. However, Ning Fan did not plan to participate in that battle. There were a few reasons. Firstly, he already had enough battle merits. There was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. Furthermore, the date of the final battle was set to be a month later, and the opening of the primordial teleportation formation this year was also a month and a few days later. If he were to participate in the battle, he would not be able to make it in time for the primordial teleportation formation. Secondly, there was a spirit-severing realm demon general in the Dragon Dream Swamp. He captured 2 of his female companions and killed one of his male companions. Capturing the female demon was fine, but killing the male demon. After killing the lion-haired male demon, Ning Fan discovered that the blood chi of the lion-haired male demon was still lingering on his body for several days. If this chi became the reason why the spirit-severing realm demon general wanted to deal with him, it would be bad. There was absolutely no need for him to purposely come to the Dragon Dream Swamp to be slaughtered by the demon general. The third reason was that there were some things in the lion-haired demon's storage pouch that caught his attention. The last reason was that Ning Fan himself needed time to recuperate from his injuries and his demon blood. On the way back, Ning Fan sent his spirit sense into the cauldron ring several times to check the storage pouch. The result shocked him. There was a piece of immemorial star iron the size of a cherry in the storage pouch of the lion-haired demon. A piece of iron the size of a cherry might not seem like much, but one should know that even the yin-yang locket only had this much. After all, the yin-yang locket itself was not that big. As for the Separation Slayer sword, there were only traces of fragments of the immemorial stars in it. If it was mixed with this whole piece of star iron, not only would its quality be improved, but in terms of toughness alone, the Separation Slayer sword might not even break when facing a void fragmentation realm technique. Elementary high-grade flying sword, the Separation Slayer sword. This sword's body was extremely thin. Ning Fan might not even be able to finish using this piece of star iron. If there was any left over, Ning Fan could forge a second immemorial divine weapon. However, this star iron was not small, but it was heavily corroded by the demonic chi. Ning Fan did not know that this piece of iron was given to the lion-haired demon by the demon general. The lion-haired demon was ordered to contaminate this item with demonic chi. After the demon general transformed into a dragon, he would use this iron to forge an immemorial divine weapon. Immemorial divine weapons could be used by gods and devils. If it was a demon with immemorial demon vein, it could also be used. Unfortunately, if the demon general knew that this iron had fallen into Ning Fan's hands, he would be furious. This piece of iron had been corroded by demonic qi. It would take a lot of effort to erase it, and the sooner the better. Therefore, before erasing the demonic qi of the star iron, he did not have the leisure to care about the battle with Long Mingzi. As for his own body, 3 layers of demon blood were gathered and boiling within his body. After transforming into a giant, he killed 3 nascent soul realm demons in a row and ate their corpses. The process was indeed disgusting, but devouring flesh and blood was one of the techniques recorded in the Camellia scripture to increase demonic power. There were 2 ways to cultivate in the demon race. One was to cultivate the cultivation method to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon to transform it into demonic power. The other was to devour flesh and blood of living beings to increase the demonic power of the demon blood. That was why when Ning Fan transformed into a giant, he not only killed the lion-hair demon but also devoured the flesh and blood of the 3 demons. The flesh and blood of the 3 demons were refined by Ning Fan's demonic technique and turned into 3 drops of blood essence. The pale green blood was left by the white snake, the pale yellow blood was left by the yellow sable, and the pale golden blood was left by the mid-nascent soul realm lion-haired demon. The pale green blood and the yellow blood contained a thin amount of demon blood. After all, they were nascent soul realm demons that were awakened using a secret technique. Even so, the demonic power contained in a drop of blood was hundreds of times more than Ning Fan's blood. The demonic power contained in the golden blood was 10 times more than the total amount of the 2 demons' blood essence. At this moment, the feathered demon blood in Ning Fan's body was slowly absorbing the power of the 3 drops of blood essence. His demonic power was slowly increasing, and what surprised him was that the quality of his feathered demon veins was also slowly increasing. A thin bloodline gradually increasing in quality. This kind of thing was considered unimaginable even in the ancient demon race. However, this was really happening in Ning Fan's body. As for the reason, it was naturally because of the wonders of the Yin-Yang locket. It could allow Ning Fan to open the divine, demon, and devil veins in his human body and increase the quality of his bloodline. What was so strange about it, the Yin-Yang locket could absorb everything for its own use. The demon blood of others could also increase one's strength. Putting aside his magical power, Ning Fan's demonic power was only at the early harmonious spirit realm. However, if he refined the 3 drops of blood essence, his demonic power could reach the late harmonious spirit realm or even the peak. In the storage pouch, other than the immemorial star iron, there were some spiritual herbs and magical treasures that belonged to the lion-haired demon. The magical treasures were unsightly. All of them were stolen from human cultivators. However, those spiritual herbs were of good quality and he also seized some spirit-refining grass. Apart from that, there was also a jade bottle that was carefully sealed in the storage pouch. The jade bottle revealed a trace of demonic power. Just a sniff of it made Ning Fan's demonic blood boil. The qi was very similar to the 3 drops of blood essence in Ning Fan's body, but the density of the magical power was like heaven and earth. Could it be that there is a drop of great demon's blood essence sealed in it? Ning Fan had a premonition that if he could consume this drop of blood essence, his demonic power would definitely reach the gold core realm or even higher. However, he dared not to consume it recklessly. There was a limit to the increase of demonic power using the blood-devouring technique. He mustn't consume the blood of living beings that were too strong. He needed to be careful when refining the blood essence of a nascent soul realm demon with his meager demonic blood. However, the blood sealed in this jade bottle was a little terrifying. Ning Fan couldn't tell the specific grade, but he was afraid that if he consumed it, there was a high chance that his body would explode and he would die. I'll consume this in the future, that was his decision. As for his decision to not participate in the battle at Longmingzi Lake, it was even deeper. The Gene shuttle landed in the center of the mountain. Immediately, there were cultivators who came forward to greet them. Ning Fan merely nodded as a greeting. He followed Xianxia and Yunruo straight to the place where the battle merits were registered. There was a huge jade tablet that was glowing with light. Below it, many cultivators who had just returned from killing the demons were handing over their battle merits to the jade tablet and recording their battle merits on it. An old cultivator was respectfully looking after the jade tablet, exchanging immortal jade, pills, cultivation methods, and magical treasures for the cultivators who needed to exchange their battle merits. He didn't go forward to register his battle merits immediately because he saw a figure waiting for him in the crowd. Zhou Ming. Oh? It's Suqiu. Are you waiting for me here? Yes. The two of them were acting as Dao companions now. It was fine for them to address each other intimately. However, Suqiu's gaze shifted away from Ning Fan and fell on Yunruowei. Her heart immediately tightened, but her gaze moved away without leaving a trace. As for Yunruowei, she also noticed Suqiu. She thought to herself that this woman was most likely Ning Fan's Dao companion. Her aptitude was exceptional and her appearance was not inferior to mine. It was truly rare for a female cultivator to have such an outstanding aptitude. If it wasn't for the fortuitous encounters she had, she would most likely only have this much cultivation realm after all these years. She knew Xianxia and also knew that Yunruowei was a nascent soul realm cultivator of the Rain Palace. Suqiu greets the two seniors. Suqiu's gaze lingered on Yunruowei for a longer time. There was a trace of nervousness that even she herself didn't notice. This is? Yunruowei was secretly surprised. Although the woman in front of her was only at the peak of the gold core realm, her profound technique and solid foundation made it obvious that her Dao heart was firm. It wasn't easy for a woman to have such a temperament. This is fellow Daoist Zhou's Dao companion. The two of them must have something to talk about. We'll take our leave first. Xianxia introduced. So she's fellow Daoist Zhou's Dao companion. Yunruowei's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling of discomfort. It's all because of the heart devil. I don't like Ning Fan, but because of the heart devil, my heart devil actually trembled when I heard about Ning Fan's Dao companion. Since she's fellow Daoist Zhou's Dao companion, there's no need to call me senior. You can just call me sister, then, Suqiu shall be bold and call you sister. Sister Suqiu's profound technique has a deep foundation. No matter how deep her foundation is, she's only at the gold core realm. How can she be as powerful as sister's nascent soul realm? Ning Fan, who was at the side, revealed a strange expression. He didn't know why the conversation between the two women gave him a feeling that they were opposing each other. However, when he thought about it, Suqiu was merely pretending to be his Dao companion while Yunruowei only had complaints about him. The possibility of them opposing each other for his sake should be very small. While the two women were chatting, the registration of battle merits was in full swing under the jade stele. The battle merits recording officer was an old cultivator. Every time someone recorded their battle merits, he would read out the battle merits. Wang Wei, late gold core realm, obtained a total of 7,152 battle merits. Yu Ming, peak gold core realm, obtained a total of 8,503 battle merits. Lu Feng, late gold core realm, obtained a total of 5,589 battle merits. Hu Yan. When the name Hu Yan was mentioned, the old man's expression immediately turned solemn and he let out a dry cough. This was because Hu Yan was the 6th commander of the Jin Guards, an existence of mid-nascent soul realm. 6th commander of the Jin Guards, Senior Hu Yan, obtained a total of 96,492 battle merits. Kiss as soon as the old man said that, countless cultivators in Guangzhong inhaled a breath of cold air. As expected of a mid-nascent soul realm expert, he was able to obtain so many battle merits in just one battle. It was equivalent to 100,000 immortal jade. Amidst the uproar, there was a discordant sneer. A mid-nascent soul realm expert of Jin is satisfied with 100,000 battle merits? Please record this Yun's battle achievements. Yes. A young man in a silver robe sneered. His eyes were filled with madness. It was Yin Kuang. It looked like the craziness that was crushed had been reformed in this battle. Hu Yan's eyes darkened when he was mocked by Yin Kuang. Everyone knew that the cultivators of the Rain Palace and the Jin Guards were not on good terms. However, it was rare for someone to mock them like Yin Kuang. However, compared to Jin, the Rain Palace was a colossus. Yin Kuang was not someone Hu Yan could afford to offend. Hu Yan's heart trembled when he heard Yin Kuang's battle merits. The old man's words were like a sharp sword that pierced Hu Yan's heart. Rain Palace's divine envoy Yin Kuang obtained a total of 235,891 battle merits. of which 100,000 was obtained from killing a nascent soul realm demon. Hiss, as soon as the announcement was made, the entire place became silent. Only the sound of inhaling could be heard. 230,000 battle merits. Even the great commander of the Gene Guards would not be able to obtain so many battle merits. Moreover, 100,000 battle merits were obtained from killing nascent soul realm demons. Every nascent soul realm demon possessed remarkable abilities. Moreover, they had formed a nascent soul within their body and were extremely difficult to kill. Hu Yan had defeated 2 nascent soul realm demons by himself, but he could not kill one of them. Unexpectedly, Yun Kuang killed a nascent soul realm demon. It seemed like even if he lost the shadow-bearing sword and could no longer carry out sneak attacks, his strength should not be underestimated. Among the crowd, a black-faced burly man had a gloomy expression. He was the great commander of the Gene Guards, Luan Ji. When he saw Hu Yan being humiliated, he initially wanted to stand up for him. After all, Hu Yan represented the Gene Guards. However, after hearing about Yun Kuang's battle merits, he became silent. The battle merits he obtained in this battle was only 190,000 battle merits. It was incomparable to Yun Kuang's. His silence made some people sigh inwardly. Yun Kuang, on the other hand, glanced at Luan Ji and became even more complacent. Hee. Commander Luan Ji is not speaking. It seems like your battle merits are not as good as mine. Record the merits. Just erase this Xian's battle merits, and only record 230,000 will do. He sneered. Suddenly, his eyes turned and pierced through the crowd, landing on a person. Zhou Ming. Your battle merits might be more than mine. If not, then get lost from Suqiu Xianzi's side. Yun Kuang's voice gathered everyone's attention on Ning Fan. Originally, Ning Fan was helplessly listening to the 2 ladies chatting. However, when Yun Kuang's voice resounded, his eyes turned cold and he walked out of the crowd. Everyone thought that Yun Kuang's provocation would lead to a battle, but in the end, Ning Fan just smiled and casually glanced at Yun Kuang. Then, he handed the black jade to the record officer. Divine Messenger Yun Kuang, you have too many battle merits. You don't want a fraction. I can't compete with you. I, Zhou, am too poor. Every bit of money must be properly recorded on the jade tablet. Every fraction is equivalent to an immortal jade. Yes. The fear that the record officer had towards Ning Fan was even greater than Yun Kuang. When his eyes fell on Ning Fan's jade, his hands trembled. He could not hold the jade properly and it fell on the table. Loss of self-control, too much loss of self-control. This lowly one deserves to die. This lowly one deserves to die. He hurriedly picked up the jade and apologized to Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan waved his hand and said indifferently. It's all right. It's just a small matter. Record it down. Yes. The 7th commander of the Jin Imperial Guard, Zhou Ming, obtained a total of 648,153 battle merits in this battle. What? There's more than 640,000 battle merits? Many cultivators exclaimed. How was it possible to obtain such a huge amount of battle merits in just one battle? Not only that. 300,000 of the battle merits were obtained from killing 3 nascent soul realm experts. The record officer's voice trembled as he added. 3 nascent soul realm experts. The expressions of the cultivators in Guangzhong changed drastically. It was difficult to defeat a nascent soul realm expert, let alone kill one. However, Ning Fan actually killed 3 nascent soul realm experts in just one battle. This. Not only that. One of them was a mid-nascent soul realm old demon. What? Mid-nascent soul realm? Doesn't this mean that old ancestor Zhou Ming has the ability to kill cultivators of the same realm? Killing cultivators of the same realm. It was impossible for a nascent soul realm expert to do so. It was possible to defeat them, but even if their physical bodies were destroyed, the enemy's nascent soul realm could still escape. The speed of a nascent soul realm expert's escape was a small realm higher than their cultivation realm. It was impossible for cultivators of the same realm to kill the enemy's nascent soul realm. However, Zhou Ming could. After the battle merits were recorded, Ning Fan kept the jade and his eyes fell on Yun Kuang with a smile. Yun Kuang, Are you satisfied with my battle merits? Are you satisfied? These 4 words were like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in Yun Kuang's heart when Ning Fan secretly circulated the power of the lightning star. Yun Kuang's face turned pale and he took a few steps back. The madness in his Dao heart was crushed by Ning Fan when he seized the sword. It wasn't easy for him to rebuild a trace of madness in this battle by killing nascent soul realm experts. The reason why he humiliated Hu Yan was because he wanted to use this method to stabilize his madness intent. If he could defeat Ning Fan with his battle merits, he could even use this opportunity to erase the mark of failure that Ning Fan had planted in his Dao heart. However, he never thought that Ning Fan's battle merits would be far beyond his expectation. 640,000. He couldn't do it. There were even 3 nascent soul realm old demons among them. Among them, one of them was a mid-nascent soul realm demon companion. No. Impossible. The madness in his Dao heart that had just been rebuilt and had yet to be stabilized crumbled at this moment. He only had 230,000 battle merits. Showing it off in front of Ning Fan was simply asking to be humiliated. When Ning Fan's gaze swept across him, Yun Kuang's expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. Ning Fan merely lifted a finger and pointed it at him. However, Yun Kuang had a feeling that if this finger were to press down on him, he would only be severely injured even if he used all of his techniques. Are you satisfied? Those 4 words were like a bolt of lightning that wreaked havoc in Yun Kuang's body. In the end, Yun Kuang took a few steps back and stabilized his body. However, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he realized that he must never provoke Ning Fan. No. Absolutely not. This man has the strength to kill a mid-nascent soul realm expert. That finger of his is enough to kill me. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Farewell. Without any hesitation, he teleported away. He even forgot to keep the jade that was still in the officer's hand. His mind was in a mess. This was the second time he escaped from Ning Fan. From now on, he might not have the courage to find trouble with Ning Fan for the rest of his life. You're fast, Ning Fan smiled and put down his finger. He no longer looked at Yun Kuang. This man's Dao heart had already been destroyed. Even if he could break through to late nascent soul realm or even peak nascent soul realm, he would never be able to attain spirit severing realm. There was no doubt that Ning Fan would be the heart devil when he attained spirit severing realm. The heart devil that Ning Fan couldn't resist would probably torment Yun Kuang for the rest of his life. This scene caused countless cultivators inside the pass to be astonished. Old ancestor Zhou Ming could not only kill a mid-nascent soul realm expert, but also scare off a mid-nascent soul realm expert with just 4 words. This man is unfathomable. Fellow Daoist Zhou, are you really not going to participate in the Battle of the Dragon Dream Swamp? Xianxia sighed. On the way back, Ning Fan had already told him that he would not participate in the battle. Sigh. I'm still injured. Even if I want to help, I'm afraid I'm unable to. Is that so? Then, it's really a pity. Xianxia sighed again and again. Ning Fan's strength was probably stronger than the commander. If he could participate in the battle, Jin's chances of winning would be much higher. I actually lost. This Zhou Ming is really powerful. My intuition was right. Zhou Ming was injured and could not participate in the final battle. This matter made countless cultivators like Xianxia feel that it was a pity. Sigh, if old ancestor Zhou Ming wasn't injured, he would definitely shine in the final battle. Suqiu was worried about Ning Fan for a while. What kind of injury made him unable to participate in the battle? She went to the Bright Jade Tower every few days. After confirming that Ning Fan was fine, she finally felt relieved. Ning Fan recuperated in the Bright Jade Tower while she quietly guarded the city. Even though she had enough battle points, it was always good for her to earn more battle points and save some immortal jade for Ning Fan. The Bright Jade Tower was the property of the 6th commander Hu Yan in Jushan Pass. However, it was given to Ning Fan to treat his injuries. The reason was naturally because Ning Fan had forced Yun Kuang to retreat and helped him vent his anger. It would be foolish not to accept such a gift. Ning Fan gladly accepted the Bright Jade Tower. It was the best place to treat his injuries and remove the demonic chi of the immemorial star iron. The tower had 7 floors. It was specially used for nascent soul realm old monsters to go into seclusion. Each floor had rooms for refining weapons, pills, and so on. What Ning Fan was most satisfied with was the peak nascent soul realm formation outside the tower, sense isolation formation. Every nascent soul realm expert had their own secrets. This sense isolation formation was specially set up to prevent spirit sense from probing. Even an early spirit severing realm expert like Revered Snow couldn't enter the tower without alerting the formation. On the 7th floor, Ning Fan took out the star iron and soaked it in a medicinal liquid made from a 1,000-years-old spiritual herb. It slowly melted the demonic qi. As for himself, he sat cross-legged on the 7th floor and started to refine the 3 drops of demon blood in his body. The loss of qi and blood could be recovered with the 3 drops of demon blood. His demon power realm would also improve significantly with the 3 drops of demon blood. My current demon power realm is early harmonious spirit, he muttered to himself and began to refine the first drop of demon blood, the yellow marten blood. Among the 3 demons, the marten demon was the weakest. However, its blood was extremely difficult to refine. Inside his dantian, Ning Fan forced out a trace of demon blood, trying to devour the faint yellow drop of blood. The lifeblood demonic blood was nothing more than a single strand of blood. It was far too weak, and he didn't dare to be careless. He could only peel the yellow demonic blood apart bit by bit, transforming it into nearly 10,000 strands of blood. Then, he activated the Camellia Sutra, allowing the lifeblood demonic blood to consume it. This scripture was a wood elemental demonic art, and the demonic blood cultivated would contain wood elemental demonic energy. On the first day, Ning Fan extracted a total of 3 bloodlines and devoured them. On the second day, there were 11. On the third day, there were 45. As it swallowed more, the natal demonic blood gradually grew to the size of a water droplet and was light green in color. 10 days later, Ning Fan had completely devoured the pale yellow demonic blood. His demonic power broke through to the mid-harmonious spirit realm. The second drop is the blood of the white serpent. I will be able to devour it in less than 3 days. On the 13th day, he refined the blood of the white snake and broke through to the late harmonious spirit realm. The demon blood that hadn't been devoured was only the faint gold drop. However, this drop was extremely difficult to devour. After all, this blood was transformed from the blood of the companion demon. It was a true mid-nascent soul realm demon. 1 drop of this blood was equivalent to 20 drops of the white serpent's blood essence. This refinement lasted for a total of 10 days. When the 3rd drop of demon blood was completely refined, Ning Fan's demonic power successfully broke through the peak harmonious spirit realm and reached the half-step gold core realm. Demonic power seeped into the illusory gold core, making the gold core slightly more solid. With the fusion of magic power and demonic power, his magic power was comparable to a peak early gold core realm cultivator. In terms of magic power and mid-gold core realm, he wasn't any weaker. Not bad demon blood, demonic chi flashed in his eyes and returned to his usual expression. His eyes fell on the immemorial star iron. Seeing that the demonic chi of the iron had dissipated, he revealed a satisfied expression and kept the iron. He stood up and went down the bright jade tower. It was drizzling outside the tower. In the rain, there was a barefoot woman holding a paper umbrella. She had been waiting for a long time. This was out of Ning Fan's expectation. "Miss Yun, are you waiting here for me?" "N. Is it convenient for you to come in and talk?" Yun Ruo's eyes fell on Ning Fan. When she sensed the lingering demonic chi of the latter, she was secretly surprised. Why does this person cultivate demonic power? Isn't he the descendant of the Black Devil and has the immemorial devil vein? She couldn't figure it out. However, there were many things that Ning Fan couldn't figure out. For example, why did he have the divine star of lightning in the immemorial devil vein? When Ning Fan's eyes flashed with demonic chi, his temperament gave her an extremely familiar feeling. "What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" "It's nothing. It's just that you look a little like 2 of my old friends." Yun Ruo crossed the curtain of rain and entered the bright jade tower. Her heart trembled slightly. Is that so? There are hundreds of millions of cultivators in the world. It's normal for them to look similar. On the first floor, Ning Fan waved his sleeve and tea flew out from the teapot and fell into a cup. With a surge of his magic power, the tea became slightly warm and carried a hint of fragrance. "Please have a seat. This tea is to express my apology. Thank you for your magnanimity." magnanimity? I do want to forgive you, but what you did was too shameless. It gave birth to an inner demon in me. Do you know how troublesome this inner demon is? The two of them sat down. Yunruoe held the teacup and shook the silver bell on her wrist. This tea was very fragrant. It wasn't brewed with ordinary spiritual tea but 1,000-year-old medicinal leaf. Ning Fan was usually very extravagant. She breathed out a trace of fragrance and blew the tea in the cup. Just as she was about to drink it, she suddenly thought of something and stopped. She glared at Ning Fan. You didn't put aphrodisiac in this tea, did you? Am I that shameless in your eyes? Speaking of which, if I want to do anything to you, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of the bright jade tower safely with my current strength and plucking finger. How dare you? Yunruoe loosened her wrist and the teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. This teacup was expensive and the tea was even more precious. She felt sorry for wasting the tea but she couldn't lower herself to apologize to Ning Fan. Annoying, extremely annoying. At this moment, just by sitting opposite Ning Fan, her inner demon became even more intense. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly and pondered over the meaning of her words. He poured another cup of tea for Yunruoe and at the same time, he was thinking, could it be that this woman came to find me because of her inner demon? Inner demon. Did my blasphemy leave behind an inner demon in this woman? Please drink the tea. Don't worry, there's no aphrodisiac. Yunruoe held the teacup and took a sip. The tea entered her stomach and she immediately felt refreshed. As expected of tea brewed with 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Even nascent soul realm cultivators wouldn't be so extravagant. Miss Yun, are you here to ask me to help you eliminate your inner demon? That's right. But it's not a request, it's an order. This is the compensation for what you did to me that day, okay? Miss Yun, please don't be angry. It's my fault. Alright, how can I help you eliminate your inner demon? Accompany me to sleep. I'm no longer a primordial young cultivator. It's fine to have sex with a beauty. But Miss Yun, do you really want to eliminate your inner demon at the cost of your purity? You don't have to do this. Ning Fan put down the teacup with a strange expression. Could it be that this Yunruoe is a beauty who sent herself to my doorstep? If it was in the past, it would be fine. But now, Ning Fan didn't dare to do anything inappropriate with a mid-nascent soul realm female demon. If he used the yin-yang locket, he would pluck her. If he didn't use it, it would be dual cultivation. This woman's cultivation base far surpassed Ning Fan's and she was still a virgin. Whether it was plucking or dual cultivation, it would greatly increase Ning Fan's magical power. He might not even need to go to the endless sea. Ning Fan would immediately have enough magical power to form his core in seclusion. Miss, please think twice. If you really want to have sex with me, you can find another day. Pooh. How can you be so shameless? Yunruoe's face turned red with anger. She was talking about sleeping. Why did it sound so evil and shameless when it came from Ning Fan's mouth? I'm talking about sleeping. Sleep together. I'll use the dream entering technique to bring you into my dream and eliminate the evil in your heart. I don't want to do that with you. So you're talking about sleeping, what else do you think? Alright. To be able to sleep with a beauty, even if there's nothing romantic going on. Miss, do you want to go upstairs and change your clothes? Let's enter your dream in this bright jade pavilion, okay? Ning Fan stood up and smiled. He patted his storage pouch and summoned the black corpse downstairs just in case. Then, he slowly went upstairs. He had no objection to helping Yunruoe. However, what he did to her that day was somewhat shameless. Not only did he destroy her chastity, he also left her heart's devil and hindered her cultivation. Miss Yun, what are you waiting for? Quickly go upstairs and enter your dream. I'll be leaving Great Jean in 10 days. As for you, there's still a few more days before the final battle of the Dragon Dream Swamp. There's no time to waste. Wait. Let me think about it. Yunruoe's heart was beating rapidly. Although they were just sleeping together without taking off their clothes or doing anything extreme, this was Yunruoe's first time having sex with a man. As the saying goes, 100 years of cultivation and crossing the same boat, 1,000 years of cultivation and sleeping on the same pillow. Yunruoe was secretly annoyed. Ever since she transformed into a plant, she had never done anything evil. Why did she have to provoke this rascal? Why do I have to sleep on the same pillow as him? I need to think about it carefully. On the table, there was a purple incense burning in an incense burner. It was a kind of incense called sinuan in Jin country. The bed was covered by a veil, making it hard to see what was inside. One could vaguely see a man and a woman lying side by side on the brocade quilt. The brocade quilt was embroidered with red lawn and phoenix. On the wall, there was a painting of erotic palace. Under the veil, there was a 12 feet wide bed, emitting a faint fragrance of a woman. Yunruo's heart was beating fast. Soon, Ningfan was lying next to her shoulder. This bed was so big and there was even a painting of erotic palace on it. It was obvious that it was not used for resting but for working. She begged Ningfan to enter her dream to slay the devil, but he actually brought her to this kind of decadent bed. Really, shameless. She couldn't calm her emotions. She gritted her teeth and said it. This bed is the original one in Mingyu Pavilion. When Commander Hu Yan gave it to me, it already had this bed. Where did the word shameless come from? I'm warning you. If you dare to do anything to me, I won't do anything to you. Alright, hurry up and enter your dream. This is my first time trying to enter a dream with a minor demonic technique. You know minor demonic techniques? Yunruo's eyes were filled with surprise. She turned her body and looked at Ningfan with a strange expression. It was rare for a human to have demon blood. He actually knew how to use demonic techniques. Does he have demon veins? Forget it. I'm just curious about it. When she turned her body, Yunruo's face was almost close to Ningfan's ear. Her soft fragrance spread to Ningfan's ear, like a lover's teasing. She instantly realized that she had lost her composure and immediately lied down. Her heart was beating faster. Fortunately, Ningfan was focused on the demonic finger incantation of the dream-entering technique. He didn't really care about Yunruo's behavior. If he really had an ulterior motive and wanted to do something to Yunruo, he would have taken this opportunity to get what he wanted with just a touch of his plucking finger. Yunruo secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that she had misunderstood Ningfan. It seemed that even though Ningfan's behavior was shameless, his heart was calm and not frivolous. In just a few years, the delicate young man in the past had already become a young man with extraordinary magical power. In the past, when he faced Ningfan, it was easy for him to deal with him. Today, however, he still had to be wary of him in every aspect. He was extremely vigilant and fearful of him. If a few more years, tens of years or even hundreds of years passed, he would probably only be able to look up to Ningfan. However, what made her eyes light up was that Ningfan had already started to perform the dream-entering technique. 500 little Yao arts, the lowest was Ling level, the most basic of Yao arts. But the dream-entering art was one of the few little Yao arts that had reached Dan level. There weren't many hand seals. There were only a dozen hand seals. Compared to the dozens of hand seals of ordinary core realm magical arts, it was much lesser. This was a little demonic art that was simplified from complexity to simplicity. There wasn't a trace of excess, but it was able to reach the core realm and was able to enter dreams, intrusive dream, invading the dreams of others. This technique had left behind many legends in the mortal world. For example, a female demon fell in love with a scholar and slept with him in her dreams every night. Another example was King Xiang, who had a dream and met the goddess. Cultivators could not do such a thing. Only demonic arts could. Cultivators could search souls and erase memories, but demonic arts could invade other people's memories and dreams. It was Ningfan's first time performing more than 10 hand seals. The hand seals were shaky and it was difficult for him to move his fingers. When he performed the hand seals, there was nothing blocking his fingers, but it felt as if each of his fingers was moving through the water, touching something. That thing was the power of heaven and earth. In the end, demonic arts needed to draw the power of heaven and earth. The first time he performed the hand seals was too slow and he failed. But it was enough to move Yunruo. In the past, when she practiced this technique, she couldn't complete the hand seals at all when she performed it for the first time. She only managed to complete the hand seals after more than 10 attempts. But when he performed the hand seals for the second time, he was able to draw a trace of the power of heaven and earth and transform it into demonic arts. The third time he performed the hand seals, he was almost successful, but it was interrupted by qi. The reason was that he wanted to enter the dream with Yunruowei, but he couldn't perform the hand seals alone. I have already comprehended the dream entering art. Let's enter the dream now. Alright. In Yunruowei's heart, she had already regarded Ning Fan as a person with monstrous aptitude. When she thought of what was going to happen next, she could not help but blush. Later, both of us will perform the hand seals at the same time. When the hand seals are completed, we will immediately hold each other's hands. Remember, you must hold my hand quickly. When Yunruowei said those words, her hands were trembling slightly. When she thought that her hand was about to be held by Ning Fan, she felt a little confused. However, if we don't hold each other's hands, we won't be able to enter the dream together. Bear with it for the sake of eliminating the heart devil. She gritted her teeth as if she was going to die and said emotionally. Alright. Let's begin. Both of them performed the hand seals at the same time. Their fingers hooked the heaven and earth. Little demonic art, dream entering art. When the hand seals were completed, a trace of mysterious demonic power enveloped their minds and slowly floated up as if it had left their bodies. At this moment, Yunruowei gritted her teeth and no longer hesitated. She grabbed Ning Fan's hand. On one side, it was cold and soft. On the other side, it was a slightly rough but broad palm. Yunruowei was bashful while lamenting that Ning Fan's hand was so rough. He must have suffered for a long time. As for Ning Fan, when he held Yunruowei's hand, he secretly praised in his heart. This woman's skin was very good and had a natural elasticity. However, he would not say this out loud to avoid angering Yunruowei again. The two of them closed their eyes at almost the same time when they held hands. Their minds, under Yunruowei's guidance, sank into Yunruowei's head. Outside the Yunruo temple, flowers were blooming like brocade, grass was long, and birds were flying. A barefoot woman and a young man appeared in this world hand in hand. This place was a dreamland. Ning Fan had seen this scenery before in the countries to the west of Yu country. There was a country called Ming country. That year, the old monster brought Ning Fan to this place to trample on the Lanrua temple to test him in this place. He profaned Yunruowei. At this place, the old monster made up his mind to bring him to destroy the Heaven Separation sect. The scenery here is not bad. That day, I came here at night and did not enjoy such exquisite scenery. However, it seems that this Lanrua temple is slightly different from what I saw that day. It seems to be lacking some demonic qi. At least you are knowledgeable. The Lanrua temple here is the Lanrua temple from 1,000 years ago. At that time I was not Grandma Lanrua yet. I was just an ancient pine tree and my sister was only a small winged demon. As for that person, he should not have arrived yet. Damn it, I actually entered the wrong dream. I should be going to the Lanrua temple from 1,000 years later. Speaking of which, Yunruowei suddenly glared at Ning Fan. Speaking of which, why haven't you let go of my hand? Oh, I thought that we can't let go of each other in a dream. Ning Fan chuckled and let go of Yunruowei. Who are you and me? Yunruowei was annoyed. She entered the wrong dream and could only wait for it to end. Let's wait for the dream to end and not wander around. It's rare to see the Lanrua temple from 1,000 years ago. If we don't wander around, wouldn't it be a waste? That ancient pine tree has a beautiful appearance. It's extraordinary, extraordinary. Let me go and have a look. Ning Fan teleported and entered the Lanrua temple. There was an ancient pine tree there. There were only a few monks in the temple and they were meditating in their rooms. They did not notice how Ning Fan entered the temple. Even if they saw Ning Fan, they would think that he was just a young master who came for sightseeing. The monks in the temple did not care about it, but Yunruowei did. When she saw Ning Fan wandering around, she immediately became anxious. When she saw Ning Fan's hand caressing the ancient pine tree, she immediately became embarrassed and angry. Don't touch it, don't touch it. Almost at the same time, Yunruowei's voice and the voice of an oriole at the top of the tree entered Ning Fan's ears. But it was still too late. Ning Fan's hand still caressed the ancient pine tree and praised softly. Good, good, such a good pine tree. If it is chopped into firewood, it can be sold for a lot of money. Why can't this pine tree be touched? Ning Fan touched it. Moreover, he only praised the ancient pine tree from the perspective of chopping firewood. Yun Ruowei's expression was extremely embarrassed and angry. She angrily said, "Shameless, shameless, shameless." On the other hand, the oriole on the tree flew down to the ground and transformed into a girl in light yellow clothes. There were 3 feathers on her beautiful hair. She softly scolded Ning Fan. Although she was scolding him, her voice was soft and it made people who heard it feel comfortable. "Don't touch it randomly. This pine tree is my younger sister Ruowei. She is very shy." Younger sister Ruowei. Ning Fan's expression became strange and immediately withdrew his hand. Ruowei, Ruowei. This tree appeared in Yun Ruowei's dream again. It was an item from 1,000 years ago. Could it be that this tree was Yun Ruowei from 1,000 years ago? Could it be that I touched Yun Ruowei just now? Cough cough. When one is unlucky, touching a tree is considered as being frivolous and shameless. Yun Ruowei was extremely annoyed. Only when her gaze fell on the yellow-robed girl would her eyes show a trace of gentleness. As for Ning Fan, when his gaze fell on the yellow-robed girl, his heart trembled and his demon blood went out of control. This girl was a winged demon of the bird race. But why could she trigger the demon blood in my body? My name is Ning Qian. This pine tree is my younger sister Ruowei. Seniors, please be magnanimous and don't hurt my sister. My sister has a spirit formed from grass and wood. It wasn't easy for her to become a demon, don't worry. I won't hurt you. I won't show mercy to anyone who hurts you. Yun Ruowei said solemnly. If that's the case, thank you. What kind of wind is blowing today? Another senior has come to Lanrua Temple. The yellow-robed girl suddenly raised her head. Her bright eyes were filled with surprise. Above the sky, a man in white robes came riding on a sword. When he scanned the Lanrua Temple with his spirit sense, he was immediately surprised. What a good nettle pine. This tree is at least 30,000 years old. It has almost become a spirit. It has a unique use as the sword bone of my evil slaying sword. There are 2 nascent soul realm Taoists here? Could it be that they also have their eyes on this pine tree? In the sky above Ming Country, the man in white robes laughed. Suddenly, it started to drizzle within 1,000 miles of the Lanrua Temple. This pine tree belongs to the god son of Rain Palace, Yun Tianjue. Fellow nascent soul realm Taoists, please move. His words were arrogant and domineering. His eyes seemed to flash with sword light. His appearance was somewhat similar to Ning Fan's. 1,000 years ago, the divine messenger of Rain Palace, Yun Tianjue, successfully comprehended the divine intent of rain at the mid-nascent soul realm. He suppressed everyone and became one of the god's sons of Rain Palace. 1,000 years later, this man was at the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He became an expert who was second only to the Rain Sovereign in the Rain Palace. When this man appeared, the yellow-robed girl panicked. She wanted to stop the man from cutting the pine tree. At this moment, Yun Ruowei sighed. I saw someone I don't want to see. This dream is almost over. As soon as she finished speaking, the dream shattered and reformed. It was still 1,000 miles of green fields and the Lanrua Temple. However, it was already 1,000 years later. To Yun Ruowei, the scene just now was like a dream that was insignificant. However, to Ning Fan, it made his heart tremble. He had a strange feeling that made his demon blood tremble. At this moment, the demon blood slowly calmed down. What was that? It was an encounter I had 1,000 years ago. It was also the reason why I let you go at the Lanrua Temple that day. You and Yun Tianjue are somewhat similar. At first, I thought that you are the person that Rain Palace is looking for. You should know that Rain Palace is looking for someone, right? Oh? Is this related to me? No, it has nothing to do with you. Rain Palace is using the strength of 800 cultivation countries to look for one person. The reason is because of the will of the previous Rain Sovereign. Will? Ning Fan knew that Rain Palace was looking for someone. During the 7 apricot Dao fruit auction, the Great Void sect seemed to have made a big move in Yu country because of this. It even caused the Devil sects to panic. On that day, Yun Lai seemed to have passed by Sinister Sparrow sect to look for someone. The Void Fragmentation Realm beggar who appeared in Sinister Sparrow sect seemed to be looking for someone as well. Before the previous Rain Sovereign passed away, he left behind a divination using the Life Soul technique. This divination has been stored in the Heavenly Fate Pond. Today, 100,000 years later, it was used by the current Rain Sovereign to divine the future of Rain World. In that divination, the Rain Sovereign saw a person. A peerless expert who would overturn the 9 worlds within 1,000 years was actually born in Rain World. He wasn't someone from the 4 heavens immortal world but a cultivator who was born and raised in Rain World. In the divination, the Rain Sovereign only saw the back of that person. Just that back was enough to shatter the Rain Sovereign's primordial spirit. A back was enough to shatter the Rain Sovereign's primordial spirit. That person is a cultivator of Rain World. 1,000 years later, he has actually become so powerful. However, he is still unknown now. In other words, this person has cultivated to a level that could make the Rain Sovereign tremble in fear in just 1,000 years. Ning Fan held his chin and muttered to himself. 1,000 years ago, he was unknown to the Rain Sovereign. If this person really exists and if the Rain Palace roped him in, he would certainly be able to make the Rain World's strength rise tremendously. Then, the Rain World might even be on par with the Devil World, Demon World and Heaven Immortal World. Presumably, the Rain Sovereign had thought of searching for that person under the heavens because he saw the back of that person. However, does this have anything to do with Yunruowei letting me go? When the Rain Sovereign saw that person's back, he divined that this person's magic power was boundless. Thus, he made up his mind to find that person among the 800 cultivation countries. The only proof is that there is a trace of rain intent in that person's chi. Moreover, there is a trace of the rain god's bloodline in the deepest part of his chi. It is highly possible that this person is the descendant of one of the divine princes. Divine princes are the successors of the Rain Palace's divine sovereign. There are more than 30 old and young divine princes in the Rain Palace. However, none of their descendants have outstanding talents. Thus, the Rain Sovereign set his sights on the illegitimate children of the divine princes. It's very normal. Every divine prince will more or less have a few concubines of devil cultivators or even demon cultivators. In the past, the descendants of these concubines were not recognized by the Rain Palace and were abandoned one after another. The people of the Rain Palace are not allowed to have the bloodline of the evil path. So, the Rain Sovereign ordered his men to look for that so-called future expert in the 800 cultivation countries. So, the Rain Palace is actually looking for the orphans and widows who were abandoned by them? Interesting. The fickleness and utilitarian nature of the Rain Palace is far beyond my expectation. When there are no benefits to be gained, they choose to walk the righteous path and abandon their orphans and widows. When there are benefits to be gained, they look for them again. In that case, just because I look a little similar to that Yun Tianjue, do you think that I am not his illegitimate child in the mortal world? That's why you let me go. Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. So, the reason why Yunruowei let me go that day was not because of admiration but because of such superficial reasons. I have nothing to do with that Yun Tianjue. Even though Ning Fan said that, he suddenly remembered that he had a dream with the help of the Ming Luo fruit. He dreamt that his surname was Yun. Perhaps, he was really the illegitimate child of some expert in the Rain Palace and was abandoned. However, even if it was true, Ning Fan would not turn back and ask about his ancestors since he was abandoned. He was also aware of the coldness of the Rain Palace. I know that you don't have the Rain God bloodline in your body. You shouldn't be the descendant of the Rain Palace's divine child. Later on, the 800 cultivation countries found a few hundred descendants of the divine child. These people are being nurtured by the Rain Palace. I heard that some of them have extraordinary talents and some of them even have the immemorial divine devil veins. Therefore, the search for them has gradually subsided. That day, I misunderstood you as. That's why I let you go. However, you are not. You don't have to worry about this matter. Is that so? Such a boring topic, let's end it here. Speaking of which, the dream this time should be the Lanrua temple a few years ago, right? Ning Fan changed the topic. He was not interested in the coldness of the Rain Palace at all. To be able to summon a few hundred descendants from the mortal world, these old monsters of the Rain Palace must be really shameless. This is the day I met you a few years ago. Wait for the sky to turn dark. When the sky turns dark, an extremely annoying person will come. Let's kill him together. All right. Ning Fan agreed without hesitation. This time, he did not run around to avoid making Yunruowei unhappy again. The sky gradually darkened. The moon rose above the pine branches and sank down again. As the night deepened, an arrogant laughter finally came from a distance. It was unbearable to the ears. Haha. Yunruowei. Come out. Come out now. Let me touch your breasts. As soon as the icy rainbow appeared, Yunruowei's face was filled with killing intent. As for Ning Fan, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. When the icy rainbow dispersed, the person was none other than his 17-year-old self. She was dressed exactly the same as him in the past. However, her expression and words were definitely not his. Yunruowei. Come out. Come out. I like you very much. I want to hug you, lick you, and play with you. Yunruowei. I, Ning Fan, love you so much. Come out. Come out. I can't wait. I'm so thirsty. Such fragrant breasts. I like it. I like it. Looking at the figure that looked exactly the same as him in the night sky, Ning Fan almost vomited blood. As it turned out, Yunruowei's heart devil was not related to him at all. Instead, it was him. However, was he really so shameless and perverted in Yunruowei's heart? Why did the image in her dream turn into this? Kill him. You go. I can't do it. I can't do it. Yunruowei gritted her teeth and said. This? Alright, Ning Fan sighed softly. With a flash, he flew up to the night sky. As for the fake Ning Fan, as soon as he saw the enemy teleporting, he immediately showed a terrified expression and knelt down in the night sky. Grandpa, spare my life. I deserve to die. I only know how to flirt with women. I don't know how to fight. Sigh. Just die obediently. Even I feel ashamed when I see you. Ning Fan shook his head. With a point of his finger, he easily eliminated the fake Ning Fan. It was the first time in his life that he killed someone. It made him feel ashamed and extremely complicated. It would probably be difficult for him to kill himself for the second time. Moreover, it seemed like he would never be able to make Yunruowei have a good impression of him in this lifetime. It can't be helped. Her first impression of him had already turned into this. How embarrassing. Let's go. The heart devil has been eliminated. We can go now. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. He did not want to stay in this dream any longer. The heart devil is finally gone. Yunruowei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She struggled free from Ning Fan's palm and got down from the bed with a rather shy expression. Ning Fan rubbed his shoulders tiredly. To him, using the dream-entering technique was rather exhausting. What? Looking at Miss Yen's expression, could it be that you haven't completely eliminated your inner demons? No, thank you. She gently bit her lip and took a deep breath. Her words of thanks were extremely bashful. Ning Fan did not mind it at all. He was quite satisfied with the dream-entering technique. Soul-searching and memory erasing would heavily damage a cultivator's sea of consciousness, even turning them into an idiot. However, entering a dream was a good method to pry into a cultivator's memories. It was just that dreams could be real or fake. Compared to soul-searching, the degree of realism was somewhat lacking. In short, using the dream intrusion technique to pry into the memories of those close to him was not a bad idea. Only half a day had passed in the outside world. Yunruowei didn't stay any longer and left in a hurry. After getting rid of the heart devil, she no longer had any complicated feelings when facing Ning Fan. What she had now was the calmness that was as calm as water in the past. However, when he was about to leave, he hesitated for a moment before speaking to Ning Fan. After this demon tide is over, I probably won't return to Lanrua Temple. If you need help in the future, you can look for me at the Southeast Cultivator Alliance. I'll definitely do my best to help you. If necessary, I will come to you for help. Ning Fan cupped his fists and sent her down the stairs. With this woman's promise, it wouldn't be considered as helping her for nothing. Yu country and nearly 100 other cultivation countries were located in the southeast of the Rain World. This region was known as the Southeast Continent. The Southeastern Cultivator Alliance was a sectless cultivator alliance in the Southeastern Continent. As the divine messenger of the Rain Palace, why didn't she cultivate or carry out missions in the branch palace of the Rain Palace but went to the Rogue Cultivators Merchant Alliance instead? Ning Fan did not ask her the reason. The woman left. It was drizzling outside the building. Barefooted, she held the paper umbrella and left under the curtain of rain. However, after Ning Fan entered the building, she suddenly halted her footsteps and turned her head to look at the Mingyu Tower with a beautiful smile. I seem to have misjudged him. When it's time to be serious, he's quite serious. After sending Yunruowei off, Ning Fan returned to the building. He cleared his mind and meditated again. His qi and blood were abundant, and his injuries were completely healed. These were the benefits of consuming the 3 drops of demon blood. In fact, after his demonic power reached the half-step golden core stage, it was extremely easy for him to use the dream intruder technique. He stood outside the window and smiled as he watched the woman leave with an umbrella. Holding an umbrella, huh? Do you want to give an umbrella to fellow Daoistine? It's always nice to see a woman holding an umbrella, but which cultivator would hold an umbrella? While he was deep in thought, the Eastern Ocean bell in his storage pouch trembled slightly and disappeared without a trace. That tremble made Ning Fan frown. His spirit sense swept across 1,000 li * 500 m per li, but he did not discover anything unusual. Strange. Why is the Eastern Ocean bell trembling? Forget it, I'll be leaving in 10 days. The remaining days are just enough for me to fuse Separation Slayer with the ancient star system. Even so, Ning Fan still had some doubts in his heart. He performed a divination and felt a strange feeling in his heart. But the result of the divination was nothing but a bad omen. This undoubtedly meant that the person who wanted to kill him must have an extremely high cultivation base. He might even be, at the divine transformation realm. It's not revered snow. There's only one other spirit-severing realm expert left in the Jin Nation. Demon General Li Ban. Impossible. I killed his demon companions and captured the 2 of them. I don't think he would have any intention to kill me. If that's the case, it's better for me to leave Jushan Pass as soon as possible just in case. Millions of li * 500 m per li away, in the depths of the Dragon Dream Swamp. This place was a swamp that was covered with green mist. The area within 10,000 li * 500 m per li was carefully guarded by demons. In the depths of the swamp, a 3,000 zhang * 33 m per li giant blood-red beast was lying dormant, absorbing the dragon chi in the swamp. This blood-red beast had a carp head with fangs, but its body was in the shape of a snake. Below the snake's body, there were 8 bloody claws. The blood-red scales glowed with lightning, transforming into a dragon's body. Blood carp transforming into a dragon. This beast was the true body of the divine transformation realm demon general. The blood-red eyes of the beast flickered. Within the lightning, the carp head gradually grew dragon horns and transformed into a dragon's head. This transformation lasted for 10 days. The mist in the swamp gradually thinned and was stained by the bloody light. As the bloody mist rolled, the giant carp completely transformed into a dragon's head. Suddenly, it soared into the sky and transformed into 1,000 zhang * 500 m per li, long blood dragon. At this moment, countless lightning tribulations struck down from the sky, causing countless small demons in the Dragon Dream Swamp to tremble in fear. However, the blood dragon suddenly transformed into a naked man with blood-red scales all over his body. This man had a head full of red hair, making him look like a mad devil. In his left eye, there were 2 blood-red demon stars flickering in a demonic manner. On his forehead, there were 2 silver dragon horns that glowed with lightning. Demon General, Li Ban, facing the lightning tribulation, the demon stars in Li Ban's left eye flashed. He opened his mouth and sucked all the lightning into his stomach. After that, he revealed a satisfied expression. Not bad. After the blood carp transformed into a dragon, I've cultivated my second demon avatar, the lightning dragon avatar. I'm no longer afraid of the lightning tribulation. No wonder it's a secret technique given by Lord Demon Commander. It's really useful. He retracted his cold smile and waved his hand. A necklace made of beast bones appeared in his palm. This necklace made of beast bones was extremely extraordinary. It contained a trace of void energy. It was actually a pseudo-void treasure. A pseudo-void treasure was a failed product of a void treasure. This necklace was probably given to this demon general by a void refinement realm or void fragmentation realm cultivator who failed to refine a void treasure. There were originally 12 beast teeth on it. Now, only 9 of them were glowing with a bloody light. As for the other 3, 2 of them were dim and the last one was broken. The tea demon and the wind demon have been captured and the lion demon is about to die. Humph. If it wasn't for this void accompanying necklace, I wouldn't have known that the 3 of them were killed by someone. The murderer is in Xianxia of Jin country. There's no mistake. There's blood qi on his body. It's left behind by the lion demon. He must be the one who killed the lion demon. However, this person seems to have a secret treasure on him. He was even able to block a trace of the void detection from my necklace. However, what surprised me was not the treasure that blocked the detection, but the ancient demon sacrificial tool on him. It was able to shatter my trace of void energy. The red-haired man's eyes turned cold. He sneered, but his words were cold. It doesn't matter if he's captured or dead. However, the lion demon has the immemorial star and immemorial dragon blood that I bestowed to him. I can't let them fall into this person's hands easily. As for the ancient demon sacrificial artifact in his hands, it's even more worth for me to take action. The mission that Lord Demon Marshal gave us can only be completed in the demon world. Before that, we should get rid of this person first. There were still 3 days left before the immemorial teleportation formation of Great Jin opened. After passing through dozens of cultivation cities, there were still 2.5 days left before the immemorial teleportation formation. Ning Fan had already resigned from his position as the 7th commander and left Zhushangguan with Yin Suqiu and Jing Zhua. They used the teleportation formation to head towards the central region of Jin country. They came and left in a hurry. Currently, Zhushangguan should have sent out all their forces to attack and conquer the Jin country. However, all of this had nothing to do with Ning Fan. He had no interest in risking his life to fight against the spirit-severing realm demon general at the Dragon Dream Swamp. What he cared about was the sense of danger that was getting closer and closer. Every time he teleported, the sense of danger would be much weaker. However, not long after, the sense of danger would get closer again. It was as if there was someone chasing after him no matter where he teleported. Could it be that the spirit-severing realm demon general has avoided the decisive battle and is chasing after me? Ning Fan's heart shuddered when he thought of this possibility. He immediately teleported to the next location as soon as he arrived at the cultivation city. 2 days later, at the location of the immemorial teleportation formation of Jiang Prefecture City in the central region of Jin country. Ning Fan only kept 300,000 battle points here and used the rest to exchange for immortal jades. After paying 300,000 battle points, the 3 of them were led to the immemorial teleportation formation under Jiang Prefecture City. The area of 1,000 li around Jiang Prefecture City was hollowed out and used to draw the formation map. The underground was humid and the stone pillars were long. Ning Fan did not say a word and released his spirit sense to cover 1,000 li. He was shocked when he counted the number of formation eyes. There were more than 70,000 formation eyes in this formation. He would never be able to lay this formation without the formation map. Even if he had the formation map and knew how to locate the formation eyes, he would never be able to connect all 70,000 formation eyes without void refinement realm spirit sense. This formation was definitely an immortal void realm grand formation. It could even be considered as a top-grade grand formation among the immortal void realm formations. The grand formation could only allow 10 people to enter at a time. In the past, no one had to pay 100,000 immortal jades. Now, it was 100,000 battle points. This formation could teleport to more than 10 realms, but every time it was activated, it would cost 700,000 immortal jades. Even so, a single teleportation could earn 300,000 immortal jades. The Rain Palace would get 90% of the immortal jades and the Jin country would get 10%. Huge profits were bound to breed conflicts. Activating the grand formation once a year would reduce the income by 270,000 immortal jades. In 100 years, it would be 27 million immortal jades. In 1,000 years, it would be 270 million immortal jades. the king of Jin had lived for thousands of years. During the years when he ruled the Jin country, the income was reduced by hundreds of millions of immortal jades. Naturally, he was not on good terms with the Rain Palace. If he could obtain so many immortal jades, the king of Jin would have a chance to break through to the spirit-severing realm. The Jin country would also have a chance to become a high-grade cultivation country. The Rain Palace might have set up a branch in the Jin country to plunder immortal jades or to suppress the country's development. No matter what, this teleportation formation would make the Rain Palace and the Jin country rich. At the very least, it would require a huge amount of immortal jades to invite cultivators from other countries to deal with the demon tide. Perhaps even ordinary mid-grade cultivation countries might not be able to afford it. An immortal void realm formation is indeed extraordinary. Ning Fan withdrew his spirit sense and praised. The cultivator who led the way immediately agreed after hearing Ning Fan's praise. Senior Zhou has such sharp eyes. This grand formation is indeed an immortal void realm formation. Rumor has it that it was personally assessed by a formation master of the Rain Palace. I didn't expect Senior to be able to see through the mysteries of this formation during your first visit. You really have a pair of unique eyes. Ning Fan only nodded his head in response to the cultivator's flattery. Even so, the cultivator who led the way felt very proud. He was just an early gold core realm cultivator. It was really a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to talk to a nascent soul realm old ancestor. Moreover, this old ancestor's battle achievements were outstanding. Even the people in the central region of the Jin country had heard of him. Jingzhuo looked at Ning Fan enviously. If he succeeds in forming his nascent soul during this trip to the Endless Sea, he would probably be able to enjoy the same glory as Ning Fan. As for Yin Suqiu, when she saw Ning Fan's pretentious expression, she covered her mouth with her hand to hold back her laughter. She was thinking how complicated it would be if the Gold Core Realm cultivator who led the way knew that the person he addressed as senior was just a harmonious Spirit Realm junior who was not even 20 years old. 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. Under the ground was completely hollowed out to form a vast world which was supported by a talisman formation. The ground was paved with black slabs made of basalt. Occasionally, there would be holes filled with immortal jades which shone brightly. The eyes of the formation were connected with each other using their sense power. There were 7 people waiting for the grand formation to be activated. Among the 7 of them, 5 of them were Gold Core Realm while the other 2 were early nascent Soul Realm cultivators. When they saw Ning Fan and his group, even the 2 early nascent Soul Realm cultivators showed a friendly smile and cupped their fists to greet them. Qin Xiao, Yang Zhu, greets Commander Zhou Ming. Oh? These 2 fellow Taoists look a little familiar. Hee. Commander Zhou, don't forget that we are also part of the Demon Extermination Division. We have met in the Cloud Palace when revered Snow summoned us. Both Qin Xiao and Yang Zhu were nascent Soul Realm cultivators from other countries. They were considered as old ancestors in their own mid-level cultivation countries. When they arrived at a low-level cultivation country, they would need to be welcomed by the entire country's cultivators. However, these 2 old monsters were extremely courteous when facing Ning Fan. There was no other reason other than Ning Fan's strength made the 2 of them fearful and admired him. Hee. So it's fellow Taoist Chen and fellow Taoist Yang. Nice to meet you. Ning Fan returned the greeting with a smile. However, his heart was filled with shock. It wasn't because of their respectful and coincidental meeting. Instead, it was because their faces were already showing signs of death. The study of physiognomy was extremely ancient and profound. However, it was easy to tell the signs of death. Occasionally, there would be some cultivators who would die a horrible death not long after. When it reached a certain extent, their faces would show signs of death. In other words, the 2 of them would die a horrible death not long after. Could it be that their deaths were related to the lingering crisis in my heart? Or could it be that Demon General Li Ban had chased them all the way to Jiangzhou City? No, it's nothing. There was no way he could tell the 2 of them that he could see the look of death on their faces and that they were going to die very miserably later. Would anyone believe it? Saying that would offend people for nothing. Sigh, I heard that Commander Zhou Ming was heavily injured and had no choice but to resign from his position as the commander of the Jin Guards. We felt it was a great pity. Not at all, not at all. My abilities are shallow, and I was actually injured in the battle against the demons. I've made a fool of myself. I don't know why this teleportation formation is still not activated. Right now, I can't wait to leave Great Jean. Ning Fan frowned. The danger was getting closer and closer. It made it hard for him to calm down. Hee, fellow Taoist Zhou, there's something you don't know. This ancient teleportation formation can teleport you tens of millions of miles in a single go. The distance is too far. If there's any mistake, all of us will die in the void and be unable to teleport successfully. That's why we need to inspect it carefully for a few days before we teleport. Oh, that's right. Speaking of which, I'm preparing to teleport to the middle continent to participate in the pill gathering. As for fellow Taoist Yang, he's heading to the Western River to assist his sect. May I ask where fellow Taoist Zhou is heading to? For you to be in such a hurry, could it be that you have something important to attend to? If you can travel with us, it will be a pleasure. What a pity. I'm going to the easternmost region. The Endless Sea has some bottlenecks that I need to break through there. What? Bottleneck in cultivation? Is fellow Taoist Zhou about to break through to the late nascent soul stage? Xianxia and Yangzhu's expressions changed. The former's attitude towards Ning Fan became even more respectful while the latter's eyes were filled with a hint of jealousy. Above nascent soul, every small stage has a huge difference. In terms of magic power, mid-nascent soul cultivators have twice as much magic power as early nascent soul cultivators. Late-stage cultivators had 3 times the mana of mid-stage cultivators. Peak nascent soul cultivators had 5 times the mana of late-stage cultivators. On the path of cultivation, the higher one went, the greater the difference in magic power. The difference in strength was also like heaven and earth. If Ning Fan really breaks through to the late nascent soul realm, the gap between him and the two of them would be even wider. How could they not be shocked? What they did not know was that Ning Fan was not a nascent soul realm cultivator at all. What he broke through was not the bottleneck of the late nascent soul realm but just the core formation realm. However, even if he told them face to face that Ning Fan was a harmonious spirit cultivator, they most likely wouldn't believe him. Xianxia was still in the mood to chat cheerfully and wittily, but Yangzhu's expression was rather unsightly. What the two of them had in common was that they did not know that their deaths were imminent. Ning Fan knitted his brows tightly. The sense of danger that was getting closer and closer made him anxious. Can you enter the formation immediately? Sigh, fellow Taoist Zhou, why are you in such a hurry? We are delaying for a little longer for the sake of our lives. If there is a mistake in the teleportation, all of us will die a violent death. Xianxia laughed. I really have something urgent to attend to. I need to leave immediately. Can I request for the teleportation formation to be activated immediately? Ning Fan shook his head. If there was no sense of danger, it was natural for him to delay for a while longer. However, at this moment, he would rather waste less time than stay in Jin country for a second longer. Fellow Taoist Zhou, it's not that this old man wants to criticize you, but how can you be so stubborn? All of us have important matters to attend to, but we can't treat our lives as child's play just because of you, right? Yangzhu said unhappily. However, Xianxia immediately coughed a few times to stop Yangzhu from speaking. Ning Fan was a cultivator who was about to break through to the late nascent soul realm. It was not worthwhile to offend him for such a small matter, forget it. I've thought of a compromise. We will enter our respective formations while teaching those Gold Core Realm juniors how to check the formations. In this way, it will reduce the time needed to enter the formations. Is fellow Taoist Zhou satisfied with this? Xianxia chuckled and erased Yangzhu's words. Ning Fan, on the other hand, nodded helplessly. In that case, he could only wait a little longer. After all, if they do not check the teleportation formations carefully, it would be dangerous for them to be buried in the void. What Xianxia said was not unreasonable. In that case, I will wait a little longer. In the underground, under the guidance of the cultivators who were guarding the formations, everyone entered different formations. This underground grand formation was divided into more than 10 towns. Each of them could teleport to more than 10 different destinations. In the Endless Sea town, only Ning Fan and the other two were waiting. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground. He did not put down his tortoiseshell and placed it on the ground. As expected, it was a great omen. The more he divined, the more dangerous the divination became. It made Ning Fan's expression fluctuate. The sense of danger became more and more intense. They could not stay in Jin country for too long. They must immediately travel tens of millions of li *, 500 m per li, and arrive at Ning country to avoid this calamity. Is something big going to happen? The corner of Jing Shui's eyes shrunk. He could see the worry in Ning Fan's eyes. Yes. I have a bad premonition. Then, why don't we leave quickly? Su Qiu looked at Ning Fan's solemn expression. Based on her understanding, Ning Fan would never do things without thinking. All right, Ning Fan nodded and asked one of the cultivators who was guarding the formation indifferently. How much longer do we need to check the formation? Senior, we still need 2 more hours, that's so long. We can't wait any longer. Open the formation now. The cultivators who were guarding the formation revealed a troubled expression. If they do not check it carefully, they would not be able to bear the responsibility if something happens to the teleportation formation. As for Yang Zhu, he said with dissatisfaction. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, why do you have to force others to do something that is beyond their control? Don't tell me that you, a dignified nascent soul realm old monster, don't even have the willpower to wait for 2 more hours? Fellow Taoist Yang, be careful with your words. Qin Xiu persuaded Yang Zhu. He shook his head while crying and laughing. His meaning was obvious. Fellow Taoist Yang, do you want to die? That Zhou Ming is a ruthless person who could even kill a mid-nascent soul realm expert. Why do you want to offend him? Yang Zhu's expression turned ugly. He was used to being arrogant in his own country. It was really uncomfortable to lower his head in front of Ning Fan. He let out a heavy sigh and nodded. All right. Quickly activate the formation light. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming should be satisfied now, right? Since Yang Zhu and the others had agreed, the Gold Core Realm Guards did not dare to disobey them anymore. All the work of checking the formation was carried out in a simple manner. After confirming that there were no mistakes, the Gold Core Realm Guards did not dare to delay and immediately activated the formation light. Strands of void energy surrounded everyone, causing ripples to reverberate between heaven and earth. Ning Fan gently closed his eyes. Perhaps this way, he could avoid the danger. Finally. I'm finally going to arrive at the Endless Sea. Core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing, void returning, void fragmentation, step by step, he would increase his strength at the fastest speed possible. Unlike Ning Fan, Su Qiu's heart was filled with disappointment. Once they arrive at the Endless Sea, she and Ning Fan would have to part ways. Will they ever meet again in this life? This journey was unforgettable. Will I be able to play a flute for him in this life? However, Great Jin seemed to be filled with unpredictable dangers. It might be better to leave earlier. But she still felt disappointed. The formation light flickered and the heaven and earth shook. The 10 people who entered the formation were illuminated by the light. After a few breaths, they would be teleported to their respective destinations. Yang Zhu's expression was as cold as water. He snorted coldly, as if he was still dissatisfied with the fact that he had lowered his head to Ning Fan. However, at the moment when the formation light shone, a bloody demonic qi spread across the entire Jiangzhou city. Then, a cold laughter was heard. You won't be able to escape after killing my demon companion. I've finally caught up to you. In an instant, all the cultivators in Jiangzhou city felt their souls tremble. Underground, Qin Xiu and Yang Zhu both turned pale with fright in that instant. Spirit-severing demon general. Impossible. Shouldn't the demon general be at the Dragon Dream Swamp? Why is he here? At this moment, even Ning Fan's heart was filled with shock. He didn't expect that he couldn't escape from the demon general's pursuit even though he had been extremely careful and refused to fight. There's no mistake. This bloody qi was exactly the same as the blood-scaled shadow that was destroyed when he subdued the female demon. There's no mistake. That lingering sense of danger was brought by this demon. As the demon general chased after him, a demonic qi enveloped the entire Jiangzhou city. Demonic art, blood sea. In the midst of that cold voice, the entire Jiangzhou city within 1,000 li radius was shrouded by the blood-colored light. Miserable screams could be heard as everything turned into pus and blood. All the cultivators were killed. In the ruins, the 10,000 Zhang underground was shattered by the blood-colored light, revealing the blue sky and the sun. In the sky, a red-haired blood-scaled man was standing. He was looking down at the sea of blood beneath his feet, his eyes were filled with indifference and an irresistible spirit-severing realm aura, his eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that he was one step too late. The human who killed his demon companion had already hidden in the teleportation formation. The formation light had already been activated. He would be teleported in a few breaths. What a cunning human. After he successfully transformed into a dragon, he secretly left the Dragon Dream Swamp and sneaked into the land of the human race to chase after this person. However, he didn't expect this person to be faster than him. He used the teleportation formation to cross countless cultivation cities, making him tired of chasing after him. With the formation light activated, even he wouldn't dare to enter the formation recklessly under the power of the void. From the looks of it, he could only use his demonic art to kill the murderer in the formation before the teleportation to stop the teleportation. His blood-colored eyes flashed and the blood-colored light became even brighter. Each and every cultivator outside the teleportation formation was already horrified. Those who were shrouded by the blood-colored light immediately turned into pus and blood and died a violent death. The cultivators who guarded the formation died in a single breath. Out of the 10 people who entered the formation, 5 unfamiliar gold core realm cultivators died under the blood-colored light. Xianxia and Xianxia used their supreme-grade magical treasures to resist the blood-colored light. However, their magical treasures were full of cracks and would break at any time. The blood-colored light shrouded Ning Fan and the others, his back was drenched in cold sweat. Even his strongest magical art couldn't resist this blood-colored light. As for his trump card, the spirit-severing realm attack, it was impossible for him to use it against the demon general. Without any hesitation, he pointed his finger, causing the terrain within 1,000 li to collapse and turn into Ning Fan's finger. Sword finger, mountain shattering. When his finger pressed down, a gray sword light that was half an inch thick appeared. It was a finger and a sword, but it carried a loud rumble that could collapse mountains and crack the earth. As the finger pressed down, the blood-colored light screen within 1,000 zhang fiercely shook and shattered. Xianxia and Xianxia were lucky enough to keep their lives. As for the blood-scaled man, he stood in the air and was slightly surprised. A harmonious spirit realm junior blocking my blood sea technique is quite extraordinary. But what will happen the next time the blood-colored light attacks? Ning Fan's current realm was far from enough to block the blood-colored light. He could only slightly disperse it. After a while, the blood-colored light condensed again and attacked again with the same power. However, Ning Fan's strength was almost exhausted after that finger attack, making it difficult for him to use the sword finger again. The reason why he could disperse the blood-colored light was because the demonic art was weakened by half by the void power of the teleportation formation. Is this the huge gap between me and a spirit-severing realm demon general? Ning Fan wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and his eyes revealed a cold light. There were only 2 breaths left before the teleportation formation was completed. He must block the blood-colored light within these 2 breaths. The teleportation formation had been activated. In another 2 breaths, he would be able to safely teleport thousands of li away. Even a demon general would not be able to catch up to him. 2 breaths. Even Xianxia and Xianxia realized that these 2 breaths would determine whether they would be able to survive or not. Xianxia regretted it greatly. No wonder Zhou Ming kept asking to leave as soon as possible. He didn't expect Jiangzhou City to be targeted by a spirit-severing realm demon general. If he knew this earlier, he wouldn't have stopped Zhou Ming from activating the formation earlier. Perhaps, he would be the first one to ask for the formation to be activated so that he could leave as soon as possible. Just as he was regretting, the second wave of blood-colored light had already arrived. Yangzhu's heart skipped a beat and his magical treasure missed. He was immediately enveloped by the blood-colored light and died a violent death. He only had himself to blame for his death. He could have avoided death if he had listened to Ning Fan's suggestion. As for Qin Xiao, his magical treasure was destroyed and his physical body was buried in the blood-colored light. However, his nascent soul was lucky enough to escape from the blood-colored light. Without any hesitation, he dashed towards Ning Fan. Escaping to the middle province and participating in the pill gathering were no longer important. What was more important than his life? In his opinion, if he wanted to escape this time, he would have to rely on Ning Fan to protect himself. After all, during the first wave of blood-colored light, Ning Fan had protected Xianxia and Yin Suqiu from any harm. Fellow Daoist Zhou, save me! Save me! After this, I will definitely give you all my life savings. Qin Xiu's tiny nascent soul hid behind Xianxia and Ning Fan while trembling. Protecting one person was protecting 3 people was also protecting. If he couldn't delay them for another 2 breaths, any nonsense would be futile. Ning Fan did not object to Qin Xiu hiding behind him. He only wanted to resist the second wave of blood-colored light. Sense Defense Art. The ink-colored sword sense flew out at this moment and turned into a black cocoon, wrapping everyone inside. The sense defense art used all of one's sense power to resist once. With Ning Fan's sense power, he could only use it once a day. However, its defensive power was terrifying. It could withstand an attack from an early nascent soul realm cultivator and a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. However, such a defense immediately melted when the blood-colored light came. Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was severely injured and blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. Ning Fan's face was covered with blood after the sense defense art was broken. However, his eyes revealed his ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth. The broken black light immediately turned into black sword sense and fiercely slashed at the blood-colored light, destroying the remaining blood-colored light. The injury to his sea of consciousness became more serious. However, he managed to withstand the second wave of blood-colored light. There was still 1 breath left before the teleportation. Li Ban, who was standing in the sky, was surprised. Ning Fan was just a harmonious spirit cultivator, but he was able to withstand 2 waves of his blood-colored light. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to use the blood-colored demonic technique to take down this person in the last breath. Other than the blood-colored demonic technique, he had other means to deal with a harmonious spirit cultivator. I have said that you can't escape. Dragon Tendon, appear. Li Ban pressed his finger on his glabella and fiercely pulled out a long silver whip that was surrounded by lightning. This item wasn't anything else. It was the dragon tendon that was condensed from lightning when Li Ban transformed into a blood carp. This dragon tendon didn't need any refinement to be as strong as a supreme rank magical treasure. It had many magical uses that even a magical treasure couldn't compare to. For example, a magical treasure couldn't penetrate the void and hit Ning Fan's body, but this dragon tendon could. Die. As the whip lashed down, tens of thousands of lightning bolts rolled down. Under the shadow of the whip and lightning, 1,000 li of land was split into 2 halves by Li Ban. Even the formation eyes under the ground were destroyed by this whip. Even if the teleportation was successful, there wouldn't be enough formation power to isolate the void. Ning Fan and the others would die for sure. The shadow of the whip lashed at Ning Fan. There was no way to avoid it. If the whip fell, he would die for sure and his storage pouch would belong to Li Ban. Eastern Ocean Bell, an ancient demon sacrificial artifact. This item was very important to Li Ban, but at this moment, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the Eastern Ocean Bell. The small golden bell grew in the wind. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with coldness and he punched the golden bell fiercely. Li Ban. You've gone too far. This punch contained the fusion of his magical power and demonic power. His magical power was infinitely close to mid-gold core realm. He had activated 40% of the power of the Eastern Ocean Bell. The sound wave turned into a golden ring of light and spread out from the Eastern Ocean Bell. As the ring of light trembled, even the lightning whip was frozen in place for a moment. It even trembled slightly due to fear. What? The corner of Li Ban's eyes shrunk. He had already found out that Ning Fan had an ancient demon sacrificial artifact. However, he only thought that it was a supreme rank magical treasure and didn't pay much attention to it. He only valued it because it was an ancient demon sacrificial artifact. However, he didn't expect that the sacrificial artifact would be so strange. Not to mention the dragon tendon lightning whip, even Li Ban himself was afraid of the golden sound wave. It wasn't the body freezing technique, but the demonic deterrence that made the lightning whip not dare to move recklessly. What kind of demonic chi did the sound of the bell contain? Just a trace of it was enough to make the lightning whip want to submit. It made Li Ban's heart tremble. Then, something happened that made Li Ban even more furious. Ning Fan touched his glabella. A ray of starlight flew out and turned into a sword shadow, cutting the dragon tendon. The dragon tendon was condensed by the lightning power of the immemorial lightning dragon. It was invisible and would never break. That was why the man in the blood Qilin felt at ease and used it as a treasure to whip Ning Fan. However, under the slash of the starlight sword shadow, the invisible lightning whip was cut into two. That sword light was too fast and too sharp. It was so fast that Li Ban didn't have time to pull back his lightning whip. When he was shocked and pulled back his lightning whip, there was only half of the dragon tendon left. The remaining half fell into Ning Fan's hand. The dragon tendon was invisible and couldn't be cut. Only an immemorial divine weapon could cut it. That starlight sword shadow was able to cut the dragon tendon. It was undoubtedly an immemorial divine weapon. Moreover, there were too many stars in that sword. Li Ban's eyes were filled with killing intent. Those immemorial stars were the things that he gave to the lion demon. His dragon veins had been severed by his own star iron. You deserve to die. He glared at Ning Fan but found that Ning Fan was also glaring at him. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stared at the man in the blood Qilin fearlessly. At the last breath, the formation light flashed. Ning Fan and the others were no longer here. There was only a mess, ruins, a sea of blood and corpses, but Ning Fan's words were still echoing in this place. The trace of killing intent in his words made Li Ban tremble. Li Ban. Today, you hit me with your dragon tendon. I will cut your dragon tendon. If we meet again in the future, you won't be able to escape death. Li Ban's eyes widened with killing intent. He never thought that a mere harmonious spirit Ning Fan, who was supposed to be an ant that he could capture easily, would escape from his hands. Blocking his blood light twice, cutting off half of his dragon tendon and opposing him. Leaving behind harsh words. This kid is hateful. However, I have destroyed countless formation eyes of the immemorial teleportation formation. Without the protection of the formation power, even if he can teleport, he will certainly be crushed by the void power. Unfortunately, that ancient demon sacrificial tool will also be sleeping in the void. I'm afraid I will need at least 100 years of hard cultivation to reconstruct my dragon tendon. Li Ban clenched his fists. Although Ning Fan was dead, he suffered such a loss when he killed a harmonious spirit realm cultivator with his spirit-severing realm cultivation. But at least, I can bury this kid in the void. At least, I can reduce the hatred in my heart. Li Ban's gaze landed on the countless cultivators rushing over. One of the snow-white lights caused his eyes to shrink. Spirit-severing realm cultivators of the human race are really annoying. Forget it. I have finally succeeded in transforming into a dragon. I will stop the demon tide and go to the demon world. I believe the demon king of the demon world has already arrived and is ready to welcome me. The mission of the demon marshal must be the first priority. His red hair fluttered in the air. Li Ban sneered and turned into a bloody light. As for the demon tide of Great Jean and the remaining companions, he did not care about them at all. He was so cold. However, he was destined to be disappointed. One day later, Ning Fan and the others finally arrived at Ying country even though they were heavily injured. Void power? What is there to be afraid of? Ning Fan had the Eastern Ocean Bell which could restrain the void power. Yunruowei stood among the ruins and looked at the broken teleportation formation. Her heart was filled with annoyance. That stinking brat, don't tell me, he's dead, sigh. I didn't expect a spirit-severing realm demon general to attack Jiangzhou City. It seems like Commander Zhou Ming and the others died in the teleportation formation. Jiexiu sighed. No. He's not dead. He's definitely not dead. Yunruowei bit her lips and felt even more annoyed. Ying country was immersed in a sea of pink flowers in April. The closest city to the endless sea was Edo City. It was 1,000 miles away city filled with cherry blossoms. The most powerful force in Edo City was Shoshan Temple which was guarded by a nascent soul realm cultivator. The most famous place in the city was the heaven-evading boat which could dive into the deep sea and the cultivation spring which could increase one's cultivation level. At the place where the spirit vein was the most abundant, elegant female cultivators with green skin were bathing naked in the cultivation spring. Xianxia was very annoyed. During the long teleportation, Ning Fan planted a mental seal on him and took away his storage pouch which contained his life savings. This was his reward for what he had promised. When the teleportation platform in Edo City flashed, his small nascent soul realm cultivator, Ning Fan, and the others were teleported out. However, he did not have the mood to appreciate the picturesque scenery of Edo City. Ning Fan was still pretending to be a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator, but he was severely injured. Xianxia's small nascent soul realm cultivator could not be faked, but his physical body was destroyed. As soon as they arrived at Edo City, the three great nascent soul realm cultivators of Xiaoshan Temple panicked. The three nascent soul realm female cultivators flew into the sky with fear. Even they did not dare to neglect the arrival of two nascent soul realm cultivators. When they noticed Ning Fan and Xianxia's injuries, their fear lessened slightly. With their injuries, they would not be able to do as they please in Edo City. However, their injuries made them wonder what kind of injuries could cause two nascent soul realm cultivators to be so severely injured. The three female cultivators of Xiaoshan Temple were wearing the clothes of Ying country. One of them was an old woman who was a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator, while the other two were an early nascent soul realm cultivator. Edo City was the territory of female cultivators. Male cultivators usually lived outside the city. Only nascent soul realm old monsters could enjoy special treatment. Cough cough. Fellow Taoists, how do I address you? Are you from Great Jin? The old lady who was leaning on her dragon-headed walking stick asked Ning Fan politely. She could tell that Ning Fan was the leader of the group. I am Zhou Ming. This fellow nascent soul cultivator is fellow Taoist Chen. This half-step nascent soul cultivator is fellow Taoist Jing. This woman is my Taoist companion. Just as fellow Taoist had expected, there was a slight accident when we were teleporting away. As a result, we were severely injured. Please forgive me. Ning Fan smiled faintly and attributed his injuries to a mistake in the teleportation. After all, it was rather shocking to be able to escape with their lives after being injured by a divine transformation realm expert. Dong. Something. Is there something wrong with the void defense? He was inwardly shocked. It would be understandable if the people in front of him were injured by the power of the void due to a mistake in the defense of the void. Not to mention nascent soul cultivators, even soul formation cultivators had their bodies torn apart and only their primordial spirits managed to escape. However, to be able to escape from the void, other than luck, one's strength must be extraordinary as well. The old woman and the **** looked at Ning Fan with some fear. As for the young woman, her eyes were filled with lust. She winked at Ning Fan with a hint of charm. The women of Ying are always so frivolous. Fellow cultivators, you're seriously injured, but you can recover quickly if you stay in the cultivation spring of Izu City. Since you're all nascent soul cultivators, I'll make an exception and enter the city. The injury is a small matter. Is there a heaven-evading boat that can immediately sail to the endless sea? What? Now that you are seriously injured, you must immediately head to the endless sea. Not to mention that we don't have a boat right now. Even if we did, I wouldn't allow you to die in the endless sea with injuries. When you go to the endless sea, you must not have any injuries. Taoist friend, don't you know? While leading the way into the city, the three female cultivators explained the situation of Ying country to Ning Fan. The heaven-evading boat would leave once a month, and there were 10 boats in each boat. This boat had just left not long ago and had yet to return. It was estimated that there would be another 20 days before it could return. As for not getting injured, it was referring to external injuries. In other words, cultivators must not let out a trace of blood qi. Otherwise, they would be in great danger. The reason why the heaven-evading boat could travel at such a fast speed was because it was called the heaven-evading boat. By borrowing the power of the tide and the power of the ancient water-evading formation, its speed in the water was almost comparable to a late nascent soul realm cultivator flying at full speed. In the endless sea, there was a bloodthirsty demon race, the mermaid race. Mermaids were sharks. This demon race was the hybrid of the ancient shark race and the human race. They were born in the sea but they could not leave it. Their eyes had degenerated, but their sense of smell was very sensitive. Moreover, none of them could cultivate, but they were born with a terrifying bite that could tear gold core realm cultivators apart. Once the smell of blood comes from the sea, countless frenzied mermaids would immediately come to attack them no matter how faint it was. It was extremely dangerous for an injured person to travel on a heaven-evading boat. Even if they had internal injuries, who could guarantee that they would not cough out blood during the journey and attract the attention of the mermaids? For this reason, Ning Fan could only wait in Aizu City for a while. It was just 20 days. He could wait. It was also a good choice to treat his injuries with the cultivation spring in Aizu City. Xianxia was still depressed. He was soaking in the same spring as Jingzhua while being watched by the latter. Ning Fan did not let him go, but he did not kill him either. His attitude was ambiguous, which made Xianxia feel extremely depressed. If it was Xianxia who picked up a cultivator's nascent soul for free, he would also not let him go easily. A cultivator's nascent soul can be used as a sacrificial material for magic treasures. It can make magic treasures sharper. It can be used as a condiment for pill concoction to improve the quality of the pills. If it's used to refine corpses, souls, or devil cultivators, it would be even more useful. If it's used to refine corpses, souls, or devil cultivators, it would be a great tonic. I was saved by Ning Fan, but he did not let me go. My future is bleak, fellow Daoist Chen, you don't have to feel so dejected. Fellow Daoist Zhou will let you go. Jingzhua said with a smile while soaking in the cultivation spring. Impossible. Fellow Daoist Zhou is a cold and indifferent person. He kills mercilessly. It's already rare that he did not kill me. How can he let me go? Xianxia sighed. There's a woman who will plead for you. Jingzhua laughed. Ning Fan soaked in the cultivation spring and leaned against the stone platform. He was exhausted both physically and mentally. Escaping from the hands of the spirit-severing demon general had exhausted all of his magic power, physical strength and mental power. His injuries were even worse. However, his fatigue gradually disappeared in the mist of the spring. His injuries were also recovering at a relatively fast speed. He could not help but feel surprised. This cultivation spring was indeed a supreme treasure for cultivation and healing. 20 days was enough for him to recover 70 to 80% of his injuries. At that time, he might have to part ways with Suqiu. I'm a little reluctant. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He was being too sentimental. There was a formation around the cultivation spring to prevent people from peeping. The higher the quality of the cultivation spring, the higher the formation. The cultivation spring that Ning Fan was soaking in was one of the 3 best places in Edo City. Even nascent soul realm cultivators would not be able to spy on him. Even if they did, Ning Fan was not afraid of being seen bathing in Edo City where there were only women. Amidst the mist, the wooden door was pushed open with a squeak. It was Suqiu who walked in with a red face and a towel wrapped around her body. She was still disguised as Ning Fan's Dao companion in this city. According to the decadent custom of Ying country, husband and wife should bathe together. Even though she was protected by Ning Fan, she was still slightly affected by the blood light and needed to use the cultivation spring to heal her injuries. Moreover, she wanted to plead for Xianxia. Thus, she had no choice but to endure her embarrassment and come to the same spring with Ning Fan. Oh? I was wondering who it was. So it's my Dao companion? Ning Fan teased. Suqiu's cheeks immediately turned red and her face turned as red as blood. Can't you be more serious? I'm already very embarrassed. However, you seem to be in good spirits. It seems like this cultivation spring is very helpful for your recovery. I'm slightly relieved now. Although she was relieved, Suqiu walked to the edge of the spring. She could not take off her towel and enter the bath no matter what, she secretly cursed. Why is the custom of Ying country so open-minded? Even if they are Dao companions, they might not be so shy to bathe together. Even if they are husband and wife, they would still wear undergarments to cover their embarrassment even when they are having sex. If fellow Daoistine is embarrassed, you don't have to take off your towel. Just go into the spring. This cultivation spring is full of spiritual qi. Not only can it improve your cultivation level, but it can also nourish your skin. If you feel embarrassed even with a towel wrapped around your body, then I might as well close my eyes and not look at you. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Seeing Ning Fan purposely closing his eyes while peeking at her through squinted eyes, Suqiu was extremely annoyed. When she thought about how Ning Fan had molested her feet when she was healing her injuries and how Ning Fan had seen every part of her body when she was under the evil claws of the female demon, she could not see much even if she was wrapped in a towel. Xianxia gently bit her lips and finally made up her mind. She went into the spring. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable with the towel wrapped around her body. The distance between her and Ning Fan was about 1 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. She had something she wanted to say. Why are you hesitating? Are you begging me to let Xianxia go? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. This Xianxia loved to uphold justice too much. If he refined Xianxia into a magical treasure in front of her, she would probably go crazy. Fellow Taoist Chen is a nascent soul realm cultivator of the righteous path. He has an upright character. I heard that when he was in his country, Xianxia wanted to talk about Xianxia's good points, but Ning Fan frowned and waved his hand. I'll let him go, but I don't want to hear you praising other men. He did not want to kill Xianxia in the first place. Xianxia was quite polite to him and even gave him his lifetime savings. Other than magical treasures and pills, there were more than 1 million immortal jade. I'll let him go then. Ning Fan's head was slightly heavy. Tiredness overwhelmed him and he fell asleep while leaning on the stone platform. The journey to the 4 countries was indeed tiring. Xianxia blamed herself. Because of her, Ning Fan always did things that went against his will and always got himself into trouble. She did want to plead for Xianxia, but more than that, she wanted to say something to Ning Fan. After parting here, she was afraid that they would never meet again. These 20 days were the last time they spent together. What she really wanted to say was that she was reluctant to part with him. However, when Ning Fan started snoring, Xianxia let out a faint sigh. If that's the case, I won't have the chance to say it. You like to show off too much. After you improve your cultivation in the endless sea, you won't have to suffer so much. Xianxia stood up and quietly closed the distance between her and Ning Fan in the mist. She sat on the spring and they were almost touching each other. She mustered up her courage and hooked her arms around Ning Fan's neck. She pulled the sleeping Ning Fan into her bosom and pressed him against her soft body. Her face was filled with embarrassment, but she was reluctant to let go of him. She hugged him very, very tightly. Ning Fan slept very deeply. In the midst of the haze, he felt that his face was pressed against a soft and milky place. However, his eyelids were too heavy and he could not open them. The night in Edo was a little melancholic. Cherry blossoms danced in the air and fell into the spring. The atmosphere was charming. This was a place where people parted. The cultivators who entered the endless sea would go their separate ways here to pursue their own futures. I hope you will remember me. Xianxia's voice was so soft that it could not be heard in the night. She quietly kissed Ning Fan's lips. It was jerky and they parted immediately. It couldn't be helped. His sea of consciousness had suffered an unprecedented injury. It would take a lot more time to recover compared to his physical body. He would need at least a few years to recover. It seemed like he could only enter the Lost World Palace to slowly recover. Xianxia was very surprised. Ning Fan really let him go, except for the mental seal. Fellow Taoist Zhou. Are you really willing to let me go? That's right. I heard that fellow Taoist Chen is a peak 3rd revolution pill master. The reason why you are going to the middle state to participate in the pill gathering is to break through the bottleneck of your pill concoction technique. We are all pill masters. Of course, we have to help each other. Ning Fan was talking nonsense. Ah. That's right. Fellow Taoist Zhou is a 4th revolution pill master. I see. I will never forget fellow Taoist Zhou's kindness of saving my life and letting me go. Xianxia almost shed tears of gratitude. He left Edo with a smile on his face. However, as soon as he left Edo, his expression turned cold. He regained the demeanor of a nascent soul realm old ancestor. His eyes scanned through the crowd of gold core realm cultivators outside the city. When he found a peak gold core realm cultivator, he revealed a cold smile. I'll choose him. Half a day later, Xianxia's nascent soul took over the body of that unlucky peak gold core realm cultivator. He still needed some time to recover his nascent soul realm cultivation base. However, he was not in a hurry. He disguised himself as that cultivator and left Ning country for the Middle State. Ning Fan did not care about Xianxia anymore. Perhaps he would go to the Middle State next year to participate in the pill gathering and meet Xianxia again. However, at that time, his strength would be far beyond Xianxia's imagination. The heaven-fleeing ships returned to their destinations one after another. The three of them stood by the sea, bathing in the sea breeze and watching the ships coming and going. In his hand was a jade slip with a map of the endless sea. The map covered tens of millions of li * 500 m per li, of the endless sea. However, it only covered 1/10 of the endless sea. The internal sea was 100 times bigger than the outer sea. The endless sea was very vast. The outer sea was still considered safe. The internal sea was a place where even nascent soul realm cultivators would not dare to enter. Among the thousands of floating islands in the endless sea, the 10 sects and 3 islands were the strongest. According to the rumors, there were a total of 103,000 islands in the inner endless sea, and many ancient tribes and beasts lived there. Xianxia's destination was one of the 10 sects, the Baiyao sect. It was a sect that only consisted of female cultivators. Her childhood friend was the sect master here, and it was rumored that the Green Jade Immortal Island, where the Green Jade sect was located, had the sect master of this sect for several generations, and had long been a deity transformation cultivator. Ning Fan and Xianxia's destination was the Penlai Immortal Island, one of the 3 islands. It was where the Lost World Palace was located. Amidst the sea breeze, Ning Fan kept the jade slip and turned to look at Xianxia. After we part ways here, I wonder if we will ever meet again. I don't think so. That's good too. Xianxia's expression was cold, as though parting was nothing to her. Is that so? Then it's really a pity. Recently, I've been sleeping soundly every day. I vaguely dreamt that I was lying on a soft place. If we part ways, I'm afraid I won't have such a treatment anymore. Ning Fan shook his head with a regretful look. Immediately, Xianxia's face turned red and she stuttered. I don't know what you're talking about, is that so? I'm probably dreaming. Ning Fan laughed and finally eased the atmosphere. The 7th ship floated up from the sea and the seawater poured down. The ship was about 1,000 feet long and could carry hundreds of people. As soon as the ship set sail, a female cultivator from Ning country immediately collected the money and welcomed the guests to board the ship. Fellow Taoists who are going to the Green Jade Immortal Island, you can board the ship after paying 30,000 immortal jade. Another 30,000 immortal jade. I've spent a lot of your money on this journey, right? Xianxia said shamefully. It's just 30,000 immortal jade. It's still less than 970,000 immortal jade compared to the 1 million immortal jade that Yun Kuang bought. You've been treating me with a smile every day, and I'm the one who owes you a lot of money. Take this storage pouch. There are some immortal jade in it. You can use it. Xianxia took the storage pouch and checked it with her spirit sense. Her face turned pale, but her heart was filled with warmth and sweetness. 500,000 immortal jade. Isn't it too much? It's not much. I'm just giving you half of Xianxia's assets. You're going to form your nascent soul soon. After joining the Green Jade sect, don't be reluctant to spend money. As for the female cultivators of Song country, I won't give them to you. There are so many of them. If they follow you on the heaven-evading ship, it will cost me millions of immortal jade. You still want to take them as human cauldrons in the end. Xianxia lowered her head and felt slightly disappointed. I promised you that I won't pluck them, so I won't. There will be no lack of human cauldrons along the way to the endless sea. They are your disciples. In the future, I will go to the Green Jade Immortal Island to see you and send your disciples to be your disciples. Before that, you just need to focus on your cultivation. ****, the horn of the heaven-evading ship sounded, urging the cultivators to board the ship. Xianxia kept the storage pouch and no longer said anything. Her gaze fell on Ning Fan's face and she smiled indifferently. I believe in you. She turned around and leaped onto the ship. The horn sounded. Finally, the heaven-evading ship sailed into the deep sea. After a short journey, Ning Fan remained silent while Xianxia comforted her. Hee. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. This heaven-evading ship is a one-way trip. There is a divine transformation realm concealment formation. This formation is made of the endless sea's unique spiritual ore, the sea stone. It has a special divine effect in shielding one's senses. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the merman's blood. As long as there is no blood, there won't be any danger. You can go all the way to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Fairy Xianxia will be fine. When your cultivation base is higher in the future, you can go to the Green Jade Immortal Island and make Fairy Xianxia proud. Wouldn't that be a pleasure? Thank you for your kind advice, fellow Taoist Jing. As long as she is safe and sound, I will have nothing to worry about. The 8th and 9th heaven-evading ships emerged from the sea one after another. The 10th ship was the one that would go to the Punlai Immortal Island. Ning Fan and Jing Shui paid the Immortal Jade and boarded the ship. Under the sound of the horn, the ship sank into the sea. In the deep sea, the heaven-evading ship was like a water arrow, rushing towards the Punlai Immortal Island that was 37 million li * 500 m per li away. Its speed was extremely fast. It was almost 100 times faster than the 7 apricot house. In just a few months, it would be able to cross 37 million li * 500 m per li, and reach the Punlai Immortal Island. Ning Fan remained silent throughout the journey. He stood at the bow of the heaven-evading ship and looked at the creatures in the sea under the cover of the formation light. 1 month, 2 months. Without the familiar sound of the flute, he was not used to it. Fortunately, Ning Fan and Yin Suchio's heaven-evading ship were on the same route in the first half of the journey. He could see a water arrow flying in front of him, but there was no ship. Because of the sea stone, even Ning Fan could not see Yin Suchio's ship. Yin Suchio most likely could not see Ning Fan's ship behind her. However, Ning Fan was still looking ahead. He could faintly feel that Yin Suchio was also standing at the stern of the ship, looking at him from afar. His heart was as heavy as the sea. In this vast deep sea, in this endless sea, the power of a cultivator was truly minuscule. Occasionally, there would be sea beasts that were bigger than mountains that brushed past the heaven-evading ship. The aura force emitted from them was comparable to a nascent soul realm old monster, causing the expressions of the passengers to change drastically. However, Ning Fan turned a blind eye to it. As for those sea beasts, they did not attack as if they could not sense the chi of the heaven-evading ship. The sea stone is really mysterious. On the 3rd month, the 2 ships sailed into the Black Reef Sea area and went their separate ways. The 2 hidden water arrows turned around and went their separate ways. 3 days passed and everything was still calm. However, on the 3rd day, the heaven-evading ship was in a panic. Ning Fan stood at the bow of the ship and frowned. He had a bad premonition. Fellow Taoist Jing, what happened? I don't know. It seems like one of the heaven-evading ships sent me a message asking for help. Which one? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. It's definitely not Suchio Xianxi's ship. As soon as Jing Shui's voice fell, the anxious voice of the cultivators controlling the ship was heard. Fellow Taoists, something bad has happened. The 6th heaven-evading ship sent a warning. It said that a group of mermaids attacked the ship. It's not because of blood chi but because a nascent soul realm devil cultivator used a secret technique to control the mermaids. As soon as he said that, the ship was in chaos. What? A nascent soul realm devil cultivator controlled the mermaids to attack the ship? Where did they come from? Why did they attack the ship? The mermaids have low spiritual intelligence. They can't be raised like ordinary demonic beasts. What kind of devil cultivator can even control the mermaids? The ship was in chaos but Ning Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the 6th heaven-evading ship that was attacked. The route of the 6th ship was very far away from the 7th and 10th ships. Even if this ship came to the rescue, it might not be able to make it in time. Moreover, even if it could make it in time, why would the cultivators on this ship be willing to save strangers? Humph. We have paid the money. It's not our ship that was attacked. Why should we save them? Most of the cultivators who could afford to pay 30,000 immortal jades were gold core realm experts. Even a nascent soul realm devil cultivator would be afraid of hundreds of them working together. However, these people did not know each other. How could they fight together? It was even more impossible for them to fight against the nascent soul realm old monsters and mermaids just to save a strange ship. Under the urging of the cultivator controlling the ship heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he did not dare to save the ship that was attacked. Ning Fan closed his eyes and his expression was cold. To him, the sixth heaven-evading ship was attacked. It had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in disbelief. The voice of the cultivator controlling the ship resounded in the ship again. No. Not good. The sixth heaven-evading ship was destroyed by nearly 10,000 mermaids. None of them survived. The seventh heaven-evading ship also sent a request for help. At this moment, countless cultivators on the ship turned pale with fright. A mermaid was enough to bite a gold core realm cultivator to death. Nearly 10,000 mermaids. So many of them were controlled. This was definitely not normal. Our safety comes first. We can't save the seventh ship. If you dare to change the direction of the ship, I will kill you. Don't kill them. Once the blood chi is dispersed, we will be attacked by the mermaids. The people on the ship were in a panic. Ning Fan's mind was also in a mess. The seventh heaven-evading ship was where Xianxia was. Fellow Taoist Ning, what should we do? Jingshua's expression was as calm as still water. Xianxia would definitely be in danger if the seventh ship was attacked. Moreover, there was a nascent soul realm devil cultivator holding the line. Putting aside the fact that the cultivators on his ship could not defeat the enemy, even if they could, they would not be able to save her in time due to the distance of at least 300,000 li *, 500 m per li. This was the heavens will playing tricks on people. Just like his wife, Yun Hua, who became a refined corpse in the end. Xianxia was probably going to die. His ship was also going to be in great danger. Jingxue did not know how to advise Ning Fan. Suddenly, Ning Fan turned around and leaped out of the formation light of the sea tower. The moment he appeared in the sea, he immediately attracted the attention of several gold core realm giant beasts. However, Ning Fan's eyes were as cold as ice. With a sweep of his sword sense, all the sea beasts were turned into a pool of blood. Fellow Taoist Jingxue, go to Punlai Immortal Island by yourself. I will go to this island after I save her. Fellow Taoist Ning. Don't do anything stupid. The boundless sea is extremely dangerous. With your strength alone. With my strength alone, I can't let anything happen to her. At this moment, Ning Fan's black hair danced wildly. His eyes were as cold as ice and a demonic black mark appeared on the left side of his face. His body dispersed and turned into a black shadow. After a while, he was already 1,000 li * 500 m per li away. This was his fastest instantaneous movement speed. In one day, no, in half a day, he could travel 300,000 li * 500 m per li to save Xianxia. However, every time he teleported, the injuries on the sea of consciousness that had yet to recover would immediately worsen. Even if he was at his peak condition, teleporting 300,000 li * 500 m per li would still cause serious injuries to his sea of consciousness. Now, it was even more dangerous. But at this moment, there was nothing that could stop his footsteps. He swallowed a bottle of burning blood pill and numbed his injuries with his killing intent. There was only madness left in his eyes. Nothing must happen to her. Jingshua's voice came from the sound transmission jade on his waist. Fellow Taoist Ning, come back. According to the latest news, the grand formation of the seventh heaven fleeing ship has been broken. Fellow Taoistine is most likely, *pa. Ning Fan clenched his fist and crushed the sound transmission jade. His eyes were cold but firm. Step by step, he stepped into the endless sea. This dangerous sea region known as the Cultivation tomb could not stop him at all. Fate was full of misfortunes. He had lived an ordinary life in the Ning family, but he had been sold to another country's devil sect. When he met his master, he felt the warmth of his master for the first time in his life. But when his master's cultivation was fully restored, he was plotted against by his evil disciple. He had saved Ninggu, but Ninggu could no longer pursue the path to immortality. He had broken through to the gold core realm, but his heart demon was actually Jihe. When he met Suqiu, she turned from being heartless to having feelings for him. When she gradually developed feelings for him, the two of them separated. At the moment when they were separated, he made her suffer a calamity. From the beginning to the end, she had never expressed her feelings for him. She was afraid that her feelings would only add to his troubles. This lady's only happiness was that she only had the courage to hug Ning Fan when he was asleep. But was it the will of the heavens for this woman to die? Heavenly Tao. Fate. If this is my fate, then how can I cherish this life? At this moment, his words were cold and his eyes were eerie. A will to defy the heavens and slay the heavens grew infinitely in his heart. Nothing must happen to her, because I'm here. It was like a million claps of thunder roaring through the depths of the sea. As of this moment, there was a madness about him that caused the sea beasts to tremble. Like a black bolt of lightning, it rumbled and flew in the sea. In the ocean, a group of cultivators was traveling across the sea in a hurry. Not all cultivators knew how to travel through the sea. Even the thousands of islands in the endless outer sea had ships traveling between them. Anyone who dared to travel in the sea must be an expert. There were about 10 people in this group of cultivators. The leader was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Behind him were about 10 golden core cultivators. This group of cultivators was the cultivators of the profound firmament sect from the mystic light celestial island. The middle stage nascent soul realm old man was an elder of the sect, and he was leading some outstanding disciples to train in the sea. But at this moment, they did not have the heart to train and only wanted to flee in the sea. Terrifying, too terrifying, even the mid-nascent soul realm elder's face was filled with astonishment. Nearly 10,000 mermen, under the lead of several nascent soul realm devil cultivators, were attacking his ship with all their might. To be able to control close to 10,000 merfolk, this kind of beast-taming method was simply unheard of. These demonic cultivators were definitely from the inner sea. There were no such crazy demons in the outer sea. What do they want to do? The nascent soul realm old man didn't even dare to think about this. Almost as soon as he found out that the other party was powerful, he immediately took the sect's golden core realm disciples and fled. As for the demonic cultivators, they seemed to have noticed that the old man was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator and was difficult to deal with, so they didn't chase after him. Lord Elder. Who were those people? They were too terrifying. A few hundred golden core realm cultivators and several early-stage nascent soul realm cultivators were actually utterly defeated under the merfolk's siege. A golden core realm disciple said in fear. Mo1. Be careful with your words, the nascent soul stage old man said sternly. He had to return to the sect immediately. If that group of fiendish cultivators changed their minds and turned back to kill him, he would not be able to stop the demons. However, all of a sudden, the old man who was initially escaping stopped abruptly with a shocked expression. 1,000 miles away, a black light with monstrous killing intent was rapidly approaching. The black light teleported 500 kilometers in the blink of an eye. It appeared in front of the cultivators, shattering thousands of undercurrents and waves. White clothes, black cloak, black hair like ink, eyes like ice. This young man was alone, but his appearance made the nascent soul realm old man feel an unprecedented sense of danger, especially the teleportation just now. If the old man wasn't wrong, this young man had shattered his own sense of perception to forcefully teleport away. Lunatic. Lunatic. Who would shatter their own sense of perception to teleport away? The terrifying strength and the craziness around him shocked the old man. This person must never be offended. Did you see the 10,000 merfolk attacking the ship? The young man's indifferent voice was like thunder, exploding in the hearts of all the cultivators. The old man's face turned pale and he took 2 steps back. This kind of magical power was even more mysterious than the later stage nascent soul realm cultivator's harmony of sound with heaven and earth. What kind of cultivation does this young man have? Could he be a grand cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm? 10,000 miles to the east, there were indeed 10,000 merfolk attacking the ship. This is the recording jade scroll that I left behind. My friend, please take a look. Is this the ship you are looking for? Without any hesitation, the nascent soul realm old man patted his storage pouch and took out a jade scroll. He handed it to the young man without hesitation and immediately saluted with his fists before leading the group away. That jade scroll was something that he had painstakingly left behind and intended to hand over to the sect. But now, he handed it over immediately just to satisfy the young man and let him go. Thank you. The young man scanned the area with his spirit sense and his eyes flashed with cold light. His body exploded again and condensed again. He teleported 1,000 miles away, 10,000 miles to the east. The ship that was attacked was the 7th heaven evading ship. When the image was left behind, the ship's grand formation had already been destroyed. Was the ship still safe and sound after such a long time? Teleportation, 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 Ning Fan recklessly dashed across the sea. Every time he teleported, his sense of perception would shatter a little. He was still 30,000 miles away from the place that the old man mentioned, 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang. Sea beast with the size of a mountain was emitting an early nascent soul realm aura. It opened its giant mouth and devoured the corpses in the sea. These corpses belonged to the cultivators who managed to escape from the ship when it was attacked. Most of them had already died in the sea. The few who were still alive looked helpless in front of the nascent soul realm sea beast. It's the Sea King beast. We must die. We must die. The Sea King beast was the demon king of the sea. Each of them had a nascent soul realm cultivation base. This 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang. Sea beast looked like a huge purple octopus. Its countless tentacles casually swung the corpses into its mouth and devoured them. Its tentacles finally reached towards the few gold core realm cultivators who were severely injured but still alive. However, at this moment, a black light flashed and appeared in front of the gigantic beast. Immediately, it exploded. Black Tempest soul-splitting technique. Thousands of black sword lights pierced into the gigantic beast and purple blood gushed out. The sword lights exploded and the gigantic beast's body exploded. Tainted blood splattered everywhere. A small purple octopus demon nascent soul was horrified and desperately tried to escape. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. What was that black light? It destroyed my demon nascent soul with just a single attack. The black light condensed and Ning Fan appeared. His face was pale but he couldn't find Yin Sucho's corpse among the corpses in the gigantic beast's stomach or the corpses on the ground. It's good that she's not here. Senior. It's a nascent soul realm senior. Senior, save me. I'm a disciple of Juzhou Immortal Island. If Senior can save me, I'll definitely. Noisy. Ning Fan's cold voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the hearts of the surviving cultivators. Their faces turned pale. He shattered his sea of consciousness and activated the power of his spirit sense to teleport away. The lives and deaths of these gold core realm cultivators had nothing to do with him. He's getting closer. In the last 30,000 li, there were wrecked ships and corpses of cultivators everywhere. In the distance, there were nearly 10,000 black demons that blotted out the sky. These demons were all mermen. They had the tail of a fish and the body of a human. Some were ugly and some were beautiful. However, all of their eyes were empty and they let out strange sounds as if they were crying. They revealed their sharp fangs and bit the corpses as if they were tasty fish and prawns. Occasionally, there were cultivators who were still alive and used their magical treasures to attack the mermen. However, these mermen could survive for a short period of time even if their heads were crushed. They often tore apart gold core realm cultivators with their bare hands. Above all the mermen, there were 3 early nascent soul realm devil cultivators who sneered. These mermen have been raised well. The 7th elder will definitely be satisfied. Hee. I think that the girl just now is not bad. However, it's a pity. She might have been torn into pieces by this merman. If she's torn into pieces, we'll sew her up. Then, we can turn her into a refined corpse and have fun on her body. The 3 devil cultivators revealed a lustful smile. However, at this moment, a black dot flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning. It teleported 1,000 li away and appeared among the group of mermen with an aura that could crush everything. Each of the mermen was strong enough to tear a gold core realm cultivator apart. However, Ning Fan was not afraid of them. With a sweep of his sword sense, hundreds of mermen who were comparable to gold core realm cultivators were minced to death with miserable shrieks. Mermen could not die even if their heads were chopped off. However, if their physical bodies were destroyed, they would not be able to survive. Within the black sword and the sea of blood, a cold and indifferent young man started a massacre as soon as he appeared. Every time he used his sword sense, a portion of his sword sense would crumble. However, his killing intent was still insane. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to kill the merman raised by our demon ceiling palace? The eyes of the 3 nascent soul realm devil cultivators were filled with shock. However, their shock quickly turned into killing intent. Each of them took out a bone flute and a sound shell, attempting to control the mermen to surround and kill Ning Fan. As soon as the devil voice resounded, tens of thousands of mermen screamed in agony as if they had gone mad. Their hands and heads were in pain, producing sharp sound waves. The voice of 10,000 mermen instantly made Ning Fan's physical body tremble and his bones felt like they were about to break. The most powerful thing about the mermen was not their tearing force but their devil voice. One merman's voice was nothing to be worried about. However, the voice of 10,000 mermen could even kill a nascent soul realm cultivator. With this devil voice, a few devil cultivators forced the hidden heaven evading ship to reveal itself. In the end, they even broke the formation light. Get lost. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with madness. He patted his storage pouch, took out the last piece of Immortal Execution Order and crushed it. All of a sudden, the shadows of 4 swords appeared in the deep sea. A trace of Immortal Execution intent locked onto one of the 3 devil cultivators, causing his expression to change drastically. Under this sword energy, even the numerous mermaids were filled with fear. Ning Fan covered his chest and spread out his spirit sense. After sensing Xianxia's location, he used his sword sense to open a path and teleported to her location. Thousands of li away, at the wreckage of the heaven-evading ship, there were only a dozen or so cultivators who were defending against the mermen's attacks. One of them was a woman whose magic power was almost depleted. Her face was pale and she was holding a shining crystal ring in her hand, destroying the mermen that were besieging them. I'm so tired. There's no end to killing these mermen, I'll die. Indeed, I won't be able to see him again after this farewell. But will he be all right? Will he be attacked by the mermen? I don't think so. He's so powerful. Moreover, he won't know that I'm dead. After all, I've never expressed my feelings to him. Xianxia gritted her teeth stubbornly. After destroying a merman with her ring, she was shaken by the sound waves of several mermen, almost causing her internal organs to rupture. Puff. She coughed out blood continuously. The blood stimulated the mermen even more and they roared towards her. The ferocious demon claws were already closing in on her. The world seemed to be frozen in silence. However, at this moment, her pretty face was filled with shock. A strong arm hugged her tightly and thousands of black sword scents exploded in the sea. Get lost. Ning Fan's sword scent swept across and destroyed the group of mermen. Without turning his head, he carried Xianxia and ran away. You. Why are you here? You shouldn't have come. Put me down and run. Xianxia was stunned and panicked. Compared to the fact that she would die, she was more afraid that Ning Fan would die. Shut up. Ning Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood onto Xianxia's clothes. The injuries inflicted by Demon General Li Ban were far from being healed. His sea of consciousness was almost completely shattered after forcefully teleporting again and again. Now, it was extremely painful for him to activate a trace of spirit sense. It was as if his sea of consciousness would be completely shattered at any time and he would die in the endless sea. If it wasn't for his severe injuries, he wouldn't have used the Immortal Execution Order to block the nascent Soul Realm Devil cultivators. He would have used the Black Tempest Divine Clone technique to kill the 3 of them. He could no longer use such a powerful technique. The aura of the Immortal Execution Order behind him seemed to be weakening. It should have been destroyed by the 3 devil cultivators. He did not dare to stay any longer and teleported towards the next sea region. Are we going to die? Where are we going? Xianxia's heart was no longer important. She had imagined thousands of ways to die. Most of them were to die to help those in danger. However, she had never thought that she would die together with Ning Fan in a sea region that no one knew about. If she could die together with Ning Fan, perhaps it would be better than the other ways to die. I won't die. I will send you to the Green Jade Immortal Island. First, get rid of the flies behind us. Ning Fan's sense power was exhausted and it was difficult for him to teleport anymore. He gritted his teeth and activated the Thunder Wind wings. Immediately, the 2-3 zhang tall lightning wings on his back flapped violently and he flew away. Behind him, there were nearly 10,000 mermen. They were already left behind by his speed. However, the 2 nascent Soul Realm Devil cultivators were still chasing after him like maggots attached to a bone. As for the other devil cultivator, even though he resisted the Immortal Execution Order, he was severely injured and did not chase after Ning Fan. Even though these devil cultivators did not know Ning Fan's background, they could see that Ning Fan was severely injured. All of his techniques were self-harming and he did not have the strength to fight against any of them. Such a person actually dared to wantonly kill the merman even after we gave him a warning. This person's actions would definitely cause us to be punished by the elders. This man is extremely hateful and deserves to be killed. Moreover, the method he used to kill the merman made the hearts of the two devil cultivators palpitate. This man has condensed the sword consciousness and sword sense. Moreover, the power of his sword sense is far beyond what was recorded in the ancient records. Perhaps, he has a secret technique that cultivates sword sense. If we can obtain this technique and offer it to the elders, we will certainly be able to make a great contribution. However, the two of them did not expect that Ning Fan could still maintain the speed of an early nascent soul realm cultivator despite being severely injured. Originally, the two devil cultivators thought that it would be a piece of cake for them to catch up to Ning Fan after his injuries became more severe and his speed decreased. However, Ning Fan's speed did not decrease at all even after chasing them for tens of thousands of li. On the other hand, the two devil cultivators had consumed a lot of their magic power. Second brother, what should we do? Should we teleport to catch up to him? The tall and skinny devil cultivator asked sternly. No. Let's delay him for a while. It's safer to exhaust his magic power. This man's sword sense is rather terrifying. The short devil cultivator said with a solemn expression. After another tens of thousands of li, Ning Fan's speed did not decrease at all. At this moment, the short devil cultivator finally realized something and said angrily. This man's speed did not decrease at all. He must have some kind of flying spiritual equipment. Moreover, his speed is so fast. It's highly possible that he is at the profound earth realm. We have wasted so much of our magic power in vain. This man did not even use a single bit of his magic power. Second brother, don't be angry. Hee. Profound earth spiritual equipment is a good item. This man is already at the end of his rope. If we teleport to catch up to him, we will surely be able to kill him and obtain the spiritual equipment. How about that? That's great. How are we going to distribute the spiritual equipment that we snatched? Since this man has profound earth spiritual equipment, he must have a lot of treasures on him. Are we afraid that we won't have enough? No matter what, that woman belongs to me. The short devil cultivator said with a lewd smile. Of course. The two devil cultivators exchanged glances. In their eyes, Ning Fan, a nascent soul realm cultivator who was severely injured, was already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Both of them activated the primordial force of heaven and earth. Black light flashed and the distance between them and Ning Fan rapidly shortened. Courting death. Ning Fan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He did not care what this devil cultivator wanted to do in the endless sea, however, he would not show any mercy to those who violated him. Ning Fan flapped his thunder wind wings and rushed towards the surface of the sea. Not far away, the shadow of an island was reflected on the surface of the sea. As he rushed out of the sea breeze blew. His thunder wind wings was the fastest as he rushed towards the floating island. As for the two devil cultivators, they sneered coldly and descended the moment Ning Fan and Xianxia landed on the island. This island was called Xianxia Island. Although it was floating in the sky, it was only 10,000 li * 500 m per li wide. The Hengyan sect on the island was just an early gold core realm sect with 1,000 people. When Ning Fan, Xianxia, and the two nascent soul realm devil cultivators arrived, the formation light of the floating island trembled and immediately shattered. A spirit realm grand formation could not even stop these people from advancing. The old ancestor of the Hengyan sect, Wang Heng, an early gold core realm cultivator, at this moment, he no longer had his usual arrogant expression. Instead, his eyes were filled with terror. Two nascent soul realm devil cultivators, a severely injured nascent soul realm expert and a peak gold core realm old ancestor. Why would these people come to my small floating island? What are they trying to do? Fight? Fight? Unlucky. Unlucky. Why did you guys come to my island to fight? How could this small island withstand the fluctuations of a battle between nascent soul realm experts? Hee. Brat, you're not going to run anymore? You can't run anymore? Weren't you very powerful when you killed my mermaid demon just now? The short devil cultivator sneered. I'm not going to run anymore. Since you guys want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Black armor, kill. He patted his storage pouch and a black light flashed. He turned into a black armored refined corpse and threw a punch at the skinny and tall devil cultivator. The power of the punch actually caused countless cracks to appear on the supreme grade sound shell of the devil cultivator. As for Ning Fan, he put down the lady in his arms and condensed the remaining violent killing intent in his body onto the tip of his finger. Sword finger. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed out blood. However, the mountains on Hingshan Island collapsed and the earth cracked. Every mountain that collapsed turned into sword chi and went into the tip of Ning Fan's finger. This finger was clearly 100 zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang away. However, the moment it touched the short devil cultivator, his soul trembled violently and a deathly aura rose within him. All of his disdainful feelings towards Ning Fan were crushed at this moment. Not good. This man is seriously injured, but he still has such a technique. Run. You can't escape. Sword finger. Mountain shattering. This finger seemed to have gathered all of Ning Fan's strength and turned it into a peerless sword light. The short cultivator's face was filled with shock. Only a late realm cultivator like the seventh elder could display the power of this finger. Stupid. The two of us are really stupid. The person that we are chasing after is actually a ferocious devil. It's a devil that can shatter mountains with a single finger. Without any hesitation, the short cultivator frantically used his magic treasures. Bone flute, round shield, flying needle. Each of them was either supreme grade or peak grade high grade magic treasures. However, when he pointed his finger at them, heaven and earth shook as if a mountain was pressing down on them. All of his magic treasures were shattered. As for the short cultivator's body, it was crushed into a mist of blood. His nascent soul revealed an anxious face. As soon as his body exploded, he immediately performed a hand seal and escaped with teleportation. However, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with coldness. With a flash of lightning star, the lightning of heaven and earth locked onto his nascent soul. Die. Under his command, the thunder and lightning of the heavens and earth fell in submission. The short cultivator's nascent soul was destroyed. As for the tall and skinny devil cultivator, he didn't show any sorrow when he saw his second brother's death. There was only fear. Although his second brother was an early nascent soul realm expert, he wasn't far from breaking through to the mid-nascent soul realm. However, his body was destroyed by Ning Fan's finger. You. Who are you? Not good. He didn't have the intention to continue the battle and chase after Ning Fan. It was too late for regrets. Why did he have to chase after Ning Fan? If Ning Fan wasn't injured, he wouldn't have chased after him. However, he saw that Ning Fan was injured and easy to bully. That was why he chased after him. Even though Ning Fan was injured, he still had a trump card, escape. But, could he escape? He made up his mind and performed a hand seal to detonate the supreme grade sound shell magical treasure. Amidst the rumbling magical power, the explosion hit the black corpse and he immediately teleported away. In his opinion, such an explosion would probably kill the black corpse. However, at the moment when he was about to teleport away, a corpse refinement iron fist rumbled in the smoke and dispersed the primordial force of heaven and earth. It stopped the tall and skinny devil cultivator from teleporting away and pulled off one of his arms. Arg! The tall and skinny devil cultivator let out a blood-curdling scream. However, Ning Fan had already flapped his thunder-wind wings, gritted his teeth and flew towards him. His eyes were filled with coldness. He stomped on the tall and skinny devil cultivator's head, causing his brains to splatter everywhere. Since his physical body was already dead, his nascent soul immediately flew out of his dantian, trying to escape. However, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with ridicule. He slapped down with a palm of lightning, immediately dispersing the primordial force around his nascent soul, making it hard for him to teleport away. With a single hand, he caught the small nascent soul in his palm. The tall and skinny devil cultivator's nascent soul panicked. He cried out in a half-pleading and half-threatening manner. You can't kill me. I'm the infant attendant of the demon sealing palace in the endless sea. If you kill me, my demon sealing palace will certainly. Noisy. Lightning flashed on Ning Fan's palm. The nascent soul immediately let out a miserable cry and fainted. Ning Fan kept their storage pouches while searching their memories. The memories of the tall and skinny devil were all recorded in his mind. Immediately, his expression turned gloomy. Infant attendants of the demon sealing palace, san. Humph. It seems like I've stirred up trouble. But so what if it's the demon sealing palace? He had promised Sucio that he would save her whenever she was in danger. Even the demon sealing palace would not be able to force him to break his promise. Ning Fan's gaze suddenly shifted towards a certain direction of Xianxia Island and said in a stern voice. The owner of this island, come and see me within 10 breaths. A skinny old man who was only 5 feet tall and wore a black robe stood in the sea with an ugly expression. Although he was scrawny and ugly, his old eyes were bright and full of vigor, just like an eagle. Furthermore, his cultivation base was at the late nascent soul realm. In the demon sealing hall, he was known as Old Eagle Crane. He was furious, extremely furious. Out of the 3 life soul pendants in his hand, 2 had shattered. There were nearly 10,000 mermaid demons in front of him, but thousands of them had died. Among the dead merfolk demons, there were even several merfolk demon king beasts that he had painstakingly cultivated. Air and San are dead. Who did it? He was clearly short and ugly, but when the old man got angry, the sea around him began to boil. In front of him, Ada, who had been heavily injured by the immortal execution order, had a weak aura. When the old man's aura reached him, he immediately revealed a look of fear. Don't be angry, 7th Elder. That madman dared to kill the infant attendants of the demon sealing sect. He's dead meat. Every infant attendant of the demon sealing sect will leave a jade life soul pendant in the hands of the elder. Once they die, the elder will be able to find the culprit easily with this jade pendant. Nonsense. Of course, I know that. However, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? That person is heavily injured. The old man's eyes turned cold. I can't be wrong. That person's sea of consciousness seemed like it could collapse at any moment. He wouldn't be able to live for long. If it weren't for the fact that they seemed to be heavily injured, my stupid 2nd and 3rd brothers wouldn't have taken the initiative to chase after that person. Good, very good. A seriously injured nascent soul cultivator was still able to kill 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators. This person should have a life-saving trump card, but this trump card has most likely been used up. Even if it hasn't been used up, it's useless against a late-stage nascent soul cultivator like me. This old man must kill this person. The eagle crane old man chuckled coldly and turned into a black streak of light. He took the initiative to kill, so he had 3 choices. Firstly, the other party's cultivation was not higher than his. Second, the other party was injured. Thirdly, the other party had a great treasure on him. These 3 conditions were obviously met by Kwang Tu, so the eagle crane was extremely happy to chase after this person. Haha. A nascent soul cultivator was severely injured. How dare you go against the demon sealing sect? You're courting death. Endless Sea, Xianxia Island. After Ning Fan plundered all the immortal jades on the island, he asked the unlucky old ancestor Wang Heng for a clear map of all the nearby sea regions. He didn't care about the island anymore. He flapped his thunderstorm wings and left in a hurry with Yin Sucio in his arms. He didn't plant a psychic seal. There was no need. In the endless sea, without the restraints of the rain world's law, killing people, robbing treasures, seeking revenge and slaughtering people's clans was a common occurrence. Although the cultivators on the island saw him kill someone, they didn't know who he was, nor did they know who he was. It was impossible for them to leak any information about him. This was the greatest advantage of the endless sea. In this place, Ning Fan did not need to show mercy when killing people. As long as he had sufficient strength, he could destroy an island and slaughter tens of thousands of cultivators and no one would care at all. However, he had to escape immediately. The result of the soul-searching technique made Ning Fan's face turn solemn. The 2 nascent soul realm devil cultivators that he had killed were actually members of the Sea Devil sect in the Endless Sea. The Demon Sealing Temple. One of the 72 sects of the Endless Sea, a sect with an early divine transformation realm master, the two devil cultivators were raising mermaids to attack the outer endless sea. It seemed like they were going to select a king beast from the mermaids during the battle and use a secret technique to make them grow. The elder of the demon sealing temple would use a secret technique to track down those who killed the infant servants. The person who was responsible for these two devil cultivators seemed to be the seventh elder of the demon sealing temple. He was a late nascent soul realm cultivator called the Eagle Crane. He checked his immortal veins and found that after killing the infant servants, there were 2 traces of grey chi left in his body. With his magic power, he couldn't erase them. The grey chi would make the Eagle Crane track him. He could sense that the Eagle Crane was trying its best to track him and get closer to him. After a moment of silence, Ning Fan's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. When the grey chi came into contact with the All-Heaven relic, it was immediately enveloped by the light of the relic and he couldn't sense it anymore. With this relic, Ning Fan was not afraid of being hunted by the demon sealing temple. Go after them. Just chase after them like headless flies. The All-Heaven relic is really useful. When the All-Heaven relic blocked the grey chi, the Eagle Crane old man who had just left the Black Reef area nearly coughed out blood. He stood on the surface of the sea and his eyes were filled with astonishment. It was like a drop of water falling into the ocean. It was hard to find any trace of that drop of water. That madman actually has a way to hide from me. Impossible. Impossible. Cultivators below the divine transformation realm can't erase the secret technique of my demon sealing temple. Could it be that he is a divine transformation realm cultivator? No. Impossible. Even a severely injured divine transformation realm old monster can kill me with just a finger, let alone those useless infant servants. In that case, does he have a powerful magical treasure that can block off other people's senses? If that's the case, I can rest assured. Hee. I have already imprinted his appearance into my memory. Since he is severely injured, his speed will definitely be slow and he won't be able to teleport. I will slowly search along the sea area and I will definitely find him. If I can find him, I can conveniently seize his magical treasure that can block off other people's senses. It will be a wonderful thing. Let me check his name. Is his surname Zhou? No, it doesn't seem right. It seems like a fake name. But if his surname is really Zhou, could it be that he is a member of the Zhou clan of the Eternal Endless Sea? No. Definitely not. If this person is a member of the Zhou clan, then his act of killing the infant attendants is not to bring disaster to the demon sealing hall but to our demon sealing hall. We must kill him even more. We must never let the Zhou clan know that my infant attendants have the guts to kill a disciple of the Zhou clan. Inghe shuddered. No matter what Ning Fan's identity was, he had to find this person first and decide whether to kill or torture him. However, he did not know that Ning Fan was not related to the Zhou clan of the Eternal Sea at all. What the Eagle and Crane didn't know was that Ning Fan had the thunderstorm wings that could allow him to fly infinitely. Even though he was severely injured, it was not difficult for him to fly at full speed. The Eagles and Cranes were destined to be unable to find Ning Fan. In the vast sky, Ning Fan suppressed his injuries and carried Xianxia in his arms. His expression did not change at all. The sea breeze carried a salty taste, but the fragrance of Xianxia's hair was like the fragrance of autumn osmanthus. His clothes were thin and the beauty was delicate. When his heart was moved, he did not feel restrained at all. Xianxia, on the other hand, leaned into his embrace. Her heart ached and she blamed herself. I'm sorry. If I didn't encounter a disaster at sea, your injuries wouldn't have worsened. Why do you have a bitter face? It's just a small injury. With all the pills I have, it won't be a problem for me to recover in a few days. Just smile. How can I smile when you're injured to this extent? Why do you always like to act tough? Why? Xianxia hugged Ning Fan's neck and her shoulders trembled. If you die, what should I do? What should I do? If I die, you will marry someone else. Ning Fan still had the mood to tease her. I won't change. Xianxia agreed. However, she immediately realized that she had fallen into Ning Fan's trap. Marry someone else? We haven't officially married each other and we haven't even shared a bed. How can I marry someone else? How can I marry someone else? Who wants to marry you? If it wasn't because of her image, Xianxia really wanted to bite Ning Fan's shoulder. It was really too infuriating. Oh? You actually don't want to marry me? Then, won't I bleed for nothing? I originally wanted to have dual cultivation with you to heal my injuries and nourish my primordial essence. Dual cultivation. If we do that kind of thing, it can really heal your injuries. Xianxia revealed a stubborn and serious expression. This made Ning Fan embarrassed to tease this conservative and inflexible woman. Next time. If there's a need, I will look for you. Who knows, I might even make love to you. This time, I will send you back to the Green Jade Immortal Island. You've saved me many times. I, Xianxia, have no way to repay you. Even if you pluck me and want to take me as your cauldron, I, Xianxia, will never say no. The stubborn woman said with a serious expression. The Green Jade Immortal Island was still millions of li*, 500 m per li, away. Ning Fan decided to send her off personally. During the 1-month journey, Ning Fan held Xianxia in his arms. Even when he patted her buttocks mischievously, she still did not resist despite blushing. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. This Xianxia was determined to repay him with her body. Even if he were to find an uninhabited island and make love to her, she would not refuse. The current him was not suitable for dual cultivation. However, after he forms his core, he could have dual cultivation with Xianxia. Xianxia was a stubborn woman. Once she has set her mind on something, she would not look back. Ning Fan knew that Xianxia had set her mind on him. After traveling for millions of li*, 500 m per li, the sea mist turned into rain. Several parts of the sea were in the rainy season. The two of them appeared on a mid-grade floating island. They took the sea boat and rushed to the Green Jade Immortal Island at an even faster speed. 2 months later, the sea was covered with mist. The Green Jade Immortal Island could be seen from afar. Ning Fan arrived at the shore of the floating island. Xianxia also got off the boat. At the moment when they landed on the island, a female cultivator who was guarding the island immediately came to ask them questions. Seniors, may I know what's the matter that brought you to my Green Jade Immortal Island? I was passing by this place. This is Xianxia. She is a rogue cultivator who wishes to join your sect. What? This senior wants to join my sect? The two female cultivators who asked questions were just at the vein opening realm. They could not tell Ning Fan and Xianxia's cultivation base. However, from the way they landed on the island, they were at least at the harmonious spirit realm. The two of them were just outer sect disciples. If a harmonious spirit realm expert joins the Green Jade Immortal sect, he or she could become an inner sect disciple. The two of them did not dare to neglect Xianxia. I'm sorry. A harmonious spirit realm cultivator joining the sect is not something we can handle. Please allow us to call the sect deacon. The two of them did not dare to neglect. One of them took out her sound-transmitting jade and gave a few instructions. Immediately, a few beautiful silhouettes came from a distance and landed on the ground. There were more than 10 beautiful women. All of them were at the harmonious spirit realm or above. The leader of the group was a deacon disciple who was at the half-step gold core realm. Is this sister going to join my sect? The deacon disciple who was at the half-step gold core realm scanned Xianxia with her spirit sense. Immediately, her pretty face was filled with shock and respect. Senior is a gold core realm cultivator? Yes. Xianxia nodded indifferently. She regained the dignity of the old ancestor of the Great Void Realm. May I know Senior's exact cultivation realm? She is at the peak of the Gold Core Realm and is about to form her nascent soul. She came to the Green Jade Immortal Island to find a sect with excellent spiritual chi to join. Ning Fan helped her. If he did not say so, Xianxia would have honestly said that her sect was unfortunate. She betrayed the sect and went to the Endless Sea to seek refuge with a friend. In this case, people would look down on her before she joined the sect. A cultivator who was about to form her nascent soul. Although it was a lie, it sounded much better than seeking refuge with a friend. What? This senior is not only a Gold Core Realm expert, but also a Gold Core Realm expert who is about to enter seclusion to form her nascent soul. The deacon disciple was shocked by Ning Fan's words. It was extremely normal for a cultivator who was about to form her nascent soul to find a sect to join. It was to choose a seclusion place to peacefully form her nascent soul. It was also to rely on the sect's financial resources to continue her cultivation after becoming a nascent soul realm expert. The decision for such a cultivator to join the Green Jade Immortal sect was not something that a deacon disciple could decide. "Senior, please allow me to call the sect elder." "No need. I happen to be passing by this place. Let me see if this sister is qualified to join my Green Jade Immortal sect." Before she finished her sentence, 3 rays of green light flew towards them. All of them were nascent soul realm cultivators. They turned into 3 women. As soon as they landed, their spirit sense locked onto Ning Fan as if they were facing a great enemy. The woman in the middle was wearing a green palace dress. She was the sect master of the Green Jade Immortal sect, early nascent soul realm Su Yao. The 2 mid-nascent soul realm cultivators beside her were slightly older. They were the guest elders of the sect. These 3 women were not just passing by. Instead, they were attracted by the terrifying bloody smell on Ning Fan's body. A very strong smell of mermaid's blood. This person had slaughtered his way out from the group of mermaids. Such a strong blood qi could only be obtained by entering the group of mermaids alone and slaughtering thousands of them. Even a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator would not dare to do such a reckless act. This person was very strong. He was at least a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. Even though he was severely injured, he still gave Su Yao a dangerous feeling. This meant that he had a terrifying trump card. Such an expert must be treated with caution. This friend. Su Yao's beautiful eyes swept across Ning Fan with fear. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Suqiu. "Su Yao. You're Su Yao." Suqiu's eyes were filled with joy. "How dare you call my sect master by her name?" The 2 nascent soul realm guest elders were about to scold her but were stopped by Su Yao. If it was any other time, Su Yao would not be happy to be called by her name by a gold core realm cultivator. However, at this moment, she was not angry when Suqiu called her by her name. Instead, she revealed an expression of surprise and disbelief. She quickly walked forward and held Suqiu's hand. "Sister Suqiu, it's you. I can't be wrong. I will never forget your smile for the rest of my life." Some people said that the deepest friendship in the world was precisely built when one was young. If that friendship was not submerged by time, it would be more mellow than any utilitarian friendship. That year, you were innocent and I was still young. We fell in love with each other wholeheartedly. Childhood companion, huh? Ning Fan smiled faintly. Su Yao's expression was not fake. It seemed like her relationship with Yin Suqiu was really good. "Fellow Daoistine, I will let you keep your disciple. If you have any difficulties, feel free to look for me." Ning Fan looked at the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators with deep meaning and shook his cauldron ring. Dozens of female cultivators from Song country were summoned by him. All of a sudden, the 3 of them including Su Yao were shocked. Transforming from a flat ground. This is a heavenly dwelling magical treasure. Even an obscure spirit-severing realm spirit sense in the dark revealed a surprised expression. Heavenly dwelling magical treasure. This junior is only at the harmonious spirit realm but he could kill 1,000 mermaids. His combat strength is comparable to a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator and he even has a heavenly dwelling magical treasure. Could he be the descendant of one of the venerated 7 of the internal sea, the Dong Su old monster? This person is severely injured but he still dares to travel in the endless sea. This is similar to the Dong Su old monster who is known for his arrogance. Cough cough cough. If that's the case, the female cultivators that he brought with him should not be underestimated. Even I, an early spirit-severing realm cultivator, have to give face to the venerated 7 of the internal sea. In a cave residence with the densest spiritual qi in the Green Jade Immortal Island, a white-haired old woman seemed to have made up her mind and gave an order to a gold core realm cultivator who was serving her. According to the order of the Supreme Elder of my Green Jade Immortal sect, after Yin Suqiu enters the sect, she will immediately be promoted to the position of an inner sect elder. She will enjoy nascent soul realm worshippers without any mistakes. Yes. At this moment, Xianxia had probably arrived at the Punlai Immortal Island. Unlike the heaven-evading boat, the boat was traveling at high speed on the surface of the sea. Although it was slower, it was more stable. Ning Fan stood at the bow of the boat with his long hair fluttering in the sea breeze. This boat will take me all the way to the Punlai Immortal Island. Nothing can stop me from forming my core. Just forming my core, his eyes were filled with pride. Core formation, nascent soul, spirit severing. Step by step, I will reach the peak. 1 month, silence. February, wind and rain. March, an immortal island shrouded in green mist was already in sight. When he approached the island, he lifted his head and looked at the huge island that was floating in the sky. It shocked him. There were 10 sects and 3 islands in the endless outer sea. One of the 3 islands, Punlai, was the size of a country. The island was huge, but what shocked Ning Fan the most was that the body of the island was not made of rocks or trees. It was a huge corpse of a divine turtle. This divine turtle had died countless years ago and turned into a fossil. However, the spiritual chi on the island was so dense that even great Jin couldn't compare to it. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Even without stepping on the island, Ning Fan could see a towering black tower on the island, the Lost World Tower of the Lost World Palace. I've arrived. I've finally arrived. As soon as the boat stopped, Ning Fan immediately soared into the sky and flew towards the divine turtle island. The island was picturesque with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Cranes chirped in the air, and there was no grand formation protecting it. At the entrance of the island there were many demonic mounts with giant elephants. They flapped their wings and were as huge as small mountains. There were pavilions built on the backs of the elephants for cultivators to sit on. Although the elephants were as heavy as mountains, their speed was comparable to a nascent soul realm cultivator when they ran. As for the Punlai Immortal Island, although there was no formation to protect it, the people of the Lost World Palace had imposed a ban on flying. Cultivators below the nascent soul realm were not allowed to fly. Therefore, ordinary cultivators could only ride the giant elephants to enter the island. After all, the island was too vast. It would take more than 10 years to reach the Lost World Palace on foot without flying or riding demonic mounts. There were quite a number of cultivators who were at the late nascent soul realm and above on the island. If Ning Fan were to disguise himself as a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator, he would be asking for trouble once he is exposed. He dispersed the mental concealment art and restored his half-step gold core aura. Then, he paid 500 immortal jade and rode on the elephant. Ning Fan's was sitting on a stone stool in a single-person pavilion. Beside him was a vein-opening female cultivator with above-average looks, serving him respectfully. "Senior, is this your first time in Punlai? If you pay this junior 1 immortal jade, this junior is willing to explain the customs and practices of the immortal island to senior." "Oh? Only 1 immortal jade, huh?" Ning Fan smiled and paid the immortal jade while listening to the lady's explanation. The Punlai Immortal Island had 3 major factions. Apart from the Lost World Palace, a branch of the 4 Heavens Immortal World, there were 2 local factions. The Verdant Bamboo Palace was famous for its spirit wine. The Pill Cauldron Gate was a force that specialized in raising human cauldrons. In addition to the Lost World Palace's miraculous ability to reverse time, the Punlai Immortal Island was almost known as the most famous cultivation holy land in the outer endless sea. If he wanted a human cauldron, he could buy one from the Pill Cauldron Gate. If he wanted spirit wine, he could purchase it from the Verdant Bamboo Palace. If you want to cultivate, go to the Lost World Palace. In addition, the Lost World Palace had also recruited a large number of pill refinement masters and sold pills of various grades. As long as you have enough money, it wouldn't be difficult for you to buy a nascent soul realm human cauldron or a 5th revolution pill. To me, this place is a unique holy land for cultivation. I just don't know if I have enough immortal jade, Ning Fan smiled bitterly. Currently, he had almost 8 million immortal jade with him. Even a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator wouldn't be able to afford such an amount. However, this amount of immortal jade was still not enough for him to find the best place to cultivate in the Lost World Palace. The Lost World Palace had the Lost World Pagoda. According to Luo Yu, the pagoda that was distributed in the Rain World should be of the silver grade. There were 7 floors in the tower. The first floor's time flow was 1/2 of that of the outside world. The second floor's time flow was 1/4 of that of the outside world. The 7th floor's time flow was 128 times faster. The 7 floors of the Silver Tower corresponded to the 7 realms of cultivation. Vein-opening realm cultivators were only allowed to enter the first floor. Harmonious spirit realm cultivators were allowed to enter the first 2 floors. Gold core realm cultivators were allowed to enter the first 3 floors. This restriction was extremely strict. Gold core realm cultivators who were forming their nascent soul were absolutely not allowed to enter the 4th floor. Only nascent soul realm cultivators were allowed to enter the 4th floor. Of course, there was one exception. The Lost World Palace was extremely fond of alchemists and gave them special privileges. Even if a 4th Revolution Pale Master was not a nascent soul realm cultivator, he could still enter the 4th floor to cultivate. A 5th Revolution Pale Master could enter the 5th floor even if he was not a divine transformation realm expert. In other words, with Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could only enter the 2nd level. 1 year of cultivation in the 2nd level was equivalent to 4 years in the outside world. However, if Ning Fan enters with the identity of a Pale Refinement Master, he would be able to enter the 5th floor. 1 year of cultivation would be equivalent to 32 years of cultivation in the outside world. Cultivating for 100 years on the 5th floor is equivalent to 3,200 years in the outside world. Reaching the peak divine transformation realm isn't difficult at all. It's even possible to reach the void fragmentation realm. However, in the entire endless sea, no one could stay in the 5th layer to cultivate for such a long time. The reason was, the price was too high. The cost of the Lost World Tower seemed to have slowed down the flow of time as it increased exponentially with each level. One only needed to pay 100 immortal jades to cultivate in the 1st floor for a year. The 2nd level costs 1,000 a year, and the 3rd level costs 10,000 a year. Level 4, 120,000 a year. However, one would need to pay 960,000 immortal jades to cultivate in the 5th floor for a year. Gold core realm cultivators could enter the first 3 floors, but it would be useless to cultivate in the 1st floor. Nascent soul realm cultivators could enter the first 4 floors, but it would be useless to cultivate in the first 2 floors. Spirit severing realm cultivators would be useless to cultivate in the first 3 floors, and so on. It seemed like the progenitor of the Lost World Palace wanted to prevent high-level cultivators from entering the lower-level areas. After the vein-opening realm female cultivator finished her introduction, she retreated respectfully while Ning Fan remained silent. He was in dire need of time. Naturally, it would be better for him to cultivate in the higher floors. However, 8 million immortal jades seemed to be a huge amount, but it was only enough for him to cultivate in the 5th floor for 8 years. 8 years, multiplied by 32 times of the time in the 5th floor, would be 256 years. In the past, Ning Fan sacrificed his lifespan to condense the sense soul incarnation. 256 years was exactly the remaining lifespan he had now. If he could break through to the gold core realm, his lifespan would increase by 500 years. If he failed, he would die of old age in the Lost World Tower. That's right. 8 years of cultivation in the 5th floor of the Lost World Palace was a normal amount of lifespan. This was the greatest flaw of the Lost World Pagoda. It did not truly change time, but merely changed the speed at which time flowed. A golden core realm cultivator who was unable to form his nascent soul would eventually reach the end of his lifespan even if he came to the Lost World Palace. He would not be able to form his nascent soul. A nascent soul realm cultivator who was unable to attain the divine transformation realm would eventually run out of lifespan even if he came to the Lost World Palace. He would never be able to attain the divine transformation realm. The Lost World Palace could change time, but it could not change the destination of a cultivator. Jingzhuo will need 100 years to form his nascent soul. He will probably stay in the 3rd level for about 10 years. As for me, I will cultivate in the 5th level for 8 years. 8 years in the outside world will be equivalent to 256 years in the tower. The first thing I need to do is to obtain the recognition of the Lost World Palace. Admit that I am a 5th Revolution Pale Master. Only then can I enter the 5th floor. The 2nd level is cheap, but to me, it's too slow. 10 days later, Ning Fan rode on his elephant mount and changed to another elephant mount at his first stop, Xiao City. 15 days later, they arrived at their second stop, Xiao City, and switched again. After another month, Ning Fan finally arrived at the destination of his journey, Black Tortoise City. It had been almost 2 years since he left Peace City. When he was 20 years old, he reached the Endless Sea. Here, once one entered the path of cultivation, one would forget about age. He was going to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Black Tortoise City was the territory of the Lost World Palace. The 10,000 zhang tall black tower in the middle of the city was the Lost World Tower. There were small towers in the north, south, east and west of the city. They were called pill towers. If any cultivator wanted to register their pill concoction technique in the Lost World Palace, they would have to take the test here. I need a pill master's badge. Ning Fan stepped into the pill tower in the south of the city. Immediately, a delicate mid-harmonious spirit female cultivator came to greet him. Master, how do I address you? Are you here to register your pill concoction technique? Yes. My surname is Zhou and my name is Ming. Hee. So it's Master Zhou. May I know what Revolution Pill Master Zhou is? If you are a second Revolution Pill Master, we can test you. If you are a third Revolution Pill Master or above, we will need Elder Mo to test you personally. The harmonious spirit female cultivator sized Ning Fan up with her beautiful eyes. Her cultivation base wasn't high, but her eyesight was sharp. She could tell that Ning Fan was a half-step core formation cultivator. Most likely, he was going to enter the tower to form his core. There were such cultivators every year. They could be second Revolution Pill Masters or third Revolution Pill Masters. Second Revolution Pill Masters could enjoy a 10% discount when entering the tower to cultivate. Third Revolution Pill Masters could enjoy a 20% discount when entering the tower to cultivate. Such a discount would make many pill masters willing to register their pill concoction technique in the Lost World Palace. There were no restrictions on registering their pill concoction technique in the Lost World Palace. They would be able to receive pill concoction tasks from the Lost World Palace and receive rewards. The rewards could be exchanged for immortal jade. 100 immortal jade was equivalent to 110 immortal jade. All these benefits were for the sake of winning over pill masters. The female's bright eyes kept sizing up Ning Fan. She had some guesses in her heart. This person is too young. He should be a second Revolution Pill Master. Appearance can be faked, but bone age is hard to fake. This harmonious spirit female cultivator looked like she was in her 20s, but she was actually a 100-years-old woman. As for Ning Fan, he looked calm, but he was just a youth with a bone age of 20. Yes, he must be a second Revolution Pill Master. Help me invite Elder Mo. I'm afraid you can't make the decision about my pill concoction technique. Ning Fan smiled faintly. What? Could it be that Master Zhou is a third Revolution Pill Master? Sorry for asking such a silly question. Since I invited Elder Mo, he must be a third Revolution Pill Master. The female's bright eyes flashed with brilliance. A 20-year-old third Revolution Pill Master. In her career as a receptionist, only the disciples of some major powers could achieve this. This 20-year-old young man in front of her must not be offended. Moreover, the female's bright eyes flashed as she gave Ning Fan a flirtatious look. My name is Yalan. If Master Zhou doesn't have a companion, I'm willing to recommend myself. Hee, I already have a companion. Is that so? That's really a pity. The female didn't feel embarrassed at all. This was the reality of the cultivation world. If the other party was a third Revolution Pill Master, she would be willing to put down her pride and recommend herself to sleep with him. If she could become his companion, her cultivation path would be smooth. Ning Fan was led to a room on the second floor of the pill tower and waited quietly. When he passed by other rooms, there were also many gold core and nascent soul realm old monsters staying there. It seemed like they were all registered third Revolution Pill Refinement Masters. The eyes of these people fell upon Ning Fan. Each of them was filled with arrogance or disdain. However, Ning Fan did not mind it at all. After some time, Yalan led a green-robed old man to Ning Fan. The old man's face was flushed and he wore luxurious green clothes. People called him Elder Mo, and he was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. His eyes were slightly narrowed and he seemed rather impatient. Sensing that Ning Fan was just a half-step Gold Core realm cultivator, the old man's eyelids wrinkled. Yalan. This old man is at the critical moment of my Dan enlightenment and I have no time to waste. If this harmonious spirit junior is not a third Revolution Dan Master, this old man will definitely punish you severely. Yes. Yalan let out a faint sigh. She didn't expect that when she went to look for Elder Mo's seclusion was fruitless and in a bad mood. Sigh, what bad luck. The old man's spirit sense swept across Ning Fan's body and felt a slight pain. He withdrew his spirit sense and opened his eyes. At this moment, the stench of the mermaid's blood had already dispersed. His smile was amiable and no one could tell that he was a ferocious devil lord anymore. Alchemists used their divine sense to control fire. Although the strength of their divine sense was not necessarily related to their alchemy skills, alchemists with strong divine sense often had extraordinary alchemy skills. Although this person's bone age was short and his cultivation level was low, there was a possibility that he was a third revolution pill master. This young friend is quite extraordinary. Fine, follow this old man to the Dan room to test your skill in alchemy. Elder Mo squeezed out a rare smile, which made Yalan slightly relieved. It seemed like Elder Mo had discovered something strange about Zhou Ming and placed great importance on him. However, Ning Fan just smiled and did not move his feet. If I may be so bold to ask, fellow Daoist Mo, what's the highest level of pill refinement that you can determine? I am a high-grade third revolution pill refinement master, so I can take the high-grade third revolution test. However, even if fellow Daoist has reached the peak grade third revolution in pill refinement, I can still assess your pill refinement. Is that so? That seems to be a pity. I've made Dao friend Mo come all the way here for nothing. Moreover, it is above the peak of rank 3. It seems that I will have to trouble the other people in your tower to help me test it. As soon as Ning Fan said those words, both Yalan and old Mo were stunned. He was stunned. It wasn't that he was shocked, but he didn't believe it. Old Mo put away his dry smile and his eyes darkened. Fellow Daoist Zhou, are you joking with me? Every year. There were even alchemists who falsely reported their alchemy skills in an attempt to enter a higher level to cultivate. Fourth revolution pill refinement mastery could only be tested by old Mo. As for fourth revolution pill refinement mastery and above, only the tower master of the southern tower could decide. If the result of the test is that Ning Fan isn't a fourth revolution tower lord, he would have to be punished for making the tower lord of the southern tower come here for nothing. One had to know that the tower master of the southern pagoda. Her identity was not ordinary at all. Not even the tower masters of the other 3 pill pagodas and the spirit-severing realm guardian of the Lost World Tower's silver pagoda could afford to offend her. Seeing old Mo's anger, Ning Fan felt helpless. If he could, he wouldn't be so ostentatious in promoting alchemy. In the endless sea of the cultivator tomb, this was the same as seeking death. But there was no way he could hide it. With a determined look, he slapped his bag of holding and took out a jade box. It was a jade-like crystalline pill. Fellow Daoist Mo, you've misunderstood. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this pill. When old Mo saw the pill, Yalan was not as shocked as before. But old Mo's face immediately lit up. This is the fourth revolution pill, nascent formation pill. Nascent formation pill, old Mo could not concoct it, but he had seen some of it before. He had even bought one from the Lost World Palace for the sake of forming his nascent soul in the future. However, the quality of the pill in front of him was the highest he had ever seen in his life. There was actually a trace of divine intent in this nascent formation pill. Not only that, this pill was naturally formed without any flaws. Even a peak fourth revolution pill master would have some flaws when he concocts the nascent formation pill. Lastly, when the pill is being refined, the pill refiner can leave a trace of his qi in the pill for others to identify. That qi belonged to Ning Fan himself. He had concocted this pill when he was on the boat. Master Zhou. This pill is really concocted by you? Old Mo, who was usually arrogant, was at a loss for words. That's right. Does this pill satisfy old Mo? Is it possible to invite a higher grade pill refiner to help me improve my pill concoction technique? Yes. Of course it's possible. However, my southern pill tower is slightly different from the other 3 towers. The tower master is a woman and she is not a pill refiner. However, if I were to help you evaluate your pill concoction technique, even if you are a 5th revolution pill master. Old Mo made a gesture of 5 and immediately kept quiet. There were more than 10 fifth revolution pill refiners registered in the Lost World Palace. However, there were only 3 who wished to become a nominal guest of the Lost World Palace. Moreover, none of them stayed in the external endless sea. If I can find a 5th revolution pill refiner to register for the Lost World Palace, it will be a great contribution. If this pill refiner is willing to become a guest elder of the Lost World Palace, it will be a great contribution. Master Zhou. Mo Yun will bring you to the Tower Master now. However, Master Zhou, please remember that the Tower Master has a bad temper. Please forgive me if I offend you. Thank you, fellow Taoist Mo. Please bring me to the Tower Master. However, the Pill Tower of the Lost World Palace is really interesting. Fellow Taoist Mo has a bad temper and so does the Tower Master. Is it such an unpleasant thing to be a member of the Pill Tower? Ning Fan said with a smile. It's a joke. It's true that I don't have a good temper, but I can still see the changes in people's expressions. However, the Tower Master has a really bad temper. Even a spirit-severing realm old monster dares to bully her. She can't be provoked, is that so? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. This so-called Tower Master of the Southern Pill Tower seems to have a very special status. Bullying and humiliating spirit-severing realm cultivators. According to Ning Fan's knowledge, the Tower Masters of the 4 towers are only peak nascent soul realm cultivators. Only the Lost World Tower in the center has a spirit-severing realm cultivator. The nascent soul realm Tower Master of the Southern Pill Tower dares to bully a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Could it be that this person has a special background? Unknowingly, the annoying little demoness from the Godly Void Pavilion in 7 Apricot City appeared in Ning Fan's mind. When they passed by the rooms again, the 3rd Revolution Pill Masters in the rooms saw Elder Mo being so respectful to a mere harmonious spirit realm cultivator like Ning Fan and even brought him to the 3rd floor of the Pill Pagoda. All of them were secretly shocked. There was no longer a hint of arrogance on their faces. That harmonious spirit realm junior. No, harmonious spirit realm fellow Taoist, could it be? 4th Revolution, Shu. This isn't something we can discuss. If it's 4th Revolution. In this Xianwu city, his status is comparable to a late nascent soul realm cultivator. We all have experienced the transcendent status of a Pill Master. However, the Tower Master of the Southern Tower seems to be a little tyrannical, Shu. This isn't something we can discuss. I heard that the Tower Master of the Southern Tower is someone from above. Ning Fan remained calm and followed Mo Yun to the 3rd floor of the Pill Tower. The furnishings and decorations of the 3rd floor were like a palace. However, it felt like a lady's boudoir. Ning Fan guessed that the so-called Tower Master of the Southern Tower was a lady. However, just as they walked out of the inner palace, a faint smell of blood could be detected. 2 Gold Core Realm female cultivators who were dressed as maids carried a wooden rack out of the inner palace with pale faces. There was something on the wooden rack that was covered with a white cloth. The white cloth was already stained with blood. Ning Fan scanned it with his spirit sense. Under the white cloth was the corpse of a male cultivator that was cut into pieces. Judging from the density of the spiritual chi in his blood, he was at least a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. This is... Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Asterisk cough asterisk as I said, the Tower Master has a bad temper. She hates male cultivators the most. This male cultivator is most probably a 4th Revolution Pill Master. However, his words and actions were disrespectful to the Tower Master. So, Ning Fan remained silent. A 4th Revolution Pill Master was someone who would be treated with respect in a mid-rank cultivation country. They would also be valued in the Lost World Palace. However, he was cut into pieces by someone. There was no doubt that the Lost World Palace would give preferential treatment to Pill Masters. However, the Tower Master of the Southern Tower dared to disregard the rules of the Lost World Palace. This person's status was extraordinary. What made Ning Fan cautious was that this female Tower Master's temper was not just bad. She would kill someone and cut them into pieces to vent her anger, a transcendent and terrifying identity, a late nascent soul realm cultivator who dared to casually kill a 4th Revolution Pill Refinement Master. Even Ning Fan felt a trace of fear towards this female Tower Master whom he had never met before. If he knew this earlier, he would have gone to the other 3 towers to take the test. If he provoked this woman. Even with his trump card and plucking finger, his chances of winning against this woman were slim. If he was killed by this unruly woman and dismembered his body, it would be too unjust for him. If he was not careful and killed this woman, Ning Fan might be hunted down by a true immortal. In the inner palace, a few gold core realm maids were carefully serving a red-robed girl. Small word silk robe, blood red. Eagle feather whip, blood red. This girl was about 13 or 14 years old. Her hair was tied up in a bun with a blood-red jade hairpin. Her nails were dyed blood red. All her fine black hair was tied up behind her back. Her delicate face was as cold as frost. A trace of blood red flashed across her eyes. A mere fourth revolution pill master dared to test me with a bewitching technique. Humph. How hateful. All male cultivators in the world are indeed heartless. Oh right, what did Mo Yun want to see me about? Miss, it seems that Mo Yun has found a fourth revolution pill master, is that so? If this person dares to look at me for more than 3 breaths of time, I will kill him. If he dares to retaliate, I will find out his clan and exterminate his entire clan. The girl's voice was as cold as ice. What if this person is well behaved? The maid asked carefully. If that's the case, then this person is a good man. Cut off his thing and keep him by my side as a maid. If this person is a 5th revolution pill master. If he is a 5th revolution pill master, even I can't bully him as I please. How troublesome. The girl said in a distressed tone. Without any warning, a certain part of Ning Fan's body felt cold. Will it be cut off? The little demoness is gone. The little demoness is here. To be continued. P.S. Thank you AA112562. Thank you for being an elder. Please subscribe to the first chapter. I will definitely form my core today. After a long time, the curtain of the inner palace moved and 2 gold core maids walked out. Ning Fan followed them into the palace while Mo Yun hurriedly excused himself. He did not dare to face the tower master. Before he left, he transmitted his voice to Ning Fan to express his goodwill. Do not look at the tower master for more than 3 breaths. Praise the tower master's legs, she will be happy. If you really anger the tower master, you need to find an excuse to leave immediately. Do not stay any longer, or else if the tower master keeps you as a maid, do not agree or you will be cut off. Mo Yun's advice echoed in Ning Fan's mind and he frowned. This so-called tower master was really hard to serve. Ning Fan felt a trace of gratitude towards Mo Yun. If it was not for his advice, he would have violated many taboos and would have been cut into pieces by the tower master or cut off. That item was the essence of Ning Fan's yin-yang transformation. Without it, he would no longer need to dual cultivate. Entering the palace. Inside the palace, the floor was filled with crystals and immortal jades. The jade throne was covered with sable fur. A girl in red was sitting on the throne with a red whip in her hand. Behind her were several gold core maids. She had a small oval face, delicate and pretty, but her eyes were cold. Her hair was coiled into a dragon bun and the fringe on her forehead was neat and tidy. She wore a red robe on top and a very short skirt on the bottom. One leg was lazily crossed over the other. She did not wear stockings but dark red stockings with red embroidered shoes. It was the first time Ning Fan had seen such an outfit in his life, but it fit the petite body of the girl perfectly. If this girl lacked the cold baleful chi in her eyes, she would look more like a princess of a cultivation country. 2 breaths. Ning Fan shifted his gaze and cupped his fists before the 3rd breath. Junior Zhou Ming greets pagoda master. The maids secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Fan shifted his gaze before the 3rd breath and did not violate the taboo of their mistress. However, the girl gave Ning Fan a sidelong glance and the coldness in her eyes did not diminish. Am I that old? Who asked you to call me Junior and call me Tower Master? Call me Miss Bei. Let's do it again. Rogue cultivator Zhou Ming greets Miss Bei. Ning Fan was neither servile nor overbearing. The girl frowned and the coldness in her eyes turned into a blood-red color and rushed towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed, but he did not resist after sensing that the girl was only testing him. The killing intent circled around his body for 5 times before dispersing. The killing intent circled around his body for 5 times before dispersing. I heard from Mo Yun that you possess a 4th revolution pill refinement technique. then, it should be fifth revolution, so it is fifth revolution? All of you can leave. As soon as the young lady gave the order, the group of maids retreated. She hooked her little finger and walked towards the palace, signaling Ning Fan to follow her. Along the way, Ning Fan did not look at the young lady again. After walking for an unknown period of time, the two of them entered a stone room at the end of the path. Ning Fan's eyes flashed as he pushed the door open. In the room was 1,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, fire pit. The fire in the pit was flickering with green flames and there was a vague shadow of a green phoenix. It was the earth vein demonic flame, green phoenix flame. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The room was 1,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, fire pit. The fire in the pit was flickering with green flames and the shadow of a green phoenix could be vaguely seen. It was the earth vein demonic flame, green phoenix flame. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. This demonic flame had developed intelligence. Moreover, this green phoenix had the strength of an early nascent soul realm cultivator. But before the phoenix could fly out, the girl's eyes turned cold and stepped into the fire pit. That delicate foot of hers dispersed the nascent soul realm phoenix shadow with just one step. Humph. A mere fire demon dares to provoke me? The green phoenix flame seemed to be afraid and did not dare to escape. Ning Fan once again felt the brutality and tyranny of the girl. His heart was slightly suspicious. Could it be that the girl brought him to the earth fire stone room to concoct a fifth revolution pill with the earth fire? If that's the case, how much time would it take? The girl casually took out a light red fragrance pouch and threw it to Ning Fan. There were 10 types of 5,000 years old spiritual herbs in it. Choose 3 spiritual herbs and use the earth fire to refine them. If you can do it, I will acknowledge your identity as a fifth revolution pill master. I will allow you to enter the 5th floor of the Lost World Tower. Only refine the herbs. What else? Do you want me to watch you concoct a complete fifth revolution pill step by step? I don't have a few years to waste with you. Let me remind you, I will not give you a pill cauldron. I will need your spirit intent cauldron. If you are not a fifth revolution pill master, you will be considered as deceiving me and I will kill you. The girl said impatiently. Divine will forming cauldron. All right. Ning Fan agreed readily. There were 3 steps to concoct a pill. Melting the spiritual herbs, fusing the medicinal power and controlling the fire to form the pill. If it was only the first step, using the earth vein demonic fire to melt the spiritual herbs would only take half the effort and twice the result. Choosing 3 out of 10 spiritual herbs was secretly testing Ning Fan's ability to identify spiritual herbs. Using the earth vein demonic fire to concoct pills tested Ning Fan's ability to control the fire. Not giving him a cauldron. A fifth revolution pill master could use the spirit intent cauldron to concoct pills. This way, the quality of the pills would be better. If he couldn't do this, he wouldn't be considered as a fifth revolution pill master. 3 days. I will only wait for 3 days. The girl sat beside the fire pit. Her red legs were swaying in the flames. Even a spirit-severing realm cultivator would have to retreat from the earth vein demonic fire. However, it couldn't hurt her. This girl was very strong. Unless Ning Fan played dirty, he wouldn't be a match for this girl right now. He no longer spoke. His 5 fingers formed into a claw and clawed at the sky. Immediately, the continuous rain intent turned into an illusory rain cauldron. It wasn't stable and seemed like it would explode at any time. After all, Ning Fan's true cultivation base was only at the harmonious spirit realm. If he wanted to use his spirit intent to control the cauldron, it would consume too much of his magical power. 8th grade divine intent of rain. In the 4 heavens, you are very ordinary. But in the rain world, it seems to be not bad. The girl was as calm as an ancient well. As for Ning Fan, he didn't have the mood to answer her. The 3 spiritual herbs he chose had the weakest medicinal power and were the easiest to refine. The girl didn't seem to understand, but she nodded her head repeatedly. Her legs swayed leisurely as she muttered to herself beside the fire pit. 10 spiritual herbs. The oldest is 5,500 years old and the youngest is 4,800 years old. You have chosen 3 4,800 years old spiritual herbs. To be able to recognize the age of spiritual herbs so clearly shows that your pill Dao isn't weak. However, your realm is too low. You are only at the harmonious spirit realm. You won't last 3 days. Yes, Ning Fan's magical power was far from enough to last 3 days. But since he was already here, it was impossible for him to retreat. On the first day, Ning Fan melted the first medicine. On the second day, Ning Fan melted the second medicine. Under the cover of the flames, Ning Fan's face was pale and the rain cauldron was swaying. On the third day, Ning Fan was about to completely melt the third medicine. But at this moment, his magical power was exhausted. The rain cauldron shattered, the medicinal liquid spilled everywhere. This is a failure. You are still not a qualified 5th revolution pill master. The girl gave an indifferent evaluation. It's not over yet. Black current spirit splitting technique. Ning Fan used his spirit sense recklessly and felt a pain in his sea of consciousness. He almost fainted, but the ruthlessness in his eyes became stronger. The black spirit sense enveloped all the scattered medicinal liquids and turned them into a spirit sense cauldron. Under the heat of the earth fire, the third spiritual herb was completely melted. Ning Fan waved his hand and took out 3 jade bottles. He poured the 3 medicinal liquids into them and handed them over to the girl. The 3 medicinal liquids have been melted. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. After receiving the 3 warm jade bottles, the girl's eyes trembled for the first time. Sword sense? Your divine will cauldron shattered and your sword sense turned into a cauldron. This is considered cheating. So, you are not qualified. However, I will spare your life. You can enter the 4th floor of the Lost World Tower. Ning Fan was silent. If he used the Dan fragmentation cauldron, he could barely concoct low-grade 5th revolution pills. However, it was still too early for him to use the divine will cauldron. The 4th floor, huh? He had no other choice. The girl stood up from the fire pit. Her eyes moved and an arc appeared on her cold face. Her left embroidered shoe trembled slightly. The moment she stood up, the embroidered shoe fell into the sea of fire. Before the shoe turns into ashes, help me pick it up and I will give you a chance to enter the 5th floor. Oh? It's just a small matter. Ning Fan was slightly startled. He immediately leaped into the sea of fire. Although the earth vein demonic flame was powerful, he was not afraid of it due to the yin-yang locket. On the other hand, the azure phoenix flame that had a slight spiritual nature felt danger from Ning Fan and quickly split into 2. He reached out his hand and caught the embroidered shoe. Then, he stepped on the air and returned to the fire pit. Even his long hair was not burnt at all. Oh? Not bad. The girl praised softly. However, her cold face turned upward. Her delicate face slightly hooked into an arc as she lifted her left leg in front of Ning Fan's. Help me put on the embroidered shoe. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently lifted her foot and swung it in front of Ning Fan. Put on the shoe? This seems to be different from what Miss Bei said before. Ning Fan frowned. He couldn't figure out the girl's thoughts. You can treat it as the second part of the mission I'm giving you. Or do you think it's too humiliating to put on the shoe for me? The girl's eyes flashed with killing intent. Her mood fluctuated. Humiliation or test, Ning Fan sighed. The girl in front of him was really hard to please. He lowered his body and tried his best to put on the shoe for her without touching her feet. However, this girl could still rub her feet on Ning Fan's hand. If it was a tease, then her expression was too cold. There was no romantic atmosphere at all. After putting on the shoe, Ning Fan took 5 steps back and cupped his fists at the girl. Miss Bei, are you satisfied now? Yes, I'm satisfied. This is the badge of your 5th revolution pill mastery in the Lost World Palace. As for the registration, I will send someone to handle it later. You can leave now. With this badge, you can enter the 5th floor of the Lost World Tower and enjoy a 40% discount. According to the rules of the Lost World Palace, no one will know about your identity as a 5th revolution pill master. You don't have to worry about this. If that's the case, I will take my leave. Ning Fan calmly cupped his fists and left. After he left, the girl closed the stone door and asked indifferently. Sure Bing, how is this person? Without any warning, a stone man appeared in front of the girl. His eyes were hollow but he had the chi of a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Miss Xiaoman, this person seems to have a treasure that can deceive the heavens. I can't see through it, but it should be an immemorial devil vein. However, it's not the kind that you are looking for. The descendants of the godly void pavilion have found a few types of fiend god devil veins and given them the quota of the 9 worlds. Is that so? Since this person is useless to us, then let's forget about it. Perhaps I am overthinking, but this person is very interesting. Even with inferior evil veins, he could still become a 5th revolution Dan master. Sure Bing, report the changes in his heartbeat. Yes. When this person entered the palace, his heartbeat was once every 10 breaths. It was not much different from an ordinary half-step gold core realm cultivator. When he saw young Mrs. Beautiful Face, this person's heart rate was still once every 10 breaths of time. When young Miss used the profound Kill Gui to test him, this person's heart rate didn't move at all. It was still once every 10 breaths of time. When the concoction failed, this person's heart rate was still once every 10 breaths of time. When young Miss promised to let him enter the 5th floor, his heart rate was still once every 10 breaths of time. Oh? Interesting. This person's mind is so calm. He is not tempted by beauty, not afraid of killing intent, not arrogant in victory and not discouraged in defeat. However, I don't believe that his heart is still as hard as stone when I touch him with my feet. Just as young lady expected, when young lady used her leg to seduce him, with young lady's alluring beauty, his heart would naturally be moved. Otherwise, he wouldn't be considered a man. However, even at that time, his heart rate only increased to 1 beat per 9 breaths. There wasn't much change. On the contrary, young lady, me? What's wrong with me? On the other hand, when Miss had physical contact with this person, your heartbeat almost doubled. Could it be that Miss is interested in this person? Humph. Don't talk nonsense. The girl's eyes were filled with killing intent. She slapped the stone soldier with her palm. However, after a moment, the stone soldier reformed and bowed to her before turning invisible again. It's my first time seeing a man with a heart as stone. After he forms his gold core, I'll officially take him as my servant. The girl named Bei Xiaoman's cold and indifferent face flashed with blood-red light. The Gui star killing intent has been slightly aroused. My blood is boiling. This feeling is really unbearable. Next, I'll look for some unlucky people and kill them. The girl's figure flashed and no one knew where she was going to kill. However, all of this had nothing to do with Ning Fan. With the 5th revolution badge, he entered the Lost World Palace without any obstruction and was secretly received by a spirit-severing realm old monster. Little friend, you're a 5th revolution pill master with a harmonious spirit realm cultivation base. This old man has never seen such aptitude in my life. The early spirit-severing realm old monster who was in charge of the Lost World Palace was a silver-robed old man. His name was Lu Qing. His robe was filled with dense medicinal qi. He was also a 5th revolution pill master. Senior Lu is overpraising me. This junior wishes to cultivate in the 5th floor of the Lost World Tower for 10 years. 10 years? Hee hee. Little friend, as a 5th revolution pill master, you can enjoy a 40% discount. The total is 5.76 million immortal jades. After paying the immortal jades, you can enter the 5th floor to cultivate. There is a world of your own inside the tower. Once you enter the Lost World Tower, you will have a world that belongs to you. You don't need to worry about anything. However, there are 2 flaws in this tower. I'd like to hear the details. Firstly, this pagoda cannot increase one's lifespan. Once it's opened for 10 years, it will be 320 years. You can't leave until the end. In other words, if you're unable to form your gold core, you might die in the pagoda. As for us, we can only retrieve your remains when the time is up. Of course, the Lost World Palace will bear the cost of the immortal jade for your burial. If you wish to return to your hometown, you can inform your friends and relatives to pick you up. Alternatively, you can leave your hometown in the Lost World Palace. Depending on the distance, we'll charge you the burial fee. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Liu. However, this junior believes that I won't fail to form my core. So, there's no need for me to worry about my funeral. Ning Fan smiled. The service provided by the Lost World Palace was really considerate. they even considered the funeral of a cultivator. To the cultivators of this era, returning one's remains to one's hometown was a great significance. It was a kind of happiness to be buried in one's hometown. Hee. Little friend, you seem to be very confident. It seems like I've said too much. Secondly, the Lost World Tower is not able to open the heavenly dwelling magical treasure. The storage pouch is an exception. In other words, if you want to bring your cauldron into the tower to cultivate, you won't be able to summon it even if you bring it in. Moreover, the time in the heavenly dwelling space will not be affected by the power of the tower. Oh? Is there such a thing? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to pluck at will in the tower. He could only deal with the two nascent soul realm female demons after he leaves the tower. That's right. If the heavenly dwelling magical treasure can bring people in, it would be a great loss for the Lost World Palace to spend one person's money to let countless people cultivate. In that case, I'll send someone to bring you into the tower after you make some preparations. 3 days later, Ning Fan appeared in a place with picturesque scenery. This vast and boundless world was filled with abundant spiritual qi. Moreover, it was only prepared for him alone. There would be no killing or investigation. There would only be cultivation. After 320 years, he would establish his heavenly dwelling and form his core here. To be continued. The grass was long and the nightingales were fluttering in the air. The willows drooped down from the shore. Ning Fan opened up a cave on a spiritual mountain beside a beautiful river. The anticipation he had been looking forward to all this time had turned into calmness at this moment. Core formation, with the help of numerous supreme treasures, his success rate in forming his core had long since approached 100%. He had the confidence to cut down his inner demons. After the madness, a rebellious will was born. Why would he fear inner demons, 320 years? Core formation should only take a few decades, or at most 100 years. All that remained after core formation was to take a large step forward in cultivation. However, before breaking through the bottleneck of core formation, the first thing to do was to heal. Spirit Severing Realm Demon General, Demon Sealing Palace Devil Cultivator, Endless Sea Teleportation. Ning Fan's injuries were too severe. Otherwise, even if his magic power was insufficient, he should be able to form a cauldron with his spirit intent and smelt 3 types of spiritual herbs during Bei Xiaoman's test. If he didn't recover from his injuries, his chances of reaching core formation would be affected. For 10 years, he sat upright in his immortal's cave, as if he was meditating in solitude. His physical injuries healed, and even his shattered spiritual sea recovered under the nourishment of countless pills. In fact, even after 10 years of recuperation, his cultivation level did not rise, but his magic power grew by a lot. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a 3-chi long black jade ruler. The ruler's name was the Sky Measuring Ruler. It was an imitation of a certain type of immortal treasure from the Four Heavens immortal realm. Every cultivator who entered the tower would receive a jade ruler after spending more than 1 million immortal jades. With this ruler, cultivators could measure their own magic power and know how fast their magic power was growing. To ordinary cultivators, the higher their cultivation realm was, the stronger their magic power would be. However, there were also exceptions such as Ning Fan. Even though he was only a half-step gold core realm expert, his magic power was comparable to a peak early gold core realm cultivator after fusing his magic power with his demonic power. Of course, magical power and cultivation realm couldn't be linked to combat strength. Ning Fan, a descendant of an immemorial fiend god, could fight against an ordinary cultivator with a higher cultivation realm. He held the heaven measuring ruler in his hand. Ning Fan stared at the scale on it and remained silent. After circulating his transcendence energy, 6 scales lit up on the heaven measuring ruler. This was the 6 Jia transcendence energy. When he even used his demonic power, his magical power immediately turned into 9 armors. Jia was the unit of magical power used by cultivators above the golden core stage. This armor was not the armor of A and B. Instead, it was the armor of 60 years. 60 years is 60 years. 1 unit of magic power is the total amount of magic power a normal cultivator would have after cultivating for 60 years in a low-level cultivation country. To break through to the early stage of golden core, one needed to have 5 units of magical power. 10 units for the middle stage, 15 units for the late stage, and 20 units for the peak stage. The fusion of Ning Fan's magic power and demon power gave him 9 units of magic power. He was not far from the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. However, compared to nascent soul cultivators, they were worlds apart. Breaking through to early stage nascent soul required 50 units of magic power. A normal cultivator in a low-ranked cultivation country would need to cultivate for 3,000 years to get this much magic power if they didn't have the luck. However, Golden Core cultivators could only live for 1,000 years. Therefore, aptitude and the density of spiritual energy determined the end of a cultivator's cultivation. On the other hand, cultivators without any aptitude would yearn for opportunities to increase their magic power. After reaching the nascent soul realm, a cultivator's dharma power would increase exponentially. A mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Their magic power would definitely be above 100 units. For late-stage grand cultivators, 300 units. For peak-stage grand cultivators, 1,500 units, in other words, the magic power of a great cultivator. It was the total magic power of 300 early-stage Gold Core realm cultivators. This was the difference between nascent soul realm and Gold Core realm. If a peak nascent soul realm cultivator wants to break through to the divine transformation realm, he would need 10,000 units of magic power. Magic power would increase every day. However, it was hard for cultivators to sense the speed of their growth. With the heaven measuring ruler, he could tell the progress of his magic power every day from the changes of the scale on it. He patted his storage pouch and took out several items. The virgin blood of the ladies of Song country that he obtained from the Camellia Demonis. The cultivation pill that he obtained from Hu Fengzi, the old ancestor of the Hu clan. The third revolution pill, Golden Dawn pill, could increase the success rate of core formation. 2 mid-stage and peak-stage Golden Core Dao fruits, and 9 Minluo fruits. These items could not only help him form his core, but also help his cultivation base to skyrocket. However, it was still not the time for him to consume heavenly materials and earthly treasures. In order to form his core, Ning Fan must put in a lot of effort to perfect his cultivation method. Black Demon Art, peak of the 2nd level. Snow Treading Art, peak of the 2nd level. Yin-Yang Transformation, 3rd realm of the 1st level. Camellia Scripture, peak of the 2nd level. Colossal Bone Secret Art, 4th realm of the 3rd level. The higher one's cultivation method was, the higher their combat power would be. The quantity would not change but the quality would change. Besides, other than the special way to improve the yin-yang transformation, all other cultivation methods could be improved through bitter cultivation. He circulated his dermic powers, inhaled and exhaled repeatedly. 50 years passed in boredom. Ning Fan's cultivation methods improved one after another. Black Demon Art and Snow Treading Art broke through to the peak of the 3rd level, Camellia Scripture, peak of the 3rd level, Colossal Bone Secret Art, peak of the 3rd level. The cultivation of the Colossal Bone Secret Art required the Burning Blood pill. After consuming the pill, Ning Fan could freely vent his killing intent in this world, destroying mountains and rivers. Everything that was destroyed would turn into mist in no time. Currently, when he held the heaven measuring ruler, his magic power was already 8 units. In addition to the 3 units of demon power, his total magic power was 11 units. His magic power had exceeded the mid-gold core realm by 1 unit. On the 60th year since he entered the Lost World Tower, he officially began to break through the bottleneck of the gold core realm. After consuming the virgin blood of dozens of Song country's female cultivators, he refined it. The cultivation method of yin-yang transformation broke through to the 6th level of the 1st level. After refining the virgin blood, his magic power reached 10 units. Without adding demon power, it was already at the mid-gold core realm. He held the cultivation pill in his hand and remained silent. He had fulfilled his promise to Hu Fengzi. Now, he was qualified to consume this cultivation pill, consume it and refine it. His magic power broke through to 12 units, 2 Dao fruits, one was mid-gold core realm while the other was peak gold core realm. It contained the lifetime cultivation of 2 gold core realm cultivators. Rumor has it that cultivators below harmonious spirit realm could form their core in 1 step after consuming the Dao fruit. Rumor has it that cultivators above gold core realm could advance by a small realm after consuming the Dao fruit. Ning Fan wasted too much of the medicinal power of the Dao fruit due to his limited cultivation realm. Today, the power of the Dao fruit would not be wasted again. An ordinary gold core realm Dao fruit could increase 5 units of magic power. That was why it had such a miraculous effect. A mid-gold core realm Dao fruit was slightly more than 5 units, while a peak realm Dao fruit could increase 6 units. 10 days later, Ningfan refined the 2 Dao fruits. Their magic power. It reached 23 units, 23 units. This magic power was already 3 units more than a peak gold core realm cultivator, but it was still inferior to a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, once he breaks through to the gold core realm, he could rely on his powerful magic power to become a peak gold core realm cultivator in one step. In this way, he could form his core within 100 years. There were still more than 200 years left. He could even prepare to form his nascent soul. The last step was to consume the Min Luo fruits. His mental state had already reached the late gold core realm. However, he planned to complete the plan to eliminate his heart devil in the Min Luo dream realm, just like how he helped Yunruowei eliminate her heart devil. He agreed to help Yunruowei eliminate her heart devil because he wanted to accumulate experience in doing so today. However, there was a difference. His heart devil was Jihe. That was why he couldn't kill her with a single sword strike. Jihe was related to his Dao heart. If he killed Jihe, he would forget this woman and become cold and heartless from then on. He was unwilling to do so. His goal was to be like the old devil, to become a flesh and blood devil. After consuming the 9 Min Luo fruits, his eyes were like lightning and he said seriously, "I want core formation." The Min Luo dream realm. In the Ning family of Haining, a 3-year-old child was led into the servants' courtyard with blank eyes. On the bank of the Jade Pond River. In Haining City, countless children had the same blank and numb expression. Their memories were erased and they were assigned to the Ning family. Most of the children were orphans and beggars even though their memories were erased by the cultivators of the Ning family. But by joining the Ning family, they were able to avoid the fate of dying in war and famine. The Ning family did not owe them anything. Those who had the aptitude to cultivate were called young masters and were adopted by the cultivators of the Ning family. Those with poor aptitude were reduced to servants and were adopted by the servants of the Ning family. All the servants were mortals without exception. As a servant, if they were talented in literature and martial arts, they could also gain some status among the servants. On the bank of the Jade Pond River, a 10-year-old boy was carrying a bamboo basket on his back. He stood by the river and looked at his reflection in the river and sighed. His name was Ning Fan. He was adopted by the Ning family when he was 3 years old and his memories were erased. The reason why he was given the name mortal was because his aptitude was too ordinary. He failed to cultivate and became a servant. He had neither literary nor martial arts skills. Even among the servants, he was the lowest existence. Ning Fan was too ordinary. But he had a younger brother with extraordinary aptitude. Although he was not valued by the immortal master when he joined the family, he had a terrifying aptitude for martial arts in the mortal world. Especially Ninggu's archery. He was able to draw a 1-pickle bow at the age of 9. He was simply a genius in the mortal world. His strength was amazing. Yes, a body refinement cultivator of the Ning family fancied Ninggu and wanted to teach him the art of cultivation, but Ninggu refused. He didn't want to because he didn't like cultivation. He was young and impetuous. He offended that immortal master by speaking rudely. From that day onwards, the descendants of that immortal master, the young masters, began to find trouble with Ning Fan and Ninggu. Their adoptive father, Ning Dainiu, was a coward. When he saw that Ninggu offended the immortal master, he immediately wanted to beat him to death. That day, Ning Fan brought Ninggu away from the protection of Ning Dainiu. His younger brother needed time to cultivate and couldn't earn money. As the elder brother, Ning Fan alone supported the family. Whether it was a long or short job, as long as he could earn money, he would gladly do it. Today, his job was to collect spirit herbs for the Ning family. Each spirit herb was at least 100 years old. Their medicinal power was too strong. Other than a few ginsengs and wild Ganoderma, most of the spirit herbs couldn't be eaten by mortals. After suffering for a long time, Ning Fan had an ability that surpassed ordinary people. He knew how to read people's faces. He could do anything. He knew how to distinguish spirit herbs. He looked at the Jade Pond River and sighed deeply. The bruises on his face had yet to recede. Yesterday, Ninggu caused trouble again. He had a dispute with a drunkard outside the restaurant. The drunkard knew a few magical techniques and injured Ninggu, who was not weak in martial arts. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was like a mad dog, fighting the drunkard with all his might. The gap between mortals and immortals is so big. No matter how high Ninggu's talent was and how deep his inner force was, in the eyes of the immortal master, he was still weak. That day, if Ninggu agreed to become the disciple of the Ning family's immortal master, wouldn't that be great? But I heard that when I was knocked unconscious, the one who saved me was the Ning family's young mistress. Qing finished speaking. The 10-year-old Ning Fan looked at himself in the river and suddenly became silent. I seem to have forgotten something, but I can't remember it. Ning Fan shook his head and put away his thoughts. He carried the bamboo basket and walked through the green mountains and clear waters. He entered the Ningbai Peak to pick herbs. He was singing the Wu song, but the moment he entered the forest, he immediately became silent to avoid attracting the Wolf King's attention. He took out some kind of herb from his chest pocket and applied it on his body to get rid of the smell. There were wolves in the mountain, and there was also a Wolf King. Because of the Wolf King's existence, several immortal masters were eaten when they entered the mountain to cultivate. Even if they had magical power, they did not have Ning Fan's cautiousness. This cautiousness was the attitude that came from being bullied since young. Before sunset, he picked a few types of spirit herbs and put them into the bamboo basket. In this way, he should be able to exchange them for a lot of money to find a famous teacher for Ninggu to practice martial arts diligently. But unknowingly, he lost his way. In a trance, he actually reached the extreme clear spring that was halfway up the Ningbai Peak. In the spring, there seemed to be a woman who was preparing to take off her clothes and enter the spring to take a bath. In the dark of the forest, there were a few 16 to 17-year-old youths hiding behind the trees. Their eyes were full of lust and were excitedly waiting for the erotic scene that was about to come. I didn't expect to see Ning Qing'er bathing. This woman usually relied on her extraordinary aptitude to be valued by the clan head. She has a high and mighty face, but what about now? Isn't she still going to be seen by us? Who knows, after this woman enters the pool, the few of us might be able to take care of her together. The woman beside the spring was at the 5th level of vein opening. She was about 14 to 15 years old. She wore a blue dress and was about to unbutton her clothes. She was killing wolves in the forest and her body was stained with blood. Naturally, she wanted to take a bath before returning to the Ning clan. She didn't expect that there were a few youths peeping at her. If she was seen or even humiliated, it would be a nightmare for this woman. Miss Qing, be careful. Ning Fan shouted and carried the bamboo basket on his back and ran. Those youths were at the 2nd and 3rd level of vein opening. Among them, there was a 4th level vein opening youth in white named Ning Feng. He was the disciple of the immortal master that Ninggu offended that day. This person would bully and humiliate Ning Fan whenever he saw him. If it was any other time, Ning Fan would never want to offend this person. However, Ning Qing'er was his benefactor, so he couldn't not save her even if he had to die. His shout immediately made Ning Qing'er's pretty face pale. She noticed that someone was peeping at her and thought that it was a close shave. However, she didn't see who it was. Even if she saw it, she probably didn't know Ning Fan. However, Ning Feng and the other youths bullied Ning Fan every day, so how could they not know? Fortunately, they didn't expose their identity. Ning Fan and the others secretly retreated and chased after Ning Fan. Humph! It is Ning Fan, that stinking brat. He dares to ruin our plan. Chase after him and beat him to death. Ning Qing'er was unaware of all these. The chase continued. Dusk gradually fell. In the Ningbai mountain, a few vein-opening youths were chasing after a 10-year-old boy. No one knew that the rumor of Ning Fan peeping at Miss Qing had such a secret. Ning Feng's eyes revealed a murderous intent. If he could catch up with Ning Fan in the mountain and kill him, no one would question it. But after chasing for a while, Ning Fan suddenly stopped and no longer ran. This was a wasteland that was rarely visited by people. The youths surrounded him in the center, not running anymore. Ning Feng smiled ferociously. I won't run anymore because I remember now. I am Ning Fan. All of you can die now. At this moment, a drop of thick ink appeared in the sky. Before Ning Feng could react, he had already turned into a pile of meat. This is a dreamland, and I am Ning Fan, the 10-year-old boy said indifferently. Killing people was just child's play to him. To be continued. On the Tsuetong River, a 10-year-old boy walked past with a bamboo basket on his back. The river water reflected his tender face, but there was no longer any confusion on his face. This is the Mingluo Dreamland. There are 9 Mingluo fruits, and the dreamland will last for 450 years. The end of the dreamland is the heart demon. The scenes in the dreamland are the knots in my heart. I will unravel the knots in my heart step by step, and finally, I will slay the heart demon and form my core. Walking by the river, he walked past the scenes of the past, picking up strands of memories. This dream had deviated from reality. The truth was that Ning Fan was escaping from the depths of the mountain. Due to his familiarity with the mountain paths, he managed to get rid of a few vein-opening realm young masters. The so-called young masters attracted the Wolf King's attention and they died in the wolf's mouth. Perhaps, that was Ning Fan's first time killing someone with the help of a wolf. He returned to the Ning family and handed over the elixirs. The Ning family's chief steward stroked his short beard, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the servants with disdain. Picking herbs in condensed jade mountain was dangerous even for cultivators. It was best to send servants to their deaths. When they accepted the mission, there were a total of 471 people. When they returned, there were only 97 people. 70% of them returned empty-handed. Those who could gather herbs had at least several years of medical experience, but even such people could only hand over 4 or 5 stalks of century-old spirit herbs. However, among this group of people, there was a 10-year-old boy who had actually picked 17 stalks. The manager was slightly surprised. He squinted his eyes and studied Ning Fan. He discovered that this youth's eyes were like a pool of tranquil water. Even though he had seen through countless people, he was actually unable to see through this person's character. "What's your name?" "Ning Fan." "Did you pick this herb?" "Yes." "Are you willing to stay in my Ning clan's medicine team?" "I'm not willing." "Hiss. You're actually unwilling?" The head steward sucked in a breath of cold air. The servant in front of him didn't show any signs of panic when facing him. Instead, he answered his questions fluently and even dared to reject his request. For any servant, joining the medicine team was a chance to change their fate. As the chief steward, this person had 3 spots every year. He could choose people from the servants who were good at identifying spiritual herbs to join the medicine team. Once he joined the medicine team, as long as he completed the Ning family's missions, he would not have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life. The 3 slots became the reason why countless servants tried to curry favor with the chief steward. Such an opportunity that everyone envied. How could a 10-year-old servant refuse? Unwilling? Furthermore, a mere 10-year-old boy standing there gave the manager an unfathomable feeling. Even he himself did not realize that above his head. He broke out in a cold sweat. Forget it. If you don't want to, then so be it. 1 stalk of spirit herb can be exchanged for 1 tael of silver. 17 stalks, 17 taels. This old man will give you 20 taels. As for the remaining 3 taels, you can keep it as a token of my goodwill. If you think it through, you can come and find me. Join the medicine team. Ning Fan silently put away the money, carried the bamboo basket on his back, cupped his fists and left. A 10-year-old boy, but his eyes were too calm. In his heart, he sighed, the medicine team. Back then, I dreamed of joining this team, but in less than a month, I was stripped of my identity as a medicine team member by Young Master Tian and suppressed. Young Master Tian, Ning Tian. Rumor had it that he favored Ning Qinger. Furthermore, it was senior brother Ning Feng. He was the one who suppressed me all the way. He framed me and sold me to the bandits as a human cauldron. Was it also his idea? Dreams are very mysterious. I can see my memories and I can even see things outside of my memories. Is this the power of the Mingluo fruit? Walking out of the bustling Haining city, there was a medicinal field on the outskirts of the city. It was Ning Fan's home. In a shabby thatched hut, Ninggu was practicing his martial arts, the 9-year-old Ninggu. He was wielding a long sword, but his movements were flawless. When he saw Ning Fan's return, Ninggu immediately sheathed his sword and his face was filled with joy. "Brother, you're back." "Yes, I'm back." He was back to the Wu country that he had left for a long time, although it was just a dream. However, this dream could also be considered as a special rebirth, right? In reality, I can't give Ninggu the chance to cultivate. But in this dream, I can. If you want a peaceful life, I will grant you a beautiful scenery. If you want wealth, I will grant you a country city and a human emperor. If you want immortality, I will grant you a peerless cultivation method and help you achieve your Tao. In the dream of Hai Ning, no one can hurt you. Brother, what's wrong? The 9-year-old Ninggu faintly felt that his brother was a little different today, but he did not understand why. He did not understand that the Ning Fan in front of him was no longer a servant that anyone could bully, but a devil that even the Ning clan's old ancestor had to run away from. It's nothing. Now, you can stop cultivating your mortal martial. I will teach you immortal martial. Immortal martial? Yes, the immortal body refining technique. This technique is called Colossal Bone Secret Art. The 10-year-old Ning Fan was already 6 feet tall. He was skinny but firm and determined. By giving Ninggu the cultivation technique, his wish had been fulfilled. It was already late at night, but he still stepped into Haining City and walked coldly in the city. In the past, Ning Feng and his group were discovered by Ning Fan. They were lost in the mountains and died in the mouth of the Wolf King. At that time, Ning Feng's senior brother, the young master Tian, Ning Tian, found Ning Fan's footprints at the place where Ning Feng died. Based on the footprints, he concluded that Ning Fan was related to this incident. That night, Ning Fan would enter the city and buy a 100-year-old ginseng with his newly earned money to strengthen his brother's muscles and bones. That night, he would be stopped by a group of guards outside the medicine shop and brought to see Ning Tian. That night, Ning Tian would ignore him and perform a soul search on him. However, he still had a question. Until today, he did not know how he escaped that day. The night was quiet and the moon was crescent. Ning Fan stopped outside the medicine shop. 7 burly men wearing leather armors walked out from the dark and surrounded him. "Don't move. Follow us obediently. Young Master Tian wants to see you." One of the burly men reached out his hand as if he wanted to crush Ning Fan's small body. However, at this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "A first-level vein opening guard. No wonder he could crush my shoulder bone to death." Ning Fan stomped on the ground. At this moment, the entire Haining city trembled slightly. That tremble was extremely light, but it was the result of using his physical strength to the limit. It was as if a giant had crushed half of the earth veins in Haining city with just a stomp. Other than the 3 Gold Core realm experts including the old ancestor of the Ning family, no one else knew about the drastic changes in Haining city. Who is it? Which expert broke into Haining city? 3 old figures were communicating with each other using telepathy in the night sky. All of them were shocked. The 7 guards still had a hideous smile on their faces. However, their bodies exploded and they died without even having the chance to let out a scream. As for Ning Fan, he had already taken a step forward. Teleportation, Prince Sun Pavilion. The palace that only the young master of the Ning family could stay in. Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared outside the Heavenly Word Palace. With another flash, he was already inside the palace. On the bed, the 19-year-old young master Ning Tian was having sex with 2 maids. He sensed Ning Fan's presence. Ning Tian's eyes turned cold. Dressed like a servant? How could a mere servant enter this young master's palace? Oh, I know. You are Ning Fan. But why are you alone? Where are the 7 guards that brought you here? Ning Tian put down the 2 panting maids and wrapped his robe around himself. He looked displeased. Could it be that the 7 guards have gone to drink with prostitutes after completing their mission? Humph. When these people return, I must punish them properly. Fine. Let's put the matter of the 7 guards aside. I will search your soul and memory. Don't worry. I will only search your soul. If you become an idiot, I will give you a quick death. Search my soul? You? Ning Fan did not move. He just sneered. He was waiting. In the past, when Ning Tian searched his soul, he fainted because his shoulder bone was shattered. He did not know what happened after that. Since he did not become an idiot, someone must have saved him. Ning Fan wanted to see who saved him. The Ming Luo fruit was unimaginable. It was clearly his dream, but he could see things beyond his memory. Ning Tian's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but this mere servant in front of him was so powerful. He did not know why the servant in front of him was so calm. Outside the palace, a green-robed young lady who was passing by the Tian character palace walked in. Ning Qinger, she heard that Ning Tian was going to interrogate a servant tonight. She heard that the servant was related to Ning Feng and the others. She was not stupid. She immediately guessed. The one who spied on her was Ning Feng, who was already dead. And the young man who saved her was Ning Fan. Young Master Tian, can you let this person go for Qinger's sake, even if he is just a servant? Ning Qinger was clear about kindness and hatred, but her eyes were cold and arrogant. She saved Ning Fan once from the drunkard. This was the second time. However, she did not ask for Ning Fan's name in the end. Moreover, she did not even put the servant in her eyes. This was her pride as the daughter of the Ning family. So it's her. The 10-year-old young man sighed inwardly and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, they were as cold as ice. Ning Tian, I will search your soul today. In the future, I will return to the Ning family and take your life. Just you wait. The young man raised his small hand and a shocking magic power suddenly rose. Under this magic power, Ning Tian could not even stand steadily. He was pulled to Ning Fan's side, his face was filled with shock, fear, and twisted. What level of magic power is this? I can't control myself. I can't control myself. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light like a devil god. Soul search. At this moment, the three ancestors of the Ning family rushed to the Prince Sun Pavilion with terrified expressions. At this moment, Ning Qinger's face turned pale. The coldness of the young man made her tremble. It was the ruthlessness of someone who killed people like flies. Who are you? Ning Fan. His voice resounded in the night sky of Haining. On the official road 1,000 miles away from Haining, a young man in hemp clothes was walking towards the west step by step. This young man's appearance became more mature with every step he took. After 6 steps, his appearance changed from that of a 10-year-old to that of a 16-year-old. Time seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye, and 6 whole years had passed. It's really him. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. The result of the soul search was that the person who sold the 2 brothers to the bandits was Ning Feng. The reason why this person did that was to bully me on behalf of Ning Feng. Secondly, he was jealous of me for winning Miss Qing's favor. If that's the case, the next time I go to Wu country will be the moment this person dies. Whoever saves him will die. Outside the dream. Tonight, all the cultivators in Haining city of Wu country had a nightmare. Young Master Tian, Ning Tian dreamt that his soul was searched, killed, and dismembered. The one who killed him was Ning Fan. The 7 guards of Ning Tian dreamt that they were killed by a junior who bullied them in the past. That person's name was Ning Fan. The 3 ancestors of the Ning family, 3 gold core realm cultivators, dreamt of a cultivator who crushed the earth vein of Haining city with a single step. His magic power was terrifying. That person's name was Ning Fan. All the cultivators in the city had the same dream. This was simply unimaginable. Investigate. Investigate my Ning family and find out that there is an enemy named Ning Fan. If there is, immediately apologize to this person with generous gifts. Otherwise, Haining city will be destroyed. This dream is an omen of great danger. In the dream, Ning Fan silently walked out of Wu country and towards Yu country. The most mysterious thing about the Ming Luo fruit was that there was reality in the dream and illusion. He had yet to realize all of this. So what if he realized it? Why would he be afraid of Haining? So what if the stubborn old fogies of Haining find out about him? When he returns, no one could stop him. Wu country had many enemies. It was time for a bloodbath. On the official road, his pace was slow. However, every step he took seemed to cover a distance of thousands of zhang *3. 33 M per zhang. Day after day, the time when he entered Yu country was approaching. He entered the East Yu country, passed through the mountains and rivers of Yu country and arrived at Lihen Mountain. Lihen Mountain, the all-pleasure sect. There were 107 female cultivators and one young girl in this sect. That young girl was the devil in his heart. He looked at Lihen Mountain and the memories of the past came to his mind like a tide. Unbearable, humiliation, unwillingness, rising up, just to live in this chaotic world, even if it was evil cultivation, there would be no regrets just to not be bullied by others, even if it was stubbornness, what was there to complain under the moonlight? He jumped up and stood in the sky. He waved his palm and the Dan fragmentation cauldron fell. 1 cauldron, the formation light was shattered. 2 cauldrons, the sect was leveled. 3 cauldrons, the mountains and rivers sunk. In the midst of the loud explosion, a cold voice resounded in the night sky. This venerated Ning Fan, the humiliation of that day will be repaid 100-fold today. On this mountain, everyone is my cauldron. This voice was filled with vast magical power. It was already peak gold core. As the mountains and rivers shook, countless of the all-pleasure sect's female cultivators turned pale. Fear spread throughout the all-pleasure sect. In the sect master's boudoir, a man and a woman were playing naked. The man was sweating profusely, but he absent-mindedly asked. The little girl that I left in the all-pleasure sect seems to have grown up. It's about time. Bah, what's the hurry? I'm here for you to play, is it not enough? Use more strength. These 2 people were the Heavenly Beast School's outer sect elder, Wu Dongnan, and the all-pleasure sect's sect master, Sha Jiuyo. At this moment, when the mountains shook and the earth shook, the 2 revealed a shocked expression. As for Wu Dongnan, he could no longer hold on and went limp. Golden core old ancestors. But just as Wu Dongnan finished speaking, his head flew off with a ferocious expression. Forever dead. Blood splashed on the bed. The warm blood splashed on Sha Jiuyo's face, exposing her chest. She looked in disbelief at the figure of a young man who suddenly appeared in front of the bed. Senior, spare me, don't worry, I won't kill you. I already said, the hatred from that day will be repaid 100-fold. That day, you all plucked me. Today, all the female cultivators of this sect will be my cauldron, yes. Sha Jiuyo did not even have the courage to refuse. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Ning Fan's hand and pinched the front of her body. Immediately, she was in so much pain that she started to cry. However, there was a different kind of pleasure in her pain. 107 female cultivators, not a single one will be spared, except for Jiha. Inside the harmonious palace, moans and cries of pain resounded one after another. The female cultivators of the evil sects could not resist Ning Fan's power. Don't, they cried and begged for mercy, but the only response they got was the deep and cold breathing of a man. Their faces were flushed red like pear blossoms dripping with rain. Amidst the pain, they were still in a daze. Endless and endless, this man seemed to know no exhaustion. He did not even waste a drop of yang essence on these female cultivators. As for these female cultivators, all of them were already trembling and flowing freely. Pain and pleasure, hell and heaven. Even the women who had been seeking pleasure with men all these days were afraid. The man in front of them wanted to use his own power to suck the een of 107 women. Gallop, need, ravage, shame, fear, subservience, they were already dead women. But even if they were dead, this endless nightmare would not stop, it would not. This man came for revenge, to take revenge for the humiliation in the past. 3 days later, the harmonious palace was filled with paralyzed women. Ning Fan put on his clothes and left the harmonious palace. Out of all the women, he only spared one. Outside the harmonious palace, a young girl in white immediately shivered in fear when she saw Ning Fan approaching. Big brother, don't taint Jiha. As she spoke, her tears began to fall. Scared, very scared. Ning Fan's appearance was very scary. Cold-blooded, heartless, treating women like grass, thinking of her miserable life, the girl revealed a look of despair. Rather than being humiliated, I'd rather die with my brother. She took off her hairpin and mustered up her courage to stab her neck. This expression that would rather die than be humiliated, this teardrop made Ning Fan feel heartache, pity, and self-blame. Ji had cherished her innocence as much as her life, but in order to save him, she sacrificed her innocence. This girl saved his life, gave him the yin-yang locket, and saved his innocence when he was possessed by the devil. But he himself. Yet he wanted to kill her. Even if this was a dream, even if he knew that she was an inner demon, this illusory image was extremely hard to be cut off. There was once a girl. Except for her cauldron physique, she had no other good points. There was once a girl whose personality was like a blank piece of paper, forever unable to adapt to the bloody sea of cultivation. But this girl, even if Ning Fan defiled himself, he was reluctant to taint her. If life is only like the first time we met, silly girl, how could I bear to hurt you? Even if you are my heart's devil, even if I gently wave my hand and sever you. But I can't bear to. However, this inner demon has to be eliminated eventually. Do you understand? In exchange for 10 years of your innocence, I am willing to overturn the heavens. Do you understand? In order to let your heart be untainted, I am willing to sweep away all the dust in this world. Do you understand? In exchange for your heart demon, I am willing to erase my emotions, sever my intent, give up my heart, and eliminate my thoughts. I am willing to defy the heavens and destroy the heavens. Learn from the ancient inverse cultivators and go against the heavens. No retreat from death. Invincible. Do you understand? Ning Fan's finger glided across Jihe's stunned face. The tear stains on her face had yet to dry. However, Ning Fan's words, which sounded like an oath, made her heart flutter and her face blushed. I don't understand. Have I seen you before? You don't need to understand. Because you are a heart demon that I will never be able to get rid of in this lifetime. They hugged and then let go. Then, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Heaven and earth became illusory and decayed. Jihe turned into dream power and vanished. The mountains and rivers were annihilated. What was left in front of them was the eternal earth and the immortal heavens. As for Ning Fan, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky coldly. I will not sever my emotions. This sentence sounded like an oath, but it immediately triggered the wrath of heaven and earth. Rumbling red lightning appeared in the sky. It was just like the extreme realm divine intent of the Bone Sovereign. In ancient times, there were 3 types of cultivation. Righteous cultivators, inverse cultivators, and concealing cultivators. Righteous cultivators followed the will of heaven and claimed to be upholding justice and extinguishing human desires. When they formed their core, they resolutely severed all ties with the mortal world. They severed all ties with their parents, relatives, wives, daughters, and friends. Righteous cultivators cultivated the heartless Tao because the heavenly Tao was originally heartless. It was because of this that they could treat all living beings equally. They were gods. Concealing cultivators concealed the cultivation of heaven and used tricks to be merciful. Just like Gui Chaozi, he severed all ties with the mortal world before forming his core. However, because of the lack of struggle and emotions in his heart, he became the weakest among the 3 types of cultivation. In fact, he was even weaker than the righteous cultivators who severed their emotions. Because of their treacherous nature, these cultivators were often called demons. As for inverse cultivators cultivated against the will of heaven. They did not go against the will of heaven but their hearts. If they were heartless, why would they cultivate the Tao? They dared to face the heaven and swore not to sever their emotions. They kept the heart devil in their hearts because they were turned into devils. Gods, demons, and devils gradually evolved into their own Tao and lost their original meaning in the long river of time. Devil cultivators could only be described as people who killed people like scything flax. They were ruthless and merciless. This was a grave mistake. If one was a true devil, he would have an obsession. Only those who had an obsession to create chaos in the world would be the supreme true devil. Devils must go against heaven. Once they cultivated the true devil Tao, they would face the heavenly tribulation every time they advanced to the next realm from the moment they formed their core. If they did not have the heart to go against heaven, they would be killed by the red lightning of the heavenly tribulation. Even if they had a rebellious heart and pride, they would still be killed by the heavenly Tao. If their means were not strong enough, the heavenly Tao would not tolerate the existence of those who disobeyed it. They must be killed. Under the rumbling red lightning, the earth trembled. Ning Fan's long hair danced wildly. His eyes were filled with cold light. Amidst the starlight, his body was like a mountain as he transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant. His bronze-colored skin was invincible. A lightning star appeared on the giant's glabella. It dispersed the blood-red lightning tribulation. The lightning dispersed and reformed. Then, it turned into countless blood-red lightning bolts with an even more terrifying aura. Each of them connected the heavens and the earth. When they landed on the giant's body, they emitted a destructive power. 1 bolt was nothing to be afraid of. 10 bolts was nothing to be afraid of. 100 bolts was enough to shatter the giant's body. 1,000 bolts was enough to turn the giant into dust. 1,000 bolts of blood-red lightning could kill 1,000 zhang tall giant. Roar the giant's long hair grew longer. Demonic black marks appeared on the left side of his face. His whole body turned black and reformed. The giant destroyed the blood-red lightning, and the blood-red lightning also destroyed the giant. This dream of 450 years was a prolonged battle. Years passed and the scenes faded away. The power of illusion from the Ming Luo fruit was nearing its end. If Ningfan still could not resist the lightning tribulation, he would fail to form his core. Failure. The more he failed, the bigger the shadow in his heart would be. Next time, he would lose all his courage and go against the heavens. In his mind, Xianxia's path of Tao enlightenment appeared. His state of mind gradually overlapped with Xianxia's defying intent. If the rain doesn't come, there will be momentum. If the mountain doesn't move, there will be momentum. If the dragon is hidden in the abyss, there will be momentum. If the insect spins its cocoon, there will be momentum. If the human king doesn't kill, there will be momentum. If the heaven and earth don't fight, there will be momentum. Xianxia's words echoed in his mind. The lightning intent in his eyes became stronger. His lightning star could control the heavenly lightning. Why couldn't he control the blood-red lightning? Because there was a trace of heavenly killing intent in the blood-red lightning. If he could get rid of this killing intent, he would be able to subdue the lightning tribulation. What is rain? I can create clouds with a flip of my hand and rain with a flip of my hand. When the giant moved his palm, the heavens and earth gave birth to rain. Lightning from the flat ground, rain from the sky. I want to kill. The giant roared madly. The earth shook. The rain brushed away the blood-red lightning from the blood-red lightning. They sank into the ground and produced streaks of blood-colored lightning. The rain swirled with traces of blood-colored light, and the rain of blood overturned the heavens. Blood lightning reverberated in the sky. I want this rain to grow on the earth, to fight against the heavens, to live forever. I want this lightning to be deeply planted with demonic thoughts, to defy the heavens. I won't sever my emotions. I want to form my core. I want to form my golden core. I want to form my core. I want core formation. At this moment, layers of demonic abysses and seas of blood appeared in front of the giant. It was a demonic path of no return. At this moment, the giant jumped into the demonic abyss without hesitation. For her, so what if he turned into a demon? At this moment, the silver lightning star between the giant's eyebrows turned into a blood-red color. When the lightning star moved, even the blood-colored heavenly lightning was afraid. On the giant's body, an imposing aura was exploding madly. The illusory gold core and demon core in his body merged into one and solidified. His aura was rising steadily. Early stage gold core, middle stage, late stage, peak. At this moment, Ming Luo's dream shattered. Inside the cave, Ningfan suddenly rose to his feet. His aura force surged violently. The cave was shattered and the mountains were flattened. Even the golden sunglow pill was useless. On the 60th year since he entered the Lost World Tower, Ming Luo's dream shattered. The 80-year-old Ningfan was at the peak of the gold core realm. He was only one step away from forming his nascent soul. As for his temperament, it underwent a huge change after forming his core. The last trace of softness in his heart had been erased. At this moment, if he wanted to increase his cultivation base, he would plunder the endless outer sea and abduct all the women. Devil Dao, complete. To be continued. After 10 whole years, the shattered mountain reappeared and spring came. Ningfan sat in the cave for 10 years and finally stabilized his cultivation base. Stabilizing it was for further advancement. His goal for the remaining 250 years was to form his nascent soul. Holding the nascent formation pill, Ningfan remained silent. With his current magic power, the success rate of forming nascent soul was less than 30%. To ordinary cultivators, forming nascent soul not only required sufficient magic power and cultivation base but also a unique understanding of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It was not easy to have sufficient magic power. As for understanding the 5 elements, it would usually take hundreds of years. The difficulty of forming nascent soul was far more difficult than forming core. After successfully forming the core, Ning Fan's magic power improved further. It increased from 23rd armor to 33rd armor. 9 Minluo fruits increased his mental state by 450 years. His mental state was comparable to a half-step nascent soul realm expert. His spirit sense improved along with his cultivation base, reaching the mid-nascent soul realm. If he could form nascent soul successfully, it would not be difficult for his spirit sense to advance to the late nascent soul realm. With sufficient magic power, mental state and spirit sense, the only thing left was the understanding of the 5 elements. Nascent soul realm cultivators needed to condense their primordial energy to form nascent soul. That yuan was the primordial energy of heaven and earth. When the 5 elements were combined, it was called primordial energy. Nascent soul realm cultivators could combine the 5 elements and form nascent soul at the same time. Of course, they would still focus on their immortal veins and cultivate the other elements as support. The reason why a 2-spirit realm cultivator had a high aptitude was because they possessed 2 elements. Comprehending the heavenly Tao could reduce 1 element. Ning Fan's biggest advantage in forming nascent soul was having 4 elements at the same time. Fire, ice, lightning, and wood. He only lacked earth. As long as he cultivated earth, he could start forming nascent soul. He patted his storage pouch and took out a devil scroll with surging corpse chi. Corpse devil record, colossal bone secret art had been completely cultivated. The replacement cultivation method after this could be the corpse devil record. This devil technique cultivated the earth element devil vein and turned earth into a corpse. It was the exact attribute that Ning Fan lacked. His cultivation method needed to be improved again. Except for yin-yang transformation, all other cultivation methods needed to break through to the 4th level. If so, the success rate of forming nascent soul would increase by 20%. Apart from these, Ning Fan still needed to cultivate a secret technique, Yin evil art. This technique was obtained from Old Devil Purple Yin, a secret technique created by the old ancestor of Extreme Yin sect. Transforming the Yin energy to cultivate the Dharma treasure, the Yin pearl, and finally fusing the Yin pearl with the golden core to increase the strength of the golden core, thereby increasing the chances of forming the nascent soul by 10%. In this way, Ning Fan would have 60% chance. He succeeded in forming his nascent soul. 60%. With the addition of the nascent soul formation pill, it will be 70%. Because my pill refinement mastery is at the 5th revolution, the quality of this pill is higher. My success rate should be slightly higher than 70%. 70% is enough. However, it was a pity. If he had a nascent soul Tao fruit at this moment, perhaps he could take out the cauldron and pluck it. How wonderful would that be? He would definitely be able to increase his magic power once again. And there seems to be another way, which is to increase my magic power. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. With a flick of his sleeve, a flame and 2 streams of cold air appeared in front of him. A white flame in the shape of a skeleton, white bone flame, the cold air in the form of pine needles was the cold pine marrow, the bone-chilling cold chi, bone prison breath, if he could refine the 3 types of heavenly cold and earth flames. Ning Fan's magical power would increase and his chances of forming his nascent soul would increase by 20%, even without a cauldron or Tao fruit, there was a 90% chance of successfully forming a nascent soul. I see. I will first cultivate the cultivation technique, then swallow the heavenly frost and earthly fire. Finally, I will use the nascent soul formation pill to form my nascent soul. Nascent soul. Nascent soul formation. Before entering the tower, he was a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. When he left the pagoda, he was a nascent soul cultivator. 30 years had passed. The black demon art, snow treading art and camellia scripture had been cultivated to the 1st realm of the 4th level. After that, Ning Fan began to cultivate the corpse devil record. The corpse devil record recorded the cultivation method of the corpse vein. As an immemorial devil technique, it was more than 10,000 times more difficult than the colossal bone secret art. Other than refining secret medicines and suppressing chi, one also needed to kill a large number of people, collect their corpses and absorb their corpse chi. If he couldn't absorb the corpse chi, he could only condense the earth power and transform it into corpse chi. He would need to condense about 3 streams of natal corpse chi to successfully cultivate this technique. Pills were not a problem. His only regret was that there were no corpses in this empty world. As such, Ning Fan could only extinguish his breath, turn into a corpse and sink into the ground. He would borrow the pressure of the earth to temper his body and absorb the earth essence to condense corpse chi. Slowly, very slowly, Ning Fan sank 3,000 zhang deep into the ground. The tremendous pressure seemed to be crushing him. 40 years had passed. He finally condensed his first natal corpse chi and sank 2,000 zhang deep into the ground. 30 years had passed. The second natal corpse chi was formed. He sank 3,000 zhang deep into the ground. 20 years had passed. The third natal corpse chi was condensed. He left the ground. After a total of 90 years, Ning Fan finally condensed 3 natal corpse chi. He then went into seclusion to complete the last step, condensing the 3 corpses. The 3 corpse chi needed to be integrated into the yin-yang devil vein to be considered a success. Even Ning Fan was slightly nervous. Yin-yang devil vein, could it be used as an experiment to cultivate other devil techniques? He used the yin-yang locket to refine the 3 corpses' chi and meditated for 10 years. During these 10 years, he failed hundreds of times, but finally, he succeeded. At this moment, the yin-yang devil vein swallowed the 3 corpses' chi in a domineering manner and integrated it into his own. At this moment, the yin-yang devil vein had the change of corpse devil vein and a trace of earth element. As such, Ning Fan finally had all 5 elements. He was once again shocked by the power of yin-yang transformation. Immemorial immortal veins were also known as ancient veins. They were divided into spirit, demon, and devil. There were 3 types of ancient veins. The first type was spirit art vein. Spirit art cultivators were like lightning vein, fire vein, and water vein. Spirit art cultivators were extremely difficult to deal with. When their cultivation reached a high level, they could even turn their body into a void spirit, eliminating the spiritual elements in their body. They were extremely powerful and invincible. They could be immune to most physical and magical attacks. Thunder Emperor Buzhou, who the Rain Palace was secretive about, had a lightning vein. He could turn his body into lightning and was completely immune to the sword techniques of the 3 sovereigns of the sword world. He could fight against the 3 sovereigns alone and was undefeated. Spirit art cultivators focused on magical techniques. The second type was venerable body vein. Venerable body vein was like corpse vein, bone vein, sword vein, dragon vein, carp vein, and phoenix vein. These ancient veins focused on body refinement. Each of them could turn into a 10,000 zhang tall giant with immortal defense. Some of them could transform into different forms and 72 transformations. In short, they used their strength to break the heavens and their bodies to contain magical techniques. Venerable body vein focused on body refinement. The third type was abnormal spirit vein. Abnormal spirit art cultivators had almost no talent in magical techniques or body refinement. This type of ancient vein wasn't powerful. The fiend gods who inherited this vein usually had low combat strength. However, this type of ancient vein was usually created for special reasons to deal with special groups of people. For example, the yin-yang evil vein didn't give Ning Fan powerful magical techniques. Instead, it was used against women. It had a heaven-defying restraint. Another example was the undying evil vein. This evil vein only had one ability, immortality. It couldn't be killed. It couldn't be cut or burned. It was completely immortal. Even if it died, it would return to its origin and be reborn in the long river of time. This evil vein. It wasn't good at attacking. However, even a true immortal wouldn't want to offend such an enemy. If it was absolutely necessary to offend such a person, the only way was to seal and suppress them. Another example was the nirvana vein. The evil vein of Moksha, sovereign of the devil world. This evil vein was extremely disgusting. It could increase one's strength through injury. As long as the person wasn't killed, the more serious the injury, the stronger the injury. Instead, it would increase one's strength. That day when Ning Fan injured Moksha Sovereign. If Moksha Sovereign recovered from his injury, the more serious the injury, the stronger his strength would be. This inheritance wasn't given to him by the old devil. Perhaps, it was to tempt him to betray the old devil. Abnormal spirit vein cultivation technique, yin-yang transformation. Its power wasn't strong and its offense and defense were weak at the same realm. However, it had two profoundness. One of them was widely known by true immortals. It was the ability to pluck and replenish one's strength. The second point. This vein could merge the abilities of other ancient veins for its own use. This was something only Luo Yu knew by chance. Killing corpse devils, seizing cultivation techniques, cultivating corpse veins, killing moksha sovereign, seizing cultivation techniques, cultivating nirvana vein, killing moksha sovereign, seizing cultivation techniques, cultivating nirvana vein. There were a few inheritors of yin-yang transformation in the past. However, they could only pluck and replenish for dual cultivation. In order to merge other ancient veins, one needed the yin-yang locket. With the yin-yang locket, Ning Fan could be considered as an orthodox fiend god inheritor. Even if others obtained cultivation techniques, they wouldn't be orthodox. Little Demoness and Bei Xiaoman looked down on Ning Fan. The former didn't know the merging ability of yin-yang transformation. As for Bei Xiaoman, because her cultivation wasn't high and her detection was blocked by the All-Heaven relic, she couldn't even see the type of Ning Fan's evil vein. The ability to merge corpse veins had entered the threshold of the corpse devil record, reaching the first realm of the first level. In the future, Ning Fan would search for ancient corpses, cultivate cultivation techniques, and cultivate corpse veins. But for now, his priority was to form his nascent soul. Ning Fan recollected his thoughts and sat cross-legged on the ground. In 130 years, his cultivation technique had advanced and he had all 5 elements. There were still 120 years left before he left the tower. He could start refining the 3 types of heavenly frost and earthly flames. The best time to absorb 5th grade cold energy and spirit fire should be above the soul formation stage. Not to mention the fact that he did not have the yin-yang locket. Even if he succeeded, he would not be able to completely refine the spiritual fire dermic powers due to his low realm. When refining the black demon flame, Ning Fan was only able to absorb 1,000th of the magical power of the flame with his harmonious spirit cultivation. The rest was dispersed to the heaven and earth. Now, he was at the peak of golden core. Refining the heavenly frost and earthly fire would allow one to absorb 1/20th of its magic power. Devouring one fire would increase one's magic power by 20 units. Except for Ning Fan's, the others didn't have the yin-yang locket, so it would be very difficult for them to refine the heavenly frost and earthly fire at the gold core realm. There were volcanoes and ice plains here. The refining conditions were met. Once he refines it, Ning Fan's magic power would break through to 93 units, forming the nascent soul was no longer difficult. I want to form my nascent soul. His eyes were filled with determination. 10 years had passed outside the Lost World Tower. 10 years was too short. To cultivators, it was just a short period of meditation. In a guest house in Xianwu City, a red-haired old man sat cross-legged in the room. He was injured and his eyes were filled with anger. 2 months ago, he left the 3rd floor of the Lost World Tower and advanced to the nascent soul realm. Jingzhua, when Ning Fan left the heaven-evading ship to save Xianxia, Jingzhua came to Punlai by himself. He spent some money and asked a harmonious spirit realm cultivator of the Lost World Palace to leave a message for him. If he saw someone named Zhou Ming, he would tell him that Jingzhua had already entered the tower and that he did not need to worry. Jingzhua believed that Ning Fan would be able to protect himself even if he could not save Xianxia. And Xianxia would most likely die. He did not know how to comfort him. He thought that a harmonious spirit realm junior would not dare to disobey his orders. However, he did not know that Ning Fan had risked everything to save Xianxia. He also did not know that the cultivator he asked did not inform Jingzhua at all. Instead, he sold the jade slip with Zhou Ming's appearance to someone else and betrayed Jingzhua. One of the forces on the 72 islands of the Internal Sea, the Demon Sealing Sect, the 7th elder of the Demon Sealing Palace, the Eagle Crane Old Man, was a late nascent soul realm cultivator. This person set up a bounty to find the cultivator with the surname Zhou. The bounty only provided the surname and appearance of the cultivator and offered a bounty of 100,000 immortal jades to capture this cultivator. When the cultivator saw that Jingzhua and the Eagle Crane Old Man were looking for the same person, he immediately betrayed Jingzhua for the bounty. After 10 years of seclusion, Jingzhua left the tower. That junior told Xianxia that he could not find Zhou Ming's whereabouts. After knowing this, Xianxia let out a long sigh. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Even geniuses like Yin Suqiu and Ning Fan had no idea when they would perish in the lonely sea. What a pity, what a pity. He sighed. He decided to leave Punlai Island and return to Yu country. He wanted to upgrade Yu country to a mid-rank cultivation country with his own identity. However, he did not expect that he would be ambushed right after he left the island. He was ambushed by someone outside the island. That person was a late nascent soul realm cultivator. He tried to kill Xianxia without asking for any reason. Even though Xianxia was a nascent soul realm cultivator, he did not have the strength to fight back. At the critical moment, he released a trace of green phoenix fire, causing the person to be fearful and escape. Outside the island, the eagle crane old man's expression was as calm as still water. He struck out a palm and killed the harmonious spirit realm cultivator who betrayed Xianxia. Humph. This person has misled me. Although Xianxia had just formed his nascent soul not long ago, he actually possesses the seed fire of the green phoenix fire. Could this person be related to the Lost World Palace? Rumor has it that the Lost World Palace controls the main fire of the green phoenix fire. Hehe, but so what if they are related? I have planted the grey demon seal in his body. He will not be able to escape. Ada has a request, Elder. If I capture this person. If I really find Zhou Ming, please let me kill him. Ada's eyes were filled with confidence and disdain. 10 years ago, he was an early nascent soul realm cultivator who was on the verge of breaking through. 10 years later, he broke through to the mid-nascent soul realm. He reckoned that he alone was enough to kill Zhou Ming even without the elder's help. Ada had not forgotten the injury caused by the immortal execution order. All right. Find Zhou Ming. I'll let you kill him. However, I have to get rid of this Xianxia first. After he recovers, I will capture him alive and search his soul to find out his whereabouts. At that time. Hee. The eagle crane old man revealed a hideous smile. He did not put Zhou Ming in his eyes at all. Even if Zhou Ming had fully recovered after recuperating for 10 years, in the guest house of the Black Tortoise City, Xianxia was recuperating when his mind was suddenly disturbed. He opened his eyes in disbelief. He could feel the aura of a nascent soul realm cultivator appearing behind him out of nowhere without any warning. The guest house was protected by a nascent soul realm formation. How did this person sneak in? Although this aura was only at the early nascent soul realm, his magical force was comparable to a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. The sense of danger that Xianxia felt was even stronger than the eagle crane old man. What was even more unbelievable was that this person did not emit any aura when he appeared. It was as if he was dead and alive at the same time. He was like a corpse that was not breathing. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. This mysterious expert was strong and strange. It was something that he had never seen before. Could it be that this person was on the same path as the late nascent soul realm expert? Who are you? Xianxia shouted coldly. His body was shrouded with essence force. He was about to bite the tip of his tongue and use his blood essence to teleport away. However, before his essence force could be condensed, the space seemed to have frozen. Freeze! The mysterious man pointed his finger. A grey light flashed on the tip of his finger. Then, the primordial force of heaven and earth trembled and turned into invisible lines that bound Xianxia's body tightly, freezing him in place. That grey light was like fire and ice, but it also seemed to be both. Xianxia could not break free from this freezing at all with his early nascent soul realm cultivation base, a finger, freezing his body. Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. He had never heard of this person's technique before. This person was unfathomable. He made up his mind and wanted to detonate his physical body to forcefully break free from the freezing. But in an instant, the freezing was lifted by the mysterious man like smoke. Fellow Taoist Jing, don't worry. It's me, it's you? You are? Xianxia felt strange. Is this person someone I know? Is there such an expert among my acquaintances? When he turned his head to look, his neck immediately became like a wooden stake that was stuck in the ground. He was completely stunned. Ning. Fellow Taoist Ning, it's you? How can it be you? Why can't it be me? Ning Fan smiled faintly. Just by standing there, the primordial chi of heaven and earth had become chaotic because of him. Only a late realm cultivator would be able to do something like this. He could do it. Weren't you just about to form your core? How come you've already formed your nascent soul? Furthermore, this magic power is definitely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, it is not far from the middle stage. Fellow Taoist Ning, what have you been doing for the past 10 years? He actually cultivated from half-step golden core to nascent soul. Xianxia continued to examine him. To his surprise, he discovered that Ning Fan's bone age had actually increased by 320 years in just 10 years. He was no longer a 20-year-old youth, but a 340-year-old monster. 10 years. 320 years. 32 times the flow of time. Could it be that Ning Fan entered the 5th level of the Lost World Tower? Only Divine Transformation Realm and 5th Revolution Pill Masters could enter the 5th floor. There were no exceptions. In other words, he entered the Lost World Tower with the identity of a 5th Revolution Pill Refinement Master? 5th Revolution. Isn't he a 4th Revolution Pill Master? How could there be an additional rotation? What exactly are you? Cough cough. Xianxia had too many questions he wanted to ask, but before he could open his mouth, his injuries aggravated and he coughed up blood. Are you hurt? This is... Ning Fan scanned Xianxia's body with his spirit sense and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He pointed his finger at Xianxia's body and forced out a strand of grayish qi that was deeply hidden. Crush it with a single finger. The gray gas was the unique tracking technique of the demon sealing hull. From the magic power of the gray gas, this person was actually a late nascent soul stage cultivator. The demon sealing temple. A trace of killing intent rose in Ning Fan's eyes. The demon sealing sect was truly a pestering fly. Since that was the case, he would just have to kill it. Reaching the late nascent soul realm shouldn't be too difficult. This was an apathetic gaze that only those who were truly powerful would possess. Once he entered the nascent soul realm, his cultivation would be at the early stage and his divine sense would be at the late stage. A 300-meter-tall giant, 3 nascent swords, one pointing at the body, blood-colored lightning, supreme-grade Dharma treasure, gray instant teleportation, the new primordial divine weapon Thunder Whip, the imitation of the immortal treasure deity striking whip. After 320 long years, he was no longer the same as before. To be continued. The gray demon seal had shattered. Outside of Punlai, on the clouds, the eagle crane's squinting eyes suddenly widened in shock. Impossible. The secret chi seal that I planted in Xianxia's body, the gray demon seal. No one under the soul formation stage can break it. How could it be broken? Could it be that a soul formation cultivator helped Xianxia undo it? Impossible. There's only one divine transformation realm expert on the Punlai Immortal Island and he's guarding the Lost World Palace. Could it be that divine transformation realm expert? No. If it's a divine transformation realm cultivator who unseals the seal, I won't be able to detect it at all with the strength of a divine transformation realm old monster. Who is it? Elder, what's the matter? Is it Zhou Ming? Ada revealed an excited and bloodthirsty gaze. Zhou Ming. Yes. It was him. He could sense the other 2 gray demon seals. So that was how it was. Zhou Ming must have used a secret treasure to help Xianxia remove the chi seal. This person's secret treasure can even dissolve the gray demon seal. This old man must have it. Haha. Let's go. That Zhou Ming seems to be using the gray fiend seal to sense me in the opposite direction. He really doesn't know his place. We'll kill him 10,000 miles away from the Lost World Palace's territory. A gleam of light appeared in the eagle crane's eyes. It grabbed Ada and flew off into the sea 5,000 kilometers away. The expressions of the cultivators passing by changed drastically. The eagle crane's escaping technique was too terrifying. It was actually at the late nascent soul realm, 10,000 miles away. The eagle crane retracted its light and stood in the sky with its hands behind its back. Its body was small, but its aura was unstoppable. This person's aura was unfamiliar and he wasn't a grand cultivator from the outer endless sea. However, many gold core realm and nascent soul realm old monsters had seen his face on the devil appraisal list, the devil of the inner endless sea. ranked 342 on the Devil Evaluation Board, late nascent soul realm cultivation base, Eagle Crane Elder. This person's reputation as a devil was extremely shocking, and his background was even more monstrous. Hiss. The seventh elder of the Demon Sealing Hall, the Eagle Crane Elder. Shouldn't this person be running amok in the inner endless sea? Why is he here in the outer endless sea? Demon Sealing Hall? Is it very powerful? It's not just powerful. Of the 72 islands in the inner endless sea, there were 7 islands that could not be offended. These were the 7 island lords. They were 7 cultivators at the peak of the soul formation stage, known as the 7 venerables of the internal endless sea. One of the 7, the Demon Venerable, was the master of the Demon Sealing Hall. If it wasn't for the agreement between the Rain Palace and the internal endless sea, the 7 Supremes were not allowed to leave the internal endless sea. That Demon Venerable alone was enough to massacre the entire outer endless sea. Even if all the early stage divine transformation cultivators of the 10 sects and 3 islands attacked together, they still wouldn't be his match. What? The Demon Sealing Hall was so powerful. But from the looks of it, this person is filled with killing intent, yet he's waiting here. Could it be that he wants to fight someone? Impossible. Who would dare to offend a late nascent soul realm cultivator? The discussions of the crowd made the Eagle Crane impatient. His eagle-like eyes turned cold and his hands formed a seal. Immediately, a vast amount of magic power spread out within 1,000 miles. It shook violently, the sky within 500 kilometers trembled and the clouds shattered. Gray fog filled the air and sizzling sounds echoed. With a tremor, the dozens of golden core and nascent soul cultivators who passed by spat out a mouthful of blood and their expressions changed greatly. Anyone who breathed in the gray fog had their auras thrown into chaos and coughed up blood. There was even a trace of a gray demonic poison that seemed to have been branded onto him and could not be erased. This is the Eagle Crane Old Man's famous demonic art, Dead Ashes art. Not good. We must take the third revolution detoxification pill immediately, otherwise. Many old monsters who saw the gray blood acted as if they had seen a ghost and flew away desperately to distance themselves from the Eagle Crane. Those golden core realm cultivators had yet to react. In just an instant, all the dead ashes within 500 kilometers suddenly burst into blue flames. As soon as the flames appeared, the area within 500 kilometers was like a sea of purgatory fire. Cries of agony could be heard. The golden core realm cultivators could not withstand the flames at all and returned into ashes in just a moment. Nascent soul upper grade demonic art, Dead Ashes reignited. As soon as the technique was used, the dead ashes within 500 kilometers were reignited and the seawater was boiling. If you don't want to die, get lost. The Eagle Crane laughed loudly. Under the demonic might, no one dared to stay and watch anymore. A few nascent soul realm cultivators hurriedly ran 1,000 kilometers away. Before they could let out a sigh of relief, they saw a ray of icy light with an ear-piercing whistling sound, piercing through the sky and heading towards the Eagle Crane's direction. These nascent soul realm cultivators immediately lost their balance after being hit by the ray of light. Their hair was stained with frost. The icy light dispersed and turned into a young man in a white robe and black cloak. He stood in the middle of the gray fog, his eyebrows were like stars, his long hair was dancing in the wind, and his eyes were cold. As soon as this person appeared, the gray fog that had yet to disperse immediately swept towards the young man under the control of the Eagle Crane. However, the gray fog that could easily destroy golden core realm cultivators and injure nascent soul realm cultivators was not even qualified to make the young man raise his eyelids. Break! As soon as the word was said, a punch shattered the ice, that fist radiance, silver bone. That coldness carried a trace of frightening and astonishing cold power. With a loud bang, the fist radiance hit the sky and instantly a huge force was released, causing the void to distort and a huge fist mark was formed. With a tremble, the gray fog within 1,000 kilometers was turned into ice shards and fell into the sea with a shattering sound. The technique that made the Eagle Crane famous was easily broken just like that. However, the fist radiance did not stop. Halfway through, it suddenly shattered and turned into streaks of black sword scents, dispersing in all directions. The Eagle Crane was shaken by the fist radiance, but he retreated 10 steps in the sky and immediately took out a magical treasure to block the sword scents. His facial expression changed as he was shocked by the power of the fist and the strangeness of the sword's sense. As for Ada, his arrogant expression had yet to fade away, but his body was already thrown far away like a meteor. His blood and chi were in turmoil, and the black sword's sense was like a maggot attached to his bones. Immediately, Ada's injuries worsened, and he was sent flying again. After he stabilized his body, he coughed out blood non-stop. He was seriously injured. The demon sealing sect is only SOSO. If this is all you have, you can die now. Shock, absolute shock. Ada did not know much about Ning Fan. His only impression of Ning Fan was that he was seriously injured, the sword sense, and the immortal execution order. Even though Ah Er and Ah San were killed by Ning Fan, Zhou Ming still did not put Ning Fan in his eyes. He only knew that Ning Fan had a deep conspiracy to kill the two of them. However, he didn't expect that even though he had broken through to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, he couldn't even withstand a single punch from this person. As for Ying He, his face was as dark as water. His deathly ashes art was not weak. Even a silver bone cultivator's fist that contained ice could not freeze the deathly ashes fire. After all, the deathly ashes fire was a fourth-grade spiritual fire. However, under a single punch from Ning Fan, he was actually frozen within 1,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, of ice even after using the fourth-grade spiritual fire's dead ash technique. What is the cold chi in this man's fist? What was so profound about this person's sword sense? How could it be so sharp? Even the nascent soul cultivators who had fled 1,000 miles away gasped. Not only was he shocked by his strength, but he was also shocked by his tone. Ning Fan actually did not put the demon sealing palace in his mind. Put them in his eyes. The eagle crane old man pointed at Ada with a gloomy expression. You go. Let's test Zhou Ming's background. Elder, I. At this moment, Ada actually hesitated. He no longer had the confidence that he had earlier to kill Ning Fan. Is this treasure enough for you? The eagle crane took out an item. He passed it to Ada. As soon as he received the item, the originally timid Ada's eyes were filled with joy and disbelief. Thank you, Seventh Elder, for giving me this treasure. With this item, killing this person will be as easy as flipping my palm. As soon as his voice fell, Ada's figure suddenly rushed out and took out a small golden seal. On that seal, it was engraved with the ancient script of the demon race. As soon as the seal was formed, it immediately turned into a small golden mountain in midair. It would teleport once every 10 zhang or so. After teleporting for more than 10 times, the mountain landed 10 zhang above Ning Fan's head with a deafening sound. Then, it fell down. The suppressive might of a mid-supreme grade treasure penetrated Ning Fan's body. The waves below it shook and formed a 100 zhang tall wave. Even a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator would be severely injured if not killed by the suppressive might of this seal, an ordinary mid-supreme grade magical treasure. It was impossible for it to withstand the power of this seal. At this moment, not only the injured nascent soul realm cultivators were shocked, even Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This small golden seal was very similar to the Eastern Ocean bell. The power of this magical treasure was nothing to be afraid of. However, the demon script and the golden light on the treasure were quite powerful. Ancient demon sacrificial artifact. It's a good magical treasure, but the user is too weak. Mid-nascent soul realm. I could already kill a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator 300 years ago. Now, it's even easier. He pressed his finger on the blood star on his glabella and forcefully pulled it out. From within the blood-red starlight, a lightning whip was drawn out. This whip was refined by Ning Fan using the dragon tendon, the immemorial star and the blood-red lightning. When this whip was first refined, it was only a middle-grade Dharma treasure. However, when he broke through to the nascent soul realm, the heavenly tribulation blood lightning descended. With just one whip, the whip dispersed the heavenly tribulation blood lightning. After absorbing the heavenly tribulation blood lightning and fusing it with the heavenly tribulation blood lightning, it continued to evolve until it became a top-grade middle-grade Dharma treasure. In terms of grade, this newly refined immemorial divine weapon was the highest grade magical treasure among all the other magical treasures. As soon as the whip was drawn, the blood lightning made a sizzling sound. The sound made all the cultivators including the eagle crane felt their scalp go numb. What was that blood lightning? It seemed to carry the might of the heavens, a whip. The whip landed on the golden mountain above their heads, but it was accompanied by the loud sound of mountains and rivers collapsing. With just a whip, the power of the blood lightning erased the falling momentum of the small mountain and sent it flying. Under the power of the whip, a blood-red crack appeared in the sky. Once it was split open, it would be the void. Not only that, that whip had clearly lashed on the magic treasure. However, because of the connection between the magic treasure and its host, it was like a blood-red lightning striking Ada's heart. Ada felt a sharp pain in his dantian. His nascent soul was actually broken in the middle. He almost died when his nascent soul was broken. If someone were to look closely, they would discover that Ada's nascent soul was actually wearing a small illusory armor. This armor was the profound jade spirit equipment, the nascent soul protecting armor. It was a rare spirit equipment that could equip a cultivator's nascent soul. Once Ada's physical body died, his nascent soul would be able to escape from the enemy's magical techniques with incredible speed. However, that dignified profound jade spirit equipment was shattered by Ning Fan's unpredictable whip. What? What kind of magical treasure is this? Why did it hit my nascent soul when it hit my nascent soul? Oh? It didn't die from the first whip. It seems like the nascent soul has some kind of protection. But what about the second whip? Rumble. The second whip once again lashed on the small golden seal that had transformed into a peak. Then, the blood-red lightning struck Ada's nascent soul again through the connection between their minds. This time, there was no longer any protection. When the nascent soul died, the person died. All that was left was a corpse with a horrified and venomous expression. This was the replica of the god-striking whip. By using the ability of the heavenly tribulation lightning to lock onto the nascent soul, it could hit the cultivator's nascent soul as long as the whip hit the cultivator's nascent soul, as long as Ning Fan had this immemorial divine weapon. Any cultivator who used a magical treasure during a battle would suffer a great loss. Kill and collect the corpse. Ning Fan's eyes flickered with cold light as he stared at the eagle crane. He stomped on the void forcefully. Heaven and earth trembled and froze. A shapeless supreme-grade flying sword was forced out from heaven and earth by Ning Fan's stomp. This supreme-grade flying sword was also the treasure that made the eagle crane famous. It was called the sun-departing sword. When this sword was used in the daytime, it could use the power of the sun to conceal the shadow of the sword. Unless the cultivator's spirit sense was stronger than the user of the flying sword, no one would be able to sense the sword's sneak attack. The whip landed on the sword. The eagle crane revealed a shocked expression and vomited blood. Impossible. He couldn't understand why Zhou Ming, who was only an early nascent soul realm cultivator, could see through the sun-departing sword that was controlled by his late nascent soul realm spirit sense. He couldn't understand what exactly the blood lightning whip was. How could it be so heaven-defying that it could injure him just by striking a magical treasure? Yes, that must be it. Legend has it that every cultivator of the Zhou clan in the Eternal Endless Sea is proficient in secret techniques that can attack a cultivator's nascent soul. You really are a member of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan of the Eternal Endless Sea. Humph, this old man has been bestowed this treasure by the revered lord. Now, I'm going to deal with the Zhou clan. The eagle crane slowly calmed down, slapped his storage pouch and took out a palm-sized golden beast bronze sculpture. That golden beast was ancient and shabby. It had a wolf's body and a single horn. It looked exactly like an ancient beast from ancient chaos memories. Thunder Beast, without a doubt, this golden beast was another ancient demon sacrificial artifact apart from the small mountain. Phoenix raising art, Thunder God descends. When the eagle crane's finger landed on the golden beast immediately flew up and circled around its body. Rays of golden light shone on the eagle crane's body, giving it a shocking ancient aura. That golden light and aura seemed to be specialized in defending against lightning. Ning Fan didn't say a word. He whipped the sun separation sword again. This time, a trace of red lightning was connected with the magical treasure and attacked the eagle crane. However, it flashed in its dantian and was immediately forced out of its body by the golden beast light. With a sizzling sound, it disappeared into the sea mist. The eagle crane grabbed the sun-departing sword and the golden seal, his eyes revealing a cold look. Zhou Ming. Your magic treasure is ineffective against me. Is that so? As expected of a late nascent soul realm cultivator. I have really underestimated you if I think I can kill you with this whip. The supporting phoenix technique. Is that the secret technique, the real method to control the sacrificial tool of the ancient demons? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The lightning whip dispersed into traces of red lightning and disappeared into his glabella. He had yet to name this lightning whip. It was an imitation of the immortal artifact deity striking whip. By relying on the divine ability of the lightning heavenly tribulation to lock the nascent soul, it could be used to kill the nascent soul. Furthermore, he specialized in extracting the primordial god-fiend veins. With this whip, if a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator attacked him with a magic treasure, he could kill the enemy with a single whip. It was truly powerful. According to the Eagle Crane, the Zhou clan of the Inner Sea seemed to have a similar lightning secret art, but wasn't the Eagle Crane too arrogant? Did it think that it could kill him just because it blocked the lightning whip, new divine weapon, Thunder Whip? However, it was one of the new methods that Ning Fan had added to the Lost World Tower. Even without this method, he still had several methods that could kill late-stage experts. The moment Ning Fan kept the lightning whip, his eyes changed, a hint of rain. It turned into sword energy and flashed in his eyes. The wind blows in Penlai, and it's the season of fog in the sea. Ning Fan's expression was indifferent. His black hair fluttered in the wind. Step by step, he walked towards the Eagle Crane. Every step he took caused ripples in heaven and earth. Every single step he took seemed to be treading on Elder Eagle Crane's Tao heart. This was a kind of power. At this moment, the air within 1,000 miles seemed to be oppressive, as if it was anticipating a heavy downpour. No rain. This sword style is called the Sword of No Rain, the Zhou family of the Inner Sea? Demon Sealing Hall? Ning Fan didn't care about these things and killed the Eagle Crane. Naturally, he would know everything after searching his memories. From Minghe's point of view, Ning Fan was just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. Even if Ning Fan was a cultivator of the Zhou clan, his lightning beast magical treasure was able to restrain the Zhou clan's lightning secret technique. As such, Ning Fan had nothing to fear, but now, the Eagle Crane realized that he was wrong. It was his own assessment of Ning Fan's strength. Too many mistakes. Ning Fan took a step towards the sky as if he wanted to crush the Eagle Crane's Tao heart. 3 steps later, the Eagle Crane's face was pale and his blood flow was in chaos. 5 steps later, the Eagle Crane found it hard to gather his magical power and found it hard to breathe. 8 steps later, the Eagle Crane's heart was filled with alarm. In his eyes, Ning Fan, who was walking towards him, seemed to have turned into a sword. A sword that was suspended between heaven and earth. A blood sword that was approaching him inch by inch. He immediately realized that Ning Fan was displaying some kind of sword technique when he was just taking a step forward. Sword fusion with heaven's primordial chi was obviously a nascent realm sword technique. Once Ning Fan took the 9th step, the aura of each step would increase and turn into a deadly sword that would kill him. What a strange sword technique. Even without a sword, it can still kill the enemy. The Eagle Crane waved his hand and pointed his sun separation sword in front of his chest without hesitation. At this moment, Ning Fan took the 9th step. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were like swords. His killing intent surged and his eyes looked up. A boundless sword with the power of rain fell down along with the blood rain within 1,000 miles. The blood rain turned into swords and the area within 1,000 miles was filled with blood sword light. First style of nascent sword, 9 steps heaven treading. Following Ning Fan's words, all the blood swords flew towards the Eagle Crane like locusts. The scene was like a fly falling into a pond, and it instantly drew over countless small fish in the pond, causing them to swarm over like tidewater and fight for it. Low-grade magical treasure, sun separation sword. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was shattered by the boundless blood sword light. The Eagle Crane's eyes shrunk. This sword technique could shatter low-grade magical treasures. Without a doubt, it meant that killing an early nascent soul realm cultivator was as easy as flipping one's hand. Impossible. The Zhou clan never had a sword cultivator. How could this person learn such a sword technique? One sword to kill a nascent soul realm cultivator. Even an intermediate nascent soul realm cultivator would find it hard to resist. He revealed a crazed expression and summoned the small mountain seal to block in front of him. He then pointed at the small beast to protect his back. Low-grade magical treasures could not block this sword, so what if it was an intermediate magical treasure? But something unexpected happened. Rays of blood sword light pierced through the defense of the 2 magical treasures like a ghost passing through a wall. They pierced into the eagle crane's body like raindrops. This sword was not a tangible object. It was a sword without rain created by the great force of heaven and earth and the divine intent of rain. After the 9 steps heaven treading, the great force of heaven and earth was compressed into a sword. This sword was not a sword of spiritual sense, but a sword of great force that was similar to a formation attack. The eagle crane only realized this when the sword chi entered his body, but it was too late. The sword entered his body and the blood was wreaking havoc in his body, cutting his organs and meridians one by one. Then, it attacked the nascent soul in his dantian. In just a breath's time, the eagle crane was already severely injured and vomited blood. His face was as pale as a piece of paper, but his eyes turned fierce and he spat out a red bead. This bead was called the chaotic force bead. It was specially used to destroy divine transformation grand formations. The explosion of a bead could disrupt the great force of heaven and earth. It could even shatter a low-grade divine transformation grand formation. Treasures were hard to defend against the sword of great force, but this bead could shatter the sword. However, this bead was extremely precious. One bead could be sold for millions of immortal jades. In order to save his life, the eagle crane was really helpless. Break! Break! Break for me! The chaotic force bead was broken. A wave of chaotic force exploded in the sky and tore the gap in the great force like a piece of white paper. It tore the great force of heaven and earth apart in an instant. The great force was in chaos and the sword light was swaying. Exploded. Ning Fan's eyes slightly moved. He was indeed a late nascent soul realm cultivator. He had such a treasure with him that he could even break the great force of heaven and earth for a while. However, even though the eagle crane was able to block the 9 steps heaven treading sword, his appearance was too embarrassing. He broke the distant sun sword and abandoned the chaotic force bead. Even so, he was still seriously injured because of a moment of carelessness. Even though the 9 steps heaven treading sword was a nascent soul realm elementary sword technique, an early nascent soul realm cultivator would definitely die. A mid-nascent soul realm cultivator would definitely be seriously injured. A late nascent soul realm cultivator would also be seriously injured. Unless he was a peak nascent soul realm cultivator who could sense a trace of force from heaven and earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to receive the attack without suffering any injuries. On the other hand, Ning Fan did not use any of his magical power in the 9 steps heaven treading sword technique, borrowed the force of heaven and earth. He was still in his peak state. Even though the eagle crane was not dead yet, he still had the strength to fight. However, he was afraid of Ning Fan. He was not an ordinary late nascent soul realm cultivator. He was considered one of the best late nascent soul realm cultivators in the inner sea realm. However, he could not even fight back against Ning Fan, who was just a peak early nascent soul realm cultivator. This meant that Ning Fan's combat power was comparable to a peak nascent soul realm cultivator even though his cultivation realm was not high. I still have a few chaotic force beads. Zhou Ming. I will leave now. I will not be your enemy for the rest of my life. Please give face to the demon sealing sect and let me go. He hid the ferocity in his eyes, cupped his fists and was about to teleport away. From his point of view, it was not difficult for Ning Fan to kill him. However, Ning Fan did not kill him right away. Humph? So what if he is a cultivator of the Zhou clan? He's still afraid of the demon sealing hall. This Zhou Ming doesn't dare to kill me. When I return to the hall, I'll ask a few great cultivators to help me. We'll definitely be able to kill this person and take revenge. However, the eagle crane did not know that he was completely wrong. Yes, Ning Fan could kill him with a wave of his hand. However, up until now, he had not used his true trump card yet. However, it was definitely not because he was afraid of the demon sealing sect. Instead, he was using the eagle crane to test his moves. He wanted to test out the new technique that he had comprehended in the Lost World Tower. In his eyes, the eagles and cranes were nothing more than livestock. He had to kill them, but before he killed them, they were only useful as a test. In the Lost World Tower, he modified his self-created Rainless Sword, Harmonious Spirit Sword Chi into Sword Fire and Gold Core Sword Chi into White Bones Mountain. Based on his understanding of the primordial force of heaven and earth after breaking through to the nascent soul realm, he modified the 3 types of sword techniques into 3 nascent soul realm sword chi. These were the 3 swords of the nascent soul realm. Together with the one sword-drawing heart that was originally at the nascent soul realm, they were known as the four swords of the nascent soul realm, seeing that the eagle crane, which was only qualified to be his test subject, wanted to run away. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with ridicule. Did I say you could leave? Second form of nascent sword. He pressed a finger on his forehead. Under the starlight, Separation Slayer was in his hand, the sword moved and the primordial force moved. As the Separation Slayer drew an arc in the sky, the primordial force within 1,000 li became chaotic. The eagle crane who was about to use the primordial force of heaven and earth to escape was stopped. Zhou Ming. I am a disciple of the demon ceiling palace. How dare you kill me? Let's not talk about whether you dare or not. Can you kill me? Although I am not as good as you, I am blessed by the revered Lord. My magical treasures will never be something that a cultivator of the external endless sea like you can imagine. Noisy. Fire puppet, lightning extermination, leaf K, mountain split, ice extinction. 3 form of nascent sword, primordial sword. Every word of the sword incantation triggered the power of a line. This sword was born from the fire transformation sword. However, it wasn't just fire that could become a sword. The 5 elements of heaven and earth could become a sword. On the Separation Slayer, the power of the 5 elements turned into a layer of thick white primordial force. The first sword, sword of force, the second sword, primordial sword, with a single sword in the air, 1,000 li of ocean was cut open, the primordial chi sword light was thousands of zhang wide. With an ear-piercing sword hum, it slashed at Inghe's body at an unimaginable speed. This move was a nascent realm intermediate sword art. Under the mid-nascent soul realm it could be slashed by a single sword. If Inghe wasn't severely injured, he could still resist it. However, he was severely injured and careless. He thought that Ning Fan wouldn't dare to kill him. That was why he took the attack head-on. Before he could react, the primordial sword had already penetrated his body. His nascent soul was almost crushed. At the moment of death, the golden plate that was tied around his neck shattered into pieces. A wave of destructive magical power shook around his body and shattered the primordial sword's sword light that was powerful enough to kill a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. However, Inghe didn't feel lucky at all. He was shocked. Sword of primordial force. Only a great cultivator could condense primordial force into a sword with his profound understanding of the primordial force of heaven and earth. How could I be a match for this man with such a technique? If it wasn't for the death exemption golden plate that my revered lord bestowed upon me, I would have been dead. This golden plate could block a great cultivator's killing blow. After using it, Inghe would have no other means to defend himself. This sword didn't kill you. In that case, I can only use the third sword. What? You still have a third sword? Inghe was scared. The first sword, sword of momentum. Low-grade nascent realm, the second sword. Sword of primordial realm. Mid-grade nascent realm, although he didn't know what kind of sword the third sword was, it must be at least high-grade nascent realm. I must escape. I must take a gamble and display my incomplete secret technique. Inghe mobilized his primordial force and teleported away. His eyes were filled with madness as he formed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers. Ning Fan's combat power was comparable to a great cultivator. He was definitely not a match for Ning Fan. If he didn't use this technique, he would definitely die. This technique wasn't completed yet. If he failed, he would die from the backlash of the technique. However, he might as well risk his life. His fingers moved and the demonic technique was born. 2 demon corpses separated from Inghe's body. One was 100 zhang tall eagle corpse. The other was 100 zhang tall crane corpse. He spurted out mouthfuls of blood essence as he madly formed hand seals. A strange feeling rose between him and the 2 corpses. Demonic technique, corpse melting technique. Almost all of his blood essence was spurted out. Everything was a gamble. He made up his mind and split his sea of consciousness into 3 parts, which went into the 2 demon corpses respectively. This technique didn't work. His sea of consciousness would shatter and he would die. In the moment of despair, the 2 dead nascent soul realm demon corpses opened their eyes at the same time. Within the demonic light, they turned into human forms. One was wearing an eagle robe while the other was wearing a crane cloak. They were 2 late nascent soul realm refined corpses. It wasn't quite right to call them refined corpses. This technique was to strip the sea of consciousness and fuse it into the corpse's sea of consciousness. From this moment onwards, the three late nascent soul realm cultivators were all Yinghe. After the three corpses were formed, Yinghe let out a wild laugh. His confidence was boosted and he no longer teleported away. I did it. Haha. This old man was lucky enough to succeed in this corpse melting technique that kills 9 out of 10 people. Haha, the heavens didn't kill me. From today onwards, I will have 3 bodies. All 3 bodies are late nascent soul realm cultivators. I can even fight against a great cultivator. Zhou Ming. Prepare to die. Thousands of li away, the onlookers were shocked. They had never seen such a technique that allowed a late nascent soul realm cultivator to possess 10 late nascent soul realm demon corpses. If a late nascent soul realm cultivator could fuse dozens of late nascent soul realm demon corpses, perhaps even an early spirit severing realm old monster would have to retreat. This was the most terrifying technique of the demon sealing palace. This was the reason why they raised ferocious demon beasts. At this moment, these nascent soul realm old monsters were extremely afraid of the demon sealing palace in the internal sea. Almost everyone thought that Ning Fan was no match for the Yinghe. No matter how strong his combat power was, he was still just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. However, his opponents were 3 late nascent soul realm cultivators. The combined strength of the 3 of them was not a simple addition. The 3 bodies of the demon melting technique worked together seamlessly. Even a great cultivator would have to retreat. However, Ning Fan was still silent. The Separation Slayer sword trembled and turned into the form of a gigantic white bone sword. As for him, the gigantic sword trembled, lightning flashed and the gigantic sword was like a mountain. Ning Fan straightened the gigantic sword and turned it into a ray of sword light that flashed across the sky. In just an instant, the sword light dragged a long tail in the sky. Before the group of nascent soul realm cultivators could react, Ning Fan was already standing behind the Yinghe trio. He gently shook the gigantic sword. Blood dripped from the sword. The shadow of the white bone contained the profound principle of turning shadows into swords. This sword was evolved from a core realm sword technique. This sword technique required one to condense all of his strength into his feet and leap in the air, turning it into a swift and sharp sword force. The third style of nascent soul sword, shadow sword. This sword technique almost consumed all of my strength. Unless I break through to the second realm of the silver bone, I won't be able to use it too much. Moreover, these 3 late nascent soul realm corpses are really a pity. As soon as Ning Fan's indifferent voice fell, the corpses of the Yinghe and the nascent soul realm exploded into a mist of blood. In just a flash, they had been slashed by Ning Fan's gigantic sword thousands of times. A high-grade nascent soul realm sword technique. Ning Fan used up all of his strength in one strike, but the power was shocking. Kill them and take their treasures. The unconscious nascent soul of the Yinghe was captured by Ning Fan and sealed in his storage pouch. After keeping the pouch, Ning Fan kept the Separation Slayer sword and his eyes turned cold. Watch the nascent soul realm cultivators. 1 million immortal jade per person and let me plant a restrictive spell on them. Otherwise, die. WH. What? We are just rogue cultivators of the external endless sea. We have nothing to do with the demon sealing palace. Why do you want to rob us of our immortal jade? Plant a restrictive spell. Even if you are a grand cultivator, you are not allowed to rampage in the external endless sea and bully rogue cultivators. You must know. Noisy. Grey origin chi surged around Ning Fan's body. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the nascent soul realm cultivator who retorted. Ning Fan slapped the early nascent soul realm cultivator's face drastically changed. Before he could escape, Ning Fan's palm had already landed on the top of his head. His body trembled and turned into a mist of blood, leaving only the terrified nascent soul realm cultivator. So you are just rogue cultivators. I thought you are cultivators of a sect. That's why I was soft-hearted. Since you are rogue cultivators, you can die now. Ning Fan's body exploded and turned into a black sword sense. In the next moment, the remaining 5 injured nascent soul realm cultivators let out a miserable cry. The sword sense entered their bodies and crushed their nascent souls. However, Ning Fan kept their physical bodies. If they were cultivators of a sect, they would usually have a life plate. Ning Fan did not want to kill wantonly and provoke a spirit-severing realm cultivator. However, if they were rogue cultivators, he would not mind killing them. The rogue cultivators of the Endless Sea were all bloodthirsty people. If you were strong, he would be a rogue cultivator. If you were weak, he would be a bandit and kill you instead. After achieving the Devil Dao, Ning Fan's character became colder and colder. The storage pouches of the Ing He, Big and the 6 nascent soul realm cultivators should be around 20 million immortal jade. This was the way of survival in the Endless Sea. It was to seek protection from the sect or to rob and kill. As rogue cultivators who dared to enter the Endless Sea, they must be prepared. However, Ning Fan did not leave after killing all of them. He raised his indifferent eyes and looked at a cloud in the sky with a sneer. Miss Bay, are you here to watch me kill someone? Aya, what a terrifying killing intent. A petite girl in red clothes with red hair and a dragon bun appeared behind the cloud. She looked at Ning Fan with her beautiful eyes. Not bad. You killed people without any hesitation. How about it? Do you want to be my servant? Io, this killing intent. Could it be that you want to kill me as well? Hee hee, I am not that arrogant to think that I can kill a girl under the protection of a spirit-severing realm puppet. Farewell. Ning Fan left in a flash of grey light. As for Bei Xiaoman, her beautiful eyes flashed with red light and she licked her lips. What a delicious killing intent. If I eat this person, my Gui Star killing intent will be able to. Miss Xiaoman, don't provoke this person. A spirit-severing realm mountain soldier appeared beside her. Humph. He is just an inferior grade evil vein. Although he has peak combat strength in the early stage, there is no harm in killing him. No. This person gives me a dangerous feeling. He still has some tricks that he hasn't used yet. Once he uses them, even I will not be able to protect myself. Is there such a thing? Could it be that I have underestimated this person? I don't think so. Even an early nascent soul realm wouldn't be able to fight against a spirit-severing realm expert. Could it be that this person can? Ning Fan teleported and stood on Punlai Immortal Island. His eyes flashed with cold light. This girl has a killing intent towards me. Even if it's very faint. She is a good cauldron. If I can subdue her secretly, I can use her identity to enter and leave the Lost World Tower as I wish. I can even turn Punlai into my territory in the external Endless Sea. If I don't have that spirit-severing realm stone soldier, it won't be difficult to capture her. Before entering the tower, he could kill mid-nascent soul realm experts. After leaving the tower, he could fight peak nascent soul realm experts. In the past, Ning Fan would never be able to say such words. However, he had to pay the price of becoming a devil. If he didn't get rid of the devil in his heart, his personality had turned cold. Since his heart had become a devil, he would become a supreme devil monarch. Even if he had to defile himself and become a devil, he would still have to achieve the obsession in his heart. So what if he could sweep across the Endless Sea and plunder the world? To be continued. After killing Ada, 3 grey demon seals appeared in his body. After killing the eagle crane, the 3 grey demonic seals shattered and a purple demonic seal appeared in his body. Ning Fan could shatter the demon seal of the eagle crane, but he couldn't shatter this purple demon seal according to Ning Fan's deduction. This seal was most likely planted by a spirit-severing realm cultivator. It seems like I will still be hunted down by the demon sealing sect after killing the eagle crane. This was gratitude and grudges. Revenge breeds revenge and there would never be an end to it, unless one day Ning Fan flattened the demon sealing sect. Although I can't break this seal, it's even more impossible for you to catch me with it. Forcing the purple monster mark into the All-Heaven relic, the feeling of being tracked disappeared. The only ones who knew that he had killed Ah Er and Ah San were Ing He and Ada. Other than Bei Xiaoman, no one else knew that he had killed Eagle Crane and Ada. Bei Xiaoman's hostility towards him was unfathomable, but she did not dare to violate the rules of the Lost World Palace and leak his information. In this way, things were back to square one. The Demon Sealing Palace probably only knew that his surname was Zhou. They might not even know what he looked like. As for those nascent soul realm cultivators who were watching from the sidelines, Ning Fan showed no mercy at all. Despite knowing how powerful the Eagle Crane and Ning Fan were, he still chose not to flee despite being injured. Instead, he was willing to take the risk. If he was not an idiot, then he must be thinking of reaping some benefits while the two experts were fighting each other. If Ning Fan and the eagle crane were both injured, the onlookers would immediately take action and kill them regardless of their identities. This was the law of survival in the endless sea. Therefore, there was no need for Ning Fan to show any mercy. It was impossible to accumulate enough magic power to advance by relying on one's lifespan. A divine transformation realm expert would need 600,000 years of hard work to attain 10,000 units of magic power. However, a divine transformation realm expert would only have a lifespan of 5,000 years. Every divine transformation realm expert had to fight their way through the sea of blood. Of course, he was talking about independent cultivators and not the disciples of the great powers. If you can't get it, you can only snatch it. If he couldn't snatch it, he could only snatch it by force. If he were to concoct pills honestly, he would also be able to concoct quite a number of 4th or 5th revolution pills and sell them for money. However, it would naturally not be as fast as killing people for their jades. Palaya Mortal Island. He turned into a streak of light and flew fearlessly in the sky. Only nascent soul cultivators could fly on the island, but he could. In the guest house. He descended and appeared in Jingshua's room. Jingshua was waiting for Ning Fan. When he saw Ning Fan return, he laughed heartily. It seemed like Ning Fan had gone to kill the eagle crane. Although he did not know if he managed to kill the eagle crane or not, he most likely won. However, after sensing Ning Fan's malevolent chi, the smile on his face turned into one of shock. After the murder, one's body would carry blood energy, but only by killing Yuanying would there be evil energy left behind, because it would harm the harmony of the heavens. If they killed a semi-divine transformation cultivator, they would leave behind a baleful aura because those who could kill semi-divine transformation cultivators were all ferocious demons. Killing a nascent soul cultivator was a bit vicious, but it was the season of the sea and the wind was blowing. It was time to dissipate. There was no doubt that Ning Fan had killed more than one nascent soul realm cultivator during the short period of time he was out. Fellow Taoist Ning. Your evil aura is so strong. Well, the lives of 8 nascent soul cultivators are indeed heavy. WH. What? 8 nascent soul realm cultivators. Jingshua's expression changed drastically. From the time Ning Fan went out to the time he returned, it did not take long for him to kill 8 people. All of them were nascent soul cultivators. After all, he was born in a low-grade cultivation country. In Yu country, nascent soul realm cultivators were supreme existences. He had seen Ning Fan killing corpse devils and several nascent soul realm cultivators in Great Jin, but it was a tough battle. At this moment, Ning Fan was standing in front of him with abundant magical power, but he had killed 8 nascent soul realm cultivators. This undoubtedly meant that ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators did not even have the power to fight back against Ning Fan. As for that Ing he was most likely dead. Ning Fan's eyes were so calm and indifferent even after killing 8 people. This coldness gave Jingshua a sense of strangeness and familiarity. The strangeness was Ning Fan's change. The familiarity was that this kind of gaze could only be possessed by nascent soul realm cultivators in mid-grade cultivation countries. This kid is no longer a junior who has just started cultivating the devil path. Be it his age or cultivation realm, they are both at the level of a peerless devil lord. In addition, this kid is meticulous and cunning. He would be the overlord of an ordinary mid-grade cultivation country. Even the king of Great Jin is not qualified to compete with him. Phew. Fortunately, I did a divination under the hands of the divine divination old man and did not offend this kid, otherwise, Jingshua could imagine what would have happened to him if he was the old devil purple Yin or the Ing he. Fellow Taoist Jingshua, hurry up and return to Yu country. I have offended the demon sealing sect. I'm afraid the outer endless sea will be thrown into chaos because of me. Hee. Now, I don't want to stay in this endless sea any longer. I might die in a foreign land if I stay for even a second longer. Keep this storage pouch. When you return to Yu country, I only have one request. Anyone who dares to offend my loved ones will be killed. He casually passed a nascent soul realm cultivator's storage pouch to Jingshua. There was a low-grade supreme-grade magical treasure and a few peak high-grade magical treasures. After scanning the storage pouch with his spirit sense, Xianxia was overjoyed. He immediately kept it and promised Ning Fan solemnly. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Ning. As long as I am still in Yu country, the likes of the heavenly Tao sect will not dare to behave atrociously in Yu country. Xianxia knew that Ning Fan had already cultivated the devil Tao. What he wanted from him was a promise. Seeing Xianxia's promise, Ning Fan nodded his head. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and added, I remember that fellow Taoist Jing has a seed flame of green luan, that's right. I obtained this flame by chance when I was traveling around various countries when I was at the Gold Core realm. If fellow Taoist Ning needs it, I can force it out and give it to you as a gift. Xianxia's cultivation base would certainly suffer a great loss if he forced out the seed flame. However, he did not dare to reject Ning Fan's offer. However, Ning Fan shook his head. With a thought, he flicked his finger and shot out a seed flame of the black demon flame. The green luan flame was ranked 8th in the earth vein while the black demon flame was ranked 7th. He gave Xianxia this flame to replenish his lost cultivation base. Secondly, there was a more profound reason. Take this seed flame and announce that the black demon flame of Han Yuanji of Sinister Sparrow sect is just a seed flame in Yu country. There is no earth vein demonic flame in Yu country. What? Understood. Xianxia immediately understood Ning Fan's intention after receiving the flame. In Great Jin, there was once a spirit-severing realm demon general who sent Lady Camellia to search for the black demon flame. The earth vein demonic flame was ranked 5th. Ning Fan, who was still a young boy, did not know its power. But now, he knew that this flame must not be used casually before reaching the spirit-severing realm. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of spirit-severing realm old monsters. Moreover, this flame was not the strongest spiritual flame in the rain world. There was still a 6th grade above the 5th grade and a 7th grade above the 6th grade. Ning Fan was not here. In order to prevent nascent soul realm and spirit-severing realm experts like Lady Camellia from coming to Yu country to search for this flame, there was a method of using this seed flame to deceive people. To avoid unnecessary trouble. No one would want the seed flame, speaking of which, Xianxia made a profit by exchanging the 7th rank black demon flame for the 8th rank green luan flame. He did not want the seed flame to devour it. Instead, he wanted the earth vein demonic flame of the Lost World Palace, the green luan flame. If he obtained the seed flame, he might need it in the future. Even if he could not use it, it would not be a problem. Xianxia left. Ning Fan stood alone in the guest house. He heaved a deep sigh and took out a piece of black fire jade. When he broke through to the nascent soul realm and refined the black demon flame again, he discovered that there was a drop of Heart of God intent hidden in the flame. That drop of Heart of God intent was left behind by the old monster. The spirit intent in the drop of heart turned into a warning to the spirit-severing realm cultivators who were investigating the flame. Ning Fan finally understood. Why did revered Snow take good care of him in Great Jin and did not dare to snatch his cold pine essence? Get lost. That voice was small and insignificant. That aura was that of a true immortal. That silent protection. It warmed Ning Fan's heart that was possessed by the devil. Finally, a smile appeared on his ice-cold face. Master, it has been more than 10 years. How are you doing in the sword world? He had no parents, but the old monster was like a father to him, a father who led him to the true devil Tao. He had a master and a wife in the snowstorm of 7 Apricot City. Although the weather was cold, it was the first time he felt warm. But that warmth was shattered because of Moksha Emperor. Han Yetian. I have formed my nascent soul. After that, I will become spirit-severing realm. Void refinement realm. Void fragmentation. There are still 90 years left. Soon, you will be punished for betraying your master. In the guest house of Qin clan, he stayed in this guest house. 100 immortal jades a day was nothing to a nascent soul realm cultivator. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, it was foolish to enter the Lost World Tower to cultivate before reaching the peak. To cultivate and absorb the primordial force of heaven and earth, it was impossible to break through to the nascent soul realm unless it was a place with excellent spiritual veins and a cultivator with heaven-defying aptitude. 10,000 units of magical power and 600,000 years could be achieved through hard cultivation. Only pills, inheritances, secret techniques, and other means could be used to attain the spirit-severing realm. If one wanted to attain the spirit-severing realm in the shortest time possible, he would have to resort to all means. Before leaving the Lost World Tower, he had made a plan to attain the spirit-severing realm, which was to capture the rogue cultivators of the Outer Endless Sea. Rogue cultivators were mostly cultivators from various countries who came to the Endless Sea in search of fortune. This so-called fortune, of course, included killing and robbing. If one didn't want to kill, he would join a sect and do some tasks to cultivate. But that way, the sect's resources would be limited and he wouldn't have a chance to attain the spirit-severing realm. Therefore, nascent soul realm rogue cultivators were mostly not good people in the Outer Endless Sea. There was no law of the rain world here, so killing was not a crime. However, there were too few female cultivators among the rogue cultivators. Plucking a nascent soul realm female cultivator was equivalent to consuming a nascent soul realm Dao fruit, which could increase his magical power by 20 units. A mid-nascent soul realm female cultivator would have more than an early nascent soul realm cultivator, and a late nascent soul realm cultivator would have more magical power than a mid-nascent soul realm female cultivator. Moreover, this efficiency was unique to the yin-yang transformation. It was already a wonderful thing if a normal nascent soul realm devil technique could increase one's magical power by 10 units. A nascent soul realm Dao fruit could increase one's magical power by 20 units, which was about 5 million immortal jade. Of course, if it was auctioned, the price would be even higher. As for the nascent soul realm human cauldron, it was slightly cheaper and could be bought for 3 million immortal jade. In addition, there were also Bing Ling, Yu Ling, and the other female cultivators in the cauldron ring, Camellia Lady and Feng Xian Lady. However, Ning Fan wasn't sure if plucking the female cultivators would increase his magical power or demonic power. If it was demonic power, although it could also increase his strength, it would not be able to break through to the mid-nascent soul realm. 93 units of magical power. He needed 7 more units to break through to the mid-nascent soul realm. It seemed like it was time for him to spend the 20 million immortal jade. Putting aside the spiritual wine of the Green Bamboo Palace, the Pill Cauldron Gate seemed to be selling nascent soul realm human cauldrons. This Pill Cauldron Gate would choose the best human cauldrons and use secret medicines to escort them all the way to the nascent soul realm. Even if the human cauldrons were to form a nascent soul realm, there would still be a restriction placed on them, making them unable to resist. The human cauldrons that the Pill Cauldron Gate bought were extremely skillful and all of them were virgins. As long as you don't kill them afterwards, the female cauldrons wouldn't feel disgusted. Recently, coincidentally, there was an auction of human cauldrons held by the Pill Cauldron Gate. I heard that other than human cauldrons, they would also sell other things. The matter of plucking the 2 demons could be discussed after buying the human cauldrons. Before that, he should first get rid of the nascent soul of the eagle crane old man and absorb all the corpse chi from the corpses of the nascent soul realm old monsters. The flesh and blood could also be used to increase his demonic power through the blood-eating secret technique. He patted his storage pouch and took out the eagle crane old man's nascent soul. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and he placed his palm on the nascent soul's head. Soul searching and memory erasing. From this person's memory, not only could he learn the true usage of the ancient demon sacrificial artifact, the phoenix supporting technique, he could also understand the secrets of the demon sealing palace. Asan's memory was not enough. His identity was limited and his knowledge about the demon sealing palace was also limited. However, the eagle crane old man was the 7th elder of the demon sealing palace. Soul search. To be continued. He searched her soul and invaded her head. The eagle crane old man's sea of consciousness seemed to be gray. Because he had split his sea of consciousness into 3 and used the Yao merging art, the area of his sea of consciousness was small. It was not a special sea of consciousness, but cultivating Yao arts had caused the sea of consciousness to be tainted by Yao power. The shadow of Ning Fan's spirit sense stood above the gray ocean. With a wave of his hand, he summoned drops of seawater from the ocean. A drop of seawater, a trace of memory. Eagle crane, demonic vein cultivator, devil cultivator. There were countless devil cultivators in the inner sea who cultivated demonic arts and demonic meridians like him. This person didn't cultivate an immemorial demon vein but just an ordinary feather vein which was similar to Ning Fan's. His memories flashed through his mind like a flashing lantern, and he could see the life of this person. Scenes of slaughter and blood, from an ordinary demonic cultivator to the point where he had cultivated for 1700 years to his current level. The Devil Appraisal Ranking, the 7 venerated beings of the Internal Sea, the 100,000 floating islands and many other secrets of the Internal Sea. Ning Fan had managed to learn a thing or two from his memories. However, the seawater was on the verge of drying up. At the very bottom, there was a layer of seawater that was sealed by the purple demonic power. The secrets of the demon sealing palace were hidden within the purple seal. Even Ning Fan would not be able to break the seal without suffering any damage. He tried to probe the lower part and learn information about the phoenix raising art and the Yao fusing art. But the result was that when he touched the forbidden ground, his entire sea of consciousness immediately lit up with purple light and collapsed. It was a close shave. After withdrawing his spirit sense, a trace of purple blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. This seal was left behind by the master of the demon sealing palace, Venerable Demon. Just a single demon seal was enough to make Ning Fan cough out blood. This seal was to prevent the sex cultivators from falling into the enemy's hands. Soul-searching was another kind of mental restriction. He calmed himself down, and after a long time, his mind was at peace. The internal endless sea is very dangerous. Almost as soon as I'm alone there, I'll immediately be attacked by the human race, the demon race, the devil race and many other races. Not to mention the fact that no one cares if I kill anyone there. The 7 venerated beings of the internal endless sea have shocking cultivation bases. Even with the immemorial devil veins, they were still unable to contend against it. The further one went on the path of cultivation, the greater the gap was. It's not easy. The demon sealing palace is not only a force of the 72 islands of the internal endless sea, but also one of the 7 islands of the internal endless sea. The master of the demon sealing palace can destroy the outer endless sea alone, the endless sea, the cultivation tomb. This place is extremely dangerous. The only way to protect myself is to keep improving my cultivation. He swallowed the eagle crane nascent soul in one bite and quickly refined it with his demonic arts. After refining the 6 Yuanying corpses, his demonic arts had reached rank 10. He could barely be considered as intermediate Jindan. Just like that, he secluded himself for 3 days. 3 days later, Ning Fan's evil qi had already dispersed. He summoned Bing Ling and Yu Ling and went out of the room. In the tavern of the Qin clan's guest house, he inquired about the news of the Danding School's auction. In 10 years, in the Cauldron Ring, the 2 girls had already reached the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Among the Gold Core cauldrons, it was considered not bad. A woman could be sold for 50,000 immortal jades. Of course, it was impossible for Ning Fan to sell cauldrons. He was not a good person, nor was he a bad person, but he would never abandon his cauldron. There was no reason for him to do so. It was just his principle. It was good to let the 2 girls get some fresh air. Even in the boundless sea, his strength was more than enough to protect 2 gold core female cultivators. 10 years. To their horror, they realized that they could no longer see through Ning Fan's cultivation base. Inside the private room, the 2 sisters were pouring wine for Ning Fan with one on his left and the other on his right. They were respectful and curious. Even though they were separated by the formation light, they could still feel the unique sea breeze of the boundless sea. What's Master's current cultivation base? Could it be that you have already reached the late stage of the Gold Core realm? Ning Fan shook his head and laughed. He only had the mood to tease his old friends. He was still the same Ning Fan in the past. I'll allow you 2 to touch. WH. What? How dare I touch Master? Bing Ling was terrified, but her eyes were sparkling with anticipation. Yu Ling, on the other hand, stretched out her hand and touched Ning Fan's dantian. Even though it was separated by the robe, he could still feel a smooth and small hand caressing his abdomen. I can't even feel if there is a gold core. Let me touch a little more. Moon Spirit's charming face made an innocent expression, but a trace of craftiness flashed in her eyes. Below her pink neck, she was already blushing and her heart was beating extremely fast. She and her elder sister, Bing Ling, were raised as cauldrons since young and were taught all kinds of techniques by the grandmother who guarded them. What they cultivated was not the righteous cultivation method but the cultivation method of cauldrons. Every part of their cultivation was filled with seduction techniques. If it was an ordinary evil woman who cultivated seduction techniques, she would probably capture some strong men and pluck them after they had sex with them. But these two were different. They had to cultivate the dual cultivation technique every day while being monitored by others. They couldn't do anything that would violate their chastity. They were cauldrons raised for old devil Purple to form his nascent soul. They had no freedom. Before they met Ning Fan, they couldn't even comfort each other. They could only do it secretly, but Ning Fan acquiesced to their Yuri behavior, which made the two of them secretly heave a sigh of relief. Their hearts were lonely after all. They had been trapped in the cauldron ring for 10 years. Every day, their minds were confused by the red mist. Gradually, the comfort between sisters was no longer enough. They needed to break through that layer and enter it to fill up the emptiness in their hearts. It wasn't shameful. Ordinary women would have such a feeling. However, most cultivation methods could improve one's state of mind and suppress one's desires. However, cauldron cultivation methods needed to stimulate one's desires and immerse oneself in it. Only then would they be able to provide more benefits to their master when plucking. Their hearts had already belonged to Ning Fan in countless life and death situations. If their master was Purple, they wouldn't offer themselves to him even if they couldn't bear it. They were aroused after all. Ning Fan was their master, but he didn't pluck them. They were very grateful for his kindness, but they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The two of them had fulfilled their vow and willingly followed Ning Fan for life, but Ning Fan didn't show any signs of dual cultivation until now. Originally, the two of them hoped that they could offer themselves to Ning Fan when he formed his core. Unfortunately, Ning Fan had too many methods to form his core and didn't take their primordial yin. The elder sister, Bing Ling, had a reserved personality and didn't talk much. The younger sister, Moon Spirit, was lively and bold, but as a woman, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask for sex. Perhaps, today is an opportunity. Moon Spirit thought. As long as she could reach her hands into her master's clothes and look below his dantian, she could touch that. Then, Moon Spirit was confident that she could arouse her master's desire, and then, sister, how can you make such a request to master? Master's skin. Is it something you can touch? Bing Ling's face turned red and reprimanded her. Even she wanted to touch it herself. Sister, you are so stupid. Moon Spirit kept blinking her eyes, but Bing Ling. It was as if she couldn't comprehend the divine intent within. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. With his 300 years of wisdom, how could he not see through Moon Spirit's thoughts? This Moon Spirit was really bold and wild. She dared to have evil thoughts towards him. He let them go and didn't pluck them for the sake of his kindness, but the two of them seemed to be very active. He was an evil cultivator, not a saint. Why should he be shy when the girls had feelings for him? However, this restaurant was not the right place. Although there was a sense isolation formation, it might not be able to block the detection of a great cultivator. Silly girl. Next time. He laughed and shook his head. Bing Ling secretly heaved a sigh of relief while Moon Spirit revealed an extremely disappointed expression. She sat on the chair and sulked. Woody, master is Woody, hee, this nascent soul realm senior is so elegant. Two beauties accompanying you really make this junior envious. This junior is the head of Qin Lu. Qin Ming greets Senior Zhou. A respectful old man's voice came from outside the door. That old man was obviously a late gold core cultivator. The imposing manner of his words made Bing Ling and you afraid. That old man had such a strong blood qi. He was most likely a powerful devil lord, but such a devil lord. How could he address Ning Fan as senior with such respect? Could it be that master had formed his nascent soul? Is he a nascent soul realm old monster? Bing Ling was smart and Moon Spirit was not stupid either. Both of their mouths were wide open in disbelief. Qin Ming? Come in. Ning Fan stopped smiling and returned to his cold face. Not everyone was qualified to make him smile. At least, this Qin Ming did not. Qin Ming did not dare to be negligent. He bowed and slowly walked in. He did not even dare to lift his eyes as he was afraid that he would see the two beauties and make Ning Fan unhappy. Only nascent soul realm cultivators lived in this building. He could not afford to offend any of them. I don't know what senior has summoned me for, but I will tell you everything I know. I want to know all the information about the Pill Cauldron School, including the time and location of the latest cauldron auction. Oh? This is a long story. It won't be finished in a day and a night. But I have a jade slip with detailed information about the Pill Cauldron School. If Senior wants to buy or sell a cauldron, you can use this jade slip to know the process and price. Of course, if Senior wants me to tell you, I will be more than happy to talk to Senior. No need. It's better if you have the jade slip, is that so? What a pity. Qin Ming sighed. Although this person was polite to Ning Fan, he was a devil lord who killed countless people in private. He was not respectful to every nascent soul realm cultivator. At least, Jingzhua, who lived in this building before Ning Fan, did not have such special treatment. He had killed countless people, but in front of Ning Fan, he could feel a stronger killing intent and the smell of blood. He had seen countless devil cultivators, but it was rare to see someone with such a strong devil qi like Ning Fan. In just a moment, Qin Ming was very sure that Ning Fan was definitely a senior expert who cultivated the Tao of slaughter. His hands were stained with blood. He hoped to observe Ning Fan's actions to comprehend his own devil Tao. If he could have a conversation with Ning Fan, how happy would it be? His bone age was 340 years. Even if there was a difference, it was not much. This senior who cultivated the Tao of slaughter was a genius of the devil Tao. A 340-year-old nascent soul realm cultivator was rare even in the Endless Sea. It was one of the biggest regrets of his life to not be able to drink such a senior's sigh. Sighing and sighing, Qin Ming sighed even more than Moon Spirit, who did not touch Ning Fan. He respectfully presented the jade slip and retreated. After going downstairs, his sigh could still be heard faintly. This person is very respectful to Master. Master has already reached the nascent soul realm. Bing Ling's face was filled with a sad smile. It was a forced smile. Yes, Master has formed his nascent soul. With his outstanding talent, it was normal for him to form his nascent soul in 300 years. So, Master had spent 300 years alone in the cauldron ring during the 10 years. Nascent soul realm. What's the use of a nascent soul realm old monster plucking a mere gold core female cultivator? Yes. That's why Master wanted to inquire about the Pill Cauldron Gate and sold us sisters. Sold. I willingly stayed by Master's side, but he wanted to sell me, because my talent is not high. I don't even have the qualification to stay by Master's side. Bing Ling was smiling, but under that smile, there was a heart-wrenching sadness. As for Moon Spirit, she was silent. Her watery eyes were filled with tears. Master. What's wrong with Moon Spirit? I can change. I beg Master. Shut up. Master must be in desperate need of immortal jade. That's why he did this. Don't disobey Master. Bing Ling wanted to laugh, but she couldn't help but cry. Holding the jade slip in his hand, Ning Fan was startled by the two girls' abnormal behavior before he had the time to read it carefully. From the words of the two girls, he immediately understood that the two girls misunderstood that he was short of immortal jade and wanted to sell his cauldron. Ning Fan had 20 million immortal jade and was not short of money at all. Even if he was short of money, he would rather kill people and rob them than to sell his cauldron. Even if he sold all his cauldron, the two girls were special. It was impossible for him to sell them. You two are really. How can I endure this? Ning Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand to wipe away their tears. The two girls were stunned. This was the first time Ning Fan touched them. That's right, it was definitely the first time. Master. The two girls wanted to say more, but Ning Fan's eyes turned cold, scaring them into silence. This coldness was not directed at the two girls, but at an extremely obscure spirit sense, in the room next door, inside the sense isolation formation. A petite girl in red was crossing her legs, looking at Ning Fan's secret with interest. Stone Warrior, take a look. This Zhou Ming is going to the Pill Cauldron Gate. Is he actually a devil cultivator who cultivates dual devil techniques? Could it be that his devil vein is the shameful yin-yang devil vein? Probably not. Anyway, my mother and my sisters have said that all men in the world are unfaithful. This person doesn't have the yin-yang devil vein, but other devil veins. He cultivates the plucking devil technique. Even if it's not the plucking devil technique, He might be thirsty and wants to buy a girl to vent his desire. Could it be that this person has other tastes and bought a male cultivator to do that thing with his sexual orientation? Oh, that's too exciting. Immediately, the little Fujoshi's face turned red and her heart palpitated. This Zhou is so fair and handsome. If. Wow, I can't imagine it. My Gue star killing chi is almost out of control. Stone warrior, quickly look. This person will even shed tears for a mere cauldron. This is really funny. Who would want to see him? Stone warrior? Miss Xiaoman, I don't like to pry into other people's privacy. I will take my leave first. If you are in danger, I will immediately come and save you, the invisible air gently rippled. It was Stone Warrior who left on his own. Humph. Spoil sport. Bei Xiaoman slammed the table. The dishes on the table, along with the wooden table, turned into ashes in a flash of red light. In the room, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. This Miss Bei is really hard to get rid of. If that's the case, I can only take revenge on her. This woman seems to like men. If that's the case, there's a good way to taint her Dao heart. Don't cry. It's true that I have broken through to the nascent soul realm, but I will never sell you out. Never. Really? Bing Ling immediately burst into tears of joy. As for Yu Ling, she disregarded her status and hugged Ning Fan happily. By the way, Moon Spirit, didn't you want to put your hand into the robe and touch it? Fine, I'll let you. But I'm afraid you won't be able to touch the gold core, only the nascent soul. Ning Fan took a sip of the wine and gave a harmless smile. However, he had already made up his mind. He was going to make love with the two ladies here and sully Bei Xiaoman's Dao heart. Since she wanted to pry into my secrets, then I'll let this woman peep into my erotic affairs, so that she will never be able to erase this shadow for the rest of her life. For a normal man, seeing a scene like this would be a nightmare. But for this woman, it was the exact opposite. She would probably cry when she saw it. Master, can I really touch it? Yes. Then, allow me to be bold and touch Master's nascent soul to see what it looks like. Yu Ling's heart was filled with excitement. Her small hands began to undo Ning Fan's robe. When she undid the last button, she held her breath. As for her sister, Bing Ling, she was so nervous that she covered her eyes with both of her hands. However, she was secretly peeking at Ning Fan's body through the gaps between her fingers. Stupid girl, don't take off all your clothes. It's too obvious. Master will find out that you are up to no good. Humph. Sister, don't you want to see it too? If that's the case, I won't undo the last button. How could the two ladies' voice transmission escape from Ning Fan's spirit sense? Towards this, he could only close one eye and turn a blind eye. In the next moment, an ice-cold, soft little hand reached into his lapel. Yu Ling's heart was about to jump out of her chest. This must be the most courageous time in her life. Her small hand pressed on Ning Fan's abdomen and gently stroked it. She was even more courageous and used a trace of charm power to stimulate Ning Fan's desire. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's dantian was burning hot. Ah, I'm sorry. Master, I. Yu Ling pretended to be innocent, but her hand purposely moved downwards. It's all right. It's very comfortable. This sentence was like a compliment. Immediately, a trace of flame lit up in Yu Ling's eyes. Even Bing Ling showed a look of envy. Master actually praised them. Yu Ling's small hand was working very hard. Her eyes gradually became blurry. Master, why are you still not plucking us sisters? We have been waiting for a very long time. Yu Ling didn't know what to say. Master, we sisters are willing to be your maids for the rest of our lives. Please take pity on us. Bing Ling also became blurry. Pity, huh? Ning Fan's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, he pulled the two ladies into his arms and walked towards the bed in the room. The red curtain was put down and it was raining inside. All of a sudden, Bei Xiaoman, who was harboring evil intentions next door, suddenly screamed. A crack began to appear in her Dao heart. How could this be? So disgusting. So disgusting. How can a woman do this with a man? Her mother didn't seem to have told her that women should do this with men. To be continued. The beauty rolled up the bead curtain and sat down with a frown on her face. However, no one knew who she hated in her heart. Inside the red curtains, Bing Ling and Yu Ling's tears had yet to dry, but their eyes were blurry and filled with happiness. Along with a deep roar, 320 years of accumulated love gushed out at this moment. Ning Fan looked at the two ladies who were smiling sweetly and shook his head. Master. Thank you. The two of them smiled. You are serving me, but you still want to thank me. Interesting. Ning Fan laughed again. We are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. Please don't abandon us. Their eyes flashed with infatuation. I won't abandon you. Ning Fan stroked their hair and sighed softly. Then, he put on his clothes and got up. The reason why he had sex with them was to appease their hearts and also to pollute Bei Xiaoman's Dao heart. Ning Fan squinted his eyes and sensed the room next door. He even sent out a trace of devil sense to disperse the sounds of pleasure to the room next door. Suddenly, the room next door shook, and a red light rushed out of the window in a panic, cursing. Shameless! 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 Zhou Ming! Zhou Ming! You are really shameless. You will die a horrible death for showing me such an unsightly thing. Bei Xiaoman cursed as she ran away. She turned into a ray of red light and flew back to the southern tower. Her bright eyes flickered with red light, brewing with uncontrollable killing intent. That killing intent was the sign of losing control of the Gui star's killing intent. Damn Zhou Ming! How dare he show me such a thing? Damn it! Shameless! Despicable! Bei Xiaoman's petite, flat chest shattered with a shattering sound. At the next moment, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. A crack appeared on her Dao heart once again. That's right. He must have discovered that I was spying on him. He did it on purpose. He purposely released the devil sense at the end. He noticed that I was spying on him. So, he wanted to pollute my Dao heart. I am the Dao of slaughter, but he is the Dao of pleasure. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Her Dao of slaughter had been invaded by Ning Fan's Dao of pleasure. The evil sense that was planted in her heart by Ning Fan could not be dispersed for a long time. It was almost forbidden to kill people in the Black Warrior City, but Bei Xiaoman's killing intent had gone out of control, turning into crimson red. A hidden pink star slowly appeared between her eyebrows. This was the first divine star that she had painstakingly cultivated, the Gui killing star. However, along with the shattering of his Dao heart, the Gui star flashed brilliantly and a crack appeared. Zhou Ming, you're shameless. Shameless. I, Bei Xiaoman, will definitely cut you. Along the way, Bei Xiaoman acted as if she was possessed by a killing star. Any cultivator who stood in her way, no matter who they were or what their cultivation base was, she would kill them all. Her white hands were stained with blood, and she was like a fiend that no one dared to provoke. Only the smell of blood could calm her blood. Human blood is very fishy. Night fell. On the bed in one of the rooms of the Qin house, the two tired sisters were leaning on Ning Fan's side in silence. He stroked the hair on the two women's temples with complicated feelings. That Bei Xiaoman knows how powerful I am this time. I don't think she will provoke me for the time being. In that case, I can break through to the mid-nascent soul realm after purchasing a human cauldron in the Pill Cauldron Gate. I wonder if there are enough nascent soul realm human cauldrons in the Pill Cauldron Gate. Nascent soul realm human cauldrons were not cabbages. Even if the Pill Cauldron Gate nurtured them carefully, there would not be too many of them. His heart would not waver when he dual cultivated with the two ladies. His heart would not waver when he purchased human cauldrons. His heart would not waver when he injured Bei Xiaoman. At this moment, Ning Fan was no longer a young man. His heart had already been possessed by the devil. His heart seemed to have turned into a dark night. The night sky was pitch black, and only a few stars were worth cherishing. The rest of them could be killed. As for the Bing and Yu sisters, they should be the small stars among the stars. Bei Xiaoman was not. Master. Under the moonlight, the two of them would moan from time to time with a shy and sweet voice. They would turn around from time to time, causing their lower bodies to feel a tearing pain. It was not plucking but dual cultivation. The two of them had gained a lot from this first experience. Ning Fan was at the nascent soul realm while the two of them were at the mid-gold core realm. This dual cultivation could increase their magic power by at least 10 years. If they dual cultivate with Ning Fan, it would not be difficult for them to form their nascent soul within 10 years. After all, Ning Fan was a supreme human cauldron to them. He took out the jade slip that Qin Ming gave him and pressed it on his glabella. His spirit sense entered it. After a long while, he said in a deep voice. The Pill Cauldron Gate is in Emonan City. With my speed, I can reach there in a day. If I use the gray instant movement that is comparable to a grand cultivator, I can travel 1,000 li * 500 kilometers per second, in 2 hours. There are still 10 days before the auction. 10 days is enough for the two of them to recuperate. 10 days later, we will go to Emonan. He stretched out his hand and a trace of gray flame lingered on the center of his palm. This flame was the yin-yang flame. Its mysteriousness was to fuse ice and fire into one, creating a trace of yin-yang power to kill. Although Ning Fan condensed this flame in 7 Apricot City, the flame and cold chi were not strong enough to unleash its power. Now, the black demon flame and the white bone flame, the bone prison breath and the cold pine marrow were 2 types of 5th-grade spiritual flames. The power of this flame could injure a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Of course, it was just an injury. Besides, even if there was only a trace of yin-yang power in this flame, it was far beyond Ning Fan's control. This was his true trump card. If he uses it, he would certainly suffer a severe backlash. In the space inside the tower, Ning Fan had completely activated the yin-yang power of this flame. Almost instantly, it burned the mountains and rivers within 10,000 li * 500 kilometers per li, into nothingness. However, the price was that Ning Fan would not be able to use any magic power for 3 months. That was a great power that far surpassed the nascent soul realm and spirit-severing realm. This flame was the reason why the divine transformation realm stone soldier was afraid of Ning Fan that day. Instant movement was due to the combination of magic power and sense. The fusion of ice and fire made it turn black. Only grand cultivators could truly move 1,000 li * 500 kilometers per li, in an instant. As for ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators like Xianxia, it was already rare for them to be able to teleport tens of li * 500 kilometers per li, in an instant. At this moment, Ning Fan truly had the power to protect himself and dominate the endless outer sea. The Pill Cauldron Gate has a limited number of human cauldrons. However, there are still 2 large islands where rogue cultivators gather in the outer sea. There must be other forces selling human cauldrons. This time, I must travel across the entire outer sea. After breaking through to the mid-nascent soul realm, I will advance to the late nascent soul realm as soon as possible. If there aren't enough human cauldrons in the internal sea, I will go to the internal sea. If there aren't enough human cauldrons in the internal sea, I will sweep through the countries along the coastline. With my current strength, as long as I'm careful, the Rain Palace won't be able to capture me even if I violate the laws of the world. Cultivation Base. Without Cultivation Base, I can't protect anything. In the endless sea where strength is everything, it's hard to move a single step without strength. I wonder how many more years I have to stay in the endless sea. I wonder how Zhihe is doing. He looked at the darkening night sky and remained silent for a long time. All of a sudden, a sense of danger rose in his heart. His expression changed. Now that he was still in the Xianwu city, he actually had such a strong sense of danger. It was definitely not normal. He pinched his fingers and tried to divine the source of the danger. However, he could not find out anything at all. He could only vaguely predict that someone would attack him tonight. Without a doubt, the person who attacked him was definitely not a nascent soul realm expert. He was afraid that it was a spirit-severing old monster. Ning Fan did not dare to be careless. He immediately patted his storage pouch and took out the tortoiseshell. The heavenly stems and earthly branches were arranged in order. He closed his eyes and calculated. After a long time, he opened his eyes and revealed a trace of cold light. Although he could not predict the exact situation, he could vaguely predict that the person who attacked him tonight was after Bei Xiaoman. Ning Fan had hurt Bei Xiaoman's Dao heart, so someone would avenge her? Before he could do anything, his eyes suddenly turned cold. A boundless aura was rushing towards him in the night. There was no way to avoid it. The only way was to fight. On this night, Bei Xiaoman was in agony. During the day, her massacre had shocked countless cultivators in the Xianwu city. Now that it was late at night, she was still angry, but it had scared the servants. Unknowingly, the Gold Core Realm servants flew into a rage and returned to the southern tower with bloodstains all over her body, shocking the entire Xianwu city. Miss. Who made you so angry? Do you need me to help you vent your anger? Get lost. All of you, get lost. The petite Bei Xiaoman covered her head with the quilt, unable to calm her anger. She calmed herself down and wanted to sleep. But as soon as she closed her eyes, the image of Zhou Ming's hateful smile appeared in her dream. Step by step, he walked towards her, naked and hot. Ignoring her resistance, she tore her clothes and silk stockings, destroying her innocence. No. She woke up from the nightmare, her thin clothes were drenched in sweat. Zhou Ming. You're shameless. She cursed, but in her heart, there was a trace of fear towards Zhou Ming. With her arrogant personality, this was the first time in her life that she was afraid of someone. Heart-shattering devil sense. This Zhou Ming is really ruthless. I can't sleep. Stone Warrior, tell me a story. Stone Warrior? Where is he? Bei Xiaoman's eyes were filled with killing intent. Where did this damned Stone Warrior go to? The moon hung high in the night sky. A faintly discernible qi appeared in the Qin pavilion. A trace of boundless anger locked onto Ning Fan. The jerky and strange accent sounded like the cracking of rocks in Ning Fan's ears. Ant people. You must give me an explanation for hurting Miss Xiaoman's Dao heart. It was an extremely powerful voice that could make any nascent soul realm cultivator tremble. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. The intruder was indeed a spirit-severing realm cultivator who came for him. Explanation? What a joke. She wanted to kill me, but what explanation did she give me? Almost immediately, Ning Fan kept the two girls into his cauldron ring. With a flash of his robe, he turned into a ray of light and stood under the moon. The night wind was strong, his long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were solemn. The person in front of him was a stone warrior puppet in the form of a mountain giant. It was the extremely obscure spirit-severing realm qi that he sensed from Bei Xiaoman's side. Apologize to Miss Xiaoman. Mend the crack in her Dao heart. The stone warrior said coldly. What if I refuse? Ning Fan sneered. Die. The stone warrior's eyes flashed with ferocity. Is that so? At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with coldness. Yin-yang fire burned on his palm. He was not a match for the stone warrior, but with this fire, he could injure the stone warrior. The stone warrior's hollow eyes suddenly turned cold. It was this fire that gave him a great sense of danger that day. That was why he did not listen to Bei Xiaoman's order to capture Ning Fan. However, the situation was different now. Today, Ning Fan had injured Bei Xiaoman. Hence, the stone warrior had to capture Ning Fan even if it was afraid of him. While the stone warrior was displaying his might, Luo Yuzhan could be heard from within the yin-yang lock. She stretched her body and sneered. The people of the Lost World Palace love to oppress others with their power. Even a puppet is so arrogant. Hee hee. My good brother, do you want me to help you subdue this stone warrior and turn him into your puppet? Oh? Is there such a way? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. If he had a secret technique to trick the stone warrior, he would not risk his life to injure it. He could secretly capture the spirit-severing realm puppet and turn it into his fighter. In that case, he would be almost invincible in the endless outer sea. Of course there is. Didn't you tell me before that I had some grudges with the Lost World Palace in the past? That's why I spent a lot of effort to find a way to deal with the Stone Soldier 8 formation of the Lost World Palace. It's just a mere stone soldier and a divine transformation realm cultivator. However, if I help you to capture this puppet, you must remember my kindness. Of course. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth rose. If he could capture this stone warrior, he would remember her kindness. A divine transformation stage puppet, huh? To be continued, the stone warrior's battle intent sealed the vast sky. Under this battle intent, all movements in this place were sealed off by space, not a single thing could be leaked out. No one knew that there was a spirit-severing realm puppet confronting Ning Fan in the night sky. this stone warrior shouldn't show himself or let others know about it. Even a great cultivator wouldn't be able to break the seal and escape. This was a common technique used by spirit-severing realm cultivators, but it was Ning Fan's first time seeing it. Born to fight. The stone warrior's voice was as loud as thunder, but no one in the outside world could hear it. A fierce battle intent swept across the stone warrior's body. As a puppet, he only had one mission, and that was to fight. This pure battle intent was enough to make a great cultivator tremble in fear. However, when it reached Ning Fan's body, it melted and dissolved with ease. Moreover, there was a faint rain intent spreading around Ning Fan's body. Tonight, rain fell on Punlai. Under Ning Fan's control, the rain intent didn't dissolve the spatial seal. The stone warrior was afraid of showing himself, but he also wanted to capture it to avoid detection and get rich quietly. The divine rain intent is good for the ants, but you have to die for hurting Miss Xiaoman. Xiaoman? The name Bei Xiaoman really suits her personality. As soon as the stone warrior finished speaking, he threw a punch. All of his strength fused into the punch and turned into the sound of mountains collapsing. Ning Fan sneered. He turned into 100 zhang tall giant and slapped the fist light with his icy hand. Luo Yu had a secret technique that could subdue the stone warrior. However, it was difficult for her to execute it with her current magic power, and she couldn't complete the technique immediately. She was trapped in the yin-yang locket for countless years, and her magic power was almost completely absorbed by the profounding world. Even if she left the locket, it would take her a long time to recover her magic power. She even lent a trace of divine Dao technique, Joss flame power, to Ning Fan for revenge. It would take at least 3 breaths to execute the secret technique. In the past, Luo Yu could do it with a wave of her hand. This punch. Ning Fan had to withstand it. He had to withstand all the fist lights that would come after 3 breaths. The stone warrior's strength was beyond Ning Fan's expectation. He turned into 100 zhang tall giant. The giant palm slammed into the stone soldier's fist, but in just a moment, a force that could collapse mountains exploded from the point where the fist and palm collided. Immediately, Ning Fan realized that Shi Bing's body refinement realm was not the silver bone realm but the jade life realm, a being that could rival a soul formation cultivator. Moreover, the stone warrior was a soul formation cultivator. He cultivated both dharma and body and had terrifying combat ability. Stone warrior didn't use any body technique in this punch. There was nothing fancy about it. However, when Ning Fan's fist and palm collided, he felt a great sense of crisis. His eyes were filled with surprise, but he did not panic. The power of his palm spread out, turning into layers of ice-shattering force, hitting the giant's fist. With the power of the ice shattering, the giant was sealed in ice, and the heavens and earth shook. After shaking and scattering, he managed to dissipate half of the stone soldier's strength. Ning Fan used this opportunity to quickly withdraw from the battle. Every palm strike shattered the ice and landed on his fist light. In the blink of an eye, he struck out 19 times. After 19 times of freezing heaven and earth, the world was frozen. Only then did he manage to divert all the force from the punch and block it. The jade life fist was such a bitter battle. Is this the body refining realm above the silver bone realm? Without using any body technique, I can kill a nascent soul realm cultivator. His cultivation was at the soul formation realm, and his body was refined to the jade life realm. Even if he used his trump card, he wouldn't be able to win against the stone warrior. Ning Fan took a deep breath and had a clearer understanding of his own strength. He could fight against a grand cultivator with his various techniques, but a true spirit-severing realm cultivator was far stronger than a grand cultivator. Ning Fan was shocked by the power of the stone warrior's fist, but the stone warrior was also shocked by Ning Fan's techniques. He initially thought that Ning Fan was only relying on the mysterious fire technique. But now, it seemed like this skinny young man's body refining realm was not weak at all. It was rare for someone with a skeletal age of 340 to reach the nascent soul realm and silver bone realm in body refining. Even without using any body technique, that punch was more than enough to kill a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. However, Ning Fan managed to divert the force from his palm by diverting it 20 times. Even the descendants of the fiend god veins in the 4 heavens could not do this when they were still at the nascent soul realm. It seems like not only Mistress has made a mistake, even I have made a mistake. You're able to block my attack at the early stage. That alone is enough for you to obtain the quota of the Lost World Palace. Unfortunately, you've offended Mistress. I can't give you the quota. Quota of the 9 worlds, Ning Fan was doubtful, but he did not ask about it. There were so many unknowns in this world. Who would have the mood to find out the answer one by one? There were 2 breaths left. However, Stone Warrior no longer looked down on Ning Fan. He would no longer show mercy to Ning Fan. He took a huge step forward with his mountain body. With 1 step, he became 100 zhang tall. With 2 steps, he became 200 zhang tall. After 7 steps, he had turned into a 700 zhang tall mountain. In front of the mountain giant, Ning Fan's 300 zhang tall giant was like a dwarf. His height was only the calf of the mountain giant. The moment he turned into a mountain, a vast amount of magical power condensed on his fist. In an instant, his entire arm turned into a giant stone sword. Stone technique, stone fist sword. This was a low-grade divine realm body refining technique. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with shock. Under this sword, his nascent soul showed signs of crumbling. This sword was also a sword of great momentum. He turned himself into a mountain, used the mountain as momentum, used his heart to suppress the momentum and used his momentum as a sword, a 700 zhang tall giant with a divine realm body refining technique. This sword was a sword of momentum that was even stronger than his first nascent soul sword. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan withdrew from his avatar and pointed at his glabella. Under the starlight, the separation slayer appeared in his hand. The sword of momentum was hard to defend against. The only way was to use the sword to block the sword. He held the sword in his left hand and drew a circle in the air with the tip of the sword. The circle contained an unfathomable sword chi. With his right finger, a sword light shot out and drew the power of the mountain. The circle was clearly drawn in the sky. However, as the sword shadow went down, the mountain giant felt a sharp pain in his chest. A similar crack appeared on the stone heart. As the stone heart shattered, a wispy sword light that was like a speck of dust exploded inside the giant's body. Then, the sword light spread out from the giant's body like thousands of fine threads. The threads pierced out from the inside and outside of the giant's body, causing endless rumbling sounds and shattering. This was the 4th sword of the nascent soul sword. It was the unmodified heart-drawing sword. This sword didn't need to be modified. It was already at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Even if a deity transformation cultivator was hit by this sword, his heart would be pierced by the sword. His whole body would be cut by the sword from the inside out and he would definitely be injured. He pointed with his right finger, and the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth shattering rang out, causing the mountain giant's mountainous body to tremble. It began to crumble and shatter. The more his body was destroyed, the stronger the sword light from Ning Fan's finger. This was the sword finger that borrowed the mountain to form a sword. This was the finger sword technique. 1 finger, mountain shatterer. It was even more effective against mountain giants with their mountain bodies, a sword and a finger. These 2 techniques had actually caused the mountain giant's body to hesitate, and the might of a single sword strike was unimaginable. It was also forcefully shaved off. Even though he was at the divine transformation stage, he was slightly injured by this round of attacks. Even though the injury was insignificant, Stone Warrior's expression was unsightly. It was impossible for a nascent soul cultivator to injure a soul formation cultivator. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a commotion in the outer endless sea. Before Ning Fan, even a peak nascent soul realm cultivator could not leave a single scratch on a divine transformation realm cultivator's body. However, Ning Fan was only at the early realm. He had done something that not even great cultivators could do. However, Ning Fan was not arrogant. The finger sword and the 4 swords of the nascent soul sword were his strongest trump cards. However, they could only cause a slight injury to Stone Warrior. A divine transformation realm cultivator is very powerful. Only 1 breath left. Stone Warrior's heart skipped a beat. This little cultivator in front of him had a lot of tricks that exceeded his expectations. If he was not mistaken, be it the finger sword or the nascent soul sword, they seemed to be items from the sword world. The sword world was insignificant in the eyes of the 4 heavens. However, as a nascent soul realm cultivator of the rain world, Ning Fan was able to obtain the secret technique of the sword world. If Stone Warrior knew that Ning Fan was so outstanding, he would definitely advise Bei Xiaoman to recruit him. Bestowing a spot in the 9 worlds was better than not finding a single person. Unfortunately, both of them were enemies now. It would be difficult to recruit him again. Moreover, Ning Fan had injured his mistress. It was impossible for Stone Warrior to recruit him again, from the moment he was born. He only had one mission. To protect Bei Xiaoman. Anyone who harmed Bei Xiaoman would be his enemy. No matter how many tricks you have, you are still an ant in the lower world. You should know that there are as many people as you in the four heavens as there are stars in the sky. Stone Warrior dispersed his lofty mountain avatar and returned to his bluestone body. Immediately, his bluestone body emitted traces of red light. As the mistress's servant, I am connected to her mind. I have been bestowed with a trace of the Gui star's killing intent. This technique is the Gui vein's divine ability. With this technique, I have killed a spirit-severing realm cultivator. You can't take it. Gui technique, 7 kills. Stone Warrior pointed his finger and 7 blood-red stars appeared in the night sky one after another. The 7 stars connected and the power of the 7 stars turned into 7 rays of blood-red light that fell from the sky. The blood-red light was extremely faint, like the light of a firefly. However, this kind of illusory blood-red light sent chills down Ning Fan's spine. It was as if he would immediately be destroyed and dissipated if he came into contact with a trace of this blood-red light. This technique was very powerful. The only way to overcome this technique was to rely on the yin-yang flame. Even a spirit-severing realm attack from a demon general was not enough. That spirit-severing realm attack was just an ordinary attack from a demon general. However, this technique was Stone Warrior's full strength. He could only rely on the yin-yang flame. There were 2 ways to use the yin-yang flame. Firstly, it could extract a trace of yin-yang energy to kill the enemy. Secondly, it could be used to stop the attack. That day when Ning Fan came out of the tower, the technique that frightened Jing Zhuo was this body-stopping finger. This technique borrowed the power of yin-yang but did not harm the enemy. Therefore, the backlash was not that great. After Ning Fan studied the Eastern Ocean Bell, he had integrated the body-stopping divine ability of the bell into this finger. With this finger, those whose cultivation base was lower than his would be permanently sealed unless he dispelled the technique. With Ning Fan's current magical power, it was easy for him to freeze an early realm cultivator. He could freeze a mid-realm cultivator for 10 breaths, a late-realm cultivator for 3 breaths and a peak great cultivator for 1 breath. Even a spirit-severing realm cultivator would be dazed for a moment if they were frozen during the execution of the technique and would be forced to stop the technique. Facing the killing technique that he obviously could not resist, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with gray light. Gray flames appeared on his finger and he pointed at Stone Warrior from afar. As soon as he pointed his finger, a gray light flashed. Immediately, gray halos spread out from where Ning Fan pointed like ripples on the sea. Then, the sound of ancient scriptures could be heard. Under the reverberation of these ripples, even Stone Warrior who was a spirit-severing realm cultivator was dazed for a moment. As for the 7 killing technique, in that moment of distraction, it broke apart on its own. Not only that, Stone Warrior's empty eyes suddenly lost their color when he saw the body-stopping finger. Even if he discovered that Ning Fan was a void fragmentation realm-old monster, he might not be as shocked as he was now. The Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor's heaven-stopping technique. No, it's not. That technique has been lost for a long time. Its power is far beyond the body-stopping technique. Humph. Insignificant skill. Although you managed to stop my attack, this technique consumes a lot of magic power. It's not something that you can bear. Let's see how many more times you can use it. I don't need to use it anymore. Everything has ended. You have lost. 3 breaths have passed. 3 breaths had passed. A secret technique came out from the yin-yang locket. It carried Luo Yu's tired voice. It seemed like it was extremely difficult for her to execute this technique. The technique was like a faint light. However, after it entered Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, it immediately shook and dispersed. Then, it turned into qi and strengthened Ning Fan's body. There was a trace of simple and unadorned qi. It came from Ning Fan's eyes. His long hair was as black as ink and his eyes were as cold as indifference. That gaze seemed to be able to see through the stars and compete with the sun and moon. Indifference, that kind of gaze was indifferent to the common people. Even a true immortal would not be able to have such an indifferent gaze. Only those who were stronger than a true immortal could have such an indifferent gaze. When that gaze met Stone Warrior's eyes, Stone Warrior's body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was a kind of fear. An instinctive fear. It was as if his entire lifetime of cultivation and magic power was going to be buried under that indifferent gaze. It was because Stone Warrior was a puppet. And this technique was effective against puppets. It had a heaven-defying restraint. This is the Northern Sky Ancestor Emperor's mourning technique. This is impossible. Stone Warrior's face turned pale. Under that gaze, he felt as if he had met his natural enemy and could not move at all. He could not resist it with force. There was no reply. There was no reply at all. Ning Fan remained silent. It was as if a mere divine transformation realm Stone Warrior was not worth his words at all. Mourning technique. Life prisoner. Puppets of 100 million worlds, none of you can take my life. All of you will become my life prisoner. One finger shall imprison your life. At that moment, Ning Fan lifted his finger and pointed it. That finger turned into a ray of black light. Like moonlight, it pierced through the night sky and went into Stone Warrior's body. On the left side of his body, a black crescent moon mark was branded. Stone Warrior's body trembled. When the moon mark was formed, his life was already in Ning Fan's hands. His life was not in his control and his death was not in his control. Who are you? Who exactly are you? 2 of the 5 Ancestor Emperor's secret techniques have been obtained by you. This is impossible. It was indeed impossible. The Eastern Ocean Bell only had a slight connection with the Heaven Sealing technique. As for the mourning technique, it was obtained by Luo Yu and it was an incomplete technique. It did not belong to Ning Fan at all. However, there was no need to explain all of this to Stone Warrior. He did not need to know about it. Ning Fan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the indifference in his eyes disappeared and his eyes turned cold again. From today onwards, you will be my slave. Don't even think about it. Stone Warrior was infuriated. However, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. With just a slight movement, under the influence of the moon seal, there was a trace of unfathomable divine ability power that caused Stone Warrior's Jade Life Realm physical body to crumble uncontrollably. It was Stone Warrior who purposely made Miss Hong happy when his physical body was shattered by Bei Xiaoman. However, Ning Fan's attack directly took away his life. Even though he regained his stone body after a few moments, he was severely injured this time. Stone Warrior immediately realized that if Ning Fan wanted to kill him, he would have already died when the moon mark moved. I will die. A dignified divine transformation realm expert like me will die in the hands of a junior from the lower world. Stone Warrior who was born to fight was afraid. It was not that he was afraid of death. Instead, he was afraid that the 4th lady's trial in the Rain World would be judged as a failure after his death. Moreover, without his protection, Bei Xiaoman's safety would become a problem. What do I have to do for you to let me go? Noisy. Ning Fan's eyes flashed and Stone Warrior was shattered again. His injuries became even more serious. Let me go? Why should I let you go? You came to capture me and used your strength to oppress me. Now that your strength is weak, stop dreaming and ask me to let you go. Has the identity of the 4 heavens of the Lost World Palace muddled your mind? Are you so arrogant that you think you can receive extraordinary treatment in any place in the Rain World? Impossible. At least not in front of Ning Fan. If you don't let me go, I won't help you in battle. Is that so? What if I capture Bei Xiaoman now, and make her my cauldron? She has lost your protection now. I still remember what I did to you in the past. How dare you? If you hurt Miss Hong, the other 3 tower masters and the divine transformation realm expert of the main tower, Lu Qing, will hunt you down. If you dare to taint Miss Hong's innocence or harm her life, I can tell you this. The Rain World is nothing in the eyes of the Lost World Palace. If Miss Hong dies, the Rain World will be destroyed. Stone Warrior initially thought that his words could scare Ning Fan. However, it only made Ning Fan laugh. What does the destruction of the Rain World have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? This was the divine ability of a late nascent soul realm cultivator. However, when it was used by Ning Fan, it was much more intimidating compared to a late nascent soul realm cultivator. Stone Warrior was severely injured and his mind was shaken. The arrogant look on his face disappeared instantly. A mouthful of black blood spurted out from his mouth. Madman, he's a madman. He doesn't care about the survival of the rain world at all. He might even kill me if he goes mad. It was not a good feeling to be threatened by a mere nascent soul realm cultivator from the lower world. However, Stone Warrior had fallen into Ningfan's hands. There was no way for him to escape. There was nothing he could say to threaten Ningfan. You're loyal to Bei Xiaoman, but this loyalty isn't enough. However, this loyalty has nothing to do with me. How about this, let's make a deal. What deal? You will become my slave and fight for me. I won't hurt Bei Xiaoman. The grudge between us will be written off. Impossible. I am a dignified citizen of the four heavens. How can I? You don't have the right to refuse. If you refuse, after I kill you, I will get close to that little girl without anyone knowing. You know the consequences. Ningfan could tell that this stone warrior was not afraid of death. Once a puppet like this was created, it would only live for one purpose, to protect Bei Xiaoman. If he couldn't make the puppet submit to him, then he wouldn't be able to control it. He wouldn't do anything for her either. This kind of puppet that possessed intelligence, if its intelligence was erased, it would be completely useless. However, if he were to forcefully kill them, it would be difficult for them to submit. They weren't afraid of death because they were created from inanimate objects. This so-called life was also a divine ability of spells, and there was no such thing as life and death. The only way to make this puppet submit to him was to threaten Bei Xiaoman. As for the words he said to hurt Bei Xiaoman, it was just to scare Stone Warrior. Compared to seeking revenge with Bei Xiaoman, he was more than happy to have a soul formation cultivator to help him. With this Stone Warrior, he could move unhindered in the outer seas and plunder human cauldrons with ease. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. I agree. But I have a request. Stone Warrior readily agreed. He added immediately. I can help you kill your enemies, but I can't become your slave. My mistress will always be my mistress. Moreover, you have to make a great heart devil oath to help me take care of her safety and serve her. It's impossible for me to take care of her. As for the great heart devil oath, do you have the right to negotiate with me? There are 2 seconds left. Can't I? Then you have to become a foreign elder of the Lost World Palace. That way, you'll have to help the Lost World Palace if it's in trouble. I won't do anything that doesn't bring me benefits. There are benefits. Green Phoenix Flame. And the privilege of being a foreign elder. If you can please my mistress, she'll definitely bestow this flame to you. I don't want an empty promise. I'll find a way to get this flame myself. Let me remind you, there's still 1 second left. Stone Warrior's face was filled with anger. He was a dignified spirit-severing realm cultivator, yet this nascent soul realm cultivator was so stubborn. However, he did not have the right to negotiate with Ningfan on equal footing. Apart from finding out that this person was bold and reckless when he went crazy, had an unknown background and was unfathomable, the only other thing he found out was that this person seemed to be a utilitarian. If there are no benefits, he would be stubborn. But what if there are benefits? Stone Warrior was thinking about the conditions that could move Ningfan's heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. If you promise to protect my mistress, I have a secret technique that can help you break through to the Jade Life Realm using the Silver Bone Body Refining Technique. If you promise to let me go, I can even offer you the secret technique of the Golden Body Realm after the Jade Life Realm. Secret technique? That's interesting. Ningfan looked at Stone Warrior with surprise. Has this arrogant puppet finally become enlightened? He finally knows how to offer benefits? Jade Life Realm and Golden Body Realm. Jade Life Realm cultivators could fight against Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. Golden Body Realm cultivators could fight against Void Refinement Realm cultivators. Ningfan was really tempted by Stone Warrior's secret technique. But asking him to protect Bei Xiaoman? Is this a joke? Is he stupid enough to let Stone Warrior go? Your conditions are not bad. I promise to become a foreign elder of the Lost World Palace and help Bei Xiaoman once when she's in trouble. However, I'm not her slave. It's impossible for me to follow her around. This is my bottom line. If you don't agree to it, this matter will end here. Stone Warrior gritted his teeth. He could not gain any advantage in front of Ningfan at all. He had no choice but to agree. Deal. I will teach you the secret technique and help you without harming my mistress. However, you have to swear. Noisy. I don't have the habit of swearing an oath. Ningfan frowned and pointed his finger at the giant. Immediately, the moon seal was activated. The giant trembled and its body involuntarily turned into a palm-sized stone puppet. Its spirituality was sealed and its eyes were dull like a magic treasure. I'll ask for the secret technique of the body refining technique from you next time. Someone is coming. It won't be a good thing if they find out that I've taken Stone Warrior away. Ningfan's eyes flashed. He activated his primordial force and disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, the spatial seal was broken. Not long after, an anxious red-robed young lady hurriedly teleported towards him. Here, she stopped, because there was clearly the aura of Stone Soldier left behind. However, Stone Warrior wasn't here. Stone Warrior, where have you been? Zhou Ming provoked me but you didn't even help me. The frustration in her heart turned into blood-red killing intent that flickered in her beautiful eyes. However, before she lost her temper, she suppressed her killing intent and revealed a desolate gaze like an ordinary young lady. Stone Warrior, where have you been? Stone Warrior, you've lost. Also, that Zhou Ming is really shameless. I don't want to see him for the rest of my life. Grandpa Sherbing, you've lost it. She bit her lips. Her face was no longer red and her eyes were watery. She felt a little sad and wronged, just like an ordinary young lady. A spoiled, little princess. To be continued. 10 days later, South Desert City. This city was located in the desert South Desert, but this desert was not barren. In fact, it was formed by the thick earth spiritual energy. This place could be said to be a paradise for earth-type cultivators, but it was also a paradise for demonic cultivators. That was because this place was the Pill Cauldron Gate. As for the Pill Cauldron School, they sold human cauldrons. In the middle of the desert, there was a 1,000-mile oasis. Above the oasis, a stone city came into view. Many Harmonious Spirit Realm and Gold Core Realm experts rode on camels to attend the Pill Cauldron auction that was held once every 10 years. Only nascent Soul Realm cultivators could fly in the sky. Ningfan did not keep a high profile. Instead, he let Bing Ling and Yu Ling's temperament do as they pleased. Each of the camels was dozens of feet long and was comparable to a golden core demonic beast. When they ran in the desert, their speed was close to that of a peak stage golden core cultivator. This beast was arrogant by nature. Each beast could carry dozens of cultivators, but only cultivators in the late golden core stage or above could ride on it. Dozens of cultivators including Ningfan were sitting in their own pavilions. The one driving the camel was an early gold core expert. Beside him was a late gold core old man in purple robe. This elder was wearing a Taoist robe, but he had a mustache and small eyes. It was clear that he was not a good person. His face was pale, as if he had been hollowed out by wine and women. He was probably a lecher. He was also a passenger, but because of his terrifying cultivation of the late golden core realm, he was in charge of overseeing the camels and subduing the arrogant demonic beasts. This suppression was not hard labor, but it could provide him with a full range of travel expenses. He was naturally very happy. From time to time, his bean-like eyes would glance at Ningfan's direction, revealing a covetous look. Of course, it was impossible for them to be drooling over Ningfan's. They were drooling over the two mid-gold core realm women beside Ningfan's. The old man wasn't the only one who was drooling. Almost all of the passengers on the camels were staring at the two women's bodies with cold smiles on their faces. It was very normal. Ningfan concealed his cultivation base and only emitted an intermediate gold core qi in order to keep a low profile. He would accompany the two girls to relax and see the world. Since the old monsters present had come for the Pill Cauldron auction, they were naturally after the cauldron furnaces. Buy a furnace. It was too expensive. It would be better if he could snatch Ningfan's cauldrons. 2 intermediate gold core female cultivators were worth a lot of money. However, no one dared to openly display hostility towards Ningfan. The purple-robed old man was the only one on the entire camel. Only he, a late golden core cultivator, could take down 3 middle golden core cultivators by himself. That pretty boy is actually a good cauldron for the evil woman. I can capture him and sell him off. As for those two women, this old man will first pluck them and enjoy the taste. After they become useless, I'll sell them to the Pill Cauldron Gate. With this old man's cultivation base and the talisman puppet secret art of my purple talisman gate, it won't be difficult for me to fight against 3 of them at the same time. The only problem was that the Punlaya Mortal Island was ordered by the Lost World Palace to not engage in private fights. Of course, there were exceptions. When we arrive at the Hill of Death and the Pill Cauldron Gate sphere of influence, we will be able to kill as we please. Hee, this old man will have to act quickly so that the other late Gold Core Realm experts won't be able to snatch it away from me. His small eyes fiercely scraped the 2 women's bodies again. He retracted his sword and sneered. He stood proudly on the head of the camel with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a reason for his arrogance. The Gold Core Realm cultivator who was holding the camel was as steady as a mountain. He clicked his tongue in amazement and flattered the purple-robed old man beside him. As expected of an expert from the 10 sections. Elder Yao is here to subdue this camel and make it so obedient. This is the first time I've seen someone like this. The experts of the Purple Charm sect truly live up to their reputation. I'm afraid Elder Yao is a first-rate late Gold Core Realm expert in the sect, am I right? You flatter me, fellow Daoist. There are many late Gold Core Realm experts in my Purple Yuan Immortal Island. I'm just one of the upper echelons. Although the purple-robed old man addressed him as fellow Daoist, he did not even bother to look at him. This early Gold Core Realm cultivator was not worthy of his attention. He could kill him with a wave of his hand. However, the purple-robed old man enjoyed the man's flattery very much. Although he was an outer sect elder of the Purple Charm sect, he could be considered as one of the top 3 late Gold Core Realm experts in the sect. The camel in front of him looked dejected and dejected. It did not have its usual arrogance. It was most likely because of him. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that this camel was not only not arrogant but also afraid. The purple-robed old man was really proud of himself for being able to intimidate the camel, which was known for its arrogance. Even a peak Gold Core Realm cultivator or an ordinary nascent Soul Realm cultivator would be intimidated by him. He could silence the camel, but he could not make this arrogant demonic beast submit to him or fear him. The fact that I'm able to intimidate this camel is enough to prove that my strength is extraordinary. Perhaps, my strength is even stronger than some peak Gold Core Realm cultivators. He smiled proudly. However, this purple-robed old man was wrong. This camel cultivated the body of a beast. Its larynx had yet to transform. Thus, it could not speak. If it could speak, it would certainly tell the old man. It would tell the camel that it was not afraid of this old man but the harmless Ning Fan who was leisurely drinking at the back. The demon race's ability to sense danger had always been stronger than humans. The camel could feel a trace of evil chi that could crush everything from Ning Fan's body. That evil chi made the most prideful camel tremble in fear. Master, they want to harm me. The Bing and Yu sisters transmitted their voices to each other. Is that so? Ning Fan was still drinking his wine calmly. Hee. Little brother, you seem to be very carefree. Compared to the past, you are much more mature now. However, someone wants to kill you. After Luo Yu subdued the stone warrior, she claimed that she would only sleep for 29 days a month. She would keep 1 day awake to monitor Ning Fan. She wanted him to quickly pluck women to improve his cultivation method and reach the 3rd level as soon as possible. Is that so? Ning Fan smiled faintly. He acted as if he was not aware of it at all. However, he already knew who was coveting the 2 ladies and who wanted to kill him. The oasis in front of him could be seen from afar. However, there was a towering ancient tree that was 1000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall outside the oasis. Thousands of heads of cultivators were hanging on the withered branches of the tree. Each of them was at the Gold Core Realm or above. Dozens of them were even at the nascent Soul Realm. This place was called the Hill of Death. Killing in this place was not a crime. At this place, the purple-robed old man turned around with 3 purple talismans in his hand, his eyes locked onto Ning Fan. His killing intent had already been triggered. Brat, I'll give you a choice. Hand over your women to me and I'll let you go for the sake of your elders. He shook the purple talismans. Immediately, a vast magical force was released from the 3 Xianxia 33M per Xiang talismans. Immediately, the 3 purple talismans turned into 3 rays of extinguishing purple flames and soared in the old man's palm. TSK TSK TSK. It's actually the high-grade intermediate spiritual talisman of the Purple Yuan sect, the Purple Fire Talisman. One of these talismans contains the power to kill an intermediate gold core realm cultivator. With these 3 talismans in hand, I'm afraid that this man and 2 women are in danger. However, this old monster Yao is really cunning. He used the purple talismans to threaten them and used words to deceive them. If that young man believes old monster Yao's words, he'll let you go for the sake of his elders. It's all nonsense. Who cares about whose face in the cultivation grave? The group of gold core realm cultivators revealed a cold smile. Each of them had their own magical treasures in their hands. Once there was an opportunity, they would dare to attack either Ning Fan or Old Monster Yao. The purpose of the Death Burial Mound's existence was to allow cultivators to kill each other and snatch their treasures. In the end, they would gather enough immortal jade to spend at Pill Cauldron Gate. From their point of view, Ning Fan and the others were naturally no match for Old Monster Yao. However, after Old Monster Yao killed them, even if he wasn't injured, his magical force would still be depleted. At that time, Old Monster Yao might be injured. The Gold Core Realm cultivators had their own thoughts. Only the camel suddenly trembled in fear. It was very afraid, because an ice-cold killing intent was brewing. Ning Fan was going to kill them. This tremble caused the pavilions on the back to tremble. A voice suddenly resounded, causing the camel to stop moving in fear. If you move, you'll die. The killing intent in this sentence came from Ning Fan's mouth. The aura of this sentence belonged to a nascent soul realm cultivator. The purple-robed old man who was grinning hideously suddenly froze. A sense of impending death crazily formed in his heart. All the gold core realm cultivators who harbored malicious intentions were shocked when they realized that the skinny young man was actually a nascent soul realm cultivator. Not good. Their hearts screamed at the same time. However, they only had the time to realize that something was amiss. No one could escape. Death Burial Mound, I can kill people and seize their treasures. I like it. With a sweep of his sword sense, dozens of gold core realm cultivators were crushed by the black light. Even the camel's owner was killed. Only the camel endured its fear and didn't dare to tremble. The 2 girls were slightly surprised. They weren't surprised that their master killed people. Instead, they were surprised that their master was not afraid of offending the old monsters of the sects by starting a massacre here. For example, if they killed the purple-robed old man, the sects would probably hunt them down. Master, that purple-robed old man seems to be an expert from the 10 great sects. The 10 great sects all have spirit-severing realm cultivators. Spirit-severing realm was a very distant term. It was a term that the 2 girls didn't even dare to think about in the past. However, when Ning Fan showed them the stone warrior puppet, they were already shocked once. Now, however, they were calm. Also, what should we do with this camel? The owner is dead. Yu Ling's bright eyes flashed and asked. I'll give it to you. Both of you sit on the camel. Bing Ling, this is the jade slip for spirit-severing realm attacks. I'll give it to the 2 of you to protect yourselves. We'll also stay here to kill people and seize their treasures. Firstly, he could accumulate immortal jades. Secondly, it could deter the descendants of the Danding school. In a stone room in the Pill Cauldron Gate, the old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Gate, Xiaowan Luo, who had been in seclusion for a long time, was working hard to break through to the peak cultivation realm. It seems like the auction is about to begin. It's about time for me to come out from seclusion. Xiaowan Luo thought to himself. Just as he was about to come out from his seclusion, the sect master of the Pill Cauldron sect hurried towards him with a panic-stricken face. Forefather, this is bad. Someone is in the Hill of Death, killing people and robbing their treasures. It's just a small matter. They can kill whatever they want. After accumulating enough immortal jades, they will still end up in our hands. No, it's different this time. It's an early nascent soul realm old monster blocking the road and killing people. We've already killed thousands of golden cores. Nascent soul? It's easy for him to kill golden core realm cultivators with his cultivation. However, isn't he being too reckless? Killing people in public will offend most of the forces in the outer endless sea. I don't know if it's a gold core realm cultivator. This person has already killed 11 nascent soul realm cultivators. Among them, 3 of them are late stage. What? Could this person be a great cultivator? What's his name? Zhou Ming. The Hill of Death was a bloody desert, and the sand was stained with the smell of blood. The divine sense of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator could cover an area of 2,000 miles. The area within 2,000 miles of the Hill of Death was like a black dot in the sky. Anyone who intruded into the range of the divine sense would immediately be attacked by the sword sense. Early-stage gold core cultivators would die as soon as they entered. Above the middle stage, one could block the sword sense. However, once one entered a certain type, a young black shadow instantly appeared, waving his hand to destroy the person who entered the sword sense. It was as if these 2,000 miles of black sky were his territory, and anyone who entered would die. Everyone who came to Pill Cauldron Gate came to buy human cauldrons. Naturally, none of them were good people. Most of them had harmed countless low-level female cultivators, and even mortal women. After cultivating in the outer endless sea for so many years, they'd experienced many great storms, but it was the first time they'd seen such a terrifying scene. The Hill of Death, killing and robbing. Every cultivator who set foot in this place was prepared to either kill or be killed. However, when they saw a demon kill thousands of golden core realm cultivators and 11 nascent soul realm cultivators, they were terrified. Rows of camels stopped 2,000 miles away from the Hill of Death. No one dared to enter unless that person left the Hill of Death. The fiendish cultivators only knew that the person who killed them and stole their treasures was called Zhou Ming. They knew nothing else. I am Zhou Ming, and I'm here to kill people. If you don't want to die, scram. This voice seemed to have a magical power as it reverberated in the clear sky. It was clearly a voice that had merged with the sky. It was even more powerful than the voice of a late nascent soul cultivator. The expressions of the old monsters who were about to enter the Pill Cauldron School in exchange for a few beauties changed drastically. This man is at the peak of the nascent soul stage, a grand cultivator. No wonder he dared to guard the Hill of Death and killed thousands of golden core cultivators and 11 nascent soul cultivators all by himself. Great cultivator Zhou Ming. I've never heard of such a ferocious devil. Could it be a devil from the internal endless sea? I heard that there's a Zhou clan in the internal endless sea. Could he be a member of that Zhou clan? TSK, TSK, TSK. I don't know, but this person has killed so many experts. I'm afraid his net worth is huge. I'm afraid his entire body of immortal jades is worth more than 100 million. If we kill this person, we can split the 100 million immortal jades equally. But this person must not be provoked. All the old monsters had serious expressions on their faces. Even the nascent soul realm old monsters didn't dare to casually enter the realm. There were even a few nascent realm cultivators. Looking at the black shadow in the sky, everyone's scalp went numb. One of the nascent soul realm cultivators frowned deeply. Greed and fear could be seen in his eyes. Before him, there were already 11 nascent soul realm cultivators who were greedy and entered the shadow in an attempt to snatch Zhou Ming's over 100 million celestial jades. However, in the end, all of them died in the shadow. Over 100 million immortal jades. Only divine transformation realm cultivators would be able to possess such a huge amount of immortal jade. Even a divine transformation realm cultivator would be slightly tempted. His name was Luo Fei, a grand cultivator and a guest elder of Purple Talisman sect. It was hard for him not to be tempted. He had heard that an outer gold core realm elder of his sect was killed by the Shadow Devil. However, a mere gold core realm elder was not worth the risk for a grand cultivator like him. But what if it was more than 100 million immortal jades? He didn't know what Zhou Ming would do after killing 11 nascent soul cultivators. Is there a nascent soul Dao fruit? Over 100 million immortal jades, a nascent soul Dao fruit. Zhou Ming was audacious enough to risk offending the outer endless sea. Going on a killing spree. Does he think he is a divine transformation realm cultivator? If he was a semi-god realm cultivator, no matter how many people he killed in the outer endless sea, the 10 sects would only warn him and not blame him. However, if he wasn't a soul formation cultivator, he wouldn't be able to travel the endless sea with 100 million celestial jades. It was no different from courting death. Humph. Even if you're the devil of the internal sea and the descendant of one of the 7 venerables of the internal sea, Venerable Zhou, I'm not afraid of your background when you commit crimes in the outer sea. The Rain Palace and the Internal Endless Sea had an agreement that the Divine Transformation Realm experts of the Internal Endless Sea were not allowed to leave the sea region. Humph. After killing you and seizing over 100 million immortal jades, even if the great cultivators of the Zhou clan hunt me down, I won't have anything to fear. I can hide on a random floating island and buy pills and cauldrons with such a large amount of immortal jade. I have a chance to reach the soul formation stage in this life. Greed sprouted in his eyes. Immediately, it sprouted and grew, turning into a devilish will that occupied his heart. He caught a glimpse of Zhou Ming's shadow as it swept past. This person was clearly a cultivator at the beginning of the primordial era. However, his combat prowess was shocking, comparable to a grand cultivator. He was comparable to a grand cultivator, but Jiang Yi was a true grand cultivator. Humph. I'm going to take your immortal jade. With a flash of light, he entered the black shadow in an instant. With a claw of his hand, the black shadows of the sword sense immediately began to crumble. Zhou Ming. How dare you kill an elder of my Purple Talisman sect? Do you know your crime? Crime? What crime? Is it a crime to kill someone in the outer sea? A gray light flashed and a figure in white robes and black cloak appeared. It was Ning Fan. Luo Fei scanned Ning Fan with his spirit sense. After confirming that Ning Fan was just at the early nascent soul realm, he was 90% confident that he could kill Ning Fan, an early nascent soul realm cultivator who acted recklessly and recklessly killed people. The 10 sects had killed countless people like him. Luo Fei had cultivated the devil path for 1,400 years. He had taken countless lives in order to reach this stage. Even though he was confident that he could kill Ning Fan's eyes were too calm. I'm a grand cultivator. Why isn't he afraid? Purple Talisman sect? Interesting. Since I killed a gold core realm elder of the Purple Talisman sect, this sect will definitely pursue this matter. However, I believe that if I kill a grand cultivator elder of this sect will not dare to pursue this matter. Even the early divine transformation realm old ancestor of this sect will be extremely wary of me. Stone Warrior, what do you say? That's right. In this endless outer sea, killing a gold core realm cultivator is a crime while killing a nascent soul realm cultivator is a hero. If you can kill a grand cultivator, you must have the strength to injure a divine transformation realm cultivator. No divine transformation realm cultivator would be willing to provoke such an enemy. His voice was shaky as if it was the voice of a puppet. The voice came from the air beside Ning Fan. However, no matter how Luo Fei scanned the area with his spirit sense, he could not sense that there was someone hiding there. Immediately, a hint of fear rose in his heart. Could it be that the person who could hide from my senses is a hidden divine transformation realm cultivator? This Zhou Ming has a divine transformation realm cultivator following him. No wonder he dared to kill so recklessly, with a divine transformation realm cultivator following him, who would dare to provoke him in the outer sea. This is the 12th nascent soul realm cultivator. It should be enough. Stone Warrior, kill him and take his nascent soul. Leave his corpse intact. Ning Fan said indifferently. Yes. A mountain giant appeared beside Ning Fan. It had a bluestone body and the left side of its face was branded with a black crescent moon. Then, a miserable shriek of a grand cultivator could be heard. It made all the cultivators outside the shadow turn pale with fright. What? What? There's no mistaking that shriek. It's the guest elder of the Purple Talisman sect who had just entered the shadow. Luo Fei. Could it be that he has also been killed? Luo Fei is a grand cultivator. How could he be dead? Who wants to go in and have a look? Who would be foolish enough to go in and have a look? Each of the devil cultivators was like a puppet. They were stunned and did not dare to enter the shadow at all. Many cultivators who originally wanted to buy cauldrons to break through their bottlenecks gulped and left hurriedly. The Pill Cauldron Gate. They were not willing to participate in the auction anymore. The desolate hill of death that was only 2,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, was like a wall that separated them from the Pill Cauldron Gate, in the past Pill Cauldron auctions. Every time it was held, nearly 10,000 devil cultivators would participate in it. However, this time, half of the participants were killed by Ning Fan. 30% of them escaped. Only 20% remained. In the desolate hill of death, Ning Fan retracted his sword sense and dispersed the shadow. Stone Warrior turned into a stone puppet and was held in his hand. 12 nascent soul realm cultivators. That's enough. It should be enough for me to break through to the second realm of the Silver Bone realm. Blood-pricking devil marks. This secret technique that can increase one's body refining realm is indeed extraordinary. As for these corpses and corpse chi of thousands of gold core realm cultivators, they are good materials for me to devour flesh and blood and cultivate the corpse devil record. Killing people and robbing their treasures not only gives me immortal jade, but it can also increase my body refining realm, demon cultivation and devil cultivation. This kind of thing can only be done in a special place like the Endless Sea. If I were in the 800 cultivation countries, I would probably be hunted down by the rain world and be killed by the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan turned the ground into a sea of corpses. For the time being, he kept it in his cauldron ring. With a leap, he returned to the camel and rode it towards the oasis in the distance with Bingyu and Bingyu. He entered the pill cauldron gate. From Stone Warrior, he found out the secret technique to break through to the next realm. That secret technique required a large amount of secret blood to draw devil marks on the body. The secret blood must be the gold core of a gold core cultivator, the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator, or the primordial spirit of a soul formation cultivator. They were refined into drops of secret blood. Originally, he had been worrying about where he could get a large number of Jindan and Yuanian cultivators to refine his secret blood. Fortunately, there was such a wonderful place outside Pill Cauldron Gate where he could kill people and seize their treasures. 3711 Gold Core Realm Cultivators and 12 Nascent Soul Realm Cultivators. The number of Gold Core Realm Cultivators and Nascent Soul Realm Cultivators was already sufficient. Moreover, he had more than 100 million immortal jades. Even Ning Fan himself was too lazy to count them. Most likely, he already had around 130 million immortal jades with him. There were countless medicinal pills, magic treasures, and cultivation techniques. He had cut down 27 golden core Dao fruits. Unfortunately, he didn't have any nascent soul Dao fruits. In just one day, he had nearly annihilated the cultivators of an entire mid-grade cultivation country. If the king of Jin heard about this, would he be terrified? As for offending the forces of the outer endless sea? There was nothing to be afraid of. Which force in the external endless sea could hurt him now? If there is really a divine transformation realm cultivator chasing after Ning Fan would be more than happy to kill him. Stone Warrior, well done. Xianxia was not stingy with his praise. Humph. Remember what you promised me. The stone puppet harumphed coldly. Which devil mark should I inscribe with the secret blood? I only know 3 types of ancient devil marks. The Great Sun Devil Mark and the Dark Ice Devil Mark are both good choices. They are general rank devil marks. However, your corpse vein's devil art is of the earth attribute. You can only choose the second best. Inscribe the Stone Warrior Devil Mark, which is similar to mine. General rank? Soldier rank? The image of Demon General Carp appeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes. The demon race and devil race are different from cultivators. They rule their race with the military. Nascent Soul Realm Cultivators are the soldiers, Divine Transformation Realm Cultivators are the generals, Void Refinement Realm Cultivators are the commanders. Void Fragmentation Realm Cultivators are the sovereigns. I don't know how to inscribe devil marks that are too high rank. The reason I created them is just to protect my mistress. Is that so? I'll have to trouble you to guide me when I inscribe the devil marks. Humph. As long as you keep your promise, I will help you inscribe the devil marks. However, I have to remind you that it's very painful. Painful? I like that. I was just worried that I couldn't eat it. Ning Fan's body was filled with evil qi. He had destroyed a country in a day and killed too many people. It had harmed the harmony of the world. However, his heart was not shaken at all. If his cultivation base was lower, he might be killed by others and his treasures would be snatched away. He wouldn't even have the chance to harm the harmony of the world. This was the Endless Sea. It was the cultivator's grave. All cultivators who willingly entered the grave had the resolve to kill or be killed. If you don't dare to enter the grave, just get lost. In the stone chamber of the Pill Cauldron Gate, Xiao Wanluo's face was ashen. He had indeed marked out a piece of land in his territory and claimed that he could kill people and seize their treasures. However, those who would really kill people and seize their treasures were mostly Gold Core Realm cultivators. At most, they were just nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Usually, those who killed people were those who did not have enough money and were willing to take the risk. Zhou Ming, on the other hand, had killed as many people as the mountains and the sea. It was not normal at all, it was not just for money. After all, no matter how crazy a cultivator was, he would not kill so many people just for money and offend the entire external endless sea. This person might have the strength of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator and he could dominate the external endless sea. He might also be killed by some divine transformation realm cultivator of the external endless sea. However, Xiao Wanluo was not concerned about any of this. At this moment, there was only one bitter thought in his heart. It's over. It's over. The Pill Cauldron Gate is probably in trouble this time. He had stirred up trouble, big trouble. That Zhou Ming killed people happily, but the place where he killed people was the Pill Cauldron Gate's promised killing zone. If the forces of the outer endless sea failed to eliminate Zhou Ming to vent their anger, they would most likely seek trouble with Xiao Wanluo. 11 nascent soul cultivators, 3 of whom were at the late stage. How big of a mess was this? It would be fine if all the dead nascent soul realm cultivators were rogue cultivators. However, 2 of the late-stage nascent soul realm cultivators were the leaders of major forces. Although they were not as powerful as the 10 sects, they were not people the Pill Cauldron Gate could afford to offend. These forces would definitely come to find him, Xiao Wanluo, to vent their anger. What should we do? Tell me, what should we do? Xiao Wanluo roared at the sovereign. The dignified sovereign of the early nascent soul realm could only lower his head and endure the scolding. At this moment, another early-stage nascent soul cultivator, the deputy sect leader, rushed over in panic. Bad news. Another nascent soul realm cultivator is dead. What? That Zhou Ming had yet to make his move. You're even using my Danding School's name to kill people. Speak. Which sex expert did he kill? Is it early stage or mid stage? This. The vice sect master revealed a look of fear. Don't stammer. Could it be a late nascent soul cultivator? Xiao Wanluo took a deep breath. Zhou Ming had already killed 4 late nascent soul cultivators. No, this time it's the Purple Charm sect. What? Purple Charm Gate. One of the 10 sects, the Purple Charm sect. He killed a late-stage expert from the Purple Charm sect. Xiao Wanluo's heart thumped. It's over. If he killed the late nascent soul cultivators of the Purple Talisman sect in the killing zone that he had promised, no matter what Zhou Ming did, he would be offending the spirit-severing realm old ancestor of the Purple Talisman sect. No, it's not. Vice sect leader shook his head. It's nothing. Could it be that the nascent late-stage cultivator wasn't from the Purple Charm sect? Xiao Wanluo's eyes flickered with hope. No, it's someone from the Purple Talisman sect. However, it's not the Empress. It's a Grand Cultivator. It's Assassin in Blood Luo Fei. What? Even the Grand Cultivator was killed. A loud explosion took place in Xiao Wanluo's mind like a thunderclap. This time, it's over. This time, Zhou Ming's name would surely shake the entire outer endless sea. Not even a spirit-severing realm old monster would dare to deal with him. However, the Pill Cauldron Gate would have to bear the consequences for Zhou Ming's murder. Since he didn't dare to vent his anger on Zhou Ming, he would only vent it on the Pill Cauldron Gate. He, Xiao Wanluo, might not be able to escape death. Zhou Ming killed people for their treasures. Why should I die for him? Damned heavens, what kind of joke are you playing with me? PFFF. Xiao Wanluo spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was really an unlucky year to be unlucky. To be continued. This must be Danding School's most desolate auction. In the Stone City, in the Golden Pagoda, the auction house, which could accommodate tens of thousands of cultivators, only held 2,000 people today. The empty atmosphere was a little awkward. The host of the auction was a silver-robed auctioneer. His surname was Ling, and people called him Old Ling. A middle-stage nascent soul realm cultivator could become a senior statesman of a country, but in the Endless Sea, it was very normal for someone with such a cultivation to become an auctioneer. In every auction, the Pill Cauldron Gate would auction hundreds of harmonious spirit and gold core cauldrons. Of course, the ones that would really attract the attention of the crowd were the nascent soul cauldrons. A nascent soul cauldron could tempt even soul formation fiends, let alone a nascent soul cultivator. Without a qualified auctioneer, the situation would not be peaceful. First level harmonious spirit, second level gold core, third level nascent soul. On the third floor, Ning Fan and the two ladies were sitting in the seventh pavilion. They were looking down at the auction stage through the bead curtain and formation light. As he had killed so many people, Zhou Ming's name would soon resound in the Endless Sea. Fortunately, no one had ever seen his appearance. Among the millions of cultivators in the Endless Sea, there were more than 1,000 people named Zhou Ming. Thus, no one knew that he was a ruthless person who had slaughtered great cultivators. Anyone who entered the range of his sword perception and looked at his appearance had already died on the hill of death. He did not intentionally hide his identity, nor did he intentionally expose himself. Perhaps there might be people who could guess that he was Zhou Ming based on some clues, but so what? He was invincible in the outer Endless Sea. Master, I heard that the cauldrons of the Pill Cauldron sect are all extraordinarily beautiful. Even the harmonious spirit and gold core cauldrons have many beauties. Master has obtained such a huge amount of immortal jades. Do you want to buy all of them and put them into your palace, just like the emperors in the mortal world who have 3,000 concubines? Yu Ling was serving tea to him while admonishing him. No need. A nascent soul cauldron will do. Even if I pluck them, I won't be able to increase my magic power by even half a unit. After I form my nascent soul, no matter if I pluck or dual cultivate with a golden core female cultivator, I won't be able to increase my magic power by half a unit. The effects were greatly reduced. If that's the case, it's better to save some yang essence and spend it on female nascent soul cultivators. The yin-yang transformation was based on the Tao of the union between a man and a woman. Of course, it used dual cultivation as the Tao and harvesting as the technique. Naturally, it was impossible for cultivators to maintain their virginity. However, if a cultivator was overly lascivious and had 1,000 women in a day, his yang essence would be damaged and it would hinder his cultivation. As the saying goes, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Then isn't it a waste for Master to dual cultivate with us sisters? That won't be the case. I'm very satisfied with your skills. Ning Fan said with a smile. The elder sister, Bing Ling, blushed. She recalled how she had lost her virginity in the restaurant 10 days ago. Memories came back to him. As for the younger sister, Bing Ling, she let out a soft groan, which was extremely charming. Then, Master, do you want to stay here with us sisters, for another moment? Today is not the time. Someone is watching. Ning Fan stopped smiling and his eyes turned cold. His black sword sense shook violently. Immediately. There were a total of 3 grand cultivators in the 3 rooms, and they let out muffled groans as they spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. It's him, it's really him. He was Zhou Ming. With the power of a single person, he had slaughtered countless demons. There were 100 rooms on the 3rd floor, but this time, there were only 70 nascent soul cultivators. Among these nascent soul cultivators, only 3 grand cultivators managed to recognize his identity after being injured by him. The 3 of them did not say anything. However, they were almost certain of one thing. Once Ning Fan takes a fancy to any human cauldron, the 3 of them would never bid against him even if they have to die. If he takes a fancy to their cauldron and calls out a price, the 3 of them would never compete against him anymore. They were not fools. A demon lord who appeared out of nowhere, Zhou Ming. This person did not hide his name. He was bold and arrogant. He was unstoppable. He could kill 12 nascent soul realm cultivators, 3 of whom were late nascent soul realm cultivators and 1 of them was a grand cultivator. Moreover, that grand cultivator was the guest elder of the Purple Charm sect, Luo Fei. Luo Fei was quite famous in the external Endless Sea. He was once a devil lord who had killed countless people. Even divine transformation realm experts would not easily provoke him. After joining the Purple Charm sect and becoming a guest elder, he became even more fearless with a divine transformation realm expert as his backer. Among the 3 grand cultivators, one of them was slightly weaker than Luo Fei, one was on par with him and the last one was slightly stronger than him. However, even those who were slightly stronger than Luo Fei would definitely not be able to defeat him within 100 moves. Even if they won, they would not be able to kill Luo Fei at all. Even if Luo Fei could not defeat him, could he not run away? If the physical body of a grand cultivator was destroyed, the speed of his nascent soul realm would increase by a small realm. Only divine transformation realm experts could catch him. The fact that this person could kill a grand cultivator and defeating a grand cultivator were 2 completely different concepts. This person had a trump card which was comparable to the full strength of a divine transformation realm expert. There were no fools among those who could cultivate to their current level in the endless sea. Luo Fei was not a fool either. He was just gambling with his life on Ning Fan's immortal jade. As for him, he lost the gamble. After shocking the 3 grand cultivators, Ning Fan retracted his cold gaze and remained silent. The Pill Cauldron Gate was just a sect which Empress Yuan was in charge of. The number of nascent soul realm human cauldrons it could nurture was limited. Other than the Pill Cauldron Gate, there were a few other forces in the external endless sea that had nascent soul realm human cauldrons for sale. Of course, there was also the Green Jade Immortal Island, which was a sect which only had female cultivators. As for the Green Jade Immortal sect, there should be a few nascent soul realm female cultivators including their sect master. In the eyes of the demonic path, a sect of female cultivators was a top-grade furnace. But for them to be able to coexist peacefully with the demonic cultivators in the outer endless sea was proof of this. It wasn't that there weren't any soul formation cultivators who had barged into the sect. It was just that the sect's foundation was definitely extraordinary, which was why the demons didn't dare to touch it. Robbing the Bai Yao sect with the help of the Stone Warriors was not a big possibility. Robbing a sect at the level of the 10 great sects was dangerous. If the Bai Yao sect had a second deity transformation cultivator, it would be a narrow escape. Putting all his chips on the stone weapon was not in line with his character. Unless he had the strength to fight against a spirit-severing expert, he would not go to the 10 sects to challenge them. At most, he would rob the elders of the 10 sections. There is still a huge gap between me and a spirit-severing realm expert. I can only fight for 3 breaths. Recalling the battle with Stone Warrior, Ning Fan became silent. If it wasn't for Luo Yu's help, Ning Fan would only be able to extract a trace of yin-yang power with his own strength. He would have to pay the price of sustaining serious injuries. Only by exchanging injuries for injuries would he be able to reach the divine transformation realm, the heaven sealing art and the morning art. Even Luo Yu had never heard of these 2 arts. It seemed like it was by chance that she obtained the secret art to control the puppet. Naturally, Luo Yu would pass the secret art to Ning Fan. With this secret art, Ning Fan could seize the control of a magical treasure puppet even if it was a spirit-severing realm puppet and kill it with a single thought. In addition, Luo Yu had given Ning Fan the oracular chant in the past. In addition to the Joss Flame Sword, Ning Fan owed her a lot of favors. There was only one way for him to repay her. Break through to the 3rd level of the yin-yang transformation as soon as possible and open the profound yin world, cauldrons. Ning Fan needed a large number of cauldrons, after Old Ling let out a dry cough. The auction hall became silent and the auction began. I won't go into details about the rules of the auction. I'll just say one thing. Only late gold core realm and above cauldrons will be auctioned. Those below late gold core realm will be sold at a clear price. The starting price for harmonious spirit realm cauldrons will be 5,000 immortal jade. Early gold core realm cauldrons will be 50,000 immortal jade. Alright, the auction will begin. First, the cauldrons below late gold core realm will be auctioned. There will be a total of 1079 cauldrons below late gold core realm. Those who need them can go up to the stage and pay for them. As soon as Old Ling's voice fell, the entire hall was in an uproar. In the past, the Pill Cauldron Gate would never sell harmonious spirit cauldrons. After all, it wouldn't take many years for a harmonious spirit realm female cultivator to advance to the gold core realm using the secret art in Punlai Island, which was rich in spirit chi. Once they advanced, the price would immediately increase by 10 times. But this time, the Pill Cauldron Gate even took out their harmonious spirit cauldron to sell, as if they wanted to empty all their belongings and run away. Why did he run away? A sensible person would think. Those who understood the reason could not help but sneer. That crazy devil Zhou Ming had killed 3,000 gold core realm cultivators and 12 nascent soul realm cultivators all by himself. He had offended most of the forces in the external endless sea. Perhaps the old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron Gate would pack his belongings and leave the external endless sea to return to Shou country or go to the internal endless sea to avoid the calamity, but this was also good. Many evil cultivators who couldn't afford a gold core realm cauldron could just take away a harmonious spirit realm female cultivator and pluck her. After Old Ling's voice, many delicate girls wearing the same thin robe faintly revealed their breasts and underwear. They were all charming, and each of them had a delicate appearance. The jade platform was very big and could accommodate 1,000 people. There were 1,000 beautiful and charming girls. There were mature and charming girls, young girls who had just experienced their first awakening of love, and even little girls to satisfy the needs of cultivators of all levels. In front of the girls, there was a name tag. Not only did it state their name, cultivation base, and bone age, it also stated their serial number, price, and whether they had a special cauldron physique. Whichever one you like, you could go to the auction stage and pay for it. Hiss. Although this number 3 is only a harmonious spirit realm cultivator, her appearance is truly a peerless fairy. I think if I buy this one back, I don't need to be a cauldron. I can directly become a wife and make love to her every day. How delightful, I like number 11. Hee, this small foot, this leg, yes, number 105 is not bad. Early gold core realm, faking body. It will be helpful for this old man's cultivation. That number 755 is actually a famous artifact that only appears once in 1,000 years. TSK. Although plucking is useless, it is a winding path that leads to a secluded place and makes one wish they were immortal. Waves of discussions, comments, teasing, and obscene remarks could be heard. Numerous naked gazes and divine senses swept past the bodies of the women on the stage one after another. Those gazes were like the wolves that Ning Fan often saw in the Ningbai mountain when he was young. However, these 1,000 female cauldrons were indeed professional cauldrons that were raised since they were young. Some of them blushed, some were unhappy, some felt wronged, and some felt uncomfortable, but none of them uttered a word of complaint or reprimanded the devil cultivators who peeped at them. They would never resist the master who bought them. It was instilled in them since they were young. Ning Fan closed his eyes slightly. These girls below the late gold core realm were useless to him. He wasn't going to buy them. Of course, he didn't have the mood to pity these girls who were about to fall into the evil claws of a strange devil cultivator. Many of them might be plucked until not a single drop was left and die a violent death. The lucky ones might be able to stay as concubines and live on. However, what awaited them would most probably be the humiliation under the bed every day. They were unfortunate, but was there any lack of misfortune in this world? Without strength, there would be no dignity. This was the reality of the cultivation world. Yu Ling remained silent obediently. Her gaze fell on the girls with slight reluctance, as if she was recalling the time she spent in the extreme gate. As for Bing Ling, her usual calmness was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, she seemed to be recalling the humiliation she suffered when she was young. There was once a drunk harmonious spirit realm elder who entered her room with the intention of. At that time, she couldn't resist. Fortunately, there was a passing attendant disciple who stopped the elder, otherwise, today, the girls on the stage were about to fall into the same fate. Many devil cultivators were already smirking evilly. They paid the money and were ready to embrace the beauties in their arms. Master, can you buy all of them? Bing Ling suddenly stood up and knelt in front of Ning Fan. Her eyes were unprecedentedly serious. Someone once said that a person who tolerated all kinds of grievances in daily life would be terrifyingly stubborn once he became tough. Bing Ling knelt in front of Ning Fan, causing him to frown. He wasn't a kind person. Why would he save these girls? Although he plucked one of them, it would at least increase his magical power by a little bit. At the very least, he could increase his magic power by a little bit, but wouldn't plucking women take time? 1,000 women would be plucked once each. How long would it take? Sister, why do you have to do this? Yu Ling was a little afraid. Ning Fan was very powerful now. Even though she admired him, her status as his sister was still not high enough. It was not to the extent where she could influence Ning Fan's decision. He was no longer the pure and innocent young man in the past. He was now a 300 years old true devil. It was not easy for Bing Ling to obtain Ning Fan's favor. If she angers Ning Fan because of this, wouldn't it be a mistake? Sister, have you forgotten how we lived a humiliating and careful life in the past? Bing Ling bit her lips. She was afraid of Ning Fan. Now that Ning Fan's evil aura had yet to dissipate, she was afraid just by standing beside him. Sister. Yu Ling gritted her teeth and her heart softened. She also got up and knelt down. Master, please forgive me for contradicting you. Are you sure you want to buy them? All of them will cost at least 30 million immortal jade. Ning Fan shook his head, but he was not angry. 30 million. Bing Ling's face turned pale. Even if you raze your country to the ground, you won't be able to gather so many immortal jade. She did not know how much money Ning Fan had. However, even if he had so much money, it was not worth it to spend it on useless people. Silly girl. Get up. Go and buy all of them for me. Yes, I understand. Wait. Master, what did you say? Are you really willing to save them? Bing Ling's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed and she looked energetic. I'm willing. Otherwise, you will be kneeling again. I'm crying again. My head hurts. However, you have to listen carefully. I'm not saving them. I'm buying them. They are my human cauldrons and I can pluck them freely. Do you understand? Ning Fan smiled and wiped away Bing Ling's tears. I understand. It's their fortune to be loved by Master. Bing Ling nodded her head vigorously. Fortune? Little girl, you really think highly of me. Alright, let's stop joking. Let's get down to business. Ning Fan smiled and said seriously. Anyway, there are plenty of places in the cauldron ring. Besides, all of these women are excellent human cauldrons. It's just that their cultivation base is still low. It's not a loss to buy them. That's why I'm willing to buy them. Moreover, if all of them break through to the nascent soul realm, it's more than enough for me to break through to the spirit-severing realm after plucking them. Of course, that's not realistic. I'm afraid it'll take many years for them to break through to the nascent soul realm. I can buy them, but I want to give you a task. Supervise the cultivation of these women in the cauldron ring. If I get injured in the future, it'll be useful for me to pluck them. Are you willing? I'm willing. I'll definitely train a group of female devil guards for Master. Master, please bestow a name to this group of devil guards. Devil guards? Bestow a name? Ning Fan burst into laughter and rubbed Bing Ling's hair. He had no intention to train these women into combat power. There was no need to bestow a name to them. He had not even thought of a name for his lightning whip. Was there a need for a name? Go quickly. Take these immortal jades and buy all of these women for me. Order them to be placed in the back room. You can go there to collect them after everything is over. If you're late, the dirty hands of these devil cultivators will dirty my human cauldron. Yes. Bing Ling didn't have time to think. She took the storage pouch and left the room in a hurry. Her soft and delicate words caused the entire place to fall silent. There are 1,079 human cauldrons here. My master wants all of them. The whole place was dead silent. Those devil cultivators who had already paid the money and were ready to collect the women showed an ugly expression. What kind of person was this? How could he be so overbearing and thirsty? How could he possibly have 1,000 women to serve him? However, when they saw that the person who spoke was from the 3rd floor, all the harmonious spirit realm and gold core realm devils shut their mouths. A nascent soul realm old monster was interested in these women? Why would a nascent soul realm old monster want these female cultivators who were only mid-gold core realm? For what? For what, however, no one dared to question the authority of a nascent soul realm old monster. Even though the person who spoke was a mid-gold core realm woman, she came from the 3rd floor. Naturally, she was the concubine of a nascent soul realm old monster. There was a storage pouch in her hand. There must be tens of millions of immortal jades in it. What kind of nascent soul realm old monster was able to take out tens of millions of immortal jades to buy 1,000 human cauldrons? Could he be a late nascent soul realm cultivator? When they thought of this possibility, all the harmonious spirit realm and gold core realm devil cultivators immediately shut their mouths. They were dissatisfied and resentful, but no one dared to show their emotions on their faces. If you don't have the strength, don't ever fight with a nascent soul realm cultivator. Snatch women, everyone was cursing in their hearts. The person who bought all the human cauldrons must be a late nascent soul realm cultivator who had been cultivating for 1,000 years. He was so thirsty that he wanted 1,000 women at once. He must have gone mad from hunger and thirst. Anyone who dared to snatch women from him would die. Hee. Fellow Taoist is indeed a man of character. I admire you. The ones who praised him were the 3 grand cultivators in the heaven-grade room. Moreover, the words of these grand cultivators were filled with a hint of flattery towards the person who bought the human cauldrons. Who exactly is this person? Could it be the person who turned 2,000 li of desert into blood? Zhou Ming, hiss. When they thought of this possibility, all the devil cultivators' hearts started to race. As for the white-clothed woman who walked towards them indifferently, Bing Ling, no one dared to take a second glance at her. Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming. Who dared to steal this person's woman? Who dared to look at her? There were even a few devil cultivators who were unable to endure their thirst and had just touched the cauldron. After guessing Ning Fan's identity, they immediately gave up on the immortal jade and cupped their fists towards Ning Fan's room. Then, they hurriedly left the banquet. As soon as they left the Pill Cauldron Gate, they did not even care about the flight ban of Punlai and flew away from Punlai with all their might. It was a kind of power, a kind of demonic power that made everyone unable to resist. This power was even more terrifying than the legendary power of the soul formation stage. They had never seen a spirit-severing cultivator before, but Zhou Ming. All the cultivators who came to the Pill Cauldron Gate and passed by the Hill of Death would be able to see the sea of blood in the desert that stretched for 2,000 miles. That day, 3,000 gold core realm cultivators and 12 nascent soul realm cultivators were buried. The outer endless sea was going to be in chaos, and the world was going to change. This was because Zhou Ming had appeared in the outer endless sea. To be continued. The scene was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Bing Ling paid the money and brought the girls to rest in the back room before returning. Senior Ling coughed a few times and continued with the auction. However, compared to before, very few of the demons present were agitated. The harmonious spirit cultivators and some of the gold core realm cultivators sighed and left with cupped fists. The next item to be auctioned was a female cultivator above the late stage of gold core realm. A female cultivator like this would be the ruler of a low-ranked cultivation country. Their prices would be sky-high, and normal cultivators wouldn't be able to participate. Each and every one of the nascent soul realm cultivators were finally rubbing their palms. They were the main characters in the upcoming auction. However, the moment the old monsters thought of Zhou Ming, who was unfathomable and had thousands of women every day, their scalps went numb as they prayed in their hearts. I hope that Zhou Ming won't be interested in these female cultivators and won't fight with them anymore. However, they also understood that the possibility of this happening was very small. How could a lecherous devil who didn't even let go of a harmonious spirit realm or a 7 or 8-year-old girl would miss a cauldron that was above the late gold core realm? Many old monsters even guessed that Zhou Ming was killing so many people because he wanted to gather money to buy a woman. Over 100 million immortal jades were all used on women. This Zhou Ming's cultivation might not be the highest in the outer endless sea, but his lecherous heart. I'm afraid even a spirit-severing realm cultivator would not be able to match him. This cauldron has a bone age of 200 years. She is at the late gold core realm. She has the maiden life young physique. The starting price is 100,000 immortal jade. As soon as Elder Ling finished his sentence, it was like a drop of water falling into boiling oil, causing everyone to fight for it. 110,000. I'll pay 120,000, 140,000, 170,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000. The price reached 400,000 and couldn't go any higher. The dust seemed to have settled. A middle-stage nascent soul old monster flew out from the earth room, ready to pay the money on the auction stage. However, at this moment, Bing Ling, who was dressed in white, quietly walked out of the room and spoke indifferently. The middle-stage nascent soul realm old monster's feet were nailed to the sky. and his face alternated between green and red. My master offered 410,000 immortal jade to buy this cauldron. After that, all the late and peak gold core stage cauldrons will be purchased at twice the starting price. Fellow Taoists, please don't compete with him. His words caused an uproar. What? What? This person bought 1,000 human cauldrons and still had money left to buy human cauldrons at the late and peak Jingdan stage? You have to know that there are dozens of human cauldrons in this batch. Buying all of them at double the price would cost tens of millions of immortal jades. It can't be wrong. This person is that person. However, that Qing Huazi is truly disgraced this time. He was about to hand over the money, but his cauldron was snatched away. He must be dissatisfied. This Qing Huazi is also the pavilion master of the North Pavilion of the Wind Sword Pavilion, one of the 10 sects. He is usually a proud and arrogant person. I wonder if he will continue to increase the price and compete with that person. I'm afraid Qing Huazi wouldn't dare. Even though it's only a guess, but if that person is really Zhou Ming, then fighting with him would be akin to playing with one's life. One by one, the old monsters sighed incessantly. Qing Huazi's gaze descended fiercely onto the 7th room, and he gritted his teeth before snorting coldly before returning to his room. He did not compete with Ning Fan for the human cauldron. Almost all the nascent soul realm cultivators remained silent, as if they were silently agreeing. Ning Fan was asking for an exorbitant price. He alone bought all the late gold core realm and peak gold core realm human cauldrons. In other words, all the human cauldrons below the nascent soul realm in the auction of the Pill Cauldron Gate had fallen into his pocket. Dissatisfied. Many of the old monsters were dissatisfied, but when they thought of the name Zhou Ming, even if it was just a guess, no one was willing to offend that person. On the contrary, the 3 peak nascent soul realm cultivators unexpectedly flattered Ning Fan again. Haha. Fellow Taoist is truly elegant. You are able to throw away millions of immortal jades for a beauty without batting an eyelid. I admire you, admire my ass, I'm just flattering him, but it's very unusual that this person could make the peak nascent soul realm cultivators flatter him twice. Qing Huazi was also concerned about this. That was why he suppressed his anger and the ridicule of the crowd and returned to his room. Otherwise, given his bad temper, he would have drawn his sword and fought Ning Fan to the death. Old Ling let out a hollow laugh. It was unprecedented for a person to monopolize the auction. He did not dare to make a decision on his own, so he secretly transmitted his voice to old ancestor Xiao Wanluo to seek his opinion. A moment later, as if he had received the order, he chuckled and announced. Old ancestor Xiao has agreed to sell 87 late gold core realm and peak gold core realm human cauldrons to fellow Taoist for a total of 57 million immortal jades. Fellow Taoist can pay the money now, N. Bing Air, go and pay, an unusually young voice was heard from the room. It was cold and indifferent. That kind of coldness was definitely not an act. It was the coldness that was common in the Blood Sea. The voice did not use any magical power. But as soon as it was heard, the hearts of all the cultivators in the room thumped and their bodies trembled. Such a strong evil qi, this person is indeed. Zhou Ming, Bing Ling paid the money and led the 87 delicate women to the back of the room. She sighed along the way. Each of these 87 women would be an old ancestor in Yu country. But in this place, their fates would be decided by their master and they would become his human cauldrons. Master is getting more and more powerful, all of you must listen to my master. Bing Ling said indifferently. Even though she was an intermediate gold core realm cultivator, none of the female cultivators dared to ignore her words. Yes. One by one, the women spoke respectfully. They could tell that the person who bought them, Mo Xiao, was an extremely terrifying existence. He could make all the nascent soul realm cultivators in the room fall silent. He could make the Pill Cauldron Gate change the rules of the auction just for one person. After a long time, Bing Ling returned and the auction continued. The atmosphere was extremely tense and awkward. Next up was the auction of the nascent soul realm human cauldrons. There were only 2 nascent soul realm human cauldrons. They were not sure if this Zhou Ming would still fight for them. If he were to fight for them, would they still fight for them? Would they fight for them with their lives? Hopefully, he would stop while he was ahead. Hopefully, this must be the most concise auction that Old Ling had ever hosted in his life. Before the auction of the nascent soul realm human cauldrons, almost everything was decided by that mysterious man. He swallowed his saliva and tried his best to calm himself down. He laughed and said, "Next up is the nascent soul realm human cauldrons that all of you have been waiting for. These two women are the first batch of female cultivators in the Pill Cauldron Gate to break through the nascent soul realm in the past 50 years. Moreover, they have the best body constitution for human cauldrons. The starting price is 3 million. As soon as Old Ling finished his words, the whole place became strangely quiet. Not a single person was bidding. Wait. They were waiting. Waiting for Ning Fan to no longer want these human cauldrons. Only then did they dare to bid for them. 301 million. Finally, an unusually young voice was heard. All of the old experts revealed an extremely disappointed expression. This lecherous devil. Zhou Ming. He still reached out to Ning Fan. It was just a 10,000 immortal jade increment, but this 10,000 immortal jade. None of the old experts dared to cross the line. This time, even the three-peak nascent soul realm experts could not laugh or flatter Ning Fan anymore. All of them were sighing in despair. They did not dare to compete with Ning Fan for the human cauldrons. But they really wanted it. They really wanted it. They had been waiting for 50 years for this auction. This? Old Ling smiled bitterly. The nascent soul realm human cauldron was only sold for 301 million immortal jade. This was the hammer that would decide the winner. Should he knock it or not, he did not dare to make a decision. Even Xiao Wanluo, who was hiding in the dark, had a bitter expression on his face. Big brother Zhou Ming. Please do me a favor. You can be domineering and kill people, but you should at least leave enough money for me to escape. You can't cheat me like this. You only added 10,000 immortal jade for a nascent soul realm human cauldron. 10,000 immortal jade. It's useless. After deducting the cultivation cost, it meant that he did not earn a single copper coin from this nascent soul realm human cauldron. Silence. But the voice of a young man could be heard in the silence. It was the first time. I heard that your sect is auctioning a nascent soul realm Dao fruit. I want it for 501 million immortal jade. The eyes of the two nascent soul cultivators on the stage lit up at the same time. They were the buyer of the two women. He was a domineering young devil lord who made the group of devils silent. He was really admirable. However, the other male devils did not have the same mood as the two women. Puff Xiao Wanluo spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face was gray. Even the old experts in the nascent soul realm pavilion were in an uproar. Nascent soul realm Dao fruit. This lecherous devil, Zhou Ming, wanted to buy the Dao fruit as well. Qing Huazi could not hold it anymore. He drew his sword and was about to fight Ning Fan. The Dao fruit that Ning Fan had chosen without even showing his face was something that the spirit-severing realm old ancestor of his sect wanted personally. He himself had come to buy a human cauldron. If the human cauldron didn't want it, he would accept it. However, the Dao fruit was something the patriarch wanted. The patriarch was a soul formation cultivator, so Zhou Ming had to give him face. However, just as he unsheathed his sword and before he could rush out of the side room, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Pill Cauldron School. A strange change suddenly occurred. A dense crowd of people surrounded the Pill Cauldron School. 17 black-robed men, with a sudden sound, rushed into the auction house. All 17 of them were nascent soul cultivators. 11 early stage, 4 mid-stage, 1 late stage and 1 grand cultivator. Immediately, someone recognized that this group of people were from the Xiang family of the Outer Endless Sea. Then, someone recalled that the younger brother of the Xiang clan's ancestor, a certain nascent soul realm old monster, had died in Zhou Ming's hands. He was one of the 12 nascent soul realm cultivators. Were these people here to seek revenge on Zhou Ming? No, it doesn't look like it. This group of people all stared at Senior Ling. They didn't know that Zhou Ming was here. Perhaps, they thought that Zhou Ming had run away after killing someone and robbing the Dao fruit. Perhaps, they came to Punlai at night to punish the Pill Cauldron School. However, this punishment was probably just an excuse. The ancestor of the Xiang clan, the grand cultivator Xiang Liao, wanted to use this excuse to destroy the Pill Cauldron School. He wanted to ruin the auction by taking away the cauldron and the Dao fruit. Ling Giku. Ask Xiao Wanluo to come out. You are not qualified. My younger brother died in the killing zone of your pill cauldron school. It's really hateful. Your pill cauldron school must take responsibility for this. Compensation. Old ancestor Xiang, please calm down. My old ancestor. Senior Ling smiled apologetically. Get lost. Xiang Liao harumphed coldly. His voice seemed to have merged with the sky. With just a harumph, Senior Ling was forced to retreat more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. His injuries were aggravated, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. This old man will say it again. Ling Giku. You are not qualified. You are just a member of a small sect from a low-grade cultivation country. If it wasn't for Xiaowan Luo, this old man would have already skinned you alive. Xiaowan Luo, come out. Xiang Liao would never have thought that Zhou Ming was here. As for Xiaowan Luo, he was currently coughing out blood and fainting due to anger. How could he have the mood to deal with Xiang Liao? Xiaowan Luo did not come out. The sect master and vice sect master of the Pill Cauldron School came out with apologetic smiles. However, Xiang Liao's expression turned gloomy. He finally lost his patience. Xiaowan Luo. This old man asked you to come out. Didn't you hear me? Good. Very good. My friends, I'm sorry for interrupting your auction. Today, my Xiang clan will trample the Pill Cauldron School to the ground. Devil Sound Technique, Wu Zhang's Wrath. Xiang Liao had white hair and a stocky build. He pounded on his chest and opened his eyes wide. He looked like a human emperor who was at the end of his rope and was enraged. His anger was enhanced by the divine ability that merged with the sky. After that, the roar turned into a sound wave-type magical technique and swept towards the sect master and vice sect master. Nascent realm high-grade magical technique, Devil Sound Technique, Wu Zhang's Wrath. The angry roar trembled and turned into a solid black halo. It blasted on the sect master and vice sect master. The two early nascent soul realm experts were sent flying with just a single blow. Severe injuries. The sound wave swept towards Old Ling. However, at this moment, a white-clothed and black-cloaked figure walked out of the room lightly. With a flash of gray light, the figure instantly appeared in front of Old Ling and said indifferently. Break! With a single word, clear sky thunder. Under the reverberation of the thunder, the black halo formed by the Devil Sound Technique was shattered layer by layer. When the cracks reached Xiang Liao, they turned into thunder and exploded. Xiang Liao's heart trembled violently. He let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. His facial expression changed drastically. His Devil Sound Technique was the hardest to defend against. However, it was easily shattered by the skinny young man in front of him with just a single word. That word was not made with any special technique. It was just a sound that merged with the sky and the sky merged with the thunder. However, that sound was incomparable to his Devil Sound Technique. Brat! Who are you? How dare you interfere in the matter between me and the Pill Cauldron School? Do you know what kind of status my Xiang clan has in the external endless sea? A mere early nascent soul realm cultivator dares to interfere in the matter of my Xiang clan? Who do you think you are? You're dead meat. Xiang Liao's eyes turned gloomy. He wanted to kill Old Ling to establish his prestige. Speak. What's your name? If you don't have any background that I'm afraid of, then, you can die now. Is that so? Ning Fan revealed a mocking expression. The reason why he saved Xiang Liao had nothing to do with righteousness or giving face to the Pill Cauldron School. As for Xiang Liao, he was nothing in his eyes. My name is Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming, Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming. The two words were like a clap of thunder, causing Xiang Liao's divine sense to tremble violently, causing his previously arrogant expression to turn into one of terror. This person was actually Zhou Ming. Could he be the crazy devil Zhou Ming who killed my younger brother and slaughtered peak realm cultivators? I can't be wrong. This person's evil chi was so strong and his blood had not dried yet. His means were outstanding and his eyes were cold. But his cultivation base was early nascent soul realm. How could this be? Thank you. Old Ling cupped his fists at the young man. He had never thought that this young man whom he had never met before would save him. You're welcome. I'm revered weeping. Ling Giku of Sinister Sparrow Sect. Xiang Liao's face was unusually gloomy as he stared at the young man who had quietly appeared like a ghost. His gloominess contained a trace of well-hidden fear. Zhou Ming. This person is the murderer who killed my brother. The devil who can even kill a grand cultivator. Why was this person here? However, this person was indeed an early nascent soul cultivator. Could he really kill a peak nascent soul cultivator? He didn't hide his evil aura at all. The moment he appeared, all the nascent soul cultivators of the Xiang family felt their hearts tremble. Even Xiang Liao was secretly shocked. He had killed countless people in his life, but he was only on par with Zhou Ming, apprehension, solemnity, but after thinking for a while, Xiang Liao sneered. So what if this person could really kill Luo Fei? Jiang Yi also possessed the strength to kill Luo Fei. No one knew that Xiang Liao had reached the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm. No one knew that this time, he had used the excuse of destroying the sect to seize the cauldron and the Dao fruit in preparation for breaking through to the soul formation stage. Once he broke through to the divine transformation realm, there would be 10 divine transformation realm cultivators from the 10 sects, 3 rogue cultivators and Xiang Liao. The Xiang clan would become a top force and dominate the outer endless sea. At least on this point, Zhou Ming couldn't compare to Xiang Liao. He, Xiang Liao, was a grand cultivator who was about to reach the soul formation stage. Zhou Ming. Humph. Are you sure you want to stand up for danding school? You killed my brother, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet, but you actually dare to stand up for the Pill Cauldron school? Haha, ridiculous. Do you think my Xiang family is weak and easy to bully? One had to know that if one did not know what was good for them, they would be courting death in the outer endless seas. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Xiang Liao no longer put Ning Fan in his eyes. You alone aren't enough. Ning Fan sneered. Courting death. Xiang Liao was enraged. He took a large stride forward, his beard and hair were like silver, his gaze was imposing, and the origin energy around him was in a frenzy, making him seem like a god. At the instant his aura spread out, it caused the atmosphere in the auction hall to become oppressive and suffocating. It was as if they were being suppressed by the power of the world. Anyone with a bit of insight would have their expressions change drastically. Xiang Liao's aura had already reached the realm of aura in the heart. In other words, Xiang Liao had reached the bottleneck of the soul formation stage. Rather than calling him a grand cultivator, it would be more accurate to call him a half-step divine transformation realm cultivator. He strode forward with arrogant steps. It was as if he was stepping on everyone's Dao heart, causing a loud explosion. At the same time, the other 16 nascent soul realm cultivators of the Xiang clan took out all of their magic treasures and attacked Ning Fan. After their old ancestors' killing intent was triggered, they tried to launch a joint attack to kill Ning Fan. Xiang Liao, in particular, opened his mouth and spat out 9 blood-red cauldrons, which soared into the sky. Each cauldron had the might of a superior supreme-grade cauldron. Its suppressive might was like the collapse of Mount Tai, unparalleled. All the golden core cultivators present vomited blood after being shaken by the giant cauldron. His complexion changed greatly. He was already injured. Just the shockwaves of the battle caused his chi and blood to be thrown into chaos. His injuries were not light, and he immediately left. How could he still have the mood to participate in the auction? Zhou Ming was indeed powerful, but Xiang Liao seemed to be even more powerful than Zhou Ming. If the 9 cauldrons were to fall down, 1,000 miles of oasis would be destroyed. It would be directly flattened. Only the nascent soul cultivators dared to continue staying, but all of them had Dharma treasures to protect themselves. They were also weighing the battle for the position of Zhou Xiang and guessing the outcome. In their opinion, Zhou Ming would definitely lose. After all, Xiang Liao was already a half-step spirit-severing realm expert. His magic power was probably at least 5,000 units, which was definitely not something an ordinary grand cultivator could compare to. The origin of the 9 cauldrons was even more mysterious. However, it would be difficult for Xiang Liao to kill Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was not Xiang Liao's match, so he should be able to run away. The best outcome would be Zhou Ming risking his life and injuring the Xiang clan, but he himself would be severely injured. At that time, the 70 nascent soul realm cultivators present would be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. They were anticipating Zhou Ming's defeat. However, the result was out of their expectations in just a few moments, shattering their thoughts of taking advantage of the situation. At the moment when the cultivators of the Xiang clan made their move, Ning Fan also moved. He took a step forward and teleported 9 steps like a shadow. Each of his steps felt like he was stepping on the great Tao of heaven and earth, causing the oasis within 1,000 miles to tremble. When he took the 9th step, a sort of great momentum that was as powerful as the clouds shook violently. The sword chi wreaked havoc and shattered Xiang Liao's half-step spirit-severing realm aura force. The so-called half-step spirit-severing realm aura force was not worth mentioning in his eyes. The 11 early nascent soul realm cultivators of the Xiang clan were caught off guard. In just one move, they were all severely injured by the sword of great momentum. They coughed out blood and fell to the ground. As for the 4 mid-nascent soul realm cultivators and 1 late nascent soul realm cultivators, even though they were not severely injured, they were barely able to block the sword force with their techniques. Under their combined efforts, they were barely able to protect themselves. However, all of them were in a sorry state. Their besieging Ning Fan was also forced to stop. Each of the old monsters of the Xiang clan who were usually arrogant were shocked. As for Xiang Liao, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He was a half-step spirit-severing realm cultivator and he could only comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth. It was absolutely impossible for him to turn his momentum into a sword. He did not expect that Zhou Ming could actually form a sword with 9 steps. He had only seen such a technique in the hands of a spirit-severing realm cultivator. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred. He was jealous of the fact that Ning Fan was able to display a spirit-severing realm technique even though he was just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. This jealousy and hatred could not escape Ning Fan's detection. Cold light flashed in his eyes. The lightning star moved and a trace of blood lightning flashed in Xiang Liao's eyes like the heavenly might. Xiang Liao felt pain in his eyes and the attack of the 9 cauldrons stopped for a moment. After dispersing the lightning, Ning Fan was already holding a long whip in his hand. The blood lightning whip was in his hand. It was as if what he was holding was not a long whip but a lightning bolt that filled the sky. It was as if he was no longer Ning Fan but the Lord of Lightning Punishment. The whip was as fast as lightning and it landed on the 9 cauldrons. Clear sky thunder, the 9 cauldrons were as heavy as a mountain. However, the lightning whip carried the heavenly might. It was the blood lightning of the heavenly tribulation. So what if it was a treasure of the 9 cauldrons? This treasure was an imitation of the 9 cauldrons, a supreme immortal treasure. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, the refinement of this treasure was full of loopholes. In his immortal emperor's eyes, even though the grade of the 9 cauldrons was high, there were still a lot of flaws. It was not difficult for him to break them, too weak. He blindly pursued the grade of the magic treasure and recklessly added extra spiritual ores into the 9 cauldrons. It was really a joke. Break for me. 1 whip produced lightning, 9 whips broke the cauldrons. In a split second, 9 whips landed on the 9 cauldrons with a thunderous sound. The power of the whip stopped the falling momentum of the 9 cauldrons and pulled them back to the sky. The 9 whips accurately landed on the flaws of the 9 cauldrons. After the 9 whips passed, countless cracks appeared on the 9 cauldrons. The spirituality of the 9 cauldrons was greatly reduced. In an instant, they exploded, the 9 cauldrons were broken. Xiang Liao's face was filled with shock. The 9 high-grade magical treasures, the 9 cauldrons, were easily broken by the whip of the young man in front of him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His long whip was only a mid-grade magical treasure. It was not a peak-grade magical treasure. How could it have such power? There was no time to think about it. Something that Xiang Liao did not expect had happened. When the 9 cauldrons were broken, the 9 blood-red lightning bolts seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. They appeared out of nowhere from Xiang Liao's dantian and immediately landed on his nascent soul with a loud bang. In an instant, Xiang Liao's body was surrounded by cold sweat. Chills ran down his spine and his hair stood on end. His nascent soul was carefully protected by the nascent soul protective armor. However, the armor could only block 1 of the blood-red lightning bolts before it was destroyed. The remaining 8 bolts continued to strike on his nascent soul. The nascent soul's face was the same as Xiang Liao's. It immediately revealed a terrified expression. What kind of lightning is this? Even a peak Jade Xian spiritual armor could not block it. Yes. This is a secret technique to attack the nascent soul. This is the unique lightning technique of the Zhou clan. You are indeed a member of the Zhou clan. Damn it. Damn it. My nascent soul is half a step away from becoming a true god. Even the lightning of the Zhou clan is not possible. Ah. His nascent soul started to turn illusory. It had merged with the power of the nascent soul and was on the verge of shattering. The formless nascent soul had a defense that was 100 times stronger than other nascent soul cultivators. This was the secret lightning technique of the Zhou clan's nascent soul. He was not afraid of attacking his nascent soul, however, he did not expect the blood-red lightning to strike him. A single blood-red lightning had caused his nascent soul to tremble. It was seriously injured and he coughed out a mouthful of golden nascent soul blood. His chi was greatly weakened. Xianxia hurriedly retreated and used the momentum to block the blood-red lightning. However, before he could stabilize himself, the second blood-red lightning struck him. Every time the blood-red lightning struck his nascent soul, he would take a few steps back and his injuries would worsen. After the eighth lightning, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He coughed out blood non-stop. He was seriously injured. He was shocked. This blood-red lightning whip was even more powerful and brutal than the rumored secret technique of the Zhou clan to attack the nascent soul. What kind of lightning is that? It's not a magical lightning. It's like a lightning that was forcefully snatched from the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? When Xianxia thought of these two words, he seemed to have understood something and took a deep breath. He finally understood. The reason why Zhou Ming's lightning whip was so powerful was because it was refined from the lightning of the heavenly tribulation. Ordinary cultivators would be extremely cautious when they went through the heavenly tribulation. They would either hide it from the heavenly tribulation or resist it according to the heavenly tribulation. However, Zhou Ming went through the heavenly tribulation with brute force and used the lightning as a sacrifice, a devil cultivator. A true devil cultivator that only existed in the ancient times. He was a cultivator of the true devil Dao who defied the heavens to cultivate. At this moment, Xianxia no longer had any arrogance left. In just a moment, he had already regarded Ming Fan as his greatest enemy and he would never be able to defeat him. In front of Ming Fan, all of his pride became worthless, extracting the heavenly tribulation and controlling the lightning punishment. This man is not someone I can afford to offend. Let's attack together. He ordered in a slightly panicked manner. He wanted his subordinates to surround Ming Fan while he took the opportunity to retreat. However, the 16 nascent soul realm cultivators of the Xiang clan stood still like wooden puppets. They ignored his order. Freeze! Ming Fan raised his finger and pointed at them. A gray light flashed on the tip of his finger and ripples spread out. It was as if countless lines of Dao laws had been born, freezing all the nascent soul realm cultivators of the Xiang clan. To Xiangliao's horror, he felt as if he was bound by countless gray lines that were hard to be seen by the naked eye. His body was also frozen by Ming Fan. Even if he exerted all of his magic power to break free, he would need at least one breath to break free from this technique. If he wanted to break free immediately, he would have to injure himself. While everyone was frozen, Ming Fan changed his whip into a sword and slashed the separation slash, forming a circle in front of him. The circle was like the will of the heavens. With a smooth stroke, the sword aura suddenly took shape. A mysterious force flashed on the tip of the separation slash. At the same time, all the cultivators including Xianxia felt a sharp pain in their hearts and they were crushed. This was the fourth sword, the heart-drawing sword. As their hearts were crushed, a mysterious sword light pierced through their hearts and pierced through their bodies. It carried the might of a peak nascent realm sword technique. 11 early nascent soul realm cultivators and 4 middle nascent soul realm cultivators of the Xiang clan were crushed into pieces. They couldn't resist it and exploded into blood mist. Even their nascent souls died. That late nascent soul realm cultivator managed to escape from the sword light by sacrificing his own body. However, when Ming Fan threw the separation slash, the starlight sword shadow was like a maggot attached to a bone. In an instant, it pierced through the nascent soul realm cultivator's nascent soul realm cultivator. The sword shadow flew back and was caught by the nascent soul realm cultivator. 15 dead and 1 captured. Xianxia bit the tip of his tongue and broke the body-fixing technique at the cost of hurting himself. He survived the attack of the heart-drawing sword. A nascent soul realm cultivator could still survive even without a heart. A nascent soul realm cultivator's heart was still full of vigor even if it was severely injured. However, there wasn't a trace of relief on his face. It was full of shock and fear. His white hair was dyed with blood and he looked as miserable as a stray dog. His eyes were wide open. He was as frightened as a panicking snake. Dead. All of them were dead. The experts of the Xiang clan that he brought with him were all dead in less than half a breath, one face-to-face encounter. He killed 16 nascent soul realm cultivators of the Xiang clan and severely injured himself. This Zhou Ming's techniques were unfathomable. The lightning whip that could crush treasures and break nascent souls. The heart-drawing sword technique. This man's techniques were strange and merciless. Below the spirit-severing realm. Who could be his match? If I don't escape now, I won't have the chance anymore. Go. Teleport. Xiang Liao made up his mind. He suddenly cast out a ray of cold light and pierced it towards Ning Fan. Then, he immediately teleported away. He knew that Zhou Ming was definitely not a match for him. However, he was conceited. Even a spirit-severing realm cultivator wouldn't be able to kill him, let alone Zhou Ming. At this moment, each of the nascent soul realm old monsters in the auction house were terrified. Xiang Liao, whom they had placed their expectations on, was severely injured by Ning Fan in just one face-to-face encounter. He wasn't a match for Ning Fan at all. Moreover, 15 of the 16 nascent soul realm cultivators of the Xiang clan were killed and one was captured alive, Zhou Ming. This was the mad devil Zhou Ming. When he killed people and snatched their treasures in the Hill of Death. He was also as ruthless as him. Xiang Liao, who had always been extremely arrogant, was actually running away. Ning Fan tried to grab the cold light with his palm. However, the cold light penetrated through his palm and went into his body. It was silent but it turned into a thin needle and pierced the nascent soul in his dantian. Ning Fan's expression changed. This treasure was very strange. Moreover, there seemed to be a trace of an extremely familiar aura on the cold light. It was as if he had smelled a woman's fragrance somewhere before. The needle was as thin as a hair. No magical power could stop it from piercing the nascent soul. Ning Fan didn't hesitate and activated the yin-yang locket. The locket shook violently and the magical treasure shone brightly. The yin-yang locket was the strongest defense of his nascent soul. Nothing could pierce through an immortal emperor's treasure. At this moment, he saw clearly that the needle that pierced his body was just an inch-long silver needle. An embroidery needle, what a powerful magical treasure. It was just a simple needle but it was already a high-grade magical treasure. If Ning Fan didn't have the yin-yang locket to protect his nascent soul would have been pierced by this needle. Even if he didn't die, he would still be injured. Moreover, there was a woman's fragrance on the embroidery needle. It was very familiar to Ning Fan. However, he couldn't remember where he saw it. Under the obstruction of this silver needle, Xiang Liao could only teleport away and disappeared without a trace. With Ning Fan's speed, it was unlikely that he could catch up with Ning Fan. Other than spirit-severing realm cultivators, who could catch up with a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He took out a stone puppet from his storage pouch and gently tossed it out without attracting anyone's attention. Stone warrior, bring him back with an intact corpse. Yes. Stone warrior's reply was only heard by Ning Fan. The people in the auction hall were still in a state of shock. Xiang Liao escaped. No one knew that Xiang Liao would be caught by stone warrior soon after he escaped. But even then, after an instant of a life-and-death battle, only the sound of gasping remained in the auction hall, and it was to the point a falling needle could be heard. Zhou Ming. This man is so powerful. Even if he didn't kill Xiang Liao, it was more than enough for him to travel unhindered in the external endless sea by injuring a half-step spirit-severing realm cultivator and killing 16 nascent souls. The 3 great cultivators in the heaven room couldn't calm down. They thought that they didn't underestimate this man's strength. However, it seemed that Zhou Ming's means were still beyond their expectations. Their magical power was far weaker than Xiang Liao's and their means were also much weaker than Xiang Liao's. If they put themselves in Ning Fan's shoes and were in his shoes, only the slightly stronger great cultivator among the 3 of them would be able to harm himself and escape like Xiang Liao. As for the other 2, they would certainly die. Of course, if they knew that Ning Fan had already sent Stone Warrior to chase after Xiang Liao, they would be even more terrified. A spirit-severing realm puppet was something that they couldn't imagine. A cultivator who possessed a spirit-severing realm puppet was enough to make the 10 sects not dare to offend him. As for Qing Huazi, who almost drew his sword against Ning Fan for the sake of the nascent soul realm Dao fruit, his back was now drenched in cold sweat. Dangerous. It's too dangerous. If it wasn't for the group of scapegoats from the Xiong family, he wouldn't have been able to hold himself back and draw his sword to fight Ning Fan. However, he would probably end up like the group of nascent soul realm and mid-nascent soul realm cultivators who died tragically in Ning Fan's hands. Ling Giku was also secretly shocked. Just like what Ning Fan said, he was venerated Cry, one of the 4 venerated beings of Sinister Sparrow sect who had been missing for many years. When Ning Fan pointed out his identity, he secretly guessed that Ning Fan was probably from Yu country and had some relationship with the Sinister Sparrow sect. That was why he saved him. At first, he thought that his mid-nascent soul realm cultivation base was already a figure that only appeared once in 10,000 years in Yu country. However, after meeting Ning Fan, he realized that his insignificant cultivation base was nothing in front of Ning Fan. He had seen Ning Fan annihilating the Xiong family. He couldn't imagine that if Ning Fan returned to Yu country would probably become a high-grade cultivation country. However, he couldn't understand. Ning Fan's bone age was undoubtedly 340 years old. 300 years ago, he was still in Yu country. Yu country didn't seem to have a genius called Zhou Ming. Of course, it wasn't something that he could guess. Even if the Xiong family didn't come to cause trouble. The auction had also ended prematurely because of Ning Fan's arbitrary decision. After the Xiong family suffered countless casualties, no one dared to question Ning Fan's monopolization of the nascent soul realm cauldrons and the Dao fruit. The auction has ended. Those who have nothing to do with this, leave South Desert City immediately. My true self, Zhou Ming, will be in seclusion here. Any nascent soul realm cultivator who stays here will be regarded as the accomplices of the Xiong family. Kill them all. Black armor. Kill them all. At this moment, Ning Fan's sword scent swept across the area. Then, he released the black-armored refined corpses. At the same time, the Gold Core Realm and Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators of the Xiong family who were guarding outside South Desert City were all killed by the shadow of his sword sense. Those who were lucky enough to survive were also eaten alive by the black-armored refined corpses. Kiss this Zhou Ming also knows sword sense. He even has a nascent soul realm puppet. He wants to chase them away. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible, each of the nascent soul realm old monsters. How would they dare to question Ning Fan's order? They might as well end the auction as well. Even though they didn't get any benefits and came here for nothing, they could still witness the battle of nascent soul realm cultivators. It was also an eye-opening experience. Each of the old monsters walked out of the room with smiles on their faces. They cupped their fists at Ning Fan and left. In the endless sea, the strong deserved respect, especially after the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators left the room. They immediately put away the complicated expressions on their faces and exchanged some pleasantries with each other to establish a good karma. Only then did they leave. Fellow Taoist Zhou Ming, your means are really shocking. I'm Lu Wei, a rogue cultivator from the external endless sea. If you have time, why don't you come to my island and have a cup of spiritual tea? I'm impressed. I'm Xianxia. I'm now a foreign elder of the heaven-seeking sect, one of the 10 great sections. If fellow Taoist comes to the heaven-seeking immortal island, remember to inform me. I'll definitely welcome you with open arms. Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Zhou is really something. I'm Lin Sushan, a member of the Lin family of the Internal Endless Sea. If fellow Taoist comes to the Internal Endless Sea in the future, you must pay me a visit. Ning Fan merely nodded his head in response to their polite greetings. Just like that, the entire South Desert City became empty after just 10 breaths. Not a single cultivator from the outside remained. Only the cultivators of the Pill Cauldron Gate and the countless corpses of the cultivators of the Xiong family were left. Ling Giku was full of questions. He wanted to talk to Ning Fan, but Ning Fan said in an unquestionable tone. Fellow Taoist Ling, quickly prepare a safe place for me. I'm a little tired and I want to have a good rest. This? Yes. Ling Giku did not dare to say anything else. He was pretending to rest, but forcing the silver needles out was his real intention. Although the silver and embroidery needles were temporarily suppressed by the yin yang locket, if they were not forced out, they would still be a hidden danger. The means of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator was indeed not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for the stone warrior, even if he could defeat Xiang Liao, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. Without the protection of the yin yang locket, he would have been seriously injured by Xiang Liao's silver needles. However, Ning Fan had the help of the stone warrior. Xiang Liao would never be able to escape. The reason why he did not use the stone warriors openly was because he did not want to attract the attention of the Lost World Palace. If the Lost World Palace were to know that the loss of the stone weapon was related to him, even though he was not afraid, it would inevitably cause a series of disturbances. He did not like trouble. Although there were some twists and turns in this trip to Desert South, the overall outcome was not bad. The cauldron was in hand, and the Dao fruit was in hand. Once the stone warrior returned, he would adjust his breathing to his peak state. Then, he would be able to use the newly purchased furnace to break through to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Mid-stage nascent soul realm. Who would have thought that I would be able to reach this stage so quickly? Ning Fan's eyes flashed, but he was slightly worried in his heart. His speed of cultivation seemed to be a little too fast, but his mental state could not keep up. It was still troublesome to improve his mental state. Mental state. It would be great if I have the Min Luo fruit. Min Luo fruit. I wonder how Bright Sparrow is doing. In Ing country, there was a little girl who was stepping on a fourth-grade immortal cloud. She was carrying a furry silver ball in her arms and was followed by a few nascent soul realm rain beasts. When Ning Fan thought of her, she sneezed unconsciously. Ayaya. It must be Grandpa scolding me again. Humph. But don't worry. Grandpa can't leave the Dark Sparrow's grave. He can't catch up to me. He can't spank me. I have so many rain beasts to protect me. I will be fine. I want to go to the island in my dream. I want to know what sitsong is and whether it tastes good. Why do I dream of her every day? Xiao Wanluo had woken up. When he woke up and heard that the Xiang clan had come to challenge the sect, he panicked. When he heard that Zhou Ming had averted the calamity of the Xiang clan, he didn't even have time to heave a sigh of relief before he found out that Zhou Ming was currently resting in his ancestral stone chamber. Why is this malefic star hanging around and not leaving? Ling Giku, what's going on? Cough cough cough. I'm not too sure either, but it seems like I know this Zhou Ming. Wait, what did you say? Xiao Wanluo was stunned. Are you close with Zhou Ming? I'm not familiar with him. I should say that I don't even know him. If we weren't close, would he have destroyed the Xiang family for your sake? You don't have to be so courteous with me. Tell me, do you have the confidence to keep this person in my pill cauldron gate as a nominal foreign elder? Xiao Wanluo's eyes flickered. Brother Ling, you must help me in this matter on account of the fact that I saved your life. If this Zhou Ming becomes a foreign elder of my pill cauldron gate won't have to run away anymore. There were mountains and rivers in the stone pass. It was like an empty valley in the desert. Amidst the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, the sisters Bing Ling and Yu Ling were training more than 1,100 cauldrons on the hillside. There were more than 10 harmonious spirit realm experts from the Extreme Yin Gate and dozens of late and peak gold core experts. Everyone was planted with a mental seal. At the same time, the pill cauldron gate's seal was erased. All of them were Ning Fan's human cauldrons. According to the legends, there was a yellow emperor in the immemorial era who had 3,000 women and ascended to the heavens. Today, there was a flower devil Ning Fan who had more than 1,000 women. From today onwards, we are the female guards of the Ning clan. Our surname is Ning. I am the female guard's first commander, Ning Bingling. She is the second commander, Ning Yueling. Do you understand? Yes. But why was his surname Ning? Isn't Master's surname Zhou? You will understand this in the future. By the way, we will be cultivating in Master's cauldron ring in the future. Sister Bing Ling, may I ask? What is the cauldron ring? It's a heavenly abode magic treasure that Master specially prepared for the cauldron. There's enough space, mountains, and water for us to cultivate. What? Master actually has a heavenly abode treasure. A group of female cauldrons immediately chattered with each other. Alright, There are some details that you will know in the future. First of all, we are Master's cauldrons. Naturally, we need to clarify our identities. First, I will tell you the rules of us female guards. First. Second, looking at Bing Ling and Bing Ling's methodical naming, rules and instructions, Ning Fan was surprised and chuckled. From today onwards, his massive harem would probably be open for business. He retracted his divine sense and sat on the couch in the palace. He looked up at the two women in light robes and smiled. Of these two women, one was wearing a yellow robe, the other a green robe. Both were outstanding beauties, graceful and charming. They were none other than the two nascent soul cauldrons. However, in the face of Ning Fan, whose evil chi was still lingering, the two ladies' eyes were filled with admiration and nervousness. As human cauldrons, they could not decide their own fate. No matter who bought them, they would have to serve them. They had no choice but to accept that their cultivation had been harvested. Even if they were treated like livestock, they had to accept it. Some old monsters with special fetishes would call on their friends and attack them together, and they would have no choice but to accept it. Even if they were killed after being toyed with, they still had to admit it. This was fate. From a certain point of view, being bought by Ning Fan was considered a blessing for them. Not to mention Ning Fan's dignified appearance and terrifying strength. His attitude towards human cauldrons made the two ladies admire him. Bing and you sisters were human cauldrons. There was no doubt about it. The two ladies could tell that they were human cauldrons. However, as human cauldrons, they could move freely, retain their gold core realm cultivation base, live freely, be loved by their master, laugh and cry freely. Such a life made them envious. However, standing in front of Ning Fan, the two ladies could not help but feel a little nervous. They were nervous about Ning Fan's evil chi that had yet to dissipate and also worried about what would happen next. When the two ladies were summoned to the room, they naturally had to perform the deed. As women, even if they had learned many techniques since young, they would still feel a little nervous when it came to the crucial moment of their first time. Master, should we, now? The two ladies blushed and rubbed their jade-like legs, feeling a little scared. Next, I will use my cultivation method to pluck the two of you. Because of this, the two of you will fall to the nascent soul realm. However, you don't have to be nervous. After that, I won't kill the two of you. I will preserve your early gold core realm strength and impart you cultivation experience and pills. With your innate potential, it won't be difficult for you to form your nascent soul again. Yes. Thank you for not killing us, Master. What the two ladies were most worried about was to what extent Ning Fan would pluck them. After hearing that they could retain their gold core realm cultivation base, the two ladies immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to thank him. Get up and sit beside me, Ning Fan smiled and gestured. The two ladies immediately blushed and sat beside Ning Fan. They even consciously leaned their bodies on Ning Fan's body. If the ladies were willing to do it and reached the peak during the process, the effect would be better. As for forcing oneself, it was the inferior method of the flower devil. Making the ladies unconscious and letting me do whatever I want was also not a wise move. According to the routine of the yin-yang transformation, before plucking the ladies, he needed to make them feel happy, relaxed, comfortable and gentle. The environment of the stone chamber was not bad. From the outside, it looked like a 100-li-long mountain range. However, the inside was like a paradise with a tranquil environment. In the words of a lady, it was romantic. His palm caressed the lady's cheek. It was soft, smooth and slightly cold. Immediately, the lady's face became hot. However, she bit her lips and did not resist. His other hand held the lady's hand. The lady's body was slightly thinner, making her look petite. Her hand was soft. When Ning Fan held her hand, the lady immediately lowered her head and her delicate body trembled slightly. The two ladies were still very nervous. It was no wonder that anyone would be nervous during their first time. Do you have your names? Ning Fan held the two ladies in his arms and secretly circulated his bewitching technique. No. I am number 947 and she is number 385. If Master is willing, please give us a name. The two ladies knew that there was a bewitching technique hidden in Ning Fan's words. However, they did not resist and endured it. Gradually, their breathing became rapid and their breasts rose and fell. The nervousness and fear they felt during their first time gradually faded. You don't have names? I will give you 2 names. How about you? You are wearing a yellow shirt like an orange. I will call you Ning Tianer. As for you, you are wearing a green shirt like a duckweed. I will call you Ning Pinger. What do you think? Ning Fan continued to strengthen his bewitching technique. His palms moved from the ladies' shoulders to their waists and abdomen. He secretly circulated the plucking finger and moved upwards along their flat abdomen. Thank you, master, for bestowing names. The 2 ladies' words began to tremble. They panted slightly and their eyes became misty. The yellow-robed Ning Tianer gradually softened under Ning Fan's evil claws and fell into Ning Fan's arms. As for the green-robed Ning Pinger, she was already weak and feeble. When she met Ning Fan's eyes that were as deep as the sea, she let out a soft humph. That voice carried a trace of comfort. In an instant, it lit up the bedroom curtain. The caress and touch through the clothes could no longer satisfy Pinger's fiery passion. She had completely fallen in love with Ning Fan. Master, please, take pity on me, don't worry. I will take pity on you, because you are my human cauldrons. I am different from those heartless people. If you don't do anything out of line, you will be safe for the rest of your lives. The bead curtain fell. Through the haze, 3 figures could be vaguely seen in the bed. The night passed. 2 blood plum blossoms bloomed under the thin blanket. The 2 ladies finally fell into a deep sleep. Even though their cultivation base had dropped due to being plucked, their expressions were peaceful. Compared to being plucked by others, it was undoubtedly a good thing to be plucked by Ning Fan. Looking at the 2 ladies who were sleeping soundly, Ning Fan could not help but sigh. If the 2 ladies did not meet Ning Fan, they would have a miserable ending if they fell into the hands of others. However, in Ning Fan's hands, they could live on as his concubines. The sea of blood in the cultivation world was cruel. Not everyone would be like Ning Fan, who would accept human cauldrons who had been plucked. Ning Fan's chi gradually began to rise. He sat cross-legged on one side of the bed and refined the primordial yin chi of the 2 ladies. The primordial yin chi contained in the 2 nascent soul realm human cauldrons was extremely vast. Both of them were willing to dual cultivate with each other. Their magical power seemed to have increased a little more than before. Ning Fan could feel that he was not far from breaking through to the next small realm. If his cultivation base advanced further, he would be at the mid-nascent soul realm. To be continued. After a good night, before the 2 girls went to bed, their tears had yet to dry and their faces were flushed with smiles. If both of them were willing to do it, then the act of making love was indeed a comfortable and relaxing thing. Under the bed, Ning Fan put on his clothes and sat on the cushion. Due to plucking, the 2 girls' magic power had fallen to early gold core realm. As for Ning Fan, he had 93 units of magic power. After plucking them, it increased to 135 units. After pondering for a while, he took out 27 gold core Dao fruits. Although the gold core Dao fruits could greatly increase his magic power, each of them could still increase his magic power by 1 unit. As for the nascent soul Dao fruit, his eyes fell on the Dao fruit with red patterns and became slightly excited. After consuming this Dao fruit, one's magic power would increase by 20 units. This magic power was already more than mid-nascent soul realm. If he successfully breaks through to the mid-nascent soul realm, it would still increase a little. From the pills he snatched, he found a 4th revolution pill called the essence condensing pill and consumed it. His eyes lit up. This nascent establishing pill could increase the success rate of breaking through to the mid-nascent soul realm. He closed his eyes and concentrated, accumulating magic power and refining the medicinal power to comprehend the bottleneck of the mid-nascent soul realm. If he successfully breaks through, he would reach the mid-nascent soul realm at the age of 340. This cultivation speed should make many descendants of the immemorial fiend god Veins feel ashamed. In his dantian, the nascent soul opened its mouth and breathed. Traces of primordial energy of heaven and earth flowed into the nascent soul. Under the nourishment of the primordial energy, the tiny nascent soul suddenly flew out of the dantian and turned into a fist-sized baby that looked exactly like Ning Fan. The nascent soul seemed to be struggling. It formed a whirlpool of primordial energy around its body and kept gathering primordial energy into its body. During this process, the tiny nascent soul slowly grew bigger and more solid. From early nascent soul realm to mid-nascent soul realm, one must continuously solidify the nascent soul and completely stabilize it at the late nascent soul realm. After that, one would begin to comprehend the power of heaven and earth, break the nascent soul and refine the spirit. When the nascent soul is completely broken and turned into a primordial spirit, the cultivator would be considered to have successfully advanced to the spirit-severing realm and become a spirit-severing realm cultivator who could shake the outer endless sea with a stomp of their feet. In January, after the two girls woke up, they did not dare to disturb Ning Fan. They immediately changed their clothes and left to cultivate with the female guards. As for Ning Fan's nascent soul, after 1 month of condensing its primordial essence, its facial features became clearer and it even grew hair. Other than the appearance of a baby, it was almost no different from Ning Fan's. At this moment, Ning Fan had completely grasped the bottleneck of the mid-nascent soul realm. He kept his nascent soul back into his body and suddenly opened his eyes. Condense. The surging heaven and earth yuan force immediately entered his body. At this moment, Ning Fan's aura was rising steadily. After consuming the Dao fruit, his magic power had reached 182 units, but as he condensed his nascent soul, his magic power rose to 190 units. When his aura force reached its peak, Ning Fan suddenly stood up. The 1000 Xiang 33 Emperor Zhang, tall palace shattered under his aura force, red tribulation clouds gathered in the sky above the Punlai Immortal Island. Many cultivators immediately realized that someone had broken through the bottleneck of the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Countless nascent soul realm old monsters spread out their divine senses and finally discovered that the person who broke through was actually in the southern desert of Punlai. That was the place where crazy devil Zhou Ming went into seclusion. Although some people were curious as to who had broken through to the next realm, no one dared to head over to investigate. Tens of thousands of miles of the southern desert had become the Punlai demonic land. No one dared to touch it. Within a month, Zhou Ming's name had spread throughout the outer endless sea. Everyone in the 10 sects knew that a demon had appeared in the immortal mansion of Punlai. As for those people who wanted to find trouble with the Elixir Cauldron Gate, when they heard that Zhou Ming was in seclusion in the Elixir Cauldron Gate, how would they dare to look for trouble? No one asked about it. Only the cultivators of Pill Cauldron Gate were frightened by the terrifying heavenly might of the blood-colored heavenly tribulation. Before the soul formation realm, the heavenly tribulations of cultivators were all lightning tribulations. After that, there would be netherfire tribulation and wind tribulation. However, there had never been a cultivator whose lightning tribulation was red. Red represented the wrath of the heavens. The wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, that was why it was blood red. Under the blood red might, a young man in a white robe with a black cloak stepped into the sky. He held a blood-red lightning whip in his hand and lashed out, shattering the tribulation clouds in half. Each of the lightning bolts was shattered by Ning Fan's whip before they could condense. So what if it's a heavenly tribulation? I have the lightning star that can control lightning punishment. Destroy it for me. With dozens of lashes, the heavenly thunder was shattered. The Pill Crucible cultivators were all dumbfounded. What kind of savage person dared to disrespect the heavens? This was the inverse cultivation, the true demon Dao. As for Ning Fan's enormous harem, each of their eyes were filled with vigor. It was because the one who shattered the heavenly thunder was their master. Their master could kill peak nascent soul realm cultivators when he was at the early nascent soul realm. How powerful would he be once he breaks through to the middle nascent soul realm? Not long after the heavenly tribulation appeared, it shattered. Ning Fan returned to the stone chamber and went into seclusion to regulate his breathing. 10 days later, he came out from seclusion. After consuming the 4th revolution essence fortifying pill, his mid-nascent soul realm was completely stabilized. Compared to other cultivators, he needed a few years to solidify his nascent soul. Ning Fan waved his hand and used his great magic power to reconstruct the palace that was initially destroyed. Inside the palace, he checked his body. Other than the fact that his magic power had broken through to 190 units, he had broken through to the mid-nascent soul realm and his spirit sense had broken through to the peak nascent soul realm. In other words, his incarnation in black robes already possessed the strength of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. His teleportation speed was faster than a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, but it was still slower than a spirit severing realm cultivator. As for the black current spirit splitting technique, it was enough to severely injure a peak nascent soul realm cultivator and kill a nascent soul realm cultivator instantly. Since his sword sense could not be improved, he could only kill an early gold core realm cultivator instantly. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter or obtained an ancient sword chi like the immortal execution sword chi, he would not be able to improve his sword sense and sword sense. Even so, the improvement of his combat strength was not a small matter. As for the lightning whip, it had successfully absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation and advanced to a high supreme grade magical treasure. If Ning Fan were to fight Xiang Liao now, he would definitely be able to capture him after killing him. His instantaneous movement speed could travel 2,000 li in a single breath. It would become Xiang Liao's nightmare. Congratulations, Master. Your cultivation base has improved greatly. You will be able to rule Punlai for thousands of years. The voices of the 1,000 cauldrons were respectful and orderly. The female guards of the Ning family would be Ning Fan's harem. There were only 1,000 of them now. But in the future, there would be 10,000 of them, 100,000 of them, 1,000,000 of them, plunder the common people to provide for me. All of you continue with your cultivation. We will leave this place in 10 days. Master. The old ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect, Xiaowan Luo, requests to see you. Bing Ling's cold and gentle voice resounded outside the palace. Let him wait. Ning Fan did not have the time to care about Xiaowan Luo. He could easily guess that the reason why Xiaowan Luo chose to stay in the Pill Cauldron sect and wait for him to come out from seclusion was because he wanted to rely on Ning Fan. He wanted to use Ning Fan's prestige to establish his foothold in the external endless sea. Ning Fan had no interest in this matter. Compared to this matter, he was more concerned about something else. In his hand was an embroidery needle that shone with dazzling silver light. He had searched through the memories of the Xiang family's nascent empress, but he could not find out the origin of this needle. He had searched through Xiang Liao's memories and found out that this needle was a magical treasure that he had obtained by chance when he sneaked into the outer region of the heaven world during the opening of the ancient heavenly court. The reason why Ning Fan was concerned about this treasure was not only because it could sneak attack others and it was invincible. After all, ordinary nascent soul realm cultivators did not have a magical treasure like the Yin Yang locket to defend against this needle. A sneak attack from this needle would most likely result in severe injuries. What Ning Fan was more concerned about was the fragrance of a woman that came from the needle. The fragrance made Ning Fan recall it repeatedly. Finally, he remembered why the fragrance was so familiar. Why? Because the fragrance was exactly the same as the fragrance on the female corpse. Could this needle be something that the female corpse used when she was alive? The female corpse and Mu Weiliang should be related. With Ning Fan's current strength, he was still not strong enough to fight against the female corpse. Otherwise, he could search through her memories. The female corpse did not have a soul, so her sea of consciousness would not be damaged. Wait. The female corpse does not have a soul. Could it be that Weiliang is one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the female corpse? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. If that's the case, it would explain why Mu Weiliang's aura was completely different even though she looked exactly the same as the corpse. It was because Mu Weiliang was just one of the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls of the corpse. That was why her aura was different. If that was the case, Mu Weiliang's soul should be wandering in the ancient heavenly court together with the female corpse. Since she appeared in the demon sinister forest, it meant that there was a path to the ancient heavenly court in the forest. As for Ning Honghong, a cultivator of Wu country, she appeared in the demon sinister forest in Yu country. It was highly possible that she had died while searching for treasures in the ancient heavenly court. Her soul did not perish and was transported to the demon sinister forest from another entrance just like Mu Weiliang. Someone had set up the demon sinister forest in Yu country to raise ghosts. There was a path to the ancient heavenly court in Yu country, ancient heavenly court. Ning Fan recalled the old monster's advice. There were still 90 years before the opening of the ancient heavenly court, which was around the same time as Moksha Emperor's arrival. If Moksha Emperor entered the ancient heavenly court, he would definitely come from the entrance of the devil world. However, he said that his true body would descend to Yu country. It was highly possible that Yu country had a path to the ancient heavenly court and he would descend from there. Why did an immemorial Dark Sparrow Valley fall in the Dark Sparrow Valley? Could it be that she died in a battle in the ancient heavenly court and fell from the entrance and landed in Yu country? Why did the clone of the Jade Lake Saintess stay in Yu country? Why did the old monster stay in your country with the token of the ancient heavenly court? Most likely, he had been searching for a way to cure Xiaomei but to no avail. Because he couldn't find the inheritor of the yin-yang evil vein, he became desperate and wanted to go to the ancient heavenly court to find the secret medicine. Your country must have a special position in the reign immortal world. No wonder a gold core realm cultivator like Nanyangzi could become a female corpse in the ancient heavenly court. If the entrance of the ancient heavenly court of the reign immortal world was in another cultivation country, he might not be able to reach it even if he spent his entire life. All these clues made Ning Fan understand some of the things that had puzzled him before. Xianxia establishing the Sinister Sparrow sect in the Dark Sparrow Valley was something that happened later. Before this, there was an almighty figure who raised the Pill Devil at the place where Dark Sparrow had fallen, raising the ghosts of the demon Sinister Forest. Some of the ghosts were killed by the people of Sinister Sparrow sect, while some were the souls of the people who had died in the ancient heavenly court. Their souls entered the demon Sinister Forest and became the prison of that almighty figure. There should be 9 levels in the demon Sinister Forest. The first 7 levels were in the reign immortal world and the last 2 levels were in the heavenly court. Every time the heavenly court opened, that person would go to the 8th and 9th levels of the demon Sinister Forest to collect the true immortal level ghosts that were successfully raised. At that time, he might send someone to check on the Pill Devil. If he found any abnormalities in the Pill Devil, he would most likely be in trouble. There were still 90 years left before the ancient heavenly court opened. At that time, not only would he have to eliminate Moksha Emperor and compete with him, he would also have to offend a true immortal old monster who was scheming against the heavens and earth. This is really troublesome. Holding the embroidery needle, Ning Fan recollected his thoughts. Your country was truly a land of muddy waters. Whether it was true or not, he would find out once he returned to your country in the future. After clearing his thoughts, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he ever returned to the Wu Kingdom, he would bring Ning Honghong's corpse with him. At this moment, he should continue to improve his strength. In order to pry into the memories of the female corpse, one had to have sufficient strength, and the fastest way to increase one's strength was to pluck the 2 demonesses and use the secret technique of blood-piercing runes to increase one's body refinement realm. Originally, killing 12 nascent soul realm cultivators was enough for him to break through to the 2nd level of the Silver Bone. But now, he had killed 17 more nascent soul realm cultivators of the Xiang clan. With the addition of the Jade Royal Pill, breaking through to the 3rd level of the Silver Bone shouldn't be a problem. He would first refine his body, then deal with the demoness, and finally, deal with the female corpse. He patted his storage pouch and took out a stone figurine. With a tap of his finger, the stone figurine morphed into a mountain golem. Sure Bing, I've collected enough secret blood. You can help me etch the magic mark now. You haven't become the young mistress's Southern Tower honorary professor. I can't etch the mageweth for you. Stone Warrior refused. I will go there later. Ning Fan frowned. Stone Warrior was silent for a long time and then said helplessly. I hope you are a man of your word. I will help you etch the magic mark now, but I have to remind you again that this process will be very painful. It's better if it's painful. You can eat this. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve, and a Jade Royal Pill appeared in his palm. Stone Warrior's hollow eyes suddenly tightened, and his stone face twitched. You even have a Jade Royal Pill? That is hard to come by for an immortal emperor. What exactly is your background? You don't need to know, just etch the magic mark. Do you want the quota of the 9 worlds? A chance to ascend to the 4 heavens without reaching the void fragmentation realm? Stone Warrior cautiously asked. Oh? There is such a quota? Ning Fan was very interested. He wanted to know more about the secrets of the 4 heavens. From Stone Warrior's mouth, there was no doubt that he would be able to learn secrets that ordinary people would not know. To be continued. The heavens were divided into 4 seas, and the earth into 9 realms. The 9 worlds were the lower worlds of immortals. The top 3 worlds were the demon world, and the heaven immortal world. The 4th was the earth immortal world. The last 5 worlds were the 5 elements immortal worlds: rain world, sword world, fire world, mountain world, and tree world. In the 9 worlds, the strongest cultivators were only at the void fragmentation realm. There were also rogue immortals, rogue demons, and rogue devils who had failed to become immortals. The 4 immortal worlds were the North Sea Hades heaven, the East Sea Void Heaven, the West Sea Brahma Heaven, and the South Sea Empyrean Heaven. The four heavens' immortal realms were each controlled by a powerful force. Collectively, they were known as the four heavens sects. Together, they established their own immortal abodes. Immortals who had ascended to the immortal abodes held office. Among them, the controller of the eastern abyss void sky was the godly void pavilion. The ruler of Biming Huntian was the lost world palace. The four great forces would often send their descendants down to the mortal world to gain experience, and they would hold the quota of the 9 worlds. This spot could grant protection to god-fiend cultivators in the lower realms and allow them to ascend for 4 days. However, the price was to join the faction after ascending. The Four Seas Immortal Realm was also known as the Broken Immortal Realm. It was a replacement for the lost ancient Heavenly Court, and it was the place where humans from the lower realms ascended. The demon clan of the demon realm doesn't enter the four marquises but the demon spirit land. Rumor had it that the demon spirit land was divided into the awakening realm and the dream realm. Even Sherbing didn't know the specifics. The devil race of the devil world did not enter the four nether heavens either. Instead, they ascended to the ancient devil abyss. It was the first time for Ning fans to hear all the information from Stone Warrior. Zhou Ming, if you're willing to accept the quota of the Lost World Palace in the 9 worlds, my mistress can help you ascend to the 4 heavens. You have to know how difficult it is to become a void fragmentation realm immortal with your own strength. If you can ascend to the 4 heavens, with the help of the investiture of gods and the power of incense flame, it'll be a piece of cake for you to break through to the true immortal realm. Let me think about it. Ning Fan remained silent. The quota for the 9 worlds sounded tempting indeed. The inheritance of ancient chaos's memory stopped at the void fragmentation realm. There was no mention of the method to become an immortal. This meant that after Ning Fan's cultivation base reached the void fragmentation realm, he would no longer be able to rely on ancient chaos's memory to have extraordinary foresight. Their chances of ascending to immortality would be the same as ordinary cultivators, less than 1%. With the quota of the 9 worlds, it was almost certain that he would be able to ascend to the immortal realm. However, whether he should ask for the quota of the Lost World Palace and join this force after he ascends to the immortal realm, he really had not thought about it properly. Honestly speaking, it might be better for him to accept the quota of the godly void pavilion compared to the unruly Bei Xiaoman. Ning Fan did not have a bad impression of that annoying little demoness. Ascending to immortality was still out of Ning Fan's reach for now. Thus, he was not in a hurry to make the decision. Whether to accept the quota or not, which heavenly realm to accept the quota, needs to be carefully considered. For example, ask the old devil which immortal realm he is from. At least, master and disciple should ascend to the same realm so that they can take care of each other. We'll talk about this in the future. Etch the devil marks on me first. Ning Fan said indifferently. Alright. Stone Warrior naturally did not have the qualifications to threaten Ning Fan. If the Lost World Palace took the initiative to express their goodwill to Ning Fan when he first came to Punlai, it would probably leave a good impression on him. But now, the art of engraving devil marks was passed down to the ancient devil race, the Stone Statue clan. The art of spirit attachment was passed down to the ancient demon race, the Demon Spirit clan. Even though it was passed down in the end, it was not something that belonged to the human race. I don't know much about the ancient Demon Spirit clan, but the ancient Devil Stone Statue clan. During the ancient times, this clan could even carve the immemorial divine devil veins into the devil race's body with a needle in their hand. Hee. Let's talk about the engraving devil marks. Only those with extraordinary physique can endure the violent pain of the engraving devil marks. The Stone Warrior devil mark is a weapon-grade devil mark. It requires at least 7 lines and a maximum of 99 lines. The devil mark can be upgraded, but the number of lines carved determines the final growth of the devil mark. Let me remind you again, it's extremely painful to etch this devil mark. You've said it many times, no, it's really painful. When my puppet body endured the 13th devil mark, my physical body almost collapsed and I couldn't carve the 14th line. As for the descendants of the fiend gods and devils in the 4 heavens, they can only endure 24 lines at most. Even if they are in the 4 heavens, they are still considered as outstanding talents. Therefore, the pain of the engraving devil marks is not something that ordinary people can endure. Therefore, this devil mark is usually used to increase the strength of puppets. Oh? In other words, if I learn the art of engraving devil marks, I can carve it on refined corpses and puppets. For example, my black-armored refined corpse can break through to the jade life realm. If that's the case, Ning Fan could use the corpse transformation technique of the corpse devil vein to mass-produce jade life refined corpses and sweep across the rain world with thousands of divine transformation realm refined corpses. That's impossible. The art of engraving devil marks is definitely not as simple as the art of spirit attachment. If you don't have 1,000 years, you won't be able to learn the devil marks above the weapon grade. Moreover, even if you learn it, you will need to kill nearly 100 nascent soul realm cultivators to refine a jade life refined corpse into a secret blood. In the end, the refined corpse will have no spirit and may not even succeed in engraving the devil marks. Lend me your immortal needle. Immortal needle? Ning Fan passed the embroidery needle to Stone Warrior. N. This is the needlework used by the immortals of the ancient heavenly court. If you are fated to enter the ruins of the heavenly court in the future, you might be able to see some of it. It's best to use it to carve devil marks. There are 3 steps to engraving the devil marks. The first step is to pierce the body with the needle and carve the devil marks. The second step is to seep the secret blood into the body, and the third step is to activate the devil marks. Stone Warrior took off his outer shirt and revealed his back. Looking at Ning Fan's thin and weak back, he frowned. Your physique is so weak. I'm afraid you won't be able to endure more than 7 devil marks. The pain of engraving devil marks is already unbearable. The pain of the Jade Royal Pill is even more terrifying. You shouldn't consume the Jade Royal Pill for the time being when you're engraving the devil marks. There's no need to worry. Ning Fan would never tell Stone Warrior that the method of consuming the Jade Royal Pill was to stop the pain with pain. If he wanted to engrave more devil marks, he might have to rely on the Jade Royal Pill to endure the pain. Let's begin. The first needle. Stone Warrior's finger lit up with an indiscernible light. With a flick of his wrist, the embroidery needle immediately turned into a 3-inch long needle and pierced into Ning Fan's back. Under the control of the secret technique, not a single drop of blood seeped out. However, the pain from the piercing increased by several times in an instant. When Sherbing controlled the needles with his magic force, he used his finger to write something on Ning Fan's back. Immediately, the pain he felt increased by a few times. Even a spirit-severing realm expert would lose his composure and let out a groan. However, Ning Fan's eyebrows only twitched a little. It was indeed painful, but not enough to make him cry out. Stone Warrior was amazed. He didn't expect this thin and weak young man to have such endurance. Among the first 6 needles, the most painful one was the first needle. Because of the first needle was the most painful. Because of the first needle, he was caught off guard. As for the next 5 needles, although each needle was 10% more painful, it wasn't hard to endure after getting used to it. At least in Stone Warrior's memory, whether it was a cultivator or a puppet, there was no one who could endure the first needle without batting an eyelid. Regardless of this young man's aptitude, his endurance was enough to make Stone Warrior raise his eyebrows. The shock in his eyes faded away and was replaced by a trace of respect. This Zhou Ming might be his enemy, but he was a man. If they weren't enemies, Stone Warrior really wanted to be friends with him. The second needle. This needle was 10% more painful than the first needle, but Ning Fan didn't even frown. This was called adaptation. The third needle, the fourth needle. Ning Fan didn't even frown until the 6th needle. However, when the 7th needle came, Stone Warrior couldn't help but feel nervous. This needle would determine the success or failure of the tattooing. If it hurts, then cry out. The 7th needle. After the 7th needle fell, there seemed to be a tattoo of a black cloud on Ning Fan's back. The pain of the 7 needles converged at one spot. Ning Fan's eyes widened and blue veins popped up on his forehead. He gritted his teeth but didn't cry out, "Not enough, not enough." It was still a little bit away from the pain of taking the 4th Jade Royal Dan. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** This Zhou Ming's endurance was definitely beyond his expectation. Continue. Don't stop. Okay. This kid can endure even more than my puppet body. I can endure 13 needles, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to endure 13 needles. Stone Warrior secretly thought that once Ning Fan started to cry out in pain, it would be the end. If he couldn't endure the pain anymore, Stone Warrior would immediately stop the last stroke. However, Stone Warrior never expected that Ning Fan wouldn't make a sound. The 8th needle, the 9th needle, the 13th needle. This was the number of needles that even Stone Warrior couldn't endure in the past, but Ning Fan's whole body was drenched in sweat and he still didn't say a word. The 14th needle, the 15th needle, the 24th needle. This was the number of tattoos that a talented fiend god's successor could endure. But Ning Fan's face was pale and he still didn't stop. The 25th needle, the 26th needle, the 31st needle. Ning Fan's body finally trembled. Even if he didn't cry out, his body couldn't bear the pain. Stone Warrior swallowed his saliva. The 31st needle. If this matter was spread to the 4 heavens, it would surely cause a sensation. To be able to endure 31 needles, this Zhou Ming's willpower was as strong as a rock. On Ning Fan's back, there were already several black clouds and the tip of a mountain. Alright, 31 needles is enough, it's about time. Not enough. I want to carve. 99 strokes, don't mess around. Your body has reached its limit. If you continue to be stubborn, your body might collapse due to the pain. Stone Warrior was a bit worried about Ning Fan's, which was really strange. The change of attitude fell into Ning Fan's eyes and suddenly turned into a strange expression. Being cared for by the enemy, this feeling was really strange. It's about time to take the 4th Jade Royal Dan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He dared to be ruthless to his enemies, but he dared to be even more ruthless to himself. Let me see. Can the Jade Royal Dan be the same as the devil marks? Using pain to stop pain, the 4th Jade Royal Dan was taken, and Stone Warrior's expression greatly changed. What? The pain from the tattoos is already unbearable, but you still want to take the Jade Royal Dan? You madman. Is that so? But once the medicinal effect was released, the immortal veins and bones in Ning Fan's body began to break and reconstruct. This pain coincidentally offset the pain from the tattoos. His body tempering realm rose rapidly as well. Continue. Ning Fan said with a stern tone. Stone Warrior was shocked. At this moment, Ning Fan was sitting on a cushion, but it gave Stone Warrior a kind of shock. His heart began to feel a trace of fear towards Ning Fan. It was not fear of the Black Moon seal, but fear of Ning Fan's ruthlessness. When he was still immortal, he dared to enter the lair of the Wolf King and led the vein-opening realm cultivators to be buried in the belly of the Wolf King. When he was at the vein-opening realm, he dared to kill the Heaven Separation Sect elder. After he reached the Harmonious Spirit realm, he dared to enter the Demon Sinister Forest and fight against Gold Core realm ghosts. Before he formed his core, he dared to kill Gold Core realm cultivators and Nascent Soul realm cultivators. After he formed his Nascent Soul, he became even more famous in the external Endless Sea. This person even dared to capture his spirit-severing realm puppet. Stone Warrior took a deep breath. Suddenly, he had a feeling that if Ning Fan was the one who inscribed the devil marks on his body, he would have a chance to endure the pain of 99 needles and completely inscribe the devil marks of Stone Warrior, which no one had ever inscribed before. I have seen many outstanding geniuses of the 4 heavens, but an outstanding person like you is very rare. Stone Warrior's eyes turned serious and pierced the long needles. 32 needles, 33 needles, 41 needles, 42 needles, 52 needles, 62 needles, 72 needles, 82 needles, 92 needles, 98 needles. The remaining Jade Royal pills had all been consumed. It was no longer enough to offset the pain. The pain of the last needle was enough to tear Ning Fan's body into pieces. On Ning Fan's back, there was a Devil Mountain tattoo with black clouds and mist. It was only one stroke away. When his gaze fell upon the complete tattoo, Stone Warrior was shocked. How could this be? The Stone Warrior devil marks are just a soldier rank devil marks. However, if I were to carve 99 strokes, it would actually become the second lost devil mark of the general rank, the Profound Earth devil marks. The first 3 devil marks of the general rank were all lost in history. Unexpectedly, one of the so-called lost devil marks was actually advanced from the soldier rank. With just one stroke, this devil mark that was known for its unparalleled defensive power would be successfully etched. However, when the last stroke was completed, Ning Fan's condition was already close to fainting. His face was pale and his physical body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Even his nascent soul was unstable. However, after hearing Stone Warrior's exclamation, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. After carving the last stroke, the soldier rank devil mark. I can advance to the general rank? That's right. Moreover, it's the profound Earth Devil mark that is ranked second among the tens of thousands of general rank devil marks. If you succeed in carving this devil mark, the defensive power of your physical body will increase by more than a few times. Alright. Do it. But your body is already on the verge of collapse, then what about this? Ning Fan's eyes were bloodshot, but they gradually disappeared. What replaced them was an indifferent gaze. His black hair grew longer and the demonic marks on the left side of his face became longer. His body was surrounded by black chi. Clearly, he had completely turned into the body of a soul. This is an incarnation. Only a void fragmentation old monster could condense an incarnation. Stone Warrior was shocked and in disbelief. Even the descendants of fiend gods couldn't condense an incarnation before reaching the void fragmentation realm. What is this Zhou Ming's background? He actually had an incarnation when he was still at the nascent soul realm. If that's the case, aren't you afraid of your physical body exploding? Pierce. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and his words were like ice. However, there was a trace of majesty that could not be looked at directly. Yes. Stone Warrior gritted his teeth and pierced the last stroke. At this moment, the tattoo on Ning Fan's back was completely completed. It was a totem of an ancient devil mountain that emitted a monstrous devil chi. His physical body couldn't bear the pain at all. He had used up all his Jade Royal pills. He had to endure this most painful attack by himself. The body of a soul was crushed into black mist in an instant. The pain went straight to Ning Fan's mind, forcing his spirit sense to shatter. If his spirit sense was shattered, his will would collapse, his Tao would vanish and he would die. All of his endurance would be destroyed. Condense. 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 His eyes were filled with madness. The black mist condensed again. When the soul incarnation was condensed, Ning Fan's aura was as steady as a mountain. In the first step, he pierced 99 needles. Other than the creator of the Stone Warrior Devil Mark, he was the first person to endure the pain and forcefully upgrade a soldier rank Devil Mark to the second general rank Devil Mark. It's done. It's done. Stone Warrior laughed heartily. Ning Fan was able to carve the lost Devil Mark. It was the right decision for him to carve the Devil Mark. No, it's not done yet. Fuse the secret blood. Activate the Devil Mark. Time passed quietly. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. The secret blood fused with the Devil Mark tattoo, causing the dark clouds and the black mountain to have a tinge of dark red. During the 1 month's activation, Ning Fan's mind was immersed in an ethereal devil mist. That place was filled with devil mist. Under his feet was an impenetrable devil abyss. In the sky was a black mountain that suppressed the abyss. He was standing on top of the black mountain, trying to conquer it. I'm the mountain soul of the suppressing abyss devil mountain in the ancient devil abyss. Junior, you don't deserve to stand on my head. Get lost. Humph. Not only do I want to stand on your head, I also want to conquer you. Activate your Devil Mark. A month later, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his body refinement realm suddenly rose. His body was surrounded by surging devil chi. Third step, success. His body refining realm increased, second realm of silver bone, third realm. Fourth realm. Peak. He was only a step away from the Jade Life realm where his physical strength could rival a spirit-severing realm old monster. Even a peak nascent soul realm cultivator would find it hard to withstand the power of a single punch. Now, I only need 3 punches to kill Xianxia. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with domineering intent. Slowly, he dispersed his aura force. In his right eye, there was only a black star of Saturn that completely condensed. The first star of the divine star was the star of imperial lightning. The first star of the devil star was the star of earth. As he stepped on the land of Punlai, Ning Fan's heart seemed to have a strange feeling. if he wanted to, he could extract the island soul of this Punlai immortal island. Everything in the world had a soul. The mountains had a soul, the water had a soul, and even the starry sky had a soul. As for soul extraction, it was a secret technique that only a few void fragmentation realm old monsters could use. Even if they did that, they would only extract the souls of small mountains and rivers to increase their magic power. However, Ning Fan had a feeling that he had a way to extract the island soul of the entire Punlai immortal island with the Star of Earth and strengthen himself. If that's the case, his earth magic power would rise to a terrifying level. Unfortunately, even if his physical body had the Jade Life Realm, it would not be able to withstand the entire island soul of the island. After dispersing his thoughts, the Saturn star in his right eye flashed. He reached out his hand and clawed downwards. Since I can't extract the island soul, I'll extract the soul of the great earth in the oasis of Emonan City. That claw and pull immediately caused the spiritual chi within 1,000 li * 500 m per li of Emonan City to collapse. Ning Fan seemed to have grabbed something in his hand. It emitted a trace of heavy and vast chi. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. His magic power instantly increased by 2,000 units as if he had just used a secret technique. He could now be considered as a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. His eyes were filled with indifference and vicissitudes of life. It was as if he had turned into the earth and had existed since the beginning of time. What a mysterious secret technique. With this technique, I can extract the soul and borrow its power whenever I want when my magic power is insufficient. After dispersing the soul of the great earth, the spiritual chi within 1,000 li * 500 m per li of Emonan City gradually returned to normal. Ning Fan took a deep breath and his expression became clear. After adjusting my breathing, I'll start to pluck the Camellia Demon and the Hyacinth Demon. I wonder what kind of expression they will have when they see my current cultivation base. The spiritual chi in the land of Emonan City dissipated, but it soon recovered. Outside the stone chamber, Xiaowan Luo was pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was filled with impatience. He had been waiting outside the stone chamber for 2 months. This Zhou Ming is really arrogant. I'm a half-step grand cultivator after all. Even spirit-severing realm cultivators should be polite to me. However, this Zhou Ming actually ignored me. What an arrogant man. An arrogant man won't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. He cursed inwardly. If it wasn't because he wanted to borrow Ning Fan's devil prestige to intimidate the powerful forces in the external endless sea, he wouldn't have acted so humbly and waited for Ning Fan outside the stone chamber like a servant. However, when the spiritual chi changed, Xiaowan Luo was stunned. He was the late nascent soul realm cultivator who was the closest to the stone chamber. He was probably the only person in Punlai Immortal Island who could sense the reason behind the change in the spiritual chi. At the moment when the spiritual chi dissipated, he could clearly feel that the earth beneath his feet had died. It was as if the earth had lost its soul. As for Xiaowan Luo, who was the closest to the stone chamber, he had an absurd feeling. It was as if his soul was going to be sucked away by stepping on the earth. Immediately, all of his dissatisfaction turned into shock. This is a void fragmentation old monster soul extraction technique. This Zhou Ming was actually in seclusion to study void fragmentation realm divine abilities. This person. According to the legends of the cultivation world, if a cultivator could comprehend one of the 3 secret techniques of soul extraction, void control and incarnation before attaining the void fragmentation realm, that cultivator would certainly attain the void fragmentation realm in his lifetime. Furthermore, their chances of becoming an immortal are much higher than ordinary people. Xiaowan Luo was shocked speechless. However, in his heart, he firmly believed that even if the Pill Cauldron Gate was not in danger, he, Xiaowan Luo, would still cling on to Zhou Ming's thigh for the rest of his life, comprehending the soul extraction technique. This person has comprehended one of the 3 secret techniques and has a chance of attaining the void fragmentation realm. There was a chance of becoming an immortal, if Xiaowan Luo knew that Ning Fan had already condensed an incarnation and mastered 2 of the 3 secret techniques. Perhaps the prideful Xiaowan Luo would not only try to curry favor with Ning Fan but also acknowledge Ning Fan as his father. Xiaowan Luo's respect for Ning Fan had finally risen to an unprecedented level. He was stronger than the soul formation realm cultivators in the outer endless sea and the 7 venerated beings in the inner endless sea. To be continued. End of chapter 198. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.